down, clear job, master.
Okay, it'll be hard to get a word in, guys, but hello. We have a upcoming press conference about this new Hughesfire. Please let me know if my audio is distorted in any way. I've got a little bit of feedback that
About a minute out for the drop.
prior broadcast is a little messed up. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you ever want to find us again. I apologize, I got a sore throat and my tooth repair kind of fell apart, so if I fail to enunciate, my apologies. I'm doing the best I can, but my broken tooth thing is acting up again. So we will be looking at the press conference.
Turning into final. A little bit of sun here on base to final. Should go away on final.
We'll be looking at the press conference at 5 when it starts. We're trying to figure out where we watch it.
The column of smoke. Start prior to it. Beam the column of smoke. Left turn exit.
Right now we're hearing the very last of the air show that's going on with a massive air response. Thank God they...
And start early on the hill, and we'll carry it across the saddle. On final.
Yeah, it's... At least the lake is like a big buffer zone in between most of the housing. It's on both sides of the central portion of the peninsula and the east portion. So, sorry I couldn't be here earlier, friends. Just... It's really hard to schedule things, so I did early morning doctor appointment things, and it was a bad time to take a nap in the afternoon. Then I saw that that local news is all over this, so I wasn't too terrified that we were missing a lot. But I know that's really important to be here, so you got us here now, friends. Thanks for coming. Yeah. And thank you for hitting the like button so other people find us.
3 back to Magoo to hold. 02. We're going to build line backwards a little bit. Got a helicopter exiting out there. If you're good, you're cleared down. We're just going to build line backwards. And about 2 loads. And then 103 tag and extend off 2.
Yeah.
Okay, 103 tag and extend.
I was just going to say...
So you want 2 loads prior to that mass flow. Just make sure we're on the same page there, Rick.
If you... Want to
you want 2 loads prior to that mass load is what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly? 2 loads prior, and then 103 will fill the gap between the 2. Okay. And, alright, so stay on the same line or kind of widen it out a little bit? Widen it out to the left a little bit there. I think it should land in that little saddle that we're looking at, a beam here right now. Okay, sounds good. We'll try to get you a good tie-in and leave a gap for 103.
Hi, hey, Garcia, everybody.
You still got me in sight above, in front of you? Sure do, yeah, ready to go to work.
Okay, I may have to mute air attack for a sec.
A little slow on you, 120, picking it back up to 130, and base leg, be a little bit of sun, it'll go away on final. Okay, you want me to try to tie into that retardant on the top? You think that'll give your judgment? You think that'll look good? Oh, that looks good. If we can tie into that retardant, it'll be a little hard to see maybe, we'll see what we can do. You understood?
Okay, they're talking about Lake Hughes Road area.
7 miles to the north.
They're...
I'll be right back to you.
Okay, I'm going to have to make that a little bit less loud in my own headset. Okay. Okay, so I just muted them for a second. They're talking about dropping off a firefighter to San Bernardino and returning and loading. And so it's over here by... Lake Hughes Road that they're doing a whole bunch of their very last slamming the area with retardant, and they're also going direct, dropping water straight on the fire. They're saying some good news that the shadowing, as the sun starts to set, is starting to moderate the fire behavior. Direct sunlight on fires is like a steroids for them. Hey, welcome, Broken Fish. Thank you guys for helping to make me alert to this. What a bad time to take a nap. I'm just feeling pretty under the weather, but here we are. I mean, it's more important for me to be here than anything. So, yeah, thank you, Broke, for helping get my live stream out. Let me quickly tweet that I'm live so that people can help spread that. So let me just do the needful real quick. Thank you so much for becoming an Eggling, Chief D, and a supporter. If you guys want to hit the membership button and become a member. That's like, $2 a month. You can support the channel, or you can do a super chat or a super thanks when the broadcast is over. I'm going to try to make it so that we can do a fundraiser plus not disable Super Chat at the same time for fire victims, but so far it doesn't look like that's possible. So we may have to figure something else out, but we did raise more than $800 for World Central Kitchen, which feeds first responders and fire victims of all kinds. So thank you guys for helping us do that. And the pinned chat message is the way to support the stream so we are ad-free and stay on the air with Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. And thank you so much, friends who have done that. So let me quickly tweet that I'm live, and let's listen to more of the pilots. Things are starting to moderate a little bit.
We got a helicopter over us. 27719 via Canyon, Castaic. Copy, we'll get some resources to it. Copy.
Just below the MD-80 or just above the MD-87 drop? Mass 2. Mass 2 that just watched the MD-87 drop. Hey, firm. Mass 2. Tell you what, we're going to tag and extend off that. You're on a downwind right now. I want you to left 360, and I'm going to pick you up on the downwind. We're going to get you dropped in out of here. Mass 2, copy. Left 360.
Okay, there it is. Cinnamon says, for the algorithm, share.
Phone number I can call you to give it to you.
Yes, and say something in chat. Say, I like dogs. I hate fires.
3, or correction, Mass 2. So it'll be Mass 2, then 107, just tag and extend, and you'll be cleared back to San Bernardino to hold. You're on trail of Mass 2, tag and extend, hold San Bernardino 107. It's going to be average level 8, full load. If I haven't cleared you in, hold for me right now, but I should have Mass 3 cleared in right now.
Okay, they're going back to back. Mass 2 is going to go drop right where the MD-87 did before.
Okay, Mass 2, keep that left turn coming. Look for the lead plane. Turn it belly up to you on a downwind.
This is actually retardant by,
Got a message. 9 o'clock to you right now.
by San Francisco Canyon Road. Ooh, we were just talking about that dam collapse. It happened in the 1920s.
Full load 8.
Yesterday.
We're going to tag and extend off the MD-87 drop you saw. Down to 4,000, full load 8, Mass 2.
Okay. Man, did this go crazy, and what is it, over 8,000 acres right now?
Vision Alpha, air tac. Can you repeat?
Hey, Dr. Elephant, you're worried about Castaic Dam. If the controls get burned, it would be a really bad situation.
Off the drop coming into the zip on the far left.
Okay, I'm just getting ready to come out of the dip now.
That stuff's usually pretty
The
protected.
area right around the tanks on the southeast side kind of cooked up again.
Where is it located? Is it a separate building?
Beam the biggest column of smoke there.
All right, let's look at our cams. We got,
Master copies. How are we on spacing?
there's a 6-hour time
Whatever
lapse.
heat's in there is kind of backing right into that and or the retardant line.
Let's just see what it looks like at the
30 right
moment.
now. 130, I'll hold 130 unless you tell me to pick it up. You got a good escape? General left turn.
Okay, so you do
Left
see.
turn, stay on the south side of the smoke, back to Point Magoo to hold. And Master copies all left turn.
Yeah, I can see what they're talking about. There's a little bit of moderation here.
The drainage under our right wing.
Sorry, let me turn down the radio that's over here.
Understood. And then coming off that heel, everything up above the road there, is the plan to go direct on that with crews, or you got equipment coming in or anything?
Yeah, my nap was over a little earlier
I'll
than
be
this,
right
but
back to you. Yeah, northeast there, as you cross the road, I'm assuming kind of the origin of the fire itself. What's the plan with that? You guys got equipment coming in?
hang on, we gotta listen to this. I just wanted to rest today. I'm feeling a bit sick, but hey, fires don't let us, do they?
Major part of the mass. It's going to trail out a little. I'll count you down to start.
There's power plant 2.
North Anchor 47 on V1.
Yeah,
47 V1, go for LA.
that is over 8,000.
North Anchor 47 off the Hughesfire en route back to Foxfield. En route time, we're looking at probably 15 minutes, and
would like to fly following you, close out with Helco.
It's that Australian pilot. Yeah.
Across the hill and a little bit of a left turn.
I think he was in the K-Max during the Palisades. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this is...
Thank you.
They're doing a good job with a lot of retardant, though, here.
Too fast.
There's no control yet. You're right. So, questions for me, please.
Map 4, 10 miles.
Try to highlight my name.
You're gonna have to hold. Map 4. Been empty, we tagged on to 103, empties drop. Nice. Left turn, keep the maps in sight. San Bernardino for the night.
This has
Maps in sight, San Bernardino. Let me know how that fell in there. From what I
totally...
can tell, I have no issues with it. That was good enough for me. I'll see you later.
I'm trying to figure out where... Hang on.
See you here on the down.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. I'm trying to figure out where's the press conference, where we're going to tune into it, because that's starting in less than 10 minutes. So I want to have that off screen and getting ready. I'm just trying to figure out where the heck we find it. Excuse me. Like info, no, website, Angeles National Forest X account, or Facebook page or something. If you guys know, just let me know. Well, this is some of the most important radio chatter right now to hear about the last preparations of the fixed-wing aircraft before they're going to have to land because of nightfall. So they're already releasing some of them, some of the maps, which are the Hercules planes that have they've been altered for water dropping. But let me put on the radio here, then we're going to watch that press conference. It'll start sometime at 5. So thank you for being here, friends. Thank you. And once again, I wish we were meeting under better circumstances.
Yes, I can see them. They are 12 o'clock out there in the north.
So we'll be doing... Okay, here it is.
Fire continuing to move towards the west and southwest. Strong winds.
I-5 is closed for now. There are reports of major traffic jams.
A copper structure defense group, and that's going to start at the Wayside Honor Ranch, which is the prison just to the south of Tapia Canyon break.
Really?
And that structure defense group is going to go all the way from the 5 freeway, Copper Hill, to the east to San Fran Canyon, up to the north, which will put them on the back towards the heel of the fire, and that'll be the Tesoro, but that's going to be the Copper Structure Defense Group.
Okay, so it'll be sent to...
Line, just slightly left of the column. It started early right here, full load. That's 2's got the line.
Alright, the link is broken, or,
It's getting the overhead in place here, and resources will start heading out that way here shortly. Don't know if they'll still be there when you're up, but if you can brief any aircraft coming in for tonight.
You got it, and we will have a night air attack replacing us here, and probably the next hour or so. Did you hear my my update there with Alpha?
Negative. You can repeat it.
Back kind of towards the heel of the fire itself, and again, not really grasping division breaks necessarily, but activity's definitely moderated substantially. Coming off your right flank off the heel itself, there is some old dozer line that the thing pretty much checked itself up on break.
really? Good. Old dozer line?
Yep, on V6.
Maybe from summertime when we had Castaic Lake fires, remember? Remember last summer? Now, mind you, West Shore is hot drifting smoke, probably. I don't think it...
Clear the terrain, and we've got the scoops in sight headed inbound.
I don't know
Let's go to where the scoops are at right now.
about that.
Drop.
I don't know if they're televising this press conference.
Taker 104 holding at 7, we're bad on fuel. Plot.
Well, if the wind ramps up tonight, then I'll be here all night.
I got mass 4, mass 5, 169, 182, and 104. Who am I missing?
Because nighttime is when the press goes away and the official hotlines turn off for the night. So if anything crazy happens, well, it's more important for us to be there to guide people with evacuations and questions. So if there's going to be crazy winds tonight, it looks all sketchy, then you got me all tonight then.
Just a minute, come over the top and look. We'll be working right there in the area of the scoopers and get you out of there.
Still a lot of airplanes around here and massive amounts of helicopters. They're focusing on supporting the ground crews and directly dropping on the flames, which is over by the in between Lake Hughes Road and San Francisco Canyon, San Francisco Canyon Road. So remember, share the stream. There's a share button. It looks like an arrow, and text it. Put it on your own social media and share that. If you want to spread the word that we exist so that people can find evacuation info. It's always heartbreaking when people come by a year later and say, hey, I'm glad to find your stream.
It's 169. We're going to turn you, actually we're going to try to just tag and extend what we got, going straight down to the highway, so we're going to cross beyond the smoke column, about a load, pick it up, it's a little light, going down to the highway, so cross the smoke column, pick up the next ridge, the full load 8. Does that make sense to you? That works. Do you want to do that on your own from where you're at? You can go to work. Let's go to work.
Okay, there's already huge evacuations already. So if you're talking about Sand Canyon, I'm not sure that is.
I need to bring you down to the working area where 169 and the scoopers were, where all our retards have been going. Mass 4, you're going to be next. Come on down here, down to 4,500. 4,500, Mass 4.
Links in the video description.
5, I'm going to have you follow Mass 4 down to 4,500.
Include.
Follow Mass 4, 4,500 inbound from the north, Mass 5.
Links in the video description here have the first 3 sentences, the evacuation map, how you can tune in and listen to the radio for yourself, and also the watch duty link. So let me see where Sand Canyon is, but there's already massive evacuations from quite a distance.
And yeah, your winds look definitely favorable.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to start picking it up from the edge, and if we need anything, I'll give you a shout.
I don't think I went to the right spot.
Keep eyes in there for sure.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, we'll find that when the dust settles, but at 5 p.m. is a press conference, so do you know which media outlets might do it?
Camarillo Helibase, I'm in Romeo 3-1 trainee operating on the Palisades fire. Please advise any aircraft ordered or en route to the incident.
Okay.
You're going. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the patience. Oh, thanks, bud. Lead 78, Mass 8, 16 miles.
Hi, Kiska and everybody. I've failed to greet. Hello.
Dispatch, Mass 2 on National.
Yeah, which cameras, like Magic Mountain and such, were crazy that...
Let's see, we're about 7 miles out to the east, the southeast for Mass 4.
Cameras, like everybody's watching these. It's kind of struggling.
You got a lead in sight, or is that going to be Mass 5 has a lead in sight, maybe? Mass has a lead in sight. Mass 5 going to make you number 1 here. 12 o'clock to you. I'm going to bring you around for a quick show me. Then we're going to go live. Full load 8 up here.
Yikes.
Okay, Mass 5 got you inside. Good. You're on kind of a long final right now. I'm turning base for the show me. We're going to just roll right into it that way and go live after this. Mass 5.
Okay, so where we got our press conference? Let's find out. That's a 3-hour time lapse of the Magic Mountain cam. Whoops, let's do the 6.
The scoop. Continue.
Stop. These are all on the fritz due to everybody watching. Any idea about what may have caused?
We're going to pass the smoke column off the right, pick up the ridge just past it. Starting at the ridge, the full load, coverage level 8 is going to go over the road. That's fine. Call it 2700, heading 170, slight left turn, straight ahead for Point Magoo. Mass 5-8, all copy all.
Okay, so LA County Sheriff's Office and LAFD have said there will be a press conference.
1 o'clock and a half mile to you. Meet me at 4,500. Make it 4,000. 4,000. 4,000, Mass 5.
But we have to find out where, so.
Mass 4, got you on scene coming up here. I believe that's you, Mass 4. We're going to double up this drop. I'm going to roll off this one to downwind to pick you up and go live to double up this drop with Mass 5. Mass
Seriously?
4.
Okay, so I'm muting for a second. Guys, guys. LA County, guys.
Check, mic check, everybody's good? Mic check.
Oh man.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the joint press conference for the Hughesfire. We're going to announce Chief Maroney. He's going to start it off, and then he's going to subsequently, they're going to announce each other. We have Fire Chief Maroney, Sheriff Robert Luna, Chief Robert Garcia.
Okay, I hope, so let's look at the news media because that's sideways from the LA. Shut up phones and stuff for a second.
Going to start it off, and then he's going to subsequently, they're going to announce each other. We have Fire Chief Maroney, Sheriff Robert Luna, Chief Robert Garcia, Joe Tyler, and the Mayor of Santa Clarita, Bill Miranda. We'll start this press conference off with Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. On behalf of Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger, we're holding a press conference to give important information to the community of Santa Clarita and the Castaic area. I am Anthony Maroney, Chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. The Hughes Fire is now estimated to be over 9,400 acres with 0% containment, with no structures reported damaged or destroyed. We have over 4,000 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident, and we had a very robust ground and air response to the incident that you see behind me. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the Angeles National Forest, and we are getting assistance from our state partners at CAL FIRE. I wanted to give a weather update because the weather is what's predominantly driving this fire and its spread right now. The National Weather Service has extended the red flag warning through 10 a.m. on Friday for most of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. Light to moderate Santa Ana winds will continue tonight and into Thursday. The situation remains dynamic, and the fire remains a difficult fire to contain, although we are getting the upper hand. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna to give an update on evacuations and the closure of the I-5. Thank you.
Good evening to everybody, and thank you, Chief Maroney. So for us, obviously in unified command with our partners at the fire department from the very beginning of this fire incident. And right now, the numbers that I have is that we have approximately 31,000 people who are affected by our evacuation orders, another 23,000 that are impacted by evacuation warnings. Along with the work that our deputies have been doing, and you've seen them going from neighborhood to neighborhood, making sure that we are protecting the neighborhoods to make sure nobody gets hurt, traffic ingress and egress, and also, unfortunately, when we talk about fires, our staff knows that immediately they start what we call looter suppression, just to make sure that no one's coming into the area to take advantage when people are evacuating their homes. So I want to make sure people know that if you leave your homes, there will be additional deputies working out there in the neighborhoods to make sure your homes are safe. In regards to staffing, we are staffing up. You hear sirens in the distance. They're not only fire apparatus, but you see deputies coming in from different parts of the county. You see our incident management team over my left shoulder setting up with the big trailers that will assume responsibility for this incident from the Sheriff's Department perspective, and again in unified command with all of our partners. We have what I estimate well over 400 personnel total regarding this incident and managing other incidences around the county of Los Angeles. I do want to bring your attention to the fact that during this incident, one of the areas that initially was an evacuation warning that did turn into an evacuation order was our Pitches Detention Center, which is not too far from here. The Pitches Detention Center has actually 3 different facilities. One of the facilities was evacuated In discussing this with our partners from the fire department who are experts in this area, they recommended and we agreed that the one facility, PD South, would be evacuated. That had approximately 476 inmates. We moved those inmates to another facility on the campus. The other two campuses are structured much better than the one that we evacuated from. But total on the entire campus, we have approximately 4,500 inmates, a little over that. We do have a plan in place in case the fire conditions, our fire partners would advise if it gets worse, whether it's wind, whatever that may be, a plan in place to evacuate the rest of the inmates on the entire facility if we absolutely had to. Other than that, it's a newer incident and it's evolving. It's going to change. We're ready for just about anything, which, by the way, includes being prepared for any other incident that would break, God forbid, anywhere in the county of Los Angeles. I do want to report that the 5 freeway has been closed, but I'm told that after this press conference, for a variety of reasons, we will reopen the freeway so that people can go back and forth. Again, I do want to reiterate that if you do not live in this area and you're following the smoke, you want to go see what the firefighters are doing, turn on the television set. Do not drive into these areas. You are impacting the ingress and egress of emergency vehicles. We don't need more traffic. We want less traffic. We don't want you walking around in the impacted areas to impact the community members who live here. And with that, I'm going to introduce Chief Robert Garcia from the U.S. Forest Service.
Good evening. Just want to first say thank you to Sheriff Luna and Fire Chief Maroney and Director Joe Tyler for the partnership. This incident started out in the early part of the day, as Chief Maroney indicated, and this is in a mutual threat zone, so Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest entered into unified command right away. And I also want to say how extremely proud I am of the way our responders moved into this area and established command and really established some incident objectives working together. The conditions that we're under aren't as severe as what we've been facing over the last week or two. But what you saw today is indicative of the conditions that we're in terms of the vegetation. So although we're not under a particularly dangerous situation in terms of the wind, our wildland fire condition is critical. Absent wind, the fire is going to move through the vegetation like you saw today with the slope and chasing fuel. Very dangerous conditions as to what led to the U.S. Forest Service closing all of the Angeles National Forest, and this is exactly an example why. The other thing I want to offer in terms of resources, I hope that all the citizens here in the area are proud of the pre-positioning and the robust response. This area always sees a robust response in the mutual threat zone, but our incidents between the Eaton, the Palisades, our local mobilization centers, our pre-positioned resources put us in a position for multiple waves of surge resources, both engine crews on the ground, hand crews, bulldozers, and aircraft. And so the response you see is a result of the local cooperation and the local pre-planning in the geographic area, not only within the LA area, but also with our partners in the state of California to ensure that we are prepared for what we're now facing. With that, I'm going to turn over the mic to the director of CAL FIRE from Sacramento, Director Joe Tyler.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Tyler. I'm the director and fire chief of CAL FIRE. Normally, my office is located in Sacramento, but I have found the need over the last 2 weeks to spend my time here in the greater Los Angeles area. We have been impacted significantly over the last 2 weeks, as we all know, related to the Palisades fire, the Eaton Fire, the Hurst fire, the Lidia Fire. And as we continue through these weather conditions, we recognize that it's not over yet. We recognize that we still have a couple of days to go. So the state of California brings its full force of the women and men of CAL FIRE, supporting the Los Angeles County Fire Department, our local fire agencies, the Angeles National Forest and the Forest Service abroad, as well as our law enforcement partners who are doing so much to respond to all of these emergencies together. Cal OES has utilized funds to bring together pre-positioned resources across Southern California, and the California National Guard has located aircraft, both rotor wing helicopters and fixed wings mobile or modular MAFS units to be able to supplement the air tankers that we have here available locally. This fire had a robust response today, and as you can see behind us, the responders are doing great work to try to contain this fire. Certainly, we are not out of the woods yet. It is important to take heed and caution and follow the directions of local law enforcement and your first responders as they are asking you to evacuate the area. Doing that will allow our fire resources to be able to conduct perimeter control and extinguish the flaming front of this fire. Many times we find ourselves trying to rescue evacuees, but today the community heeded that lesson and many evacuated the area, allowing them to fight the fire. We will continue to be here to support, not only now, but as we move into the next phase with the potential of rains coming forward and trying to mitigate the landscape to avoid debris flows and flooding. We will be here for you. I want to take the opportunity now to invite the Mayor of Santa Clarita, Bill Miranda, to the podium.
Thank you very much. I'm City of Santa Clarita Mayor Bill Miranda. We just cannot say enough about the work our first responders have done over the past couple of weeks and the work that they are currently doing just north of the city. In the wake of the devastation that tore through Los Angeles, claiming homes and lives, understandably, everyone is on heightened alert and all too aware of the damage these fires can cause. I want to re-emphasize the importance of listening to our first responders and paying attention to the emergency alerts. If your area is under evacuation warning or order, please, if it's a warning, prepare to evacuate. If it's an order, evacuate now. Don't wait 10 minutes and see what's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change in 10 minutes. We want you to evacuate now. Do not hesitate. Do not stay. Grab the necessary items and leave as quickly as you can. And when we mention grab the necessary items, we're talking about critical papers or critical medicine that you may need. We're not talking about packing a suitcase. We're talking about packing a backpack and having it ready. We can imagine the stress and extreme conditions our first responders have been under during this unprecedented time. Do your part to help them. And the best way you can do that is to evacuate. Our city is unified. Our city is in unified command with the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Sheriff's Department. We're working together to ensure that our residents are safe and minimize potential damage to homes and businesses. All city recreation and community services have been canceled for the rest of the day. Our Santa Clarita transit buses are running behind schedule because of the traffic due to the evacuations. I encourage all of you, if you are safe, not in an evacuation zone, please stay home and off our city streets. We need our streets open for evacuees to safely leave and for first responders to get in. Please do your part to help these fighting the Hughes fire. I want to end with our heartfelt thanks to the firefighters, the Sheriff's Department, deputies, and other first responders. Your efforts have been nothing but heroic. From the city of Santa Clarita, we say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we're going to do question and answer with the media. And after we are finished with this, we will have breakout sessions and we will provide Spanish interviews as well. First question.
Thank you. What's the plan for the night and into the morning?
Chief Morning.
So we've already developed the day and the night plan with our unified partners. We are going to be on scene all night long, gaining more perimeter control, making sure that we can put out the hot spots, and then have enough resources in staging that if we do have a flare-up, we can move those resources to the fire line. So we already have a plan for tonight, and we're making orders for tomorrow.
Can you talk more about those plans for the night, like specifics?
Regarding number of resources or job assignments,
Yes.
we're going to keep the 4,000 firefighters assigned to the incident. We're going to increase our perimeter control, and we're going to extinguish those hot spots. So those would be the tasks. Yeah.
Sheriff Luna, if you could describe the decision-making to first close the I-5 and now reopen, what changed that allowed you to reopen that particular byway?
So working with our partners at the California Highway Patrol, we needed to have better ingress and egress for emergency vehicles coming through the 5 freeway corridor. I believe that we've gotten a lot of the equipment that we need here for the rest of the evening. Obviously, that could change, that could be modified. So we want to give the 5 back to our community so they can get through here as safely and as efficiently as they possibly can.
And is there anything on the way of Interstate 5 that puts those drivers at risk at all, or are you concerned at all about what the traffic will look like?
Always concerned about hazards coming in and out, north and south. As far as I know now, we don't see any hazards, but the winds are what they are. I'm not a fire expert, but we listen to our fire experts, and if the wind shift, fire behavior does whatever it does, and if at any time we believe that our community may be in peril because of that wind or fire behavior, we'll close it again. I say we'll close it again. It's our partners at the California Highway Patrol who usually do that, and they do an excellent job at that.
Amanda Starantino, KCAL. Chief Maroney, I have 2 questions. A lot of people are on edge after the last couple of weeks and what we've seen happen in Pasadena and the Palisades. How does this fire here, the Hughes fire, compare to what we've seen the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think that we've all been on edge over the last 16 days, and we've had numerous fires start throughout Los Angeles County. The response to this fire between the Angeles National Forest and the LA County resources, in addition to the state resources that were pre-deployed, we had 2 strike teams in the Santa Clarita area. We were able to amass a lot of fire resources early on to change what this fire looks like. Just 3 or 4 hours ago, the smoke was laying across the 5 freeway. That's what necessitated its shutdown, because there could have been accidents, but also the ability to fight the fire from the air. The winds were strong, but they were not those 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds that we experienced on Tuesday the 7th. We had a very robust, like Director Tyler spoke, a robust helicopter and fixed wing retardant response to this incident. We were able to put in tens of thousands of gallons of retardant on the south side of the fire because the fire was moving to the southwest. It was really the aircraft in addition to all of those ground resources which allowed us to get the upper hand. Because had you been here a few hours ago, the situation looked much different, and it certainly looked much more threatening.
And Chief Maroney, what are the biggest challenges heading into the night?
Well, into the night, it's going to be making sure that we can rest our crews that have been out there since 10:42 this morning, making sure we can feed them. Firefighting is dirty and dangerous work, but we got to rotate our crews through so we can have, a lot of production and efficiency throughout the night. We're going to take advantage of the lower temperatures and hopefully the reduced wind speeds and the higher humidities to try to get an upper hand.
Okay, thank you. And Sheriff Luna, this is for you. With the 5 reopening, will there still be no access to those neighborhoods now that people will be driving up and down those roads? So getting off at Parker, like Hughes, Hasley, all those evacuation order areas, just because the 5's open, is that still going to be blocked off?
We're assessing that now to make sure, but we'll have a lot of presence. If you are coming into the area, be ready to be challenged, meaning in a polite way, to find out if you actually live here. Be ready to show identification because we want to make sure that we're limiting the people who are coming in and out, and it's people who actually belong here.
I guess this question might be for you, Sheriff, since you guys handle evacuations. I'm Craig with KNX News. When it comes to the idea of evacuation, some people are stubborn, they don't want to go. Have you seen a change in attitude with this fire and now because of the terrible devastation, the death toll, and the fact people are panicked because of the Eaton Fire and the Palisades fire?
I haven't received that assessment yet, but I will in the next couple of hours to see how we did on this one. Our deputy sheriffs do amazing work. And yes, whether it was the Palisades fire in Malibu Lost Hills for us, and the Eaton Fire in Pasadena, our deputies' jobs are very difficult. There are times where people challenge them. They get evacuation orders, and they refuse to leave. They think that they're going to be okay. I know I told the story earlier of a situation in the Pasadena area where we were directing people to evacuate, and they refused to, and the deputy felt that they were in such danger that he actually threatened them with arrest. There was an argument between a wife and a husband, wife saying, hey, we should listen. They listened, they left, and they are now crediting the deputy sheriff for saving their life because that house and neighborhood completely burned down. Those are the challenges that we face, but you've heard it here over and over, and really the message is simple. If there's an evacuation order, please leave. Do not put your life at risk. Do not put the life of first responders at risk. It's not worth it. And I'm even pushing it that if you're in an evacuation warning, you should also leave. Gather your most important items, medicines, important paperwork, pets, chargers for your phone, and get out of the area. Don't sit there and argue. It is not worth it.
Camilla Rambaldi with NBC4. My question is for Fire Chief Maroney. You talked about some of the wind conditions and the plan going into the evening hours and tomorrow. At this point, are there any additional concerns that you have in battling this fire?
No additional concerns. You know, the situation that we're in today is much different than the situation we were in 16 days ago. We have so many resources from Northern California, from the Western United States, international resources, aircraft resources, the number of helicopters and fixed-wing retardant tankers that are available to us really allow us to attack a fire like this and have it laid down right as we reach nightfall. It was a monumental work from the firefighters that were on scene, our law enforcement, our sheriff's deputies, the CHP. They did great work today, and it was a good example of what we can do when we have enough people and when we have enough aircraft.
David Gonzalez with ABC7. Chief Maroney, and open this up to Garcia and Tyler as well. Just, you mentioned the importance of giving your fire crews how's the morale of your firefighters? It seems that this fire popped up and the first thing people thought of is, here we go again. How are your fire crews doing? And just how do you tackle this to keep them motivated?
Yeah, their morale is excellent. And firefighters and sheriff's deputies, they never give up. And they're ready to keep doing it until the weather changes. We do have rain. That's predicted for this weekend. It was light to moderate. I think it's being bumped up to moderate. It's hard to believe that we might have rain Saturday, Sunday, and Monday when we have fire weather on Wednesday. The firefighters have all banded together along with their law enforcement brothers and sisters, and they're out there. They've been on the line since January 7th, that Tuesday. Many of my LA County firefighters worked 9 days in a row before their first day off. That's 9 24-hour shifts in a row. They left their families, they missed important engagements, they missed birthdays to protect the residents of LA County. And that's what LA County firefighters do, and they're just like the other firefighters that Chief Garcia represents, or that Director Joe Tyler represents, or the deputies and the law enforcement officers that Sheriff Luna represents. They're tireless, they're driven, and they've done an amazing job over the last 16 days. So proud of them and the work that they've done.
You've been listening to a press conference at the College of the Canyons from, we heard from several of our representatives, LA County Chief Anthony Maroney, Sheriff Robert Luna, and others. And I would say the main takeaway from that one is that the 5 freeway, they say, as soon as this press conference is over, it's going to be reopened in both directions because they are getting the upper hand on this fire that's burning near Lake Castaic.
As intense as it looks right now, they did tell us that things are looking a little better right now. They are getting what they believe is the upper hand on this. 9,400 acres burning so far, but right now still zero containment. But Pat, they were saying they're going to leave these 4,000 firefighting personnel assigned to this firefight all through the night.
And they credit that and the extra resources that we have here because of the fires that we've had before, the Altadena and the Palisades fire. So they have a number, at least as you said, 4,000 firefighters on this fire that will remain through the night. 31,000 evacuation orders are in effect, 23,000 evacuation warnings. And I do remember, I believe it was the sheriff or Chief Maroney that said, even if you have an evacuation warning, be ready to go. Have your medicines and critical papers packed in a bag, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. But so far for them, they said, and we're quoting them, that they seem to be getting the upper hand on this fire.
Indeed. And go ahead, Pat. I was going to say, LA Sheriff Robert Luna telling us too that LA Sheriff's also very busy. They're in they're considered looter suppression. It's in effect right now. They're going to be stationed in different areas, especially those areas, Pat, where you were saying 31,000 evacuation orders. They're going to be in specific areas to make sure that looters don't go into these areas while families are away from their homes.
And that's unfortunate, but that is something they're concerned about. I was telling you I was in Altadena again earlier today, and actually Sheriff's Department was kind enough to escort me to where I needed to go because I couldn't get GPS service once I got so far past the lines. But I noticed sheriff's deputies out patrolling areas looking for looters. And at the same time, I noticed more sheriff's deputies, National Guard still there, more Edison workers as opposed to firefighters because the Altadena fire is at least 73% contained. And I bet that most of those firefighters are here now helping to fight this fire burning near Lake Castaic.
And the good thing, Pat, we have rain headed our way over the next few days, and that should hopefully help with the not only the firefight, but snuffing out any possible future fires.
And, you know, we've been talking about this. What was it, 10:42 this fire broke out? I was at Topanga Canyon getting on the 118 going west, and I could see black, heavy smoke. So, you know, I turned on the radio, and I said, oh, that's another fire burning, this time in Castaic. When I got on the West 210, there had to be probably 10 engines just flying past me trying to get on the 5 freeway to get to this fire. But it's just to hear that no homes have burned.
That's right, knock wood, right?
Right, considering how long that this fire has been burning, but the fact that they have been attacking it so aggressively and with the kind of resources that are so important, right? That fixed-wing aircraft. I think Mike said something about some C-130s.
C-130s are here from the military, yep. And, you know, Pat, I was a little farther out. I was in Hollywood today when I got the call that this fire had broken out. As soon as I got in the car headed northbound on the 101,
you could see it?
I could see that thick plume of smoke. And it was just incredible.
Well, you know, Desmond, we're going to go up to you because it's approaching nightfall, so I imagine it's probably a little bit more difficult to see the heavy smoke in the area. But I don't know if you were listening to the news conference, but we've got the 5 freeway is supposed to be back open in both directions.
That is some fantastic news, if that is the case. As we widen out here, we were just getting some of the views on the north side of the fire, making a last run to the north side around kind of Lake Castaic before it got too dark out, giving you the view here from SkyCal at over 8,000 feet. And what a massive improvement this has been since we left for fuel and came back. So, not just the work of, obviously, the amazing work of the ground crews down there, the huge resources that we've had from the air with the fixed-wing aircraft, the C-130s, the MD-11, the DC-10. We've got all of the heavy artillery today on the front lines of this fire. It also looks like the winds may have calmed down ever so slightly. I'm not seeing, it's definitely still blowing to the west, but it doesn't appear anyway, just looking at the movement of the smoke, that it's burning or blowing nearly as quickly as it was, gusting as hard, perhaps. So maybe a little bit of a lull in the winds. We saw some of the last air tankers coming in right now, delivering that fire retardant lines, which has been incredibly effective. And as I zoom in, it's getting kind of hard to see, but you could see here along Wayside Canyon, just kind of draw a line here, and this is where they have put it, and hopefully this will stop the fire in its tracks. Hopefully we don't have any kind of big wind shift to the south that could carry any embers over that line, because it has just been incredibly effective in stopping all of that. So as we just pan across here, a lot less open flame than we were seeing for sure, and so relieved to hear that no homes have burned and that the fire has not so far jumped the 5 freeway. Amy, or rather wanted. Pat, back to you now.
All right, thanks so much, Desmond. And it is now the bottom of the hour, and you're watching our live continuing coverage of the Hughes fire in Castaic. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. KCAL's Lori Perez is live on Lake Hughes Road now with the very latest and some very intense flames behind you too, Lori.
That's right. We wanted to show you that because, while it's great news to hear from Chief Maroney that they really do think they have a handle on it. And of course, in these situations, the priority is also always protecting life and then property. Once that seems to be settled, the firefight is far from over. We're here on Lake Hughes Road. You can see the incredible flames here. This is Elizabeth Lake Canyon. Look at this. This is really flaring up here at the moment. There are dozens and dozens of fire crews stationed all along Lake Hughes Road. This is into the Angeles National Forest. Watching this, they want to make sure that it does not progress down toward Lake Castaic is miles up from, the heart down near Castaic Lagoon and all of that. So it could we've watched as this has grown enormously in just maybe the last 30 minutes that we have been here. You can see how it could quickly escalate and continue. The wind does seem to be moving again in that southwest direction, heading down towards where the community is. So crews are going to want to stop it where it is. So much to handle overnight here deep into the forest. Even though, the chief does say that they seem to have a handle on it, there's a lot of work to be done. They will be here undoubtedly throughout the night because this is just a tremendous amount of flames to watch over and to handle. It continues along the crest as we go to the left, smaller flames to the left there, but certainly with the wind, they could pick up. I will say that the wind in the 4 hours that we've been here has lessened to a great degree, and I think that is really helping things. The air seems much clearer than we first arrived. There was a lot of smoke, and we were barely able to make out flames when we first arrived here, and now they're clear as day, of course. So just wanted to give you an idea of what their fight will be like overnight, as all of those personnel, he talked about the tremendous response and the tremendous number of firefighters that they have here on the ground. They have their work cut out for them, certainly deeper into the mountains. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lori, thanks so much. Looking at your shot there, Juan and I were just noticing how, you've got that thick, heavy black smoke, but then to the right of you, you've got a blue sky behind you. That's just pretty incredible. And that also gives us gives us an idea of just how much smoke is out there where you are. Do you still see helicopter drop? We heard some, I'm assuming those were helicopters as you were doing your live shot.
Yeah, we've been able to see aerial support as we were coming up Lake Hughes Road, not specifically on this area specifically where we have been, but certainly a little bit further south where we were. I imagine they will be coming here. We can hear them. It is because of that smoke. It is difficult to always see them. We lose them in the sky. In fact, I can see one. Ben, if you can go, I can see that might be a show me run where they just are trying to see what they are looking at, but we definitely see a lot of aircraft in the air trying to, I imagine, get a lay of the land and then see where they need to concentrate next. But you're right. The fact that there is smoke here and then blue sky is also, an indication of how the wind is carrying things. And so in one area, it might be pretty clear, and then in the next, you can't make anything out at all.
It's so incredible. Thick smoke so thick it can turn what's left of daylight into night.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, thanks so much, Lori. We're going to go to our colleague, Lidia Caballero. She's also in Castaic. And tell us where you are, and we can see flames behind you as well, Lidia.
Yes, we are at Combat Paintball Park. We were here earlier, and on our first live shot at around 4:30 or so, the hillsides were on fire completely. And yes, we've heard fire officials saying that conditions have improved. They have a better handle on this fire, but clearly you can see from the hillsides behind me, things can change. And we've been saying this for the last 2 weeks with all the fires we have covered. But even 10 minutes ago, this fire line that Joe is showing you right now was far to the left, and it has just traveled and it's gone over the hillside. You can see smoke billowing, and as the night falls, these flames are really going to shine a light on these hillsides. And this is going to be, again, an additional challenge because you will have reduced visibility with all of the thick smoke, with all of the dark smoke, and of course the nightfall. So these flames are really going to be likely one of the only things that are lighting this area. And we do see quite a bit of fire engines to the left and to the right of these flames. And just to give you an idea, all of this hillside was on fire when we got to this location. The owner was wondering if any structures burned. We drove around and we didn't seem to see any structures that were not intact, that were burned. I mean, it got really, really close to some of the paintball ranges where people go and shoot paintballs, but firefighters were able to do a good job in securing this area and preventing any structural loss. And from what we can see and from what Joe is showing you, I mean, this is the wrath of Mother Nature in its finest. You have wind, you have dry brush that's really fueling these fires, and that wind that's fanning these flames. And at this time, we can clearly see that there are hot spots all over the hillside. And as we go below in the canyon, which I'm not sure that you can see very well, but you have little pockets where you see those hot spots kind of catching that brush, and then they just start catching on fire. And again, that growing concern of embers traveling and doing their thing and catching other things on fire. In terms of evacuations, yes, on our way up, we saw firsthand what leaving potentially at the last minute can do. We were jammed in traffic. We could not go more than maybe 2 miles an hour on some roads, and we were at a complete standstill for minutes on end, even trying to get up to this location. And again, this was maybe 30 minutes after a certain area in Castaic got those evacuation orders and even evacuation warnings. We are seeing a different trend now where people are taking warnings and acting as if they were orders. They already have their bags packed and they're leaving. We saw so many people in their cars with backpacks and suitcases getting...
Okay, that's very nice. Oh, what the heck, Mother Nature's wrath. Oh, okay, just go ahead and be eco-extremist, head in the clouds, BS. If you said God's wrath, people would be all over it. They'd say, extremist religious beliefs don't have a place in fire coverage. Then you say Mother Nature's wrath. Guess what? That's nature worship, religious viewpoint as well. And it's just as stupid. And does not belong on regular news coverage. Because guess what? This isn't Mother Nature being angry. Mother Nature is not punishing you. This is probably a freak accident or arson or power lines down or something in the high winds. That's not Mother Nature being angry. It's power lines down or a freak accident or arson. So no, quit blaming Mother Nature or God or whatever for fires and disasters. It's brain dead, just random, mindless. Are you really thinking about what you're saying? Because that's really stupid. But I don't know. So we were watching that because of the news conference. I'm allowed to rebroadcast the news conference. We have crazier images to see. This is a live one. I'm going to check out Camp 9. People said that that was a pretty intense camera. So basically what happened with the press conference, I'm just going to write down where we are here in the timeline. Thank you for being here, friends. We're at 1 hour in. Had a sore throat and was trying to rest today. Had bad sleep and early morning appointments. Went to take a nap, but at the wrong time, man. I really thought that we'd be all right next few days. No, we're not. Ironically, before some rain or something comes in the weekend. So what they have is a temporary reprieve on some points of the fire. Look, for the most part, it's looking good and better and much better, as the pilots kept saying, on the southeast flank of it. We've got the whole peninsula pretty much consumed, engulfed, and/or affected. And the fire has crossed to the east side of the lake, the northeast corner, where they did a huge amount of the drops and the fixed wing stuff, which we had to stop the pilot chatter for the very end because, A, it wasn't really giving us new information. And then the press conference began. So that had no captioning or sign language interpreter, I'm sorry. So hopefully that the weird subtitles that get auto-generated, like by what I'm saying, will help the hearing impaired. So that's why I'm going to do a recap also for anybody who didn't tune in. I am so turned around and discombobulated. I will need your guys' help, local, knowledge help to let me know what we're seeing as far as roads, because all this aerial footage doesn't have a compass. So I don't know if we're looking north, south, east, west, where these roads are, what they do. We've had Castaic Lake fires before, not too long ago. We had some major ones in 2022 that got nearby. And 2023, again, we had some close calls. I think, wasn't it just last year that we did have another one? It was the early summer season that was in this I-5 corridor canyon. I'll have to look. And they all run together because after you cover dozens, if not hundreds, of fire per season, they all start to be the same in my head. So, to the locals, though, so keep me, remind me what the other fires were called and when exactly they happened. So it's kind of a deja vu thing. We had the last of the retardant, and they said it was looking much better. Drops right up until sunset by the fixed wing. They will keep nighttime helicopter drops going. There will be a nighttime air attack where they switch. And I don't know how long that plane might come back and look, and then maybe direct helicopters. I don't know. So the in-between Hughes Lake Road and San Francisco Canyon, they did a whole bunch of drops. Everything was looking better. Shadows began to fall, and direct sunlight is like a steroid for fires. So they no longer have their steroids. So there will be this little lull, and it may just be a false sense of security because we're having I just looked up the NOAA weather for Castaic Lake. And as people are saying in chat, winds will intensify after 10 p.m., in between 9 and 10 p.m. I haven't really eaten today yet, so I'm going to go get a victory or a pity pizza, actually. It's a pity pizza. There's only two types of pizza in life. And, pity is, either you're celebrating something or you're mourning something. So Christina says, happy and sad to see you. I'm sorry. I wish we could just be partying or something. I'm sorry. Please let me know of any audio problems with the stream. I got messages 18 hours later when I did the 18-hour broadcast because the last time the high winds were here. That totally exhausted me, and it was very hard to sleep. I woke up after just hours after that last broadcast. And I did sit in for and I have some news later we can talk about the Eaton town hall meeting, and I found out some more information for Altadena's town hall. Excuse me. So we can talk about that a little bit later. I did take some notes. However, this is, of course, the Hughesfire is taking precedent right here. But here's the new air attack that plane that shown up on the scene. We have at least 4 helicopters still working it. Now, the place, we were shocked then for the reporter on the ground to say, hey, everything's getting worse in the area where they're at. Worse as of like 30 minutes ago. Right? They said that right before the nonsense that I find hard to tolerate about Mother Nature's wrath and stuff. Whatever. Nobody's mad at you. God's not mad at you. Nature's not mad at you. You know, belief that gods, angry gods, and spirits like nature cause disasters is a very Bronze Age idea. You know, science has developed since then, and now we understand that it's us failing to recognize that, you know, letting brush grow up and suppressing fires forever, and failing to recognize that and be prepared for things such as dry Januaries, which happen every so often. You know, every 5-6 years there's a January where the wet season has not arrived yet. That's it is to blame for that. The El Nino and La Nina cycle. Also, not angry gods or nature or whatever. So, who knows what started this? If you guys have any idea, let me know. Sometimes, you know, there's double smoking gun evidence, like the beginning of the radio calls where they say it was a car accident or something. So, point of origin later when I figure that out might help us too. So, let me look back to chat. You guys got questions for me. Camp 9 has, meanwhile there's snow in Pensacola. Yeah, that's what La Nina and El Nino stuff does. It creates water temperature of the Pacific Ocean controls North America's weather, especially California being right next to the Pacific. So even if we solved global warming and all that, and climate change, this would still occur. So you can't blame that, or you can't hope that things just won't happen in the future. This is lack of preparedness. And this is also from the legacy of let's suppress all fires and let fire load build up for 15 years. And then, oh boy, we're so surprised at how intense it was when we let 15 years of bushes grow. You know, if you blame the correct things, such as lack of preparedness for how big and intense they get, then you can solve that. But you blame Mother Nature's wrath for some BS, and you can't solve anything. That's why I'm so frustrated by it. It's just stupid. Okay, let's go back to Rambling Ryan. In my opinion, nature is a system and not a person. So whether or not God or gods or whoever you believe in started that and set it up as a system, that'll belong to your personal belief system. Whether or not you find that's random, that's your personal belief system. But I do not think nature has a consciousness, loves or hates us. It just is what it is. So a system of life. There you go. And weather is related to it, but not. I mean, whether or not a rainforest exists does impact the weather, but a lot of it is just straight up the ocean and the sun. And times a year and blah, blah, blah. But we do make these fires more intense by introducing things like tumbleweeds and Scotch broom and those kind of weeds that are oily and are like in eucalyptus and whatnot. There's so many cheatgrass. There's so many invasive fire-promoting weeds that are totally foreign to California. Fuels matter. What's burning matters. You get these crazy fire-promoting weeds that their strategy is suicide bombing. Cause a fire so intense that all the other plants that go and propagate by seeds, the seed turns to ash. Therefore, there's no more competition. So if you think that's really bad to have weeds that grow just to promote crazy, epically intense, maximum intensity fires, bingo, you are correct. It's not good to allow those. But since we have done nothing, and these weeds are proliferating with every fire, the situation gets worse. Well, nothing will get better until we actually plan to actually respond and do something about that. So hopefully they'll get a clue one day, but as long as the narrative is Mother Nature's wrath, nobody's going to get it. But that's the mainstream media for you. So I'm still trying to orient myself. Some of these cameras are zoomed in from so far away, it'll be very difficult to figure out which one of the canyons they are filming. We know the fire has not jumped I-5. They keep saying that. The reason for the closure was not fire danger to people. It was the freeway was clogged. And they didn't need extra traffic on it and, commute time traffic because it's, 5 o'clock was coming up. So that was the quickest way to get the vehicles go in and out to help the evacuees leave, first responders to arrive. So this is the magical time in between the the nighttime camera views and the daytime where the fire is actually visible. It's not really that visible on cams due to direct sunlight. So we've got multiple cams that will eventually show things. And in some portions, like the northeast section, are looking a little bit better. And then some places by Hughes Road were looking worse. So you guys have to, you guys have got to guide me there. Let's see here. Chris Lowe's nature is a biology / chemistry / physics thing. Sure, sounds good. Sounds like a great definition. But when we believe in superstitions and stuff, guess what? Unless we are going to do some human sacrifice, nothing's going to change, right? What are we supposed to do? Please Mother Nature? Make her not mad? Yeah, that's what got people killed in the past. Stupid beliefs like that. So, that's what frustrates me so much. So let's see here. LEFC Camp 9 Loop 2. Okay, so is that on Alert West or Alert California? Are we okay with volume? Once my headset gets low battery, it doesn't alert me, but it's supposed to have like a 24-hour battery. But as I've been figuring out, once we go past about 8 hours, remind me to go ahead and charge it again, because it'll start to cut in and out. People are like, you're mumbling and you're just, no, I'm not. It's the headset battery. So if you tell me about that, I'll know about that problem. But please tell me live in a chat. If you make comments show up after the video live has ended. I can't see any comments. Nobody can. I don't know why YouTube allows comments in the middle of a live stream. But if you comment, even at the beginning of a stream, it shows up more than 12 hours later. So if you're saying I have a sound problem, let me know while I'm live in the chat, please. And I'll be sure to fix it. It's on Watch Duty. Okay, so Watch Duty is pulling the feed from either Alert Cal or Alert West. So Alert West has a different camera system, but the same general cameras. Alert West has traffic cams and other little spaces, not just Alert Cal. Alert Cal doesn't have those things. Aha, here it is, Loop 2. Hey, Jay Middle, thank you for your kind donation. Captain, what's your outdoor knowledge? What do you think is more real, Bigfoot or aliens? Bigfoot aliens. Trick question. Aha, checkmate. What if Bigfoot is an alien and he's undercover? He's masquerading as a primitive, large hominid, upright standing and walking ape. And in reality, that's the costume, because people are more likely to not be freaked out by legendary things of our familiarity. But people would be freaked out by seeing an octopus-type alien. So I bet it's octopus-type aliens that look like terrifying cephalopods, or Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And, they're just like remote control operating Bigfoot machines or costumes. Yes. So it's polite to answer all questions in the super chats. So I hope you are satisfied with my answer. And that's what Super Chat is for, generally, to get the attention of a streamer and get them to respond to you. And it's also a good way to support the stream. Thank you, everybody who has donated. You're either advertisement-based or donation-based, and overwhelmingly, people don't want ads, and neither do I. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody who does support the stream, pinned chat message is PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And if there's some other thing I should add to it, like Apple Pay or something like that, or Amazon Pay, you let me know. I'll try to do it for your guys' amusement, or convenience, excuse me. Yeah, so here's our magical, just a little bit later. I'm disoriented about where the heck this is. It's very scary to look at from a distance. We see all the city lights and stuff nearby. So there's a bit of a wash looking and trying to pinpoint just where the fire has gone, just basically due to the heat detections. So I don't even know that it has really reached the west shore over here. Has it? I have just started to try to catch up on things when I sat down. We were just listening to Air Attack. But earlier on, what happened? Is it on the west shore too? Because I keep scrolling through Watch Duty, and it would throw me back up to the top every time a Watch Duty update happened. So trying to catch this and read it from bottom to the top as it broke out. when I was not here, it's been a little bit confusing. So since we're doing a recap of what happened, and we might as well. So this is the Magic Mountain 1 cam, which is a bit of a freaky look to it. This one is Whitaker Ridge, and this Alert West, this one is Camp 9. So let's do a 6-hour time lapse of Camp 9 2, not that I know where that is. And it rotated for a while, annoyingly. But this was a requested footage. If you know of one, a camera, we should go back. There's a big difference in quality. You have higher quality if you have the shorter time period, time lapses. So it jumps from 6 hours to 12. So as we go on past the 6th hour, we'll have pretty low quality. We got to play the 6-hour ones now. If we want to see the beginning to now. So this camera panned over and it was already just crazy. This time of day was 1:35 in the afternoon. You just see it. Sometimes the camera looks that way. Then it zoomed in. What's 1700 hours again? Is that 1 o'clock is 13? I mean, 5 p.m. So this is around 5 p.m. It's 5:55 now. So then you start seeing it peek its head up over these ridges, but I don't know where we're looking. So let's see about this cam showing right there in the northeast corner. Okay. So this cam's looking to the northwest. You see the glow. Your mouse over the spot where the glow is, you can see the bar move. So this, who knows how zoomed in it is, it's looking past the Highway 14, but way past it, like way past it. So is this looking on the west side of the lake? Yeah, it is. So it is west side of the lake. That's what we're confirming now. Yeah, military time, just subtract 2. Oh, God, yeah, remembering that too. Okay, yeah, it really did explode. So I was confused earlier because when you have downwind, let's click on the wind right here. Remember, subscribe, guys, with the ringing bell if you ever want to find us again. Every 12 hours we do restart the stream. We may have to do that again tonight. So, but text this to anybody, the share button, and text the stream to anybody you feel may be helped. Thank you so much for hitting the like button and helping us fight the stupid algorithm, which it still thinks we're all entertainers on YouTube. So it only promotes very, trending videos. And what it does is it asks me if I want to go straight to the top of search results to pay YouTube to do so. No, I'm not doing that. So we can do it that free way, which is just pump the like button and say stuff in chat, and that's the stuff that triggers it. I hate to be annoying and ask that, but that's what that's about. So veers, yeah. So we have goes, mind you, these are margin of error heat detections. So there might be just a tiny bit of heat right on this border between this square and the other. Let me just turn it onto goes only. Remember, margin of error. So that's a huge swath. They come by every 20 minutes. So when or thereabouts, so when the GOES satellites come by, they move over really quickly, so they don't have a lot of accuracy. So remember, it's margin of error. Every 20 minutes they come back. So what's the red versus the yellow versus other colors? If there's just as much intensity in heat, they detect heat, not fire. If there's just as much intensity of heat, it triggers red again. It starts over this little countdown clock. And so that means that within the last 10 minutes of the fire, of the satellite going over, the fire was just as intense as before or even greater. What is yellow? It means that, let's see, in the last, let me look at the thing. Yellow is the last 10 minutes to 1 hour ago was the last time the heat was just the same or as intense. It means it's lessening a little bit. But since we have, starting at 10 p.m., 9-ish, 10 p.m., the wind gusts are picking up. We may have to cover this all night just in case things get out of hand at night. Now, as far as where do people go, a lot of that is covered by Watch Duty. I've linked that to the description of this video. So we have an update, and radio traffic indicates the fire has jumped Charlie Canyon Road. So that's the late breaking news. It has jumped Charlie Canyon Road, and that area is a priority for nighttime helicopters. That are now assigned to the fire. So what I was typing a little bit earlier before, Big Al, thanks for being here. Where did I make notes on where we were seeing stuff? Thank you so much for becoming members, Chief D. Thank you so much for the super chat. This keeps us ad-free and on the air. I'm so sorry, the phone is muted. I won't be alerted to PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo until I can kind of catch our breath and look at this later. So Intel 24 just did a flight, so we might get a new perimeter and an accurate one soon. Good. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, do we know? I mean, we could speculate. Was it arson, accident, or power lines? But does anybody know, like, did anybody listen to the radio when it first broke out? Because oftentimes you'll say, reports of power lines down at such and such place, or car accident, such and such place, or whatever it is on the radio. But that's something we absolutely missed. So let me see where the heck is Charlie Canyon Road for good measure. So we have different layers for topography and whatnot. And it was so confusing. They don't have a compass, so I don't know. I mean, they showed roads and stuff, but without a compass showing which way is north. I don't know what they were showing on the, hard as I tried with the aerial views and the helicopter stuff, and they did not do a good job of like explaining. We're facing north now, so whatever. So TF Outdoors map shows this is Lake Hughes Road. So where is the Charlie one? Let's see, Charlie Canyon, right? There's a huge amount. I mean, this is a bit surprising to me, of extremely large evacuation zone. We do have some. You saw purple in the wind gusts right there. For what did they mean? I forgot to explain. Purples and reds. That's beyond 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The reddish, you get high 50s, 55 plus, where it's purple. The red is 40 to 45 plus. And you start seeing blues, you're getting 60 plus mile-an-hour wind gusts. So even though right now that's mostly they're supposed to be capping out at 55, we can see that they're doing better, even though one of the weather stations went down and or maybe burned up. So it's hard to say, but just looking at the winds, man, they're almost too crazy for the helicopters and the bigger fixed wing to fly. I'm glad that the winds were just on that precipice, and they were able to. Otherwise, this would have all gone to hell and gotten way worse. The aircraft has been helping to turn the tide. Now, the official says we are getting the upper hand. That can be lost, though, depending on what the winds do tonight. Plain Crazy Mikey, welcome, says, look below the dam east of the freeway. Oh, is that where it is? Okay. Is this Charlie Canyon Road? Let me turn off the wind. That's Lake Hughes. Is this to help me find Charlie Canyon Road? Because I don't know where that is. May have to just resort to set up off screen here. We're going to look at the weather officially. I'll read that out in a second. I'm not sure if the radio is still relevant right now. Let me look at maps and take a look at that. Let's look at the live video. And so this is a different video. This is a different viewpoint. This is from the Whitaker Ridge 2, which looks southeast. And so that's looking at the northwest tip area, but I don't know how far zoomed it is. So that's the issue, is they don't really explain that. If I were to redesign these websites, as these cameras zoomed, I would put little lines that cross the T of their beam so you would know what we're looking at. That's my big suggestion to these websites, is how far away are we looking? Is it looking all the way to the northeast section, or is it looking to the northwest of the lake? I can't tell. So let's look at a couple other of our viewpoints, and we'll check the weather in just a second. So is there another camera you want me to look at? Let's go to duplicate this tab and look back at the cameras in general and see which ones look compelling. So, okay, we have Alert West here. Wow. LAFD Camp 9. Wow. Yeah, that Camp 9 loop too is still very compelling. I think we already have it. Might set up a tile set in a minute here if we need to. I'll explain where people are supposed to go for evacuation shelters because I do not see repopulation happening tonight. So you've got to go somewhere. And they did open a few. They will start reopening I-5, but that's not to like repopulate. That's for, the main artery going from here to Alaska. It needs to not be shut down, or you have major economic impacts for the state. And like I said, it's not fire danger that it was closed. It was the traffic jam thing. They just needed to get people out and fire response. And we're looking almost due north, slightly northeast with Oak Mountain North 1. So let's do a 6-hour time lapse. We have to get to these first. Well, off camera, I'm going to try to set up Google Maps here and look for Charlie Canyon Road and get situated here. Every so often we have a Castaic Lake area fire, but it's not frequently enough for me to familiarize yet. Although now I could probably navigate Palisades area with a blindfold on. It's for a bad reason. I got to know that area. Okay, so here's Charlie Canyon Road. There's the paintball park they're talking about. Flames got really close. So far, I do not believe we've lost structures. But it did cross Charlie Canyon Road. So, it looks like a northeast diagonal road. So, what is their next best point? Wayside Canyon Road. We saw the flame fronts burning as like a bridge in between them. And so that may be one of their next places they really try to defend. So, Godspeed, our heroes. So, let's look at where are people supposed to go? Where are the shelters? There's people shelters and large animals. So we have Pierce College for large animals and Ventura County Fairgrounds. Small animals are for Palmdale Animal Care Center. Small animal shelter also at Ventura County Animal Services. And small and large animals are both welcome at Lancaster Animal Care Center. The temporary evacuation point was Hart High School. That's Newell Avenue in Santa Clarita itself. So a proper shelter at COC Valencia campus in the Eastern Gym, which is in Santa Clarita, the Valencia campus. So that's 26455 Rockwell Canyon Road in Santa Clarita. The description of my video has all of this info because you can click on the Watch Duty link for yourself and see all this too. They do a great job of gathering that info up in one place. So we've got Ventura County involved, we got LA County, we got a border to, this is one of the weird tri-county border regions where they all help each other. And so that's pretty good. When we look back at the LA County Fire Department to see if they have any new information, we should also look at LA National Forest. So the fire department just nothing new. They were talking about the press conference. So let's see. Los Angeles National Forest. Hello, where is their Twitter? Remember my Twitter, X, whatever you call that? Wow, look at this picture. Holy, wow, by Brandon Yoshizawa. Oops, I'm sorry, I forgot. I needed permission to show this on stream. I just clicked on that because just wow. So I'm going to link this. Sorry, accidentally just showcased your work without permission here on the X. So hopefully forgiven. I'm looking for Los Angeles National Forest. That's not a good search result for Los Angeles National Forest. Hello? God, I hate the navigation thing of Twitter. I want to be on their Twitter page, for God's sake. I don't want filters. Hello? Not top results, not media, lists, latest. Just show me their page. Just show me their Twitter. No results. Oh, that's because I did a typo. Dang it. It's not angels. No, Jill. Come on, Angel. I'm gonna love a cars. Okay, so Lost, Jill, Left, National, Forest. Forest. Am I doing something wrong? How are you supposed to find anything on Twitter? Okay, they do have their own Twitter page, right? They do have their own X. I'm a little sick here, so I swear to God that they had their own little X. And I was looking at it earlier. I haven't eaten yet. I'm on low blood sugar status here. So, Los Angeles National Forest. Is it just? Oh, it's just called Angeles. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm waking up. Angeles Forest. Aha. Here we go. Okay. Eaton Fire facts. All right. What else? Okay. Hughes acreage 9,400 plus 0% containment. Yep. Ready, set, go. Make a personal wildfire action plan. There we go. Finally. So I'm just checking this one, reposting it. I am at K Wildfires. Let's turn back on the radio, and then I'm going to go put a pizza in a toaster oven. Let's look back at the live video, and since they've already pretty much evacuated the region, I'm not sure that we have to be listening for new evacuations, but what's the fire's status? They're also doing it on watch duty, but yeah, Angeles National Forest not lost yet. Thanks, Amy. I figured it out eventually. Okay, thank you so much, Big Al, for helping me with the links too. Hey, Rath, how you doing? So I'm no good to you if I don't eat. Chris Lowe says I listened to radio transmissions from the beginning. No mention of any cause. Thank you, Chris. If Watch Duty puts an icon at the ignition point, it started right next to Hughes Lake Road. Yeah, that's if they do. They do their best, but it's also just sort of like hit and miss preliminary. They also do readjust where it is as they get new info. So, but this is by a lake. Dragging chains and are much more likely for towing boats and stuff. So there's a possible accidental cause, but we need to go on the street map to see if there are any power lines right around this section. And yes, a Ferris or whatever, I forgot. Yeah, they may have posted a new perimeter. They also have their own. I don't know why they don't call it Fire Eyes. Hopefully they'll give us a video. Nope, that's July. No video since July 18th. That's sad. That was cool when they were uploading their videos real quick, even if they were just really brief. Oh well, if you guys know of a live video from like any sort of an Intel plane, just let me know. Let's see, we hopefully get a new perimeter soon. Like they said that the Intel 24 plane was at least flying, and that may be where we can figure out more of the point of origin. Were any cameras looking at it immediately? Like, did cameras quickly pivot and look? And that's what I would like to know so that we could replay. Some of the nearest cameras don't see over the hills. So like Burnt Peak and stuff won't show a whole lot theoretically. Or Burnt Peak 1 won't. Unless they're peeking over mountain passes or seeing as they get up to the top. I don't know the elevations over here north of Warm Springs Mountain, but the fact that you can see it's hot smoke rising above the canyons is what I'm interpreting that camera angle as. From Burnt Peak, where else? Some cameras are not looking that direction. Portal Ridge, probably cannot see over the hills. As fire prone as this area is, you'd think there'd be a lot more of these cams. We have our Whitaker Ridge 2, cycled around and showed a pole in the way. We already saw that. But none looking from this eastern angle, I don't think exist, which would have been the best view, I believe. So we may be kind of stuck with Whitaker Ridge, but maybe we should just do a burnt peak time lapse just in case, and then I'll go cook a pizza. Thank you, friends, for your kind donations. We are dependent upon you to stay on the air. I quit all-day jobs and whatnot to be able to just go live whenever. So I try my very best when we have high winds to clear my schedule, but I'm not a psychic and don't know when things are going to break out. So trying to get stuff done early in the morning and then take a little nap was a mistake today. Sorry. But just never know when there's going to be nothing that happens when something does break out. So doing an 18-hour stream was kind of brutal, and so I'm still a bit exhausted and sick. But here we are. Well, you got me, and we'll go all night, especially if the winds intensify like they may. So big L says there are power lines running through the area where it appears to have started, and it's a canyon. Great. Oh, they have a 5% containment. Well, that's nice. It's probably lakeshore, so don't get too excited about that. Okay, yeah, they had a 12-minute ago update. Surprised to see any kind of containment percentage on that. Remember, containment percentage is they try to make a ring around the fire generally, and a ring of you shall not pass. Those are lines usually. And retardant ropes are temporary speed bumps for fire progression, and it slows it down so they can make what really stops it, which is dozer lines. And roads, dozer lines basically are roads, but they need to widen them and make them better. So the fact that roads generally go parallel with canyons, they can only really wait for the fire to come up to them and try to stop it on the roads that are high up. Fire crews do not go down into canyons to fight the fires unless they have shelter-in-place options, because if their only way out is uphill, you cannot outrace fire uphill, period. Not even in a Ferrari. So they do not usually go down into the death trap zones where if something hits the fan, they really can't escape. Sometimes they do if they have a defensible space, homes to protect, and the homes themselves could be something they wet down and ride it out as the fire moves past them as a shelter-in-place option. But in general, they do not go down into lower elevations or canyons or bowls. They let fire go up and they stop it at the next big road, at the next big ridge. Or if it's a trail, they try to turn that into something like a road wider to stop it. However, with these kind of winds, downwind, any sorts of bushes growing up right next to the roads, the flames could just go flatten out and reach across the roads, 12, 20 feet. It depends on how tall the bushes are. So sometimes they have to even back away from roads. This is where aircraft support can help them hold it, but this is that awkward time where the planes are gone, and at least they do have some helicopters. Helicopters' best job is actually to go beyond roads, where they're trying to hold it, the ground crews are, and to put out spot fires. Spotting is a major concern here. So the Live Oak area, the industry area, these evacuation zones, I wouldn't go to sleep in case you have to evacuate much later. This looks a little bit somewhat residential, but it also looks like there's some industry down here. But the Live Oak, especially area, this neighborhood, I wouldn't go to sleep on it. I'd go sleep at a shelter or somewhere else, because the rude knock on the door at midnight just may happen to you. They just may start evacuating everything downwind. And so if I just had to guess, I would say prepare your neighbors for this. Don't go to bed tonight. You have to sleep in shifts. If you do, you have somebody else in the house, stay up later, wake up, monitor the radio, and monitor, because if the winds do pick up and if this goes crazy, you just may get the midnight knock on the door, or they may be too busy to do so, and you may be totally caught unawares until something really major is happening. So, to me, just being prepared and leaving and sleeping somewhere else so I don't have to worry is best. You can sleep soundly, right? But I would be getting your heirlooms out. I would be packing. I would be making sure my neighbor had the gas money, had gas in their car could start. Make sure they are aware of just how dangerous the situation is, that at night it can worsen, that at 10 p.m. the winds will get worse as forecast. So just be prepared. A lot of these are so dense with very few ways out, in and out, that they basically are death-trapped neighborhoods. If everybody tries to go at once, you're going to have that critical traffic jam. So don't compound it. Leaving early is always the best thing to do. And I know there's a limited places to stay, but it is always your best course of action. The traffic jam situation is what kills. Most people die in their cars when they have tried to leave after the window of opportunity to leave by vehicle has closed. Now's a good time to familiarize yourself with what is my evacuation plan. Just really simple, real quick. Get out a paper map and get out Count Topo and get out Google Maps too, whatever you need. Look at your satellites. What you want in your evacuation plan is 3 different paved roads out, 3 different directions. You really can't outrun fire downwind. So right now, the southwest and west might be a bad plan for these particular, whoops, that kind of got out of hand. These particular zones over here, like, excuse me, Rancho Tesoro, for example, a Tesoro del Valle Drive. If it's mandatory for your neighbors just a rock throw away, it really may happen for you. So do tell your neighbors about this. Have a plan. And you need 3 different directions out, paved roads, 3 quick means of egress. Now, if you are up high on a hill, or if you are on a dirt road, or if you're on a dead-end road, consider yourself a particular vulnerability. And up on a hill, because fires love to jump from hilltop to hilltop. They love to race up hills and be on your doorstep. So if you are of particular vulnerability, for those geographic reasons, or because you have mobility issues, disability, or livestock, or some other reason it would cause you to take longer to evacuate, elevate yourself 1 higher than they tell you. So if you're at level 2, elevate yourself to level 3. Catherine is a gem. I'm glad I found this channel. No, I'm glad you found me. Thank you. So this is the quick tip. It doesn't have to be complicated. You need 3 roads, 3 different directions paved, quick evacuation routes. If you don't have such a thing, also elevate yourself 1 higher than the authorities say. And do not wait. If your gut instinct tells you if smoke goes straight towards your neighborhood, please do not hesitate to leave and identify that as a emergency. Smoke directly, changing direction, going thick smoke, going straight to where you are at, means you are now very, very vulnerable. It is pretty invisible. Do not think you can just look out your window through your neighborhood. I'm telling you right now from lessons from the Eaton and others, if you did live on Old Adobe Lane right here, corner of Francisco Way, if you're here in this corner house, just making this up right here, you cannot see right over here fire rampaging through this neighborhood by Mirada Circulo, okay? You would not be able to tell that all of these homes would be, if they were on fire, that they were, because the smoke would hide it from you. It would, if there was a strong west wind change and it started going through the neighborhood, you would not be able to see at the end of Francisco Way that 1 by 1 more of the homes were going up. You would get a shock of your life. You would finally see the fire when there's about 4 homes away. And that's when you're panic packing and getting in the car. I have seen a whole bunch of footage from the Eaton and the Palisades plus Lahaina where people have no idea So it looks very peaceful, very calm in their neck of the woods. And then you see smoke distantly, in a way, but they don't realize that. I mean, you see delivery drivers delivering packages. They have no idea that that's an emergency. I'm telling you right now, it's an emergency. If you see any sort of pink clouds, glowing clouds, thick smoke coming your way, blow or not, that's an emergency. You cannot tell how quickly it's approaching, because fire will do something else too. Just directly downwind, the embers are going to drift straight over your head, and then downwind of you start lighting spot fires you'll be completely unaware of. So as you go downwind trying to evacuate, you might just run into flames in front of you and be completely and utterly shocked. I just want to drive this home. A place like Joshua and Tango Drive, all of this could be absolutely on fire. Could be. I'm not saying it is. Could be. And the people down here would have no idea. And so it's not like the main flame front is the big problem. It's the embers that can jump long distances, start lighting stuff in your backyard, other people's, and unless there's somebody there like fire crews immediately to just put them out, those spot fires will grow in these winds like crazy, and boom, you've got a major crisis. That is a surprise delivery to your neighborhood. So that's why I'm trying to explain this. Don't wait to visually see things get worse. Consider things an emergency. If the smoke goes your way, assume the embers are coming, assume the main flame front is too. And new ones will show up. So just make sure neighbors and such know this. It's so frustrating watching the Palisades videos of people just hanging out saying, oh, we're packed and ready to go, it might have to go. And then they panic leave, and they've not really gotten out what they needed to, and they find out later some neighbors are dead. It's time to gather up your neighborhoods, meet in the street, talk to people, make sure everybody knows. And even if you don't like certain neighbors, it doesn't matter right now. Make sure they have gas money, the ability to leave, put people in your car versus objects. You'll never forgive yourself if you put a suitcase in a seat instead of a person who doesn't have a way out. This is, sometimes people have to rescue each other. This is a big, heavily populated area. Do not think that reverse 911 will function very well and or even work. Do not think that you would be timely notified by, a knock on the door. That's a lot of doors to knock on. And LA PD and other cities are already kind of strapped to the max on overtime because of the other fires that have, some of them are getting their first days off. They're kind of undermanned for this due to the other catastrophes. So thank you for being here, friends. Remember, hit the like button and subscribe if you ever want to find us again. But I just can't reiterate, the radio is your number one way to find out if the fire is changed direction, is coming right towards you. So we're going to put on the radio right now. Last information we got was 5% containment. 23 minutes earlier than that, they said that the fire had swept over Charlie Canyon Road. That area is a priority. 6 nighttime helicopters are there. So here is, you can see where they are moving around and working the area. And the last thing about your shelter, about your evacuation plan, is familiarize yourself with the satellite images from different things. CalTopo, maybe a backcountry navigator, Oryx maps, anywhere you can get the free maps. US Geological Survey, Topo Viewer. Watch Duty itself sometimes have decent maps. And look for a shelter-in-place option in case you can't evacuate by car. You have to pull over. It's big box store parking lots. They don't burn. Asphalt doesn't burn. Short green grass doesn't burn. Golf courses. We're talking about the baseball diamonds, the track and fields, center of those places. But even just pulling over to a shoulder of the road that has a turnout with cleared land area without any trees or grass or shrubs right next to it, those would be great shelter-in-place options if you just cannot continue driving. The smoke is too bad, the traffic jam. Pull over and read a book. Park ass into the wind, excuse my language, and just be ready to kick away flaming debris if it comes near your vehicle in a situation like that. And put a wool blanket, wool, okay, not synthetic, okay, wool, natural fiber, blanket, in the car and a pole, like a Swiffer pole or something like that, something metal, hopefully. So if something flaming does go up against your vehicle, you can either push it away with the pole, even a mop handle without the mop at the end is better than nothing, or you can wrap the blanket around your leg and kick stuff away and get back in your car and wait it out. That is a perfectly viable thing. Do not sit in traffic. Do not take a sketchy road. If you cannot verify the fire is not downwind of you, if you cannot verify that the road is absolutely clear, then you shouldn't take that road. Do not drive through flames and do not drive quickly. If you cannot evacuate when it's calm, orderly vehicle trip, then you need to find a shelter-in-place option instead. So you should familiarize yourself who has a backyard swimming pool, and that's a shelter of last resort, but also look at topo maps and make a note. What you do is you look and you see where do bodies of water go underneath roads. And you turn on terrain modes for mostly to be able to see that. Sometimes it doesn't matter if the body of water is seasonally dry or mostly dry 99% of the time. When there are flash floods down here, they are going to have a culvert or a bridge under the road. Wherever water goes under the road, there's got to be a pipe or a bridge. So mark those on your map along your evacuation routes. And mark where swimming pools might be. You have to verify these exist, by the way. I've assumed that they do. Hopefully before a fire you do this, but hey, I'm walking you through it now. And so for those who are especially on level 2 evacuation, this is important for you to be doing that now. If you are stuck in traffic or there's a tree down or something like that, if you have marked where culverts and bridges might be, you could back up, you could go back to them, or refuse to go past them, and you can have a shelter that might save your life underneath the road. Sewers, not everybody can open manhole. They can also be a shelter of last resort, but do not drive past viable shelters or shelter-in-place options and get stuck on a part of the road that doesn't have any of them. So that's what the advice is about. You just go and look at any area and just try to find out where do creeks, streams, whatever. Google Maps here is not showing a whole lot of them, so you could go to something else like CalTopo. Whoops, that's watch duty. So you can go to something else like CalTopo, and you can, do the different layers. Forest Service and whatnot may show you that. Now, you have to make sure that you could enter the area. Sometimes there's beaver barrier bars or something for the culverts. They don't want kids in there. You have to make sure when there's not a fire that you can get into the culverts and under the bridges, that there's access, that there's a way to get down there. It's not choked by weeds or something. What about KCAL right now? Is there something else?
Right here is how close the fire has gotten, and then this is your next kind of big set of homes right there. Certainly before that, though, you've got small businesses. This is the lagoon down here, and then you've got another series of looks like maybe apartment buildings or hotels down here as well that are certainly very, very close to the fire's edge. So that is how close it is, and where we've been looking at it burning, though, is more kind of off to the eastern front of the fire, so more kind of down in here, and you can see right here, this is where the night-dropping helicopters are from Cal Fire's Firehawks that are dropping down into there. So they're doing some good work on Charlie Canyon Road and trying to get this all under control here. This is that water treatment facility that you can see. It did burn right around there and definitely on the eastern side of the lagoon as well. And I know Des was just looking at Wayside, or not Wayside anymore, North County Correctional Facility, which is right there, Pitches Detention Center, which is what we've been talking about when it comes to the structures that are in the area.
Okay, that's a great little zoom on the map right there where they showed the actual.
Those here, you.
Can we go back? Shoot, I wanted to freeze frame that. Okay, there's Tapia, Wayside Road, Tapia Canyon Road, Wayside Road, and Tapia Canyon Road. Does it split? Oh, it curves here. Okay, so that's great. Them explaining where the fire is right here. That's KCAL's done marvelous. As you can see, it's rip-roaring. So the little brief reprieve that they experienced just because the sun set, like I tried to say, that just might be a little temporary false sense of security. When they said they were, quote, getting the upper hand, I was really hoping that whoever said that, who was that? Was that Anthony Ramoni, or county chief, he should have really emphasized temporarily getting the upper hand. Making it sound a little bit too like a done deal makes me a little nervous. So they're on there. I've got Google Maps open right here. Let me zoom into where that particular area is. So here's Lake Hughes Road. Where's the other one? Charlie Canyon. Over there. Okay. So yeah, this is exactly where they are. This is the curve for Charlie Canyon, right? This curve. Is that also Charlie Canyon Road or an offshoot? Where's Lake Hughes Road? And they said down over here. Now I was not in the right spot. But let me see. Flip between the map where they're at. Yeah, there's right up to the water. Oh, this one, Lake Hughes Road over here. Got it? Okay. Lake Hughes, there's that curve. But I thought it was already here a long time ago because they already said hours ago the Canyon Crosswinds RC flying field was just about taken out earlier. Let's put on the layers like they have. Yeah, here's that little swoosh right there. Yeah, the swoosh, okay. So they're talking about from here down to here, that this is what's particularly threatened. And then in the sights of it is the Castaic Lake RV Park zone down there. Okay, so I don't know the status of this, if this is dry grass or what, but that's bad news, this bushes area here. But remember, if the grass is really short, it doesn't have to be green, it doesn't really burn very well. We're talking like lawn grass. You can drive out onto it and you can have a shelter in place option if you need to. But just, you have to have the balls, you have to have the courage to ride it out. You have to make sure you're safe and just believe that. And as bad as it gets, just don't move once you're sure you're in a safe spot. Authorities tell you to move. Only obey them if they're going to escort you out. If they're asking you to drive through flames, you can politely say, no, I'm fine right here, thank you. Unless you get an escort out. If you get an escort out with fire trucks especially, go with them. Especially if they need you to move. But remember, cops don't know that much about fire, not nearly as much as a fire crew. If you say, I'm in a good shelter-in-place option right here, I'll be fine, I'll move on once the worst is past. I'm not going down a road that is not guaranteed to be safe. I'm not going to drive in, through flames. You have the right to say that if it comes to that. It's life and death. I have seen on accident law enforcement tell people to do that. Go join the traffic jam. Get on the freeway. Evacuate. They're programmed like most people are to think you have to get out by car and as fast as you can. When in reality, I would hope that cops and law enforcement would start to learn about things, group, round people up, get them to a shelter-in-place option like a big parking lot like this. That'd be perfect. If it's parking lot, okay, without big bushes, okay, like over here would be perfect. You just can't have overhanging hazards above you that could fall on you like power lines or trees on fire. And then, boom, shelter-in-place option. Center of this triangle, and this is hypothetical. I don't know if this is still like this, okay? These are older satellite images, but I'm just saying that if it was the same spot, like this would be a good shelter-in-place option for you to be in a vehicle. On this green grass right here. Although I don't know about the light poles, shadows of light poles. So if you are in a traffic jam, don't panic. Just look, where could I go? And you should already have this in your evacuation plan. Let's go back to KCAL here real quick. Whoops, sorry. Made that full screen an accident.
Edge. So that is how close it is, and where we've been looking at it burning, though, is more kind of off to the eastern front of the fire, so more kind of down in here, and you can see right here, this is where the night dropping helicopters are from Cal Fire's Firehawks. that are dropping down into there. So they're doing some good work on Charlie Canyon Road and trying to get this all under control here. This is that water treatment facility that you can see. It did burn right around there, and definitely on the eastern side of the lagoon as well. And I know Des was just looking at Wayside, or not Wayside anymore, North County Correctional Facility, which is right there, Pitches Detention Center, which is what we've been talking about when it comes to the structures that are in the area. I just quickly do want to show you also the traffic maps here. I've been looking at those here. You do see the green. It looks like there may still be a small hold up on the northbound side coming on the south, at least according to our traffic maps. They may be just kind of diverting people in and out, but you can see the 14 was packed because a lot of people took the 14 up when the 5 was closed. So that is a little heavy right now as they're dealing with all of those things, Pat. But yeah, lots of aircraft that has been on here all day. It's nice to see the fire footprint when you see that it is close to homes, but starting to look a little bit better, Pat.
Yes, looking smaller, actually.
Right.
You know what?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. You know, you mentioned the Pitches Detention Center, and we know that they house 4,500 inmates. 476 were moved from the area, and I think you and I were talking earlier. I know that.
Okay, let's look at the map right here. Wayside Canyon, where it meets Tapia. Is it Tapia or Tapia? So Wayside Canyon and Tapia Road. Sorry, if you have a question for me that I have not answered, of course, it's pretty difficult to do all this at the same time. This is all well on fire then right here. So this is the big, we'll look at that street view in a second. It's like dry wash, kind of an old riverbed sort of a thing. So Wayside, like I said, even dry riverbeds will have culverts and bridges because of the flash floods. And, even deserty areas will eventually have a flash flood. So they might be really big. They might be good shelter options, as long as you could get into them. If you can't, you know, this is why it's so important to put on your map possible shelter and go check it out. Go drive your potential evacuation route. See if the stuff is still there that you can see from the satellite. So there's Wayside right there in Tapia. So this is the helicopters to the south looking to the northwest, I guess, a little bit like looking this direction, I would say. Because there's kind of like a curvy road here. But I can't tell if they're from the northwest looking to the southeast. Let's see.
They have trailers on that in that particular facility in the area. So maybe that's because I don't think they're made out of concrete.
No, yeah. So the facility up there is broken up into kind of 3. It's called Pitches North, Pitches South, and North County Correctional Facility. NCCF is the one that's made out of all concrete. Pitches North and South are a little bit older.
Okay, so there's I-5. Okay, yeah. So there, if I-5 is like that, get off of there. So if I-5 is, so they're east to the west, right? Right, they need a compass. Take out, get a compass, just show north, please, in the corner of your screen. Okay, so, so they're looking west.
Older ones, it was described to be more of like barracks type situations.
Yes.
So those are the ones that they evacuated because they're certainly less safe than the concrete structures over at NCCF. So it is my understanding that the 476 that were moved from Pitches were just moved down the road to NCCF, and NCCF was able to kind of absorb them and hold them all into place.
Okay, so they just zoomed into right there. So Tapia Canyon, lost my little thingy. Okay, so there's Tapia Canyon and Wayside Road. So we saw I-5 to the north there. So they were filming this, looking to the west. So let's see where we got that. Wayside is off in the distance. Tapia Canyon. God, I hate that multiple roads are named the same one. Then there's a little curve. I don't know if it's all the way to Hog Farm Road, but that would be that the fire is probably right here. Yeah. Yes. So my point about cops leading people to a safe place, scared people who are starting to get surrounded by flames with the heavy smoke, they will follow somebody with a plan, law enforcement or otherwise. You say, hey, I know what to do. I know where to go. You can round up your neighbors or anybody else stuck in a traffic jam and say, over here. Now, you can only really have that certainty if you've checked things out and made your evacuation plans and routes and familiarize yourself pretty regularly and frequently, because things can change so much. You can say, hey, there's a construction site over here. You show up and there's a condo instead. Oh, wait, well, that was like that in March. Whoops, that's not going to work, right? So the this bend right here, so the fire's gone down the hill, is up, and it's coming up to TP Canyon. I think it's on Wayside, either right there or here, wherever there's a slight droopy bend. So this is where the fire is going up and over these hills and whatnot. So the tough part about it is this could have been a good fire defense road right here. However, the fire was on each side of the canyons up here, so that's not a good land defense. So Tapia Canyon Road itself, I'm sure, all the way to Hog Farm Road, they're going to have some pretty big battles. But if this is still pretty open like this, I see a mini power substation, oil wells. Is that an oil derrick? Okay. Don't know if that's fenced or not, but fire crews may really converge on that because they do have shelter-in-place options if it's still looking like that. So this might be a good battleground right here. So let's look a little bit more, then we'll turn the radio back on.
Place there, but the fire is certainly visible from that location.
But they're okay.
They're okay, yeah, and Des is keeping an eye on it. I saw him measuring it a little bit ago. I think he mapped it at like maybe a mile and a half from where the fire was. So
yeah,
that's close.
Susan L says 80 cars together in a parking lot were taken out by a grass fire nearby in 2013, but were people there? Were they parked on the grass? If you could tell me more, Susan L, about it. That's why it's so important to be able to move flaming debris away from your vehicle, because one vehicle on fire will light others on fire next to it, and you have to be selective about where you park. I'm talking about people sheltering in their vehicles, not like people abandoning the vehicle. I'm not telling you where to safely park to save your vehicle, but save your own life. So it will take babysitting your vehicle and making sure that, like, things on fire that roll up against the vehicle, like a branch tumbling around in the wind. These winds are so strong that they can knock over recycle bins and just push them around like they're nothing. They can just rip branches off of trees that can dip into the fire, and then they can just roll the branches around like crazy. So you do have to babysit things. But mostly when I say stuff like double-decker parking lots are safe shelter-in-place options, somebody might come around, and say, well, what about the double-decker parking lots that burn down? Well, that's because of vehicle fires that lit other vehicles on fire before anybody responded. That's different. But that's fires originating in those double-decker parking lots. And if you just go shelter in them, they don't burn. Just make sure that no flaming debris comes in and lights your vehicle on fire. If there's something there like a pickup truck with an open bed of bark dust, that's a big problem. Tarp it. Do something about it. Don't park next to it. Get it out of there. Be selective. But hopefully, embers in general can't just light a car on fire unless the windows are open. So you would want them to be absolutely shut. Okay, look, we have an update for watch duty. They said something like all Ventura evacuation orders and warnings remain in place overnight, like I expected. Evacuations will be evaluated for downgrading at 7 in the morning. I'm sure we'll have some sort of an update too. So the latest fire perimeter from FIRA's Intel 24, as of it was 5:54 p.m. data, is now visible on watch duty maps. So let's refresh it to make sure. Got it. Remember, it's already an hour out of date. Okay. Hopefully my voice holds out. 18 hours of solid speaking did a number on it. So this is our latest and greatest up to date. So it's not on the west shore over here like I thought. That's great. This gray thing here is the perimeter of older fires. 2022 Wildfire, for example. At least there's fewer bushes to burn. I bet you that burn scar is acting a little bit like protection. Okay, hopefully maybe the Quails 2022 fire acts the same way. But stuff from 2020, I think it's too long ago for that to matter. Okay, so let's look at KCAL for a second. I gotta go put a pizza in the oven. Thank you for supporting me. I quit the day jobs in order to be here, and so in order to not have advertisements, you can use the support the channel by hitting the like button. That's the free way. You can also hit subscribe. It's also free. It'll let you know when we're live. If you hit the ringing bell for future fire crisis, you can also spread the word about us. We spread the word of mouth. And you can become a member for like $2 a month. And that would just be an automatic deduction for how long you want to be a member. Many ways to support the channel, and thank you everybody who has done that. YouTube takes 30%, 30% of your donation if it's keep us on the air. If it's through YouTube itself, but the pinned chat message and the description of the video has Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. There's no donation too small. If 20% of viewers give me $2, oh, we'll be fine. We can stay advertisement free. We'll be fine. So don't be embarrassed about something. And if it's too dear right now, don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Just hitting the like button and watching helps us grow. Thank you for helping us reach the 10,000 subscriber goal. Now we're going to go for 20,000, guys. We can do it. If we have 20,000 subscribers, we'll go way higher in search results. When people are desperately trying to find evacuation info, eventually the news will go offline. And then they'll be stuck with what? Right? We have to be there. Let's go to their live segment of the broadcast.
Talking about a fire that burned at least 5,000 acres in the first 2 hours, and then now it seems like firefighters, what they're doing, and we're witnessing this firsthand, what they're doing in trying to contain this fire and really being successful in it, certainly does give us hope, and we'll continue to update you on situations that change. We might end up heading down the road because as this fire moves over to the right, it might end up putting us in a dicey situation to where we won't be able to leave this road, so we might end up moving. But for now, we're at a safe distance. And again, the fire is traveling downward and away from us. So we're in good shape, but we just want to take the extra precautions to make sure that we continue to be safe.
Yes, and we want you to do that as well, Luzelia. Thank you so much for your reporting. And we just may have some progress to tell you about, or at least we're trying to confirm. So let's go to assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now to give us an update on that. Mike?
Yeah, Pat, there is some reporting out there that the fire may have a small percentage of containment. Still nothing that we're able to tell you just yet because we're going to getting a hold of Angeles National Forest. As you can understand, when these fires break out, there's multiple jurisdictions that get involved in this. And, some people want to, wait until this person and have you, what have you. But regardless, this is the fire's footprint as we know it. And again, the bulk of the fire is down here. And, I was just looking at Dez's shot. And Dez, your shot is up in a box. Can you go back over to the lagoon? Because it looked like there was a small little patch of fire that had kicked up over there, because I noticed it right when they were water dropping. And that on the left side of the screen, if you're looking at the map, that kind of is indicative of the burn area here, right as it burned right up to the lagoon there. And the lagoon, for anybody that doesn't know, is just south of the actual lake. Yeah, thanks, Des. So it's a small little pocket of flames. There's some shrubs and bushes down there that I assume is what got it kicked up. Hopefully a drop or two from a fire helicopter will certainly take the care of that. I was just looking at the map. There's about 6 night dropping helicopters that are on this right now, which is certainly good news, and they are filling up out of the lagoon. So I would imagine that they'll probably, do a quick drop on that one and get that taken care of. But while we're talking about perimeter, I want to kind of reiterate to everybody what perimeter means when we're talking about a fire, right? So perimeter does not have anything to do with the active flame on it. And I think a lot of people, don't always understand if they're looking at a fire, well, I don't see any active flame, or I see very little active flame. How are we at 0% containment, or how are we at 5% containment? Well, it has to do with the actual fire lines that they're able to build around the perimeter of the fire. So when you're looking at my computer here, you see all of the orange. That is the actual perimeter of the fire. So when we look at a map, you'll see CAL FIRE will use, and I'll even switch it to black, CAL FIRE on their maps will use a hard black line. And what that means is the hard black line is an area of the fire that they have actually contained, and they are confident the fire won't jump that containment line. So it is less to do about the flames and more to do with how much of a hard, solid line are they able to build around the fire. So when you hear something like the fire is 5% contained, it's really 5% of a line has been built around the entirety of the fire. So when you get to 100, it takes a while to get to 100, as you can tell. This is many miles long. 100.
Okay, yeah. He's going to explain that to put lines around it, that explaining what black line means and all that. But if you don't know, I'll be happy to explain it. But that's pretty much what we already know. So we checked in with them. They're still doing a great job showing where the main flame fronts are. As far as they know it, they're still hovering around the southwest corner of the fire. I'd like it if they flew to the northeast and such too, because there's a different battle to try to catch it from moving over to the northeast. As people are in the chat are asking questions, why do the fires go along in lines and stuff, and why are they going towards I-5? What we have is winded slope alignment. We have maximum fire spread as far as maximum speed. So you see how the wind is lining up, going the same direction as the roads? So in the ridge tops and the canyon directions, that's called alignment. So you have maximum speed of fire spread, especially sometimes down in canyons, because they can act as wind tunnels depending on what the weather's doing. But on ridge tops, you have the higher wind gusts. There's no shelter from anything, right? So you got the purple here, which is like 58 mile an hour wind gusts, 55 to 60-ish. And so maximum fire travel speed is when you have high winds, you get up, the fire gets up on the ridge top, and then it'll just follow the wind. It'll just be pushed by the wind up on the ridge tops. But same thing for canyons too. Fire loves to climb up hills, and so it can do that at extremely fast speeds as well. So we're talking the nature of the fuels here is not exactly like heavy forest. So we got a lot of bushy stuff. So wherever the fire goes, behind it, sometimes there's almost nothing left. So we have these big dark patches behind where the flame front is. So if we had a wind change direction, that would be great, but we don't. If the wind changed direction, the fire might blow itself out because it has nothing to burn where it just came from in many of these spots, because trees can burn a long time, but not bushes. Bushes and grass burn up quick. And so, yeah, it'd be great if we had a wind change, but we don't. They're going to intensify. They still have these Santa Anas. So, how frustrating to have this happen right before rain starts to hit the region this weekend. I just don't know if it'll be significant. So that's what happens. You get the flame fronts moving at maximum speed along the ridges where they've got alignment. So that's why it's down here, clustered towards where these roads are intersecting. Mostly human beings build roads where it's easiest to survey and stuff. So the roads follow ridge tops and down in canyons too. The lack of crossing the T is what the big problem is. Stop a fire is progress if it's going along in a straight line. The gesture of my hands here. You got to have a road that crosses it. You got to get in front of it to stop it. Problem with the alignment here is we don't have a T crossing road until sometimes I-5 itself. So it doesn't do any good. You can't really stop the fire if it's just going on either side of your road parallel to the road. The lack of the T crossing is the really big issue. So it'll be extra difficult. But it'll burn up its fuels really quickly. So once you can stop the forward progress and then try to stop it spreading out sideways too, these can burn themselves out really quickly. But that's what it needs. This fire needs to find new fuel to live. So if you just stop it from moving, it'll start to burn itself out quickly with these kind of fuels. But how do you stop it? So 7 in the morning, we'll have more press conferences and stuff too. But that's why you see a dark spot behind everything else. If we flip into infrared cameras, we'll start seeing the little spots of light where the fire once was. Little things like tree stumps and some bushes still on fire, little hot spots, but for the most part, it'll be like these moving walls. However, when it does find something like a big tree, the embers will just fly over to make the spots. So thank God we have the nighttime helicopters that are able to go. If the winds get higher, though, sometimes they can start being grounded. So look at our helicopters right now. The Firehawks do better in the high winds, but these big old Chinooks, like Colson Aviation here is in the house, those start to get grounded first. They're the ones who struggle the most in the high winds. But they drop the most water. So, I'm happy that we still do have Chinooks here, but this has got to be some bumpy, seriously difficult flying with these kind of wind speeds. With the Santa Anas being a little bit stronger, like that happened with the Eaton and the Palisades, they were unable to fly at all pretty quickly, which is what helped make those situations so much more worse so quickly. Hey, Ruthie B, hello. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dean Bardos is Dean Smart, a house construction design guy in KFI. Was just telling people to tape up your attic vents if you can, but he's a big proponent of the fireproof vents like you are. Good. More people need to do that. The news crews, ABC 11 or something, did interview somebody. I clipped it off, not while I was live, but it was the House Whisperer, and he had this great little interview, 5 minutes of advice that explained how mostly the embers get in people's attics and then people's homes burn from the inside out. Fire crews are totally unaware as they drive past homes that the homes are already on fire in the attic. It's by the time flames are through the roof, it's too late. They don't stop to try to fight the fire in somebody's attic when it's already through the roof. Can't do it. So that's the problem, is we need a whole bunch of new regulations for not only fireproof attic vents, and the best thing you can do for your own home is just seal that up. Not just tape, but seal it, because wind can rip tape off and stuff. Extreme temperature changes can make tape come off, so can rain and humidity. So you might just take some plywood or something and just nail these things shut. You go into your attic, turn off the lights. Can you see daylight, during the daytime? Or ask somebody with a flashlight to just shine underneath the roof beams. You may have also little quarter-inch, half-an-inch gaps underneath your roof, like if you have a bad roofing job, like at my mom's place. She bought an older house. You need to do something about that too, and that could be as simple as caulking. Silicone caulking could just save your life, save your house. So you'll find out where, by just turning the lights off in the attic, where you need to seal up, and it could be from the outside or from the inside, either way. But do it. You can do staple gunning with multiple layers of screen to the point where just a toothpick cannot get past. And then you're okay. You can just staple gun lots of screen. You can scrap wood, nail it shut, screw it, whatever you got to do it. But do not forget your laundry vent. Hopefully that doesn't vent to the top. Make a note in your kitchen. A laundry vent is sealed. Don't do laundry. Put that on your laundry. Disconnect it from the wall, so nobody starts the dryer later and has a huge problem. But most laundry vents, God help you if they're on the roof. They're full of lint because of design flaws of our dryers in the United States. So if any of the embers go into the laundry vent at the side of the house or on the roof, then they are going to light your house on fire from the laundry vent. So you need to take care of that. And you absolutely need to get all the lint blown out of the ductwork. Absolutely. As soon as you can. Anybody, period, who just wants to help fire harden their home. That is the thing nobody's talking about. But if you've ever seen laundry lint and how flammable that is, it's crazy. It's not just fuzzy stuff that's annoying every time you change, your lint. And don't think, oh, there's no lint in my laundry tube, because I change the lint thing every time I run the laundry. No, it's a design flaw in our dryers. Doesn't matter how diligent you are. It allows lint to go all the way to your roof or the side of your house through the tube. Now, one way to find out, to get a clue that you have a lot of laundry lint in there, is, does it take an extra long time to dry your clothing? If you put your hand on the dryer and it's pretty hot and yet your clothing stays wet, that's because what your dryer does is it vents the moist air out that too. Its moist air goes somewhere, therefore your clothes get dry. So, but because of the design flaws, the lint goes out the tube as well, because your dryer will do that. In some nations like Germany, they don't do that anymore, and they're like, what? But if you have appliances in the West out here, they're allowed to do that. So if your laundry dryer stays very hot to the touch, and yet it takes a long time to dry your clothing, you have to do multiple cycles. Okay, get that tube cleaned. It's totally clogged, and now even moist air is having trouble leaving. And one day your dryer could overheat because of that and catch fire. Many, many house fires start in the laundry room. So there's many things to change. We need heat detection. We need smoke detection too in people's attics, so people know when their attic is on fire and can call the fire department sooner. That, as far as I know, there are no regulations for that in the country. Same thing for smoke detectors and heat detection for anywhere the laundry is at. Later, if we could do it, automatic alarms and shutdowns for overheating appliances, but man, that'll be on the to-do list of the future. But right now we're living primitive. So, hey, you would think that they'd have their own fire alarm and shutdown system, detect fire in a laundry, in a dryer. I mean, they're smart right now, Wi-Fi control, but they don't have that yet. New fire. Oh, great. Susan L says, why use a clothes dryer when outdoor humidity is so low? Well, for example, I try to be green, and I hung my laundry out one day when Oregon's usually pretty high humidity, but I went outside and I hung my favorite clothing out to dry. And I came back and started to cry like a baby because we lived underneath fir trees, a lot like pine trees. Douglas firs, they're most Christmas trees, right? But the big versions. And so the sap dripped on my favorite clothing and crystallized and could not be washed out and ruined all my clothes. So I no longer do that. There's many reasons to not do that, especially right now when it's 65 miles an hour. Good luck. In Santa Ana's drying your clothing will be taken out to sea with the wind. Right now, Santa Ana's are just way too strong for laundry on clothes drying in the backyard, but other places you can do that. Very green. But let's see here. Also, there's disability concerns too. Let's see here. Scout Fire, yes, thank you. So we got the information on it. It's been revised to a 50 by 50 area. Let's see where it's at. 2 additional engines of wind water tender requested. Note the fire's name has been changed to Scout, away from the what? Away from the, okay, show on phone. Away from River Bottom Fire. Okay, so they renamed it. That's Riverside County. Let's take a look. Riverside County, man. You guys didn't have fun the other night. Oh, thank you, Michael, for your kind donation of $10 on the PayPal. Very appreciated. Since I just unlocked the phone, it gave me a notification. Everybody else too, I appreciate you too. I just don't have time to unlock all that and look at a thing while this stuff is breaking out. So I want to point out that my other broadcast, I never clickbait, okay? I'm always dead serious. My last broadcast was split into 2 points, was 18 hours, because just when I thought I could go to bed, clearly an arsonist was driving down the freeways from Riverside County down into San Diego County. They had a suspect vehicle and everything, and that happened around 12:30. Not last night, but my last broadcast. And so the Lilac and the Wildfires were obvious arson, or somebody pulled over off Highway 15 and set fires designed to take down neighborhoods, designed to go race up hills with homes at the top. That's an insidious, evil kind of arson, man. So at first, one by one, there's a couple of my last broadcast. It's pretty suspicious fires, and so eventually, just kind of my worst fears were confirmed that it was an arsonist. So it started out in Riverside County. Where is this? Oh, Scout. Okay, there it is. And it went down into San Diego County. So do be vigilant. Just stay vigilant. They had a 90s Toyota dark color sedan that was the lookout. So if you have any footage at all in the region, check your cameras, especially, or even if you drove after midnight down on Highway 15 or anything like that. You could help law enforcement, because maybe your dash cam footage or something else could have a license plate for a vehicle matching that description. So, okay, the Clay Fire was earlier today. Scout Fire is underneath the river bottoms of Riverside County. 50 by 50 acreage, heavy fuels, medium to heavy, burning the river bottom just by Mission Boulevard, Riverside County. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now, mind you, any fire that's already going with these winds could really just get out of control. It's, river bottoms could be, of course, homeless related. It's hard to say, but it also could be recreation related, because that's Santa Ana River Trail and stuff. Ah, boy. But Santa Ana's, be careful with fire, friends. Be careful. Extinguish with water. Guys, no open flame. Goodness. Let's look back at watch duty. I'm going to go actually make that pizza. Like I've been saying, I'm starving. Okay. And we'll put on a camera. We'll put on the radio. Do we have any new Hughesfire information? If somebody would like to watch the news, do tell me if I have to tune into it. I don't have permission to just constantly rebroadcast it, or I'd be watching it with you too. Jacques de Gatineau says, "Oh my God, I was there this afternoon on Mount Rubidoux." Really? Okay, that goes for anybody around the Hughes fire. Did you just visit the place? Do you have the region? Do you have a dash cam? Save it. You know, sometimes people accidentally start a fire after a day of recreation, and they panic and leave, and they flee the scene because they think, oh, we'll be in trouble. So your regular dash cam footage, or just pictures that you took that show other vehicles and stuff in the area today, save it. Just give it to law enforcement. May be relevant, may not. But I don't know what happened today. I don't know if it's power lines or chain dragging or what. Okay, let's turn on the radio again. I'm not sure which one is still on. Here we go. Yeah, LA County. Okay. Go put a pizza in the oven. I'll be right back. This is LA County Sheriff, Fire, and Aircraft Channel. Okay. The Acacia Fire is spreading. Wait, another one? What other one? Oh, jeez.
Go for 136, run.
Oh, God, even another one.
24 camp?
2 acres.
75s for supplies.
Potential for 5, though. As of 3 minutes ago. Meaning they expect to catch it. It's right next to irrigated fields. Such may run the river bottoms, but I don't know.
LA from engine 5118. Can you start sheriff to my location? We're going to need a 4th entry.
Whoa, 4th entry.
5118,
Okay. Alright, let's look at the cams. Okay. Duplicate tab.
20 on command.
Yeah, thanks, Gallants. Thanks.
To Spanish Point for ground fill for helicopter 531. That's affirmative. Copy, we'll work on it.
Okay, just like Big Al know that we're also listening to the radio too, so we didn't have to mute my stream.
California Compass 6136 miles to the west, 1,200 inbound for landing for fuel, Aquadilsa.
Okay, This is a good one. The time lapse. See here, is there a different camera we want to look at?
Copy.
Rotation.
Elko, Soup 9, you're underground.
Soup 9, go for Elko.
Yeah, you got any cockers available for a couple of drops back towards Alpha, towards the heel?
Yeah, affirmative. Soup 9, I've got Copter 609 and Helitanker 55, both working in Alpha. You can grab one of those.
Okay, radio is the best way.
Elko, Soup 9 copies. Break 55, Soup 9, you got me on underground?
I would like to point out that these other little river bottom fires are probably just your run-of-the-mill homeless trying to eat dinner. Because it's dinner time. So if you have something raw, you have to cook it. I would really hope that they wouldn't, but hey.
609, Soup 9, you got me on your underground.
Soup 9, 609 has you on underground.
Potential.
609, Soup 9, got you loud clear.
Every run-of-the-mill fire. Oh, hang on a second. That is extremely crackly.
We're all the way.
At night, air attack, branch 3. You up?
A little slop over.
Slop over where?
Branch 3, go. Hopefully, where you're at. Yeah, air attack from branch 3. Just want to get some intel on this spot up Tapia Canyon to the south of Tapia where it's spotted. If you're able to assist with rotor. Yep, we're currently orbiting, taking a look at it. And looks like they're got the helicopters working in there. They want to work just behind the spot as well so they don't lose what they've already been working. And then they'll work up over into the spot. Okay, I copy that, and I got some Limas that are working just to the northeast of that. They're going to try to track their way up and insert them in a good spot if they can assist.
Yeah, go for Soup 9.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for you. Is there a way you can signal us? Aquadosa.
3 o'clock, you see our stroke.
I must remind people, okay, that every county, every single county, every day has dozens of fires. Every single month of the year. If not, I mean, bigger counties can have hundreds. Especially in fire-prone dry areas. Portland has dozens and dozens of fires every day. We're just very moist, so you don't see Portland burning down, right? And so we're wet. We have wetter vegetation, and we have fire crews that pounce on that. But any run-of-the-mill fire in Santa Ana's is going to go absolutely insane. So when people are like, why do all these fires start with the high winds? That's because every small one gets bigger quick. You just don't hear about the daily small ones that they get and they put out. They find and they put out. They find and pull out. But you can get a clue if you join Pulse Point and put that app on your phone. You'll just see every day fire, illegal fire, river bottoms fire, house fire, power lines down fire, car fire. Okay, now you just said spot fire.
Yeah, nobody's up near the spot. We got a couple drops on it. And like I said, you already said what I wanted. Get back behind this thing before it outflanks everything we just did. Yeah, it looks like the spot is within what they're working on, so they should be able to encompass it.
Good.
Sure.
Okay, phew, good. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Tapia Canyon Road.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Gonna hang out up here until your relief shows at 1930. Once they're comfy, we're gonna go outbound for fuel. They can bring up the 7-6 for relief, and we'll come up. We have to be up for them since it's a Fed deal. And then we'll rotate you guys back in for the later part of the shift. Does that work? Either that works, or I could come back when 1 November Charlie times out. We can use 7-6 for early in the morning. Kind of worked out well on the Palisades, but your call. Yeah, the only difference is the Fed deal like that. You can have a contract to do it. Copy that. So you want to bring 7-6 up after 1 November Charlie, and then we'll go from there? Yeah, Yeah, then that'll give us a couple hours down, and we can come back out and space it out. So expecting you probably back about 21:30, concur? Yeah, that'll work. Are you good if we go now, or do you want me to wait for the transition? Good if you go now, if you want to save some time for later. Let's do that, sir. I'll get with ops, and we'll do that.
I will be sure to point out what I think is suspicious and not. Little riverboat fires right now just are probably homeless encampment stuff, run of the mill. We were cooking and the wind picked up and blew over the Coleman stove sort of stuff. Also, people having a campfire from days ago can pick up in these winds, and then it can just blow the embers finally into some brush. But it's also recreation. Stupid people having barbecues and ignoring, burn bans and fire. Being stupid with fire. This particular one, though, could be suspicious. Big Al says he looked at near the point of origin, and there are power lines. But if they didn't do a power safety shutoff, power lines are always my biggest. Bitterly, they're always my biggest suspect, because power companies are the biggest arsonist of all. SoCal Edison, Pacific Corp, Pacific Power, and PG&E are all very comfortable with killing people and not giving a damn, because financially they don't really suffer. So sometimes they'll do the right thing and turn power off, but for the most part they have not maintained their lines. They let vegetation grow near them. And the Eaton almost certainly was SoCal Edison, but maybe the Palisades too. Now, the other ones which really could have been arson were the Kenneth, Sunset. Those are extremely suspicious to me. And my last broadcast, night before last, was I'd stay awake 18 hours because an arsonist was running around Riverside in San Diego County, lighting fires along our road. So we rarely do, but we sometimes do have arsonists that just drive down freeways and light fires. We've seen that in Oregon. We've seen that in California. They even had a suspect vehicle description. Here, though, next to the lakes, there's a possibility of dragging chain, innocent sort of stuff. Most people drive away and have no idea what happened. But there's a possibility it was arson. We don't know. But just don't think that all the fires right now are all the active one group, one entity, one arsonist. That's extremely unlikely. The Palisades, Eaton, and what was the other one that was jammed up in a corner? Almost, in my book, they're very likely the power company. So, SoCal Edison started the Bobcat and other huge fires before. So you really have to film and preserve the evidence, because during trials sometimes they can't be held to account because they go and hide the evidence, like Pacific Corp and Pacific Power have in Oregon. So that's why a jury, found them guilty of really making the Beachy Creek fire worse. Beachy Creek was a merger of power company allowing the lines to fall down on people's homes and light them on fire, and all along the canyon, plus a lightning strike fire that was in a different canyon. So the Beachy Creek spread exponentially in 2020 in Oregon because of mostly the power lines. But it had two reasons to start. One point of origin being it's the lightning strike that had been burning for months in a small key affair, and then it had 38 points of origin as more than 38 power lines went down from east to west down a canyon. So that trapped people. These power companies are callous. They just don't give a damn if you live or die. They can even get phone calls saying your lines are down on top of homes, lighting fires. They have stupid rules, such as the employees are not allowed to turn the power off, even in those situations, if they didn't visually see the fire. So that's what they testified about in court. We need to change this stuff. Oftentimes, power company lower down, people that work there, they want to hit the off button. They see lines are surging. That could be nothing, or it could be a massive fire. It could be a tree bringing lines down. But they're too afraid to put the button; they'll lose their jobs. And so we have this sort of stuff. We need whistleblower protection for that, but we don't have it. So there's these power companies have started many thousands of fires. PG&E itself has started winning 16,000 in recent decades. So they've killed hundreds of people. So they just don't care. They don't have to pay for these fires. Taxpayer really does. If they are liable, then they get the politicians to reduce their liabilities. They don't have to pay out the victims that much. And then they're allowed to do stuff like give free stock options to victims instead of rebuild their homes. So, yeah. All right, let's listen to radio again. Everybody needs to be really mad at the power companies. They always are at fault for this.
It's like just west of the dam, 602 605 613 8 Papa Juliet.
These helicopters are chasing after spots. You guys want to watch?
613 on fuel and returns.
Do you want to watch this, or while I go make the pizza thing, or do you want to watch Flight Radar 24? Do you want to see the fire, or do you want to see the movement of the helicopters real quick? It might help to see the copters because they are talking about where they're dropping. So,
Just up the hill, I'll head down where you can cell reception up here on redrop.
yeah. Yes, I'm about to put a pizza in the oven. Okay, the Acacia Fire, they think it'll only be a maximum of 5 acres, so hopefully, but we are going to have the winds pick up at 10, so if you have to do things like dinner for now and come back, all hell might start breaking loose at 10. I hope not, but please, just don't try to go back home. And there's a reason why the evacuation zones are still huge right now. This really could worsen. They only have like 4 or 5 helicopters when they need about 25 at night. If they did that, these fires wouldn't get that big. If we could fight them.
Heading that way, line clear? Yeah, line's clear. Just a little earlier than what they dropped. If you can hit it, turn it right at the stroke, that'd be perfect.
Okay, I'll just put it right here. So somebody said south of the dam, as far as I am concerned. Okay, where? I'm not sure what you're referring to. You want the copters? Okay, I'll put that on there. And hopefully they speak now that I don't want to. I need to rest my voice, but we may go 24 hours if we have to, or at least throughout the night until the news media picks up.
Juliet, Helco, I copy your traffic. I'll get right back to you. Stand by.
Coverage. Remember, winds increase at 10, so we may have a hard night battle. Remember, if you're not subscribed with the ring belt, you'll struggle to find us again. So.
Bound to the incident, you got 613 going into the hella spot. I don't have the name for it. It's just outside of the TFR. I'll give you a Latin long.
Wait, what? Santa Paula?
That's fine. I could catch him and go over and check it out later. Okay, I think it's 76 Alpha, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, Kelly 805 Sniper. What Santa Paula?
About their mission planning piece.
Oh, the Acacia, yeah. It's probably not going to be a big deal because they said potential for...
From command, it would sound like all the CAL FIRE aircraft were supposed to fuel at Agua Dulce, but there was a fuel truck here, so we're just utilizing it for now. On the ground at Spanish Flat, I don't have a location, but it's outside of the TFR to the northwest, is helicopter 531. 531 has no ability to hover fill. They're waiting for a ground fill location to be set up. I was thinking of working with them in Juliet. I haven't had time to get back to Division Juliet. He's got some work he wants in Division Juliet.
Copy.
And I guess I can walk you around the fire. Can you get the fire in sight yet?
We're on the south side.
Okay, so the south side, left flank, Division Charlie, down at the heel, Division Alpha, no division break. Hazards, mid flank, left flank, perpendicular are those wires running through, break. Walking around the right side of the fire, north end, you got Division Juliet Tango. Haven't done much over there yet.
I copy where the active is.
Yeah, you kind of see that starting to flare up. That's all new right there.
Over.
Okay, priorities from operations. Division Charlie, Division Alpha, Division Juliet in that order.
Charlie, Alpha Juliet.
Yeah, I needed to be over here. Write that down. Somebody please, could you write that down? Where the division breaks are and priorities. I just did a clip. I'd have to rewind and play my own clip.
48 Papa Juliet's going to be one more drop and a fuel and return. Break your ground contacts in Division Charlie. I've been talking to Division Charlie, 21 Charlie trainee, and Dozer 3. I had a ground contact in Juliet, was 214, but they haven't come back up, so, and that was Division Juliet. That'll be 214 Juliet. In Division Alpha, been talking to Soup 9, he's working direct with 55 and 609. That left flank into the spot fire there. At Division Alpha, they fired the road, and then we're working everything that's east of the road that's got nobody on it.
I have to give you a area location. It's going to be Colima, Azusa. It's going to be the first light. If you can respond, Sheriff, open up a ticket for a outside investigation. We have an illegal burn. If you can have the sheriff come up on LTAC when they arrive, we can bird dog them once they're in.
Really?
We haven't really done anything over there. We're just trying to get everything organized on this side. And Division Charlie, also the two hand crews that are working direct on the flank in Division Charlie are 9177 Gulf and 52 Gulf.
One patient. I like how it's ICH one patient.
You got any questions?
No, I think we'll go burn a couple laps, get a lay of the land, and we'll get to it. Just confirming on the fuel and return, all CAL FIRE officers in the same fuel site.
Well, that's what we were trying to do, but it sounds like it's a little confusing right now. They're in the 76 Alpha currently. They had 700 on board. I think they'll drain that pretty quick. And then Agua Dulce would be secondary break. No air attack over the fire. He's off the incident. He's requesting back between 2100 and 1930 when you and to bring the QRF F-76 back. So you have to request that on command.
Yeah, I caught part of that, so we'll bring QRF out first, and then they'll be the next shift for me.
Yeah, they'll be your relief for Helco, and then I'll be their relief.
I copy.
176 is that per request.
Okay, yeah, I'll just make the order for both. Call it 2130 over the fire.
Okay, copy, and then we'll set down.
All right, I think I got it. We'll take it if you want to go to Angeles.
Yeah, I'll go to Angeles. The only other thing is the air attack was using, apparently they were using Highway 5. That's is the 5 route for helicopters that were coming into the fire.
I copy 5 route and no ceiling.
Yeah, no ceiling. Just clearing them in 3,500. Helco was clearing 4,000. Copy was looking 3,000 below. Air attack was at 6,000.
I copy.
We'll maintain 3,500 till we exit the CFR. Yeah, fire's yours. I'll go to command.
All right, yeah, we got it, and we'll see you in a little while. Are you able to return the crews on the west side of Lake Hughes there? Could use a couple drops.
Yeah, copy. So they're on the completely other side of where you're at?
Yeah, just on the other side of Lake Hughes where you saw that active fire down low.
If you have an identifier, they can talk us in.
Copy. That'll be 12-2.
12-2. And shoot guy, no checker 5-5.
Yep. Got the strobe out. If you could hit just below me where I'm at.
Copy. Got your strobe.
at the hill this time, so if you want to just clear the line, we're just going to basically come straight out the spot from the north.
Okay, you don't need my strobe, you got a target?
Got the target.
Alright, I'm out. Helicopter 4 Alpha Sierra en route Santa Monica Airport, ETA 1950.
LA 233, no medical flight needed. Cancel the squad. AMR canceled on scene.
Say again there, you're kind of broken. Yeah, if you're able to load and return, crews on the other side of Lake Hughes could use some help.
Yeah, no problem. You got a call sign for them?
Yeah, 12-2.
2, copy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm refreshed. Pizza's cooking.
I fix it. Clear to ground.
We're clearing this call. Is there another run we can take?
For location, we're going to come to the most north part of the heel. Where are you from there? We get over you. ALS 93. East of the road. Alright, we'll be following the road up and then going towards the west. We have a nice little smoke column down at the bottom. Is that where you're at? Want to drop out in front of you or below you?
Got a lot to say about this whole little illegal burn thing. It's likely, I mean, A, it could be they're confusing the activity of the fire crews and pilots just don't know it, but it could be somebody trying to light backfires. thinking they can save their property by burning the grass away from it. Don't do that. Complicate things for the first responders. They can do it if they need to. They know how. But that's what my take is on this thing. It doesn't mean an arsonist is running around. It's usually the desperate act of people that stay behind, and they're trying to, I got such dry stuff on my property. I think I'll burn it off right now. So it's safer when the main fire comes. Don't do that. For God's sake. They're going to catch whoever is doing that because of the helicopters. You won't get away with it.
That's what I'm thinking. Though we're kind of heating up, it is fairly well interior. The rest of your activity up on the ridge still has the wind on it in its favor. It's just kind of slow burning and back it up to the ridge line.
Well, the air fry instructions are not very good for this pizza. I'm changing things. Stayed raw. Up the temperature a little bit here. I'll be right back, friend. I don't know if the fan noises of the kitchen or interfering with what I'm saying. I'll be right back. Remember, 10 p.m. winds might get worse. Check in with us at 10 if you got to get the rest of your evening on. But the wind will worsen, so we'll be here all night if we have to, friends, if we have to.
About 37, patient AMA, cancel the assignment. Forest Night Zone 6.
No, Tanker 5-5.
Let's move out, 1102, follow me.
We're looking to hit this up along the side of the mountain here.
Forest Night.
Engine 119, cancel my squad.
Helicopter squad 118, cancel.
Base Orco 76, here's Rob.
Charlie, Angeles, or 1 November Charlie, Angeles on Flirt Zone 11.
Okay, pizza's almost ready. Hi, Daisy Ray, how you doing? David, hello? Brayton? Okay, I'll be back here in a minute. Hey, David. Let's see. Yeah, hey, SoCal, guys. Okay, so we're looking at mostly what the helicopters are doing right now. I don't hear anything crazy, but the winds get worse, so it's race against time to do what they can right now. They did say, the pilots did say that the fire crews had fired a road So when KCAL was flying above and he saw a fire that was separate from all the rest, right next to fire crews on the road, that's how they were strengthening their line. The main fire hadn't gotten there yet. They had bushes by the road, so they lit the bushes one by one on fire. So when the main fire comes, they can still hold that road. Those bushes won't burn at all. So it'll be a nice little defensible spot. So some fire crews are lighting the road on fire ahead of it.
Information only, we've set up a drop point 1 at Templin and the old ridge route break. There's 500 sack lunches en route. If you could have somebody meet the logistics guys so they could drop off the food and water.
Copy logistics order, and that's going to be to Templin Highway and Ridge Route, correct?
Stay firm.
Over this fire with CV5.
Information, we've set up a drop point 2, which is going to be the dog pound.
Drop points are for delivering supplies like hoses and lunches or whatever.
Drop point 2 at the dog pound.
Sector 9, a copy, and you're going to head into that fuel site where the tender is. Tender, or where you headed back for fuel?
Planning ops. Ops command.
Hey, 1102, pull over to the right here and let me go scout some things out for us.
LA Patrol 102, make contact with the RPs. Confirm false alarm.
LA covers, false alarm.
Come on, pizza. Brown. Get brown. Yeah, 310 air fry for 8 minutes.
Ops on command.
That's bad instructions. That does not cook a pizza.
For Brass 3. Hey, how do you copy on command? I got you loud and clear. Hey, there's a drop point 2 set up at the dog pound near Charlie and Tapia Canyon. There's a logistics guy en route with 500 lunches and waters. If you could have somebody tie in with them so you could distribute to your folks out there.
Helltaker 55. Yeah, we're spotting 30 seconds out. Drove.
Let's go. Angeles on Forest Net, zone 11.
Parking spots right there.
Okay. I bet it's raw in the middle, but hey, I'm tired of it cooking. It's time for the pizza. Okay. Alright, thank you friends for your kind support, and thank you Husky for the pizza. I used your donation money for that.
We'll take that section fire 65 for Velden.
Hi Bugs, how are you doing? And welcome other friends. I'm sorry, I just got back. I'll try to check.
LA engine 5163.
Check on things.
5162, go.
We're not out of the woods yet.
Can you respond in ambulance to our location or make this BLS medical?
Winds pick up for after 10 and get worse, so we have to be here all night, we will. It's usually when the news media goes to bed and hotlines no longer function, so here we are. Yeah, let's see here. Terry Barker says I moved 6 drag cars today. Oh goodness. Is there a track nearby, or? It had to be a massive amount of movement of people today. These are huge evacuation zones, but for good reason. Hey, thank you for welcoming me back. Nice to hear the Acacia Fire's under control. Good. Yeah. Hey, Daisy, how you doing? See. More arson where? What are you guys talking about? That's just, I'm just scrolling up and, well, actually that was 20 minutes ago. Never mind. So, let's see here. The 5% containment's been revised to 0, right? Yeah, don't get your hopes up about containment. That's why I don't generally talk about it. I don't generally care. It's because it's a notion of their progress and there's steps forward and back. If a circle is getting bigger, then oftentimes containment goes down just because the fire spread elsewhere. It doesn't mean that they lost control more places, but it's always the percentage of a circle, right? So if you have like 5% and the circle gets much bigger, it goes down to 1%. But then if fire behavior changes, and we lose confidence for some reason that the line is going to hold, because what black line is we don't think fire can pass, period. That's containment percentage. But if they get a new weather forecast or something changes, they get new information, then they might think, yeah, that may not hold. So going back down to 0, I don't know if 5% was ever just erroneous in the first place. Pizza's cold. Pizza's cold in the center. Oh my god, okay, that's undercooked. Okay. They said DiGiorno thing here. It's a personal DiGiorno. It's a new configuration here. They said 310 on an air fryer for 8 minutes. Try it. Yeah. That did nothing. I unfroze it, but that's it.
65 here on scene. Got an updated address of 2101 East 103rd Street. What I have is a 2-story government housing. Appears to be vacant at this time. Smoke showing.
Oh, crap. Okay, once again, I'm out of the... Somebody write down. Somebody write that down. Why do they say important stuff I gotta write down? I'm in the kitchen.
All companies responding to the structure in 65th District. Engine 65 is on scene. Correct address 2101 East 103rd Street, 2101 East 103rd Street. That's smoke showing from a 2-story building. All companies continue through emergency. Rescue 65 will attach you to structure in your first in.
Outbound. Hey, copy.
Knife range, 47 meters.
Address goes to a restaurant. The RP has contacted the gas company. They're going to be en route with about a 3-hour ETA. We've shut the gas down. The gas smell is dissipated. We're going to mark it for the gas company.
One is en route back to Fox, heading up 69069 with 17-minute ETA.
Okay, I hope somebody wrote down that address. There's other stuff going on in the county on this radio, so it may be unrelated. Is that address related to Hughes? Or is it just more LA County regional structure fire stuff? I gotta babysit this pizza, so I gotta watch it. Hang on, guys, I'll be right back.
Metro Fire from Truck 64 on scene at updated address of 2101 East 103rd Street. We have here is a vacant project, 2-story multifamily unit. We have smoke show. We're going to be in offensive mode. I'm going to be known as 103rd Street IC.
Yeah, that's right, Mel.
Okay, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I was just gonna say something.
LA, RA-76 is me at the hospital.
Helicopter.
Back. Metro Fire from 103rd Street, I see you. Updated address is 2103.
Squad 154.
Okay, I wrote that down. I found a sticky note. Let's go back. Let's go back. All right, friends. Thank you. Give it 5 to cook fully. Yeah, it cranked it up to 355. Okay. I bet it's still raw in the center somehow, but it was after cutting the pizza. I just hope it works. Okay. I'm a terrible cook, but those are definitely.
Charlie, Angeles on floor zone 11, when able.
Those are definitely wrong instructions. Okay, so this address was, is it unrelated? It's 2103 103rd. 10
minutes on your inside clock.
Is that Watts? Yeah.
17 squad 135.
Vacant housing project. 2-story. Could it be Watts? That looks like a project. Not that I've seen a lot of those. So is it just another LA County thing? Yeah, that's just LA County.
Oh, Charlie.
So I think that's unrelated. Unless I got something wrong there. Yeah, it's okay. Thanks. Okay. So let's look back here.
Squad 130.
Winds will worsen around 10, so if you've got to go, check back in. Check back in around 10. They could possibly increase evacuations in these neighborhoods over here, depending on what happens if these lines hold.
On the road there.
I'm glad to hear there's 500 lunches coming towards our heroes. Yeah. Alright. They did say it's a Lincoln project and related. Okay. Alright. Kind of suspicious.
We'll go to work on that.
Okay. So, yep, the helicopters are dipping out of the
Squad 33 cancel. Stand by for the maternity. Break squad 130 cancel.
lagoon slash after bay.
Story, multifamily government housing with one roomer on the second floor of one unit. We're going to be known as 103rd IC. Command post is going to be located at 2074 East 103rd Street. We need LAPD and DOT for traffic. We don't anticipate needing any more resources at this time.
Now every little.
I'll go from Charlie.
Hang on.
Tying in with you, understand we got a couple of spot fires. I just want to know what we're going to have for the night for copter support.
The situation that we're in today is much different than the situation we were in.
Spots right now. I got eyes on them, and we got other copters coming back in. Been talking with 21 Charlie training.
Okay, perfect. I just want to know the usage. We got you guys all night, or how's that going to work out?
The coverage for you guys. We're trying to figure out the stagger for the copters right now.
All right, I love it. Thank you.
And 400 acres plus is how big it is. It really illuminates in the night sky, and there's still a tremendous amount of smoke out there, but there's a great deal of confidence that they are starting to get a handle on this fire. It's a long way from being out and a long way from any type of containment, still at zero containment, but at least you could see in the dim there, multiple emergency vehicles are prepared and ready. They had to really thin down their air support on this fire and land most of the fixed-wing aircraft. They do have some helicopters, a few helicopters battling this fire, but of course the winds are kind of a key concern throughout this evening. But the good news is they are definitely not as strong as they were this afternoon.
LA
And they just opened the 5 freeway just a few minutes ago.
ticket?
It is open in both directions, and we believe that could be a good sign that positive things are happening when it comes to this fire. Although, as you can see, it's still ominous looking. There's still a tremendous amount of fuel out there, giant flames, and a lot of smoke and a lot of work to be done on this fire. I'm David Ono, along with Colleen Sullivan, and welcome to Eyewitness News at 6:30.
All right, and David, you're talking about, we've been on this fire all day. We're talking.
I'm sorry, is this not live then? News at 6:30, 8:04. It looks like it's live, but is it?
Under evacuation orders or warnings right now.
Right. David Gonzalez has been standing by. He listened to a press conference on Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock. He's been at the command center. So let's go to David Gonzalez.
I don't think that's live then. It was live at the time. It's not live now. Same thing with KCAL. So I'm turning back the radio back on, which actually is. This must be the news helicopters landed. I don't see any still in the air anyway. None that are obvious. This maybe says private owner. I don't know which one's. That's Firehawk there. Firehawk.
Task Force 9 on V10.
Firehawk. This. A Global Ranger. It could be related or not. I don't know. Usually the news crews hang in the periphery of the TFR, temporary flight restriction.
Yeah, hey, I know you're up there and you got the leader's intent. Just with you, I'm over here in Tapia Canyon.
I haven't heard of any structures lost yet, so they got good road access. I'm frowning too because part of the pizza is still
I do have
raw.
some resources inside the wayside facility, so if there's a need for you up there, priority, just try me on V10. If I don't come up, go straight to command with me. Break. In addition, draw point 2, which is at the LA County Animal Shelter on Tapia Canyon. If you look it up, they delivered 500 lunches and waters and gators if you want to send someone to grab some.
I think you mean Gatorade.
We appreciate it.
You mean Gatorade.
Yeah, copy that. Thanks.
Whoa. One of my windows just crashed.
Let's let it kind of do its thing for a minute and reassess.
Okay, I think it's alright.
Yeah, just with the wind that's on it right now, just see if we can pick it up with the copters. If we can, we'll see what we can do. But for right now, just pull your folks out and we can go to work on it.
Yeah, firm. Everybody's working their way off the line. I think they're pulling the engines back now. So.
From where?
Did you have eyes on that last drop?
Yeah, firm.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if we can hammer that pretty hard for you, but we'll get back to you here with an update.
Back copy.
Okay, it could be the night shift and day shift change. So they said lunches, food is back there. 8 o'clock is when night shift and day shift swap.
Up the main fire flank. I guess be back towards the east or northeast.
Back off the line so these guys can work, and then we'll get you back inserted in there.
Yeah, affirmative.
Do we have any traffic cams or anything close to I-5? Any other compelling cams I don't know of, like Castaic Lake? Lakeside Resort webcam or something. We try Weatherbug. Weatherbug. Webcam. Sometimes windy, it does the same thing. Newburgh, Oregon City. Oh, it's from the last time we had fires around here. It was weird how Google does that. The Hillsborough News was about the Oregonians who may have been impersonating firefighters. I'm still not sure. Lake. But they're I'm still not even sure what to think about that. They could be true volunteers trying to help the situation, or
1102 units from 1102 leader. Just stand by. I'm going to go meet up with Night Charlie.
Or fake firefighters as accused. I don't know. Let's see. College of the Canyons. That's where they had the press conference. Canoga Park High School. Okay, that's very not showing us anything. Guidelines. Where's like the general map view? Passaic solar cams. Maybe just show us the map down here. 3062 Rio Norte. Where the heck that is? What about just show us the map? Yeah. Windy is better at that. Okay, I'll try to pick up Windy over here. I make my second pages of notes. Remember, nothing is out of the woods.
On scene, corrected address 527 Myers Street. We have a 2-story single-family dwelling. Nothing showing. Investigation mode.
Okay. At my timestamp, we are live for 3 hours.
7 Myers Street, 2-story single-family dwelling. Nothing showing. Invest mode.
Okay. Alright, now I'm ready to take more notes. Okay, we are hearing other stuff.
LA 117, cancel squad.
Other LA County stuff, so.
LA County Squad 135, cancel. Break majority with wind 761.
Not all of it is fire related here. Okay, here's Windy. Other view crashed.
Charlie Trini, Elko.
Oh yeah, my radar crashed. Come on, don't crash. Come on, come back to life.
76 is in the air right now.
You can do it.
21 Charlie Trini, Elko, copy. Go direct with 613 for further drops.
Hello. Windy, let's go. Okay.
Copter 76 right now.
Negative 1 November Charlie.
Wind mode.
Okay, hey, are you familiar over there by the Tapia Canyon? We got the Pitches Detention Center there. Do you guys have any video capabilities or any opportunities, any pictures, or give me an update on what it looks like around it?
Something tells me the whole 2-mile-an-hour wind speed is BS. What about you guys? 2 and 4 and 11 miles an hour. That's why I hate.
Still got about a half a mile distance with that spot fire that's coming off of Charlie. Fire's just slow progressing. It's kind of chewing through the brush, but so far no spots out in front of it. You got a little bit of time as far as if you're looking at evacuations.
Okay, well right now they're a shelter in place. They're in a hardened facility up on the far north end of the facility. How does the fire look coming off of Alpha?
There's priorities going around the fire real quick, Charlie, right here where the detention center, or this spot's somewhat established. It's just going to kind of slow burn its way through towards the detention center. That's where we've kind of been working most of the copters. Back towards Alpha at the heel, it's going to have a little bit of flare-ups here and there. We got a couple aircraft working that as well back toward the heel. Haven't looked at Juliet too much. It's just kind of slow burn along the ridgeline.
Okay, understand all. Thank you.
Got to me. No, I'm not sending you no picture.
From Elko, did copy all the priorities from southbound Elko leaving. Priorities going to be Division Charlie, Alpha, and Juliet, and that in order.
Yeah, 8 permits.
Yeah, we'll keep working on this Charlie piece and the spot, and I'll just give you some updates here in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, if it does get into the Pitches Detention Center there, if you can let me know, and we'll get out there and get eyes on it. I'm sure we got plenty of ground resources, but just for information for the IC.
Hey, Farm, you've got multiple ground units in between the spot and the detention center on the roads.
Smoke's kind of drifting. Be more to the north end of the detention facility as far as the drift.
TY.
Our mission is going to be to hold the fire to the left side of this road. You guys copy?
I like my radar way better. Boom, you can tell what's happening. Windy? Bunch of bull. Sorry. Windy. 6 miles an hour here, 49 mile an hour wind gusts here. Sure. Whatever.
Guys, we are now working for Night Charlie. Night Charlie.
This just lets you know, my radar just lets you know what's really going on at a glance. That's why,
Confirm we're still on R5 Tag 4.
that's why I rely on it.
That's A-turn.
Yeah. Well, they did evacuate the prisoners who were in barracks.
09, Alexander 25, 277 on the fuel.
Shelter in place for the fireproof building ones. So the barracks were more like wooden structures, so they're already out. So they are under no danger in a pretty fireproof building. But they're keeping an eye on it. Hi, Terry. Yes, we love you too. Hi from Australia. Hi, Ari Clark. Good day, mate. I think it's daytime in Australia. How is Australia's fire season going? Because
You're looking for Helco relief, utilizing Helco 76. Have them over the fire 2045-2045.
because it's your summertime and all this heat here. I know it's not all current active fires, but yeah. How is it going down there? It's been hard to track anything.
Relief. Helco 76 over fire at 2045.
Pretty much.
That's affirmative, and then we'll also at the same time we'll launch and have air attack over the fire at 2100.
Excuse me.
Air attack over the fire 2100 as well. And be advised, Hill Tanker 47 and around to you, probably about 15 out.
Copy, Hill Tanker 47, thanks.
Now, my radar exaggerates heat spots. They stay on the map way too long, and they're not all fires. Some of them are steel plants and the like, or prescribed burns, but I wonder how it's going down there. Yeah, T-minus 2 hours until 40 to 60 mile per hour winds in Castaic. Yeah, it can go above 60 miles an hour. So even this crude drawing of current wind gusts in Cal Topo does a better job than Windy. And Windy's supposed to be about wind. Yeah, just whatever. Just whatever. It's got all these bells and whistles and stuff, but I really like to quickly bring up a website, see what I need to see, know what I want to know, leave it. And if I have to press a million buttons like I have to do on Windy to make it, Okay,
I'll take your 473027. I'm going to bring you in 3,500 inbound. Copters are working 3,000, Helco's 4,000. They'll be working out of Castaic Lake. And we'll probably put you up with 6-1 up in Division Alpha. When you get here, I'll get you a little more oriented. Got the wires along I-5. As far as the heel of the fire is Alpha, out toward the east, off Lake Hughes Road, if you're familiar with that.
I'm familiar with the terrain, yeah. We're 3027, and we're working around Branch 3 here to ground.
To the dip, we'll go 3,000 for the working coppers. We'll be looking for you.
if I have to press 10, 20 buttons to get Windy to look proper and tell me what's really happening, I hate doing that.
We'll have you tie in with Helitanker 6-1, and I'll be having you two work together up on Alpha.
Okay, you said you want us to go into Castaic or into Hughes?
Let's start with Castaic, and then you can get a lay of the land, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I'll see you back over on rotor.
Windy also has a play button and a timeline. So,
Helco on command.
when is now? Hello, when is right now? If you move it a little bit, you realize you're on a different timeline. You can move it to the future. You move it to 24th. But I want a now button. it's really hard to tell if it's just in prediction mode still. It's just predicting. Where is what actually is?
Right, we can concentrate a couple more copters over here on the spot and just start working this. Understand this is the priority and then alpha is secondary.
You do things like refresh, it's totally different. It's like, oh, okay, will the prediction mode end and then now real data begin? Where? That's why I just can't stand it. I mean, people rave about it, and I just don't have the foggiest idea why. Complicated, ugly, inaccurate, and really hard to tell basic things like, is this now, past, later? Okay, is that real data from the past, or just rewinding their prediction? When is now? Are you certain that it's 2 miles an hour over here and it's 50 miles an hour over here? Really? Really? Why? Why is it 1 miles an hour right here and 50 right here? Okay.
I would say about 20 acres for the spot, and I got another copter coming in. I'll just redirect them over to this and have them start working this direct.
Okay, my radar here. Current conditions. You know, just move the.
Only thing on front of it right now is the detention center. And we still got quite a bit of time and a few ridges before it gets to that. Additionally, you have multiple ground resources. Those are starting to work some ridges, and I'll blow those out as well.
Where's this for windy? Okay. Our winds are around 9 miles an hour, gusts of 47. We've seen them higher. We've seen them in the 50s according to CalTopo. So I'm sure the top of the peaks and ridges are that way. So
now we're flying a 76, so 6 miles to the south, pull the 5 up. Still using altimeter 30.
They extended red flag till when? Let me see. The authorities spoke about it. Okay, until 10 a.m.
We've been working Alpha. Do you want to just keep us in the same area? We just did a fuel return.
10 a.m. tomorrow. Time to slam back the energy drinks, guys. You got me all night, it looks like. Red flag warning. General region. Castaic Lake, LA, Santa Clarita Valley, San Fernando, Ventura, Malibu Coast, blah, blah, blah. Red flag warning in effect until 10 a.m. Pacific, actually Friday. Actually. Today's Wednesday. Right. Okay. So, damn, I don't know that I can stay awake till 10 a.m. Friday. I mean, dang.
233 is my squad still available.
Winds, northeast winds will increase to 20 to 30 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 by Thursday. Like tomorrow. Then gradually decrease Thursday night into Friday.
Copy.
What? Daily humidity minimums of 2 to 10%? What do you mean 2? How's this even possible? To 10% common with very poor to minimal overnight recovery. Oh God. So it's going to be a night of activity, not calming impacts if any fire ignition occurs. Conditions are favorable for extreme fire behavior and rapid spread, which would threaten life and property. So, yeah. Okay, so apparently for the region, it's until Friday at 10 a.m. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is doable, but goodness gracious. I don't even know what 2% humidity is and if that's really hot, possible. I mean, cookies baking in an oven is something like 15% humidity, so
37.
It's not that unheard of, too. Outside of the Death Valley, I thought it was. But Santa Ana is our winds from the Nevada desert. So that's why you get the weirdness. It's 2% humidity in the Nevada desert, and well, then we got 2% humidity here. Yeah, that's almost self-combustion level. If you had the, actually, oh, do you mean auto ignition? Yeah, you would need a lot higher temperatures, of course. But let me go back to cams and whatnot. I don't like it when radio's too silent. I can't eat then. Let's go back and see if the news is actually saying.
Wait, just looking for what we're working with.
25 range, even pushing towards 40 in some areas. You see the purple, that's going to be your stronger 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we're going to watch that here. So right now, we see some of those pockets of those stronger winds, but also areas of no winds at all. Out of the northeast, so Santa Ana winds. You see kind of swirling of winds going on. It's that within the fire zones and other spots, to kind of get the winds to spin around. But it's those areas of the purple. Watch those. Those are your heavy wind gusts right now, 40, 50-mile-per-hour range. So that's still the conditions at the moment over Southern California. Now, specifically for the Hughes fire, here we're now kind of calming down as far as the wind's concerned, now down from that 30, 35 range to more in that teens range, taking that through the nighttime hours, kind of calm down to 14 miles per hour middle of the night, but then back by 8 a.m. tomorrow, we're ramping back up again, that 25, 30-mile-per-hour range again. So we're still of concern there. That's why the red flag warning still in play tomorrow as well. So look at how the winds are going to change over the next few hours into tomorrow. We'll still see those winds strong. Again, many areas of those 50-mile-per-hour gusts and still fairly widespread. We're looking at this now Thursday, tomorrow morning. We move through the afternoon hours. We'll see those winds still stay fairly strong, especially in those wind-prone pockets. But then watch, we get towards Friday or late Thursday and into Friday. Now we see a little less of that heavier wind and things start to change. Reason being, the big weather maker, the big change coming away will be this low that's going to start tracking through Southern California. As it tracks down to us, watch the low, cold air. So temps are going to drop like this, and also dropping down a little rain, a little snow as that low moves through for the weekend. The weekend, a whole different picture, and certainly relief for firefighters, because now we're talking much colder temperatures and, yes, precipitation. How much you get now? We're going to get anywhere from like quarter inch, half an inch. We could even see over an inch in some spots like San Bernardino, Yucaipa going over an inch. So a pretty good rainmaker, certainly the best we've had for this rain season. But looking ahead, it's going to be a cold weekend when things kind of set up that way, and we'll see it set up like this in the AccuWeather 7-day look. So tomorrow still, we're talking about winds. We're talking about very, very warm. But then Friday, the temps drop a bit, still on the breezy side. And then look at the weekend, a whole different story. More cold air comes in. Here comes that rain, quarter inch, half an inch or so through the weekend. A little shower left over Monday morning. And then look at this, once again, another wind event coming our way to start next week. For the valleys, Inland Empire, same idea, another warm day tomorrow with those winds still there. So fire concerns are still on the high side. A little less so with the temperatures dropping down to 71 on Friday. But come the weekend, it really turns around. Now we're seeing clouds and rain and colder temperatures. Thunderstorms not out of the question either for your Sunday, and then still leftover rain Monday morning, and then see some winds kick back up Tuesday into Wednesday. For the beach spots, pretty good beach day tomorrow, but again, those offshore winds are strong for tomorrow, but then the cool down comes from 70s to 60s to 50s with rain over the weekend, very cold air, and then some winds kicking back up as we look towards Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Mountain spots are going to be just clear and cold daytime numbers, but look at the weekend. When the precipitation moves in, we're talking snow dropping down about 4,500 feet, and we're talking pretty good amount, 4 to 8 inches of snow for the weekend here. So watch for that to continue, certainly through the weekend. But then next week, a little more sunshine, but the cold temps continue, 30s and 40s for the afternoon highs. The high desert goes 60s, and the low desert to the 70s. And then come the weekend, showers in the desert. Now, again, not a big rain maker for the desert spots, but just the same, we will see some rain for the weekend. And David and Colleen, certainly that's going to be a good sign for the firefighters. Finally, some rain. All right.
Cannot wait till Saturday.
Hello. Inches amount. Hello.
Sheriff Luna, who was filled with information today, David.
Also, he says the winds have died down for the night. Oh, they're scheduled by, according to NOAA weather, to get worse at 10 p.m. So what the hell?
Located at the College of the Canyons, which is just off Valencia Boulevard and the 5 freeway, and this is where firefighters are gathering and will be stationed throughout the evening as they continue to fight the Hughes fire. You could just see a few of the dozens of fire trucks that we could see here posted in the parking lot of the college. They're here ready to go. This is where they're getting meals. This is where they're getting updates. Off into the distance, about 10 miles away, you could see the glow of the Hughes fire. The good news in all this is from where we're standing, I could actually tell you that the glow doesn't appear as bright in the last 30 minutes as since we started watching this fire during the night. Even an hour ago, it was bright. It was very ominous. It was lighting up the sky. But right now, you could see the glow, but it's not as bright as it was earlier. We can tell you that there are thousands of people that are evacuated, and we were talking to Sheriff Luna about that. He says that at least 31,000 people have been evacuated or are under evacuation orders, and another 23,000 people are under evacuation warning.
Yeah, consensus in chat right now from people chatting along. I'm just as confused. What the hell? That totally contradicts National Weather Service. That weather thing was terrible. Maybe they're trying not to cause a panic, or maybe they're just not on their game tonight. Something is wrong in between their forecast and National Weather Service and NOAA weather. There's a discrepancy there, and I guess we'll see who's correct. 10 p.m., either it'll remain all calm, like you just showed on that graphic, which looked like that bar graph, or they're wrong and the winds pick right back up with, 10 mile-an-hour increases, both sustained and for the gusts. So it'll be 10 miles an hour faster general wind and 10 miles an hour faster gusts is what I was reading. Let me look back at NOAA weather. Let's play this a little bit, but what the heck?
The situation is dynamic, and as far as fighting this fire, it has been difficult to contain. But we just checked the Watch Duty app, and it just updated, and some good news in all this as well is that it appears that the fire is now 5% contained. It had
Nope. Okay, that's really old. Hours ago. It says previously recorded down the bottom right, and I didn't see it. It's right here. It says previously recorded. Why? Why are you guys doing this? We don't need hours old information, because hours ago they had an erroneous 5% containment, and they took it off. They're talking about Watch Duty just updating. No, it didn't. Okay, that's why the news media can't really be trusted to cover these fires. They just loop some stuff and they go on lunch break. And then it's not really clear if it's up-to-date news or hours old, but they need to be clear. So I'm grateful that they show the press conferences and stuff, but that is a completely inaccurate forecast. And as far as what official government agencies are saying, and that's really old information. No, there is no containment. The 5% mistake thing was like 3 hours ago. Yeah, exactly, Husky. And Big Al makes the point it'll depend on the computer model they were looking at, which windy could switch between, and so can Ventus Sky. And you guys are saying HRRR was generally considered the best for this region, so I put it on there. And we go up to 10 p.m. Windy is still not showing Jack, though. I mean, okay, Windy, you can go to hell. I'm done with Windy. Bite me and all that. Sorry. I'm not here to press 25 buttons until it's accurate. When you got something nice like Ventus Sky, which does the same thing but better. So here's wind gusts. We can put it back on wind speed. You got a much better animation and just visual, at-a-glance information you need stuff. You could still do the timeline and all this. So I don't have the Ventus Sky app, but Windy is vexing. I should say I'm vexed. Are you guys vexed? I'm very vexed. I'm vexed by the looping mainstream media stuff. This is too important to loop it. You do, make it really clear what you're doing. Yeah, we should go back to KCAL. Are they actually truly live again? Because they did the same thing. KCAL went back and was looping stuff from hours prior to, so. All right.
To make sure that it doesn't get any closer to that than it already is. And then you've got the 3 Firehawks, 4 Firehawks, and 2 Chinooks. And I just have to comment on this because I've covered fires a long time here. So have you guys. The nighttime aerial firefighting operations that have been happening recently, even into the last year, is really remarkable of how much we've been able to accomplish and getting these done. Even in the last 6 or so months. I mean, we talked about even the Franklin Fire, right? The Franklin Fire at night, there was 1 or 2 nighttime water dropping helicopters. So to see 6 night dropping helicopters, including 2 Chinooks, which carry a remarkable amount of water, is really incredible to see. We're so obviously so thankful for it that they're able to do that. So a lot of them, and then there's even a 7th helicopter up here that is kind of this is one of the Sikorsky Sea Kings that is up here fighting the kind of northeastern flank of the fire that we talked about a little bit earlier. And I'll show you the topography there because it's important to know while obviously there are more homes here. There's more of a topography concern to the north because obviously the mountain continues to climb. So let me turn off the evacuation zones really quickly, and I'll just show you as we get in closer. Here's that helicopter that I was just talking to you about. That's in real time as it moves through the area, and you can see it move with the map as well. But the topography here is a lot tougher. Right? It's a lot stronger. There's a lot more places for it to go. And that's why you have the evacuations that have extended so far to the north, because this area right here, this hilltop, it's very tall. It doesn't look as tall on the map here, but when the fire is climbing to the north and climbing up, it can chew through that vegetation and that topography very quickly because it's working in the fire's favor. So even though there's not a lot of homes here, and I'll turn the evacuations back on, look how far north the evacuation order goes, even to the west here, although the fire has kind of calmed down that way. But even to the north, I mean, we're talking all the way up, evacuation warnings up to the Kern County line, which is pretty remarkable. So the good news, though, is the fire is starting to slow down. There's those couple hot spots that we've been talking about, but it is getting, with about 3/4 of a mile to Pitch's Detention Center, as well as North County Correctional Facility, as we watch another water drop happening from one of those CAL FIRE Firehawks, you guys.
And Mike, we still haven't heard how the fire started or whether or not power lines or anything or power was disrupted in the area?
No, so I'm actually listening. I played back the radio traffic and I'm listening to it at about 10:40 right now, and it's just units getting on scene. It was a smoke report. CHP got the report as well, and I'll check. Southern California Edison, any utility company, if there's any reason for them to believe at all that their equipment was involved in the ignition of a fire, or if anybody has suggested that to them, they're required to file notifications with the California Public Utilities Commission, and they do that fairly quickly. So I'm just going to look
here.
Look
at that hit. Did you see that drop?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. I'm going to look here with Southern California Edison and make sure that they haven't filed any of those paperwork, and they haven't. So if that's something that is determined later on, certainly they'll have to file that. You do wonder, because this fire was such kind of in a upper area that it's hard to tell what may have started it. I checked CHP's log to see if anything came off of the 5 freeway maybe that may have started it, and it doesn't indicate anything like that either. They're just they were starting to coordinate the road closures and all of that.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Well, we've been talking about how the winds have died down, and this is really the lull. Once again, we've been talking about these lulls that we've been having for hours, and certainly good news for firefighters tonight because they are able to fly all those helicopters that Mike was just referring to drop the water on this and gain the upper hand before daybreak tomorrow, because that is when the winds are expected to pick up again.
And we're looking at 9,200 acres burned in not even a day, right, in a short amount of time. And think about the Palisades fire and the Eaton fires. Sure. That took several days to reach that number of acreage burned. So if the winds would have been stronger, if the aerial firefight couldn't have happened, this could have been a whole different story. So a lot of things are definitely in favor of this fire.
Absolutely, but we have so much to get to in our weather department as it relates to the fire and a new storm on the way. Danny.
Yes, I know. This is a big change for us here.
Okay, let's compare KCAL's weather forecast, what we just heard earlier, one from ABC 11 or 11 this here.
At home, even the talk of a storm, and this is going to bring widespread rain as we get to the week, and we've been waiting for this. We'll talk about it, but I do want to talk about this fire specifically, the Hughes fire. It was able to explode so quickly and spread so rapidly today because we were dealing with the wind, but we're also dealing with really warm temperatures out there. I mean, we had temperatures running about 10 to 15 degrees warmer than yesterday, and it was the combination of the warmer temperatures, the northeasterly winds, that just had our relative humidity plummet into the single digits. And so this fire was able to spread so quickly in a brief amount of time. But thankfully, as Susie and Juan mentioned, this is our lull in the winds. And this is very typical of the Santa Ana winds. So we'll start to see them peak late tonight, early tomorrow morning. That's when we'll see our strongest winds. Right now, though, it is.
Bing, 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 bing. She is correct. Okay, now we have accurate KCAL forecast. Wow, what a breath of fresh air compared to the last batch of BS. That was not only irrelevant due to it being earlier today, but just completely off. Now this one, she's matching what NOAA says and National Weather Service. So yes, okay. I like this a lot better.
Is looking a wee bit stronger than what we saw an hour ago. We have gusts that are back in the 30-mile-per-hour range for Santa Clarita, Porter Ranch, over into Simi Valley. Let me zoom you in to Castaic, and let's talk specific conditions there right now. So we are looking at northerly winds. These are our sustained winds, 16 miles per hour, and then we have these periodic gusts of 30 miles per hour, specifically in this area. Now, I will say this is better than what we were seeing earlier today. We had gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour, so it's not as strong as what we saw, but the wind, it's still blowing right now. And look at our relative humidity. I mean, we are down to 6%. I mean, this is not normal for us to be this dry, but we have been, and that's because we haven't seen any rain here in Southern California. And when we get these Santa Ana winds, it dries our air out. We have this really dry air mass in place. So this is an area where we're dealing with our strongest gusts right now. Gusts ranging between 20 to 30 miles per hour through the Castaic Junction, Santa Clarita. We've got that through Simi Valley as well. So let's talk about relative humidity as we take a live look at the Hughesfire right next to me. Everybody is dry here in Southern California. So we've got relative humidity still in the single digits, especially in the Santa Clarita Valley, in Castaic, and we're not going to see really good recovery tonight. But thankfully, as Susie and Juan mentioned, it's that break from the winds. So this is giving our firefighters the opportunity to kind of get a handle on this before we see those winds picking up tomorrow morning. So let's talk timing of the winds and the window for some of those stronger winds to develop. So going into tonight, 8 o'clock to around midnight, winds are looking pretty similar to what we're seeing right now. After midnight to around 6 o'clock, you can see that they're starting to pick up. So this is a look at 6:20. So right around daybreak, right around sunrise, we've got winds that start to increase and strengthen through those normal corridors, those windy corridors that get the Santa Ana wind. So we've got that through Ventura County, LA County, up through the mountains, isolated gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Specifically in Castaic tomorrow, we are looking at winds between 30, 40 miles per hour, gusts up to 55 miles per hour, very similar to what we saw earlier in the week. And we are going to see those winds strengthening throughout the morning time, 6 o'clock to around lunchtime. You can see it's a little bit more widespread, but again, traditional Santa Ana winds. So if you normally get the Santa Ana winds, that's where these winds will pick up tomorrow, and that's where fire danger remains elevated. Winds start to die down Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. Red flag warnings are going to hold on until Friday, but finally we get to Friday. Not only are we seeing the winds die down, but we're seeing a major shift, a major change in the winds. They're going to be coming from the ocean to the land. That's that onshore flow. And finally, it's not just a brief time with onshore flow. This high pressure that has been stuck in place for the last 6 weeks, this is finally getting nudged out of the way. And that's because we have this storm on the way, and this is going to bring us some really big changes here in Southern California. So that storm, it is going to move in from Nevada this weekend. It's going to show up at our front door Saturday afternoon. By the time we get to Sunday evening, we're talking anywhere from 1/4 of an inch of rain to 1/2 inch of rain in many areas. This is widespread rain. Now, when we talk about rain, I know we do have the concerns, especially for some of these recent burn scars that we've seen over the last couple weeks, the last couple of months, for mudslides and debris flow. That is a concern going into this upcoming weekend, but that's mainly if we see these brief periods of heavy rain. So if we see thunderstorms, we're going to get those downpours, and that's what could lead to this. It's not looking incredibly likely. The chance, yes, is there. Sunday during the daytime for some thunderstorms to develop. We're going to keep a very close eye on that for you. But what we want is for this rain to move in slowly Saturday, Sunday into Monday. We want this to be a slow mover because we want the rain. We just don't want too much of it in a little bit of time. So let's talk timing of the rain. Not a washout the entire weekend. Saturday, we're waking up to the clouds, and you can see we've got rain that starts moving through Saturday afternoon into Saturday night. We've got mountain snow with snow levels dropping to 3,500 feet by the time we get to Sunday, and then rain starts moving out by Monday morning. So this is a winter storm for us. We're going to keep a close eye on this for you. But Susie and Juan, we've been wanting the rain. We just want to make sure that it moves through slowly, so we'll keep you updated with any of those changes.
Yeah, that's true, Danny. Thank you so much. Well, Danny's just talking about how the rain can bring us good and bad, and people near burn zones watching that possibility very closely.
KCAL News reporter Nicole Comstock live in Pasadena tonight with preparations and reaction near the Eaton Fire scar. Nicole?
Yeah, you guys, we're in the Upper Hastings Ranch neighborhood in Pasadena where 150 homes burned down in the Eaton Fire, and utility crews here are barely cracking the surface of the repair work that needs to be done. Now crews have to safeguard the rest of the neighborhood from potential mud flow with this rain coming in this weekend. Take a look at this video here. There's barely any vegetation left up on the San Gabriel Mountains in Altadena 2 weeks after the Eaton Fire burned 14,000 acres. 9,400 structures, including homes, were destroyed, and 17 people were killed, along with 24 missing people who are still unaccounted for. Now the conversation is quickly shifting to mud flow. Although we're not expecting an enormous amount of rain, the city of Pasadena says even a drop will flow 7 times faster than before the fires, meaning it only takes a fraction of an inch of rain to bring down mud and debris. CAL FIRE strike teams are coming in to help fill and set up sandbags to protect these neighborhoods tomorrow. We spoke with a family that still has their home, but now they're worried about mud and toxic ash coming down with this rain.
So I don't know if that can happen here or not.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of vegetation up on the hills.
There
here.
sure isn't. Yeah, it's pretty bare. They're clearing toxic debris, so you can take a guess that it's not going to be healthy.
And officials say there is a possibility of thunderstorms with this rain, which would be an absolute worst case scenario. So they are getting prepared for it as we speak. Starting tomorrow, they'll be using the Santa Anita Racetrack as a staging area. They say they're bringing in 10,000 concrete barriers, 30,000 feet of straw, and 25,000 gravel bags to prepare these neighborhoods and make sure they can create a barrier between those burned hillsides and the homes that survived this devastating fire. Reporting in Pasadena, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
Nicole, thank you.
All right, back to our breaking news now in Castaic, and the Hughes fire still burning tonight. Desmond Shaw live in SkyCal giving us this image tonight. Desmond, tell us about the firefight tonight and what you have seen so far.
I've seen really aggressive efforts from these water-dropping helicopters right now with 2 Chinooks that are out here with a huge capacity, several thousand gallons of water that they're able to drop. Some of them are even configured to do multiple drops in certain circumstances, and then you have the Firehawks as well. So just a water-dropping squadron out here just south of Tapia Canyon, and it looks like this is maybe, as far south as they really want the fire to burn. Here between Tapia Canyon and Hog Farm. We're kind of looking towards the northeast right now. So, there has been kind of a little bit of a change in the way that we're trying to kind of strategically fight these fires. We've heard a lot from fire scientists over the years about how some fires need to burn to some degree. Obviously, we want to keep them away from structures and prevent loss of life, but sometimes, it can be strategic to let these fires kind of expand a little bit, clear that fuel to a comfortable point, and then when it gets to a fire road, that's when you can attack it. And it looks like that's kind of what we're seeing now, as you see a lot of these helicopters coming into this canyon right here, and now they're really starting to hit it pretty hard after it's seemingly kind of letting it expand a bit to the south. So now it won't have any fuel, and once they can get all that heat out of the fire, then, that should be that. So, whereas before it might have just kind of been like an all hands on deck, just drop all over the place and just try to get it extinguished as quickly as possible. So perhaps, a little bit of a change in firefighting tactics, not just in Southern California, really all over California, as another one of these Firehawks gets ready to come in right here. Lots of ground crews, tons of bulldozers down there as well, expanding fire lines, snuffing out hot spots as they come up on them. So, still letting this fire kind of burn through whatever fuel it kind of just naturally needs to, while also keeping it corralled and away from homes. Been doing a very, very good job of that as we look back here at Tapia Canyon and Wayside Canyon Road. Quite a few hot spots out here, but the 5 freeway continue to be open. That's one of the most important. I mean, really, after the fact that no structures have burned, the fact that the 5 has been able to stay open here, a very, very important aspect as we, there's the 5 freeway coming into the shot right now. Traffic flowing pretty freely. We'll just turn the overlay off, and you can see everyone getting along right there. Fortunately, no one getting too distracted by the flames there just to the west of the freeway, or to the east of the freeway, I should say, to the east. That's what we were worried about, was potential.
Okay, I can't get a hold of branch 3, so I'm going to go direct with you. DWP needs to re-energize Line 3, Castaic to Haskell Canyon to help out with some flooding. Does that impact your operation?
Flooding?
No, negative. We're working off of Charlie and Tapia Canyon.
Okay. I can't just show the moves completely.
Hold on, just confirm you. Haskell and what else?
We've got to listen to the radio for updates.
From Castaic up Haskell Canyon.
Okay.
4,000, Helco's 3,500, copters are working 3,000.
No, please send me that, Big Al. Please send me that.
That's how we're working.
I'll get clarity from a DWP.
Oh, I wish, Gallant.
4, understand we're cleared in at 5.
Altimeter 3027. You're cleared in 3,500, Helco's working. In 4,000.
All right, clear copy 3027. Helco's 76 cleared in 3,500.
Sorry, got walked on. Helco's 3,500. I'm going to bring in 4,000. And I'll see here, just bring 95 corridor.
All right, coming northbound on the 5, cleared in 4,000. Helco's 3,500 with 3027.
So the state of California will confiscate the assets.
7 Helco, fairground.
Confiscate the assets of
Helco,
any.
Task Force 77. Hey, this spot's starting to flare up and get in alignment. We might have to address it
Wait.
sooner than later.
All right, wait. Let's listen.
I copy. Is it, you guys are down in that little meadow right there?
It's right down there in the base of the wash, but it's starting to make a run.
Where? Making a run where?
Copy. Yeah, we'll get 613 when they come back in. We'll have to put a drop there for you.
All right, there's 613.
Copy that, thanks.
All right, so we watch where 613 is, see where the activity's picking up. Now remember, we have a 1 to 2 minute delay in the radio, whereas there's a much less of a delay in the live where an airplane is on flight radar. So they could be already making a drop what they just said, you know. Besides, it can fly really quickly. So, yeah, Miss Ashdown says there are many causes from many of these fires, but actually during Santa Ana's, there are very few causes that can be real. Santa Ana's are a different animal. Their wind gusts are so, and sustained winds are so crazy that most open flame is blown out. You could have a campfire, it will blow it out. So it's actually difficult to get a fire established and started and big during Santa Ana's. But when they do, God help you. So what really happens mostly with these big fires during Santa Ana's, it takes an ignition source that continuously goes, generally. It's not just one open, if you take a match and threw it into the grass, it would be out. It wouldn't do anything. It's like lighting a match in front of a fan in the room. It doesn't do anything. It takes something with a sustained flame. So it takes something like
5 Alpha Victor, 3027, cleared in 6,000. Helco's working 3,500, inbound Helco 4,000. Copter's working 3,000 and below.
Okay.
3027, cleared in 6,000. You're 3,500, inbound Helco 4,000. Copter's down below.
Yeah, he said in a wash, but which wash?
Yeah, same priorities. Focusing our efforts right now in Division Charlie on the spot, trying to pin this down before it starts making a push toward the detention center. Familiar with that?
All right, where's the detention center? All right.
Everything else, that's where all the copters are working, pulling out of Lagoon. I got 6-1 on their own, working up towards Alpha, just kind of working that piece back toward the hill.
Okay. Work the piece back towards the hill. Okay, they did define where the heel was earlier. The heel, we'll talk about how to actually get a fire started during Santa Ana. There are very few things that will really do it.
Been briefed with incoming Helco with 7-6, and I'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, you can show us on station 6,000 and we'll just monitor.
Copy.
Okay, earlier the heel was the what now? Ah, my other notes. I got 6 pages of notes already. Oh, wait, that's the 20th. Okay, that would be why those are not the correct notes. The heel. The heel. Where did they define that? Okay, that is to the east, Lake Hughes Road. Where they're fighting it there, that's what they are calling the heel. So they said they still are trying to babysit and protect the detention facility area.
6-1-2292.
Because, well, it is a pretty fireproof building, some of it. There still are prisoners sheltering in place.
Coming
It's
in
just
scene. I got eyes on you there. First time out here, correct?
life and human safety concerns. But over here in this area, you see a lot of helicopters working. I do believe they're trying to, like I said, where North Hog Farm Road meets the, what was the other road?
Okay, just checking. It's their first time out here, correct? Okay, as you come up I-5, if you see where the copters are working, this is the spot that we've been working on Division Charlie. It's been the priority. Number one priorities 1 to 3 will be Charlie, Alpha, then Juliet, which is the northernmost active flank you can see across the lake.
So Alpha's going to be heel left flank down into Charlie.
Hey, from right, kind of where we're orbiting is the Spot Fire Division Charlie area, working for Branch 3.
Also Branch 3 on air to ground or command.
Hey, from good comms with Branch 3, Division Charlie as well, and 21 Charlie trainee. Have good comms with all them. Copters you have a 605, 613, 8 Papa Juliet, 609, Helitanker 47, pulling out of Lagoon.
Cascade proper or Little Pond to the south.
That's affirmative. As far as the wires, got the wires going along I-5, the west of Castaic, and then you have a long stringer north of the incident. Should be no factor, about 2 miles away.
Okay, familiar with the wires along 5 and understand the ones to the north of the factor.
You can elect new people,
Branch 3
gallants.
is going to be this Spot Fire. It's kind of slow progressing towards the detention center. That's kind of where our efforts are right now. Break.
Aha. Spot fire, so they're working.
Say for a fuel and hold. I'm trying to stagger their flight times out so we don't burn them out. They're going to take a 30-minute break and then come back up about 21:15 for 602.
Okay, and is that where everybody's refueling? Aguadote?
Yeah, they're trying to move some more helitenders in there, but the fueling's been becoming kind of an issue, so we're trying to stagger it out until we get more fuel indoors.
All right, understood. Let me do a quick read back on the aircraft assigned 605, 613, 8 Papa Juliet, 609, Helitanker 47.
Hey, firm. Helitanker 55 is outbound for a fuel and return, and then moving up to Division Alpha, working out of the Castaic Lake proper, is a Helitanker 61.
Tail number of the last aircraft?
Yeah, Helitanker 61 is working out of Castaic, and they're working out towards Division Alpha at the heel, just working on that active fire up on the slope.
Okay, copy that. I heard you talking to 5 Alpha Victor. He's got him at 6,000. What's his role?
Hey, firm. Air attack was just coming back at scene. They're at 6,000. They just checked in.
Okay, understood. 5 Alpha Victor is Hughes.
Division Juliet. We went over and took a look. It's kind of just bumping the ridge line. Haven't really had a lot of aircraft on that. We've been focusing on Division Charlie here at this spot. I tried earlier with 214, and that's all I got, but had no joy with them getting back to me. Division Alpha had Soup 9 that we were working with earlier, and they didn't need any more work for the interim, so I sent 6-1 back to where you're working on the heel there.
Now we're coming up on Juliet. We'll make our way back down to Charlie. What kind of rotation are you doing the left or the right?
Very low audio, hard to make out. Repeat.
Copters working Charlie, are they doing a left or right hand pattern?
Yeah, as far as their patterns, they're just rules of the road coming in and out. Yeah, they're left to left, calling the ridge check as they come out. They're calling their dips, calling their drops. And they got a pretty good system set up right now for their pattern.
Okay, last question for those copters. Do we have a pretty good fuel cycle? I mean, are they stepping out like every 15, 30 minutes, or do we have times on station?
605 says they have a pilot swap that they're able to do. They're good till 2200, then they're going to have to head back to Hemet for a pilot swap. So that'll be a little bit of a delay. They're working on fueling for the other copters, but I set 602 down so we can kind of stagger out the flight time so we're not short here late in the night.
Understood. Do you feel like you're going to need us back out here for a second rotation?
That's 76 Elko, completely unreadable.
Question 76 to come out for a second rotation. And this is just for fuel planning. Do we go back to Van Nuys or Fullerton after this cycle?
Okay, so they have a fuel problem.
Fuel cycle, I believe Van Nuys will be the closest, correct?
Airports.
Hughes, Helco, how copy?
Husky's not near this area, so his 12% humidity is bad and critically fire bad, but not near here. Here it's like 2 and 5 and 8% humidity next to the Santa Ana. Yeah, 2%.
So if you're asking for your guys' mission planning, I would plan on a fuel in return if you're going for release back to Van Nuys for fuel. Is that where you guys came from?
Alright. 169 go.
Go ahead, on 2292.
Okay, I just want to make sure the dictionary.
Multiple fires, distance from each other.
Ow! Oh god, sometimes it gets really loud.
Hughes, Elko on air tactics, how do you copy?
Okay, hang on. I crank it up to hear the soft-spoken pilots. I usually interpret for them later.
The Victor. Yeah, it had something wrong with our number 2 here. Sorry about that, Travis.
No, not a problem. Last question for you. If you need us out here a second round, we'll go back to Van Nuys. If we're unneeded, we'll go back to Fullerton. This will affect flight planning for relief.
Okay, I would say for now, I'd plan to go to Van Nuys for fuel if we're going to do a second round. And I believe 4 Alpha Sierra will be coming out for your relief from Santa Monica. So for now, I'd mission plan for free fuel at Van Nuys.
Okay.
5 affirmative. 5.
Alright, so we got a lot of info.
I believe it'd be through the Angeles, but it should be 4 Alpha Sierra.
Okay, I'm going to plan for 2300.
We could have a drinking game whenever they start talking at the same time as me, but everybody would die.
And if you got anything else, or you good?
No, we've got it from here. I'll go with the Angeles and AirTac, let them know that we've got Helco duties, and have a good night. We'll see you at the next round.
I copy, thanks.
Really don't have good cameras here. There's gotta be Castaic Lake, you know, like resort cameras, webcams. Do you guys know of any?
Air tactics.
cams are like, just looking for new
Just want
fires.
to tie in with you. Obviously, you picked up on our briefing. Copter 76 will now be your Elko. Planning on being out here at 2300. Do you want me to run it through you for relief? I understand it's going to be 4 Alpha Sierra.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and place the order for your relief as we get a little closer, and just trying to mission plan it so that we can run the copters as late into the evening as we need them.
Good. We'll run
Hell,
it.
engine 169.
Engine 169, go.
Engine 169. Let's start a third engine at EC. Says response.
Okay.
LA Cabs, you want me to start sheriffs too?
LMIPD is on scene.
LA Cabs.
Okay, there's other random LA County stuff going on in the chat, but we've got both.
You have 531 available. They're back at Lancaster. They're just waiting on some fueling issues, and they'll be able to be available back to the fire later.
Okay, got him in the queue. And what's your availability flight time for the rest of the night?
Nate, who's going to come out? So thank you for the heads up.
I'll get a word in a second, I'm sure. Thanks, Universal Warrior. I'll ask.
That's on, but I believe if you're looking for who the relief for 76 will be, it'll be 4 Alpha Sierra out of Santa Monica.
Alpha, copy that. What's your availability? How much time you got left in the night?
Wow, look at the purple winds. Those are high 50.
Probably one more bag of fuel, but as far as duty day, we'll have to be done and down by 0215 at Santa Monica.
Roger.
Okay, so the purple wind gusts here are like 58 miles an hour, 55-ish. True dark blue is 60 and above, and we see very few of those, but they do happen occasionally, but I don't know how often. So 10 p.m., which is an hour from now, friends, getting towards midnight, we have increasing strength of winds. So the other non-KCAL, what were we watching, was totally fake news.
Clear the TFR, 3000 departing to the south, 5 route.
ABC7 had...
Charlie, AirTech, copies, frequency change perfect.
To make sure that it doesn't...
ABC7...
leaving and stuff.
Forgot, sorry. ABC7 had fake news, fake weather forecasts, but thank God KCAL put the record straight, and they agree with NOAA. And that agrees with the actual National Weather Service, which I'm about to look at right now, too, to show you guys. National Weather Service Cascade Lake Forecast. I've been doing it on my phone, but we should read along, also for people who are hearing impaired or deaf, because the press conference and everything on the media was pretty much not having any sign language interpretation, no CC, no nothing. So, the crazy...
And I'm sure for your mission planning, if you wanted to stay overhead while 76 goes in for a refuel, and they could do another bag or a double if they wanted, and then we can bring 4 Alpha Sierra or ourselves back out for the end.
Okay, that's an option. I've also got the county 18, 22, and 15 available to close it out if need be.
I copy.
Can I get a word in? Okay, we have a lot of good information that I just wrote down here. Thank God that this is when the pilots talk to each other, that we turn the news off, because this is the real deal. So we know that they have 3 major priorities, at least 6 of the helicopters, and we have a little bit of a list about which one's doing where, but that'll change on the fly. The first priority is Charlie, and that's over by the detention center / they used to call them prisons, but they renamed everything, political correctness, where they did move prisoners out of the barracks. Some were evacuated, some went into the fireproof concrete building. So they went away from the, wooden barracks into the fireproof building. However, they still want to keep fire away from it, just because, that's life safety concern. So when they talk about Charlie, they're talking about the prison area. That's their #1 priority. It also is just kind of a hot spot. as we see on the satellite data. Number 2 is their alpha priority, and that is where the big old chunker helicopter is working. So you can kind of follow it around, and that's the northeast flank. So air attack is what we have now, a different nighttime air attack. But here is Helitanker 61. So it is an alpha, which is the northeast corner of Castaic Lake area, where it says the lake, Castaic Lake State Recreation Area. So you can just see it running around working that area. The third priority is Juliet. They say that that's actually the most active section and most active on the cams.
And we're headed back northbound for any of the media ship up there at 8,500.
Hey, you got TV9 just doing some right-hand orbits.
Copy that. We'll be looking for you.
Cool.
But they're so adorable when they say stuff like this. Before I went live, they said even more adorable stuff, like, I'd never let you down. And then somebody says, well, would you give me up? Oh my God. Pilots rickrolling each other, you know.
What are you using for transmit tone on command?
John Limpkin, the Felony Challenge Gathering Center. Yeah, that's a good way to politically correctly say I have a prison. So, yeah, hopefully, I mean, I think they're going to be safe, and they're being babysat by helicopters just in case. So, the problem they currently have is they don't have enough fuel. So they are trying to stagger the helicopters to go further away for fueling, so they don't run out of their closer airports until fuel trucks arrive. So they bragged earlier in the press conferences about just how gosh darn prepared they were, and yet they're running out of fuel. So there are still areas of improvement that they could improve on, but that's why we listen to the radio. It's the real straight dope. We listen to the press conferences, and it's kind of like an entertainment only sort of thing sometimes. You know, they go out of their way to scold the public and say people didn't evacuate. No, actually, we hear live that 8 hours later you still didn't evacuate people calling 911 for rescue.
On force tone 11 when able.
So while that's true, even people wanting to evacuate needed help and did not get evacuated because you didn't have enough people to do that. They scold the public, stop flying drones, when some of the drone incursion things were actually Red Cross.
Fire 169 District, switch to command 3030.
You know, in the Palisades fire, but nobody informed the rest of the ground crews and pilots. So the right hand is not talking to the left with Palisades and the Eaton, and so blaming the public for all that when sometimes it was their own miscommunications where the drones actually mostly were legit. You know, you watch press conferences and all they're going to do is blame the public and say, shame on you, public. Public's going to get so angry at their fellow man. But in reality, almost everybody is cooperating with authorities. Almost everybody's evacuating. And we should be patting the public on the head for doing a damn good job. For the most part, it's just reverse 911 failed again. The public had no idea the urgency of leaving. I've now been watching, binge watching, unfortunately, because it's something I have to do, of journalists that went through the neighborhood with cameras on the top of their cars, the Eaton and Palisades, and people are casually walking around and checking their mail, and Amazon's delivering, and so is UPS, to neighborhoods about to burn down. Because nobody is saying evacuate, get out of there.
3435.
There's smoke in the area, but nobody realizes that the flame front is behind the smoke because it's hidden by the smoke.
Yeah, Branch 3, it's Hughes Air Attack. Just letting you know we're back on station making comms with you. Got the piece down in Charlie by the detention center that we're working. Have any other needs?
Yeah, Air Attack, that's my priority right now, is just to, if we can do good work on that piece, and then if you could recon the rest of Branch 3, which is Alpha, up to Lake Hughes, and then over on that west side by Templin and Ridge Route. Just let me know how that looks. But yeah, right now, priority is just to keep hitting that area you guys are working with the rotor.
Okay, copy all. Get back with you.
Sure.
Branch 3, appreciate it.
What do you not believe, Jordan? Because I don't Yes, anybody.
Advise Helco that helicopter 602 is going to be on a 1.5-hour delay. There's no fuel at Agua Dulce, and they're waiting on their fuel truck.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Universal. But if you don't believe me, then I'll prove it to you. Whatever.
Helco that helicopter 602 will be on a 1.5-hour delay. There's no fuel at Agua Dulce. They're waiting on their fuel truck.
What part do you not believe? Is it about Red Cross drones, whatever? Because I'll be happy to tell you when you can go back to the archives of my feed and find it. Find proof of that. Set it right on the radio.
Yeah, Helco on the air tactics.
Yeah, Helco, Hughes air tactics.
I heard that on command. Did you hear me trying to get out?
Didn't hear you at all.
In a second, I'll explain this.
All right, I'll just run my command traffic through you until I get this straightened out. One thing I do want to do is order a relief Helco at 2300 hours on station.
Okay, I will place that order for you.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Gallants. I mean, you could see these disasters coming miles away. Husky and myself were texting each other, and right before the Palisades happened, about just the weather forecast, the fact that the wet season had not arrived yet. It is very unusual for the wet season to not arrive by Christmas. Usually you get at least a splash, a pretty good wetting splash by late November. And then mostly the rest of Santa Ana wind season you don't have to worry about. Not very much, not like this. Santa Ana wind season is October through January. So these winds happen every year, but it's not every year. We have two crazy situations where the La Nina cycle, and we're in La Nina right now, means that the wet season is extremely delayed. So you have a dry January. I'm giving it a name, Red January. When you have a red January, you don't go on vacation. You don't visit Africa. You stay waiting for the crisis to start, because we had also, double whammy, the thickest brush growth in 15 to 20 years due to the excessive rainfall linked to La Nina last winter. So you have extremely thick brush, extremely dry, extremely heavy, very coming a mile away, like a week ahead of time. They saw that the Santa Ana winds are coming. There's no excuses. Plus,
Huge overcast. Looks like it's going over the line.
Plus, last month's wake-up call with the Franklin fire. There's no excuses for being not prepared. And with the Eaton and the Palisades, there's no excuses now for not having fuel at the firefighting airports.
Adjutant crew 2, tone 6.
This continues to be very troubled and botched responses and lack of preparedness. They're more prepared than the Palisades. That was
We've been
Palisades.
released from the Hughes incident, returning to quarters.
That's true, but that's not saying much. Yeah.
We'll be back on tomorrow in service to the Hughes fire.
Don't take a shot every time they say Helco. You'll just be dead when you'll be dead by daylight. So if you don't believe me on something, tell me what it is you don't believe, and then I'll go prove it to you. Because I have something called integrity. Damn it.
You're by yourself.
Okay.
Right when we got here, 5 took off. It's been about an hour now. Copy.
Thank you, Universal. Good seeing you. Helco is funny that they say that. Short for helicopter. So I just wanted to go ahead and define something.
Angeles Engine 531 was released from the Hughes incident. We'll be back on the incident tomorrow.
Thank you, Big Al, for reminding people. Hit the like button. It helps us be found by people looking for this info. Okay, if I do have a moment to explain why we're hovering over these two right
Sorry,
points.
can you repeat that? Yeah, no, we're just doing right-hand orbits at 8.5 on the northern side by the mountains. It's a little bit bumpy, but on the south side it's fine.
Copy, thanks. Yeah, we got you there. We'll maintain visual. We're just going to probably sit towards the south.
Okay, sounds good.
Comms, your division's looking pretty good. Everything looks interior. You have any needs?
I like the word looking pretty good. Your area looking good. Which one? Which one is that? Now, he says he was cruising at 8.5. It's 8,500 feet is what he means. It's air attack. He says he's doing circles. And we've been seeing that. So he's explaining where his location is so the helicopters don't run into him.
Andres, engine 311 has been released from the Hughes incident and will be committed tomorrow.
I think he just said air ambulance. I don't know. So, Helco.
41, squad 64.
Wait, really? Helco means helicopter coordinator, not just generic helicopter. Oh, okay, great. Thanks, friends. Learning to track wildfires.
1215 released from the Hughes incident will remain committed.
You get to learn about all sorts of things like aircraft too.
Honey Conscious with RA-762-1889 Bonita. RA-762 acknowledge.
Hi, John Sayer. How are you doing? Sailing.
RA-760, can you please show me a route?
Ah.
Helicopters around.
The slang is the hardest thing to learn that everybody uses. I'm still, every once in a while, trying to look up something. Something like, what is AMR rescue? You know, like, what is AMA? And what is... but for the most part, we've been getting that down. Okay, so... yeah, Mitch. I know, Tazzy. Welcome. How are you doing?
We're at the reported address. We're at the front door with no answer. Can you verify the address is correct? We see Covina PD is on scene.
You're welcome, Sailing El Azul. Thank you for the realistic smart cover. Our pleasure. Please thank the mods.
At Fox, ground fill. If we bring them out, they'd like to use the lagoon ground fill down by where you're
the hell was that?
currently tipping. Is that going to be an issue for the operation?
Issue. They'll have a faster turnaround time. They'll just have to be a little slower in the circuit.
Excuse me.
Oh, okay. I'll give it a little bit to stagger it out for longer coverage, and I'll order them.
What's the plan?
Gotta check something outside.
Helicopters, RA-762 cancel. Slotting 186s. Traffic collision BLS 118.
Okay, false alarm. It's people moving at night. Okay. Must be renters of the thing next door. Nothing like moving up to midnight when you have to be out. A moving van over there. Be right back and use the bathroom, friends. Of course, a moment.
Tactics 55.
Aha, I hope they speak, so I'll be right back.
05's air check.
For 605's got one drop left on station here. Then we'll be rendezvousing with Prado's tender. And just to reconcile, we will have until 22:30 on station.
All nettled in the duty day.
Duty day for this one pilot, and then we'll be swapping pilots, and we'll be back up probably around 11 to 11:30.
Okay, good copy. On the tactics.
Copy the traffic with 605. Understand they're going to return Emmett for their crew swap.
Yeah, were you hearing them on Rotorbeck?
Helicopters. Difficulty breathing 97, squad 151, 1101, Donington Street. Engine 97, acknowledge.
Understood, thank you.
Are you able to reposition to the other side of the pad?
Squad 167, come up on command and acknowledge.
Burn, Van Ice.
Okay, almost back. Let me put the food away. I was hoping when I use the bathroom they start talking. I'll explain this image in a second. It shows the hot spots of each end of the fire. There are 3 specific points that are the priorities where the fire is trying to go places. And the other places have almost burned themselves out, like in the center. Although with wind changes, fire always skips some vegetation, just kind of. This is the way the wind goes. It can go in between areas of vegetation and kind of skip it. Wind changes again, or if it just sort of, goes uphill or spreads against the wind via just sort of, flaming vegetation touching it, the next branch or the next bush.
25, I'm ready for you.
And you'll see pockets of fuels flame up in the center, but for the most part, it's already burned out its fuel. And it has to go where the edges are. It has to move to survive. The fire has to move, find new fuel to survive. So all they have to do
Water tender 221,
is not let it pass where it's trying to. So they have 3 main points, 3 priorities. We already went over a little bit of that. Put the
correction, Palmdale.
Please, friends, remember to thank the mods and other helpful people in chat who are so critically important. I tried to name it Wildfire Tracking Team, and I ran out of...
Elko, Copter 613 on air tactics.
I ran out of words, so it had to just be Wildfire Tracking. I cannot do this alone, not without the donors, the mods. They're helpful.
Yeah, we got a couple drops left, and as soon as 605 clears out, we'll be inbound for fuel as well.
You little helpful phoenixes.
All right, 613, understand you're going to fuel in behind 605.
Confirm, 613.
Everybody who's got a membership to the channel has a little feather by their name.
Make contact with the resident. It's a false alarm.
You're my phoenix.
Helicopter's false alarm.
Okay, refreshed. So, Sailing El Azul says, windy app. It's a bad day tomorrow for high wind. We just had a great forecast by KCAL. I mean, I clipped it, but man, they were the ones who were spot on. And so I was making furious notes about it. Now, they were good. ABC7 was bad and had like a fake forecast. I want to quickly explain what we're looking at and go back to the live video. So we now know which one's Charlie, Alpha, and Juliet. There are three main portions of priority that they're trying to fight the fire at. So the one over here with the little squiggle, you can see how I can mouse over where the flames are, and it shows you on the map. Over here versus down here, which is down by the lagoon. So the Charlie is Charlie. That's Charlie's down here by the lagoon, to the right of the screen, and the Whitaker Edge Cam. That one's down there. Their number one priority because it's well, would get towards civilization. And also, you have the detention center, aka it's a freaking prison, down there. Now, to the right of the screen here, left side of that image, is the.
Engine 97, can you show us on seat? MDC's not responding.
That is Alpha.
Helicopter on seat.
Where the Coulson Chinook helitanker 61 is working. So if we go back.
332, cover engines. Got you at Green Valley. Are you going to remain overnight Green Valley?
It may be going to refuel. We've heard about them rotating the copters carefully because of the lack of fuel. Yeah, firefighting drones in the future. Yeah, Gallants, you have good ideas. That's what we've spoken about before. I've outlined what the future of firefighting will look like, and in the future, wildfires.
597's out to the south. We'll be back at the 11.
Wildfires will be very trivial to fight.
Okay.
But we're not there yet. We're on the cusp.
Sure, we will be too. Oh yeah.
Oh God, I love the pilots. Oh yeah. But we're in a pit of hell right now. It has never been more difficult to fight a fire because of the 75 plus years of suppressing pretty much all fires with a crazy unnatural fuel load, stopping the Native Americans from doing their thing, which was keeping the fuel load down. We're just now admitting that we never should have stopped their prescribed fire burns. Whoopsie.
Helco air attack on the deck.
We've got a lot of technology that can make wildfire fighting trivial as long as you get to it
Clear for Helco.
as soon as it starts.
Familiar with the helipad next to the lagoon?
Yeah, can you give me a minute and I can look it up?
Alright, that's where, I am unfamiliar, but that's where 531 was looking ground.
If we can get drones and unmanned stuff
Designator on that?
I do not.
to get over to a fire as it starts within 2 minutes of it starting, yeah, we could put them out within 5 minutes of wildfire starting. That is the future. With unmanned drones, with fleets of them, with having them stationed once we rebuild
5522 Gracewood, you're an AO5 Alpha.
all of the
This is 33.
watchtowers. We can have the watchtowers be drone stations. We can identify where lightning has struck a dead tree in the middle of nowhere and not have to wait until it becomes a huge wildfire to figure it out. Like, the future will be trivial, but we're just not there yet. Right now, we're fighting fires more like it's 1899 with a lot of shovels.
Ground 47 is going available.
We are making trails.
Squad 90, Kip.
That line is a trail. We hope the fire won't go past the trail. And then you have to walk up mountains in the heat and do this stuff. But in the future, they'll be dropped off by little drones that can carry a person. When drones that can carry a person can be there at the ready, we can put smoke jumpers again in places that are dangerous and not lose, crews of 20 at a time. So when smoke jumpers, when we allowed them to parachute into death traps, we had fewer major wildfires get big. We just haven't allowed that for the last 10 years. After Storm King and other disasters where we lost, crews of 24. You can't parachute somebody in without a quick route of escape. So they pretty much stopped that. So once they do have a quick means of escape, like their own personal drones to escape from, that they can ride. We're talking like
Rating 118.
drones that carry a person. They're already prototypes. Just need a little bit more technology, but that will make things trivial in the future. Dry chemical bombing of something like a tree on fire after a lightning strike, that is the future. We're just not quite there yet, but these things have been invented. They need to be funded and implemented. So here we are. We're in the pit of hell. We've let invasive weeds take over. We've mismanaged the land. We've allowed death trap neighborhoods with only one way out to be built. So we're in the peak, well, the trough, the worst bottom.
Metro Truck 29 on scene at 500 South Hobart. We got a 4-story apartment complex over parking. Looks like light haze. We'll be in the investigative mode. Will be known as Hobart IC.
Hey, we're in our own special hell right now. It's never been worse. How are these fires starting? Much of them is probably the power companies, especially SoCal Edison. If you're referring to what's been happening.
599, 1600 Rosemead.
Since the 7th.
Boulevard, truck 29 on scene. Towards a 4-story apartment over parking. Light smoke showing. Be known as Hobart. I see. Much appreciated, thank you.
Well, if every fire starts very small, Mitch. So if you just have a lot of fire lookouts back on the landscape, used to just litter the landscape, you rebuild them, you can daisy chain. The fire lookouts can be the battery charging and swapping stations. So if lightning strikes a tree somewhere, or somebody gets in a car wreck, or a campfire gets out of control in the middle of nowhere, the initial response can be really swift. And you can have follow-up back to back to back.
Clear for Elko, air to ground. Checking on the availability on Division Alpha, west of the origin for water drop helicopter. Bump over 11-1 was working earlier today and rolled out east.
As more and more come in
Stand by.
from the other nearby lookout towers. It's speed response.
Center 25, copter 613, soon as 605 lifts will be inbound. We're waiting up over here just to the south.
The average, lightning strike wildfire that happens in a forest, lightning hits a dead tree. When they hit live trees, they usually just blast them apart. But dead ones will be on fire. They can oftentimes...
Correction, Elko, Hellfinger 6-1 on air tactics.
They can oftentimes burn for a week before the tree collapses and it spreads.
Go ahead for Elko.
The burning pieces.
Up till now, out of the dip for our last drop. We'll return to Van Nuys.
Okay, I've got a request by Division Alpha for some assistance on the heel. Have you been working with him directly on air to ground?
Negative.
Do you have air to ground and we can give him a call if he can walk in?
Yeah,
We
jetpacks.
can give him a call on the air to ground. I'll have to get off air tactics with you though.
Understood.
We've seen demos. We've seen demos of firefighters using jetpacks. We've seen demos of firefighters using jetpacks, but that's.
I was calling on dispatch 3 to release to move up in battalion 4.
Helicopters releasing the move up.
They're very short range. That's the problem with them. Let's see
Truck
here.
29, 500 South Hobart. Truck 29, engine 52 is going to handle food on the stove. You can have 9 back. We're going to hold on to attack for a second.
I do deal in reality, sir. I don't BS.
Into the structure fire, 500 South Hobart Boulevard. Truck 29, engine 52, will handle food on the stove. Going back to channel 7, you keep an attack channel.
Okay, that's unrelated to LA County stuff right there. We don't have time for it right now,
We're
but
climbing up in Alpha towards the top of the ridge. Heard you wanted to drop.
I've seen prototype demonstrations, Mitch, of all of the things I've spoken about. So the technology is here. It needs the funding, it needs development to, work. Every new exciting airplane is at one point a prototype until funding development, and then it works. Let's see here. No, it's not true, Richard Hinman. The four young men making the video thing, I have discussed that in at length. The dude, Jesse on Fire, that video is totally fake. He took a whole bunch of hoax videos from Twitter and said smoking gun is the arsonist who did that. They filmed themselves.
We're working our way that way. This is our first time out tonight, so.
No, the Palisades was not that. What he did is he showed.
19-3, if you could switch to the wave channel.
Sorry, I just want to clear that one up. I may have to make a video about just calling him out and saying, what the hell are you doing? Because, I think those four young gentlemen are going to sue the living crap out of them. Anybody else saying that they did it. So the Jesse on Fire YouTuber video, I don't blame him for I do blame him for his clickbait title of saying, we know who did it. Then he later says in audio thing, he says, oh, but I'm not making any claims. Yes, you are, dude. With saying that caught red-handed type title, 8 exclamation marks in the title. Yes, you are. So he's going to get sued. He's really opening himself to libel and slander, but it gets worse. I just started watching it, and he takes this camera video and says, this is the start of the Palisades, and it's a fuzzy camera view from one of the alert wildfire cams. None of them caught it that close, by the way. None of them. And he says, oh yeah, this is the Palisades. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the person starting the fire on this video matches the same clothing as the 4 boys, one of them. And he goes, correct me if I'm wrong, but it all began on the 9th. Yes, you are wrong. It began on the 7th. The video you're showing is from the 9th. And it's not even the Palisades region. It's over in Pasadena. And it's 2 days after the Eaton Fire started, so it's the wrong fire. It's the wrong day. Unless they're teleporting time travelers, they didn't start it. And no, he does not have video evidence. So he just took all this rumored clickbait crap from hoax videos, believed them, strung them together on his own video, and even people in the comments are saying, bro, you got the wrong day, you got the wrong fire. That's a firefighter trying to take care of a spot fire on the other video, dude, not somebody starting one. And he still won't retract the statement, that I know. He still won't take down his video or correct it. So it's got a whole lot of views and stuff, while honest journalism like what we do here doesn't, because it's not that exciting. I refuse to do clickbait like that, to just fool everybody and profit off of it. That's disgusting. You won't be seeing me doing that here. I won't be pretending I know who did things until like actual investigators do their freaking job. I will say, hey, I speculate and I think, and here's my educated opinion. I've seen this stuff a million times before. The Palisades is most likely started by down power lines. The Eaton almost certainly was, due to people filming the start of the Eaton and a journalist going there later showing the power lines being damaged. So the other one that was further northwest of the Eaton is almost certainly SoCal Edison's power lines too. So what looked like arson to me was the Sunset and the Kenneth. I was trying to explain earlier. Very few fires can get established and can go during these strong Santa Ana winds. You mostly have to have a flame source that's constant, perpetual, because the winds are so strong they will blow out fires. It's actually really difficult to get them to start. So that means if it takes a whole lot of things. A car accident with a spill of fuel, that can happen. So like we're talking about, what do you call that word? Accelerant in play, something like that. Plane crash, car accident, that can do it. But power lines, when they touch each other, they drop molten metal down into bushes. And so molten metal remains hot, and that can start wildfire. If there's a tree on power lines, it will electrocute the tree, and it'll eventually boil its sap off of it. Once the sap is boiled away by the tremendous heat, then it's like a dried up piece of wood, like it's dead, and it'll boom, ignite and burn. So that happened with, say, the Dixie Fire, the Zog Fire, and so many others where power companies have started everything. It's something crazy. I don't have true statistics, but as far as the town erasing deadly wildfires go, it's higher than 90% usually. The cause is power companies. The rest is freak accidents and arson almost to a T. True stupidity with fire doesn't cause that many big fires, but it makes the news when they do. As far as like towns and neighborhoods erased, it's almost always power companies. Almost always. Whether or not you look at Paradise, whatever. If you just familiarize yourself with the Wikipedia article for the North Bay fires alone, that's when my friend died that night. The same night that Santa Rosa burned down, PG&E started 15 other fires that got crazy, and many of them killed too. So if you look at all of these, they have one freaking thing in common. It's pretty much PG&E started every single one of them in the same 24-hour period. So the Cascade here, right here in LaPorte, those next to each other. That's where I lost a good family friend. And then 1 year later, they do the same thing. Let power lines that are rickety and old, and they mark all the trees that are endangered, leaning towards lines, dead, whatever. They have many, many thousands of trees that they have a backlog on because Butte County District Attorney investigated, and they found that PG&E memos going back for a long time. The internal memos said it's cheaper to let power lines fail than to maintain them. So we have decades and decades, if not just PG&E, but other power companies too, neglecting the tree trimming, the vegetation clearing of their lines. So they are rickety pieces of crap ready to fall over with a sneeze. And the part of the power line that failed to start the Paradise Fire, the Camp Fire 2018, was 97 years old. It was 96 or 97 years old. So not only had it never been replaced, but that little arm that was on the big, long-distance, high-tension power line had been kind of swinging in the wind for 96 years until it wore itself into a nub and finally snapped. Two of the cables touched, molten metal went down, dripping into the grass, and it still took a long time for the fire to be established because the Diablo winds, which are like Santa Ana winds for the north, kept blowing out the open flames. But they could have gone to it and quickly put it out. Fire crews showed up real quick in the Feather River Canyon, but they found out that PG&E let a bunch of bushes and trees grow up in the fire access road, so they couldn't access it. They sat there and watched. And so that's why that got worse. You look at SoCal Edison starting the Bobcat Fire and others. There's still many which from last couple of years they probably started. But it takes 2.5 years for them to get off their asses and finally complete a fire investigation and tell the public. It's 2.5 years later that we finally got confirmation the Bobcat was SoCal Edison. And then it was inconclusive because some of the evidence was missing about just how a tree or vegetation came to come in contact with a power substation. Here's a clue. Don't allow trees to grow up next to your power substation, and then they can't fall on them. What the hell? There are supposed to be rules and laws against that. They are not being enforced because of just absolute crazy amounts of corruption. But if you look at the Cherokee Fire and the notes and stuff, the Atlas Fire, this was a single 24-hour period. This was all pretty much PG&E. The Atlas and Napa and Solano counties, 781 structures destroyed, 120 damaged, 6 people dead. The Tubbs, which, yes, was PG&E. They tried to cover that up and say it was the homeowners' BS. Later, they ended up paying out people who were victim of the Tubbs fire because they stopped pretending that they didn't like these. Once it was clear that they really were going to be on the hook for all the damage, the politicians were going to pass laws to limit their liability, they stopped denying that they started fires. They just started admitting to them, and because why not? They don't care if they start them because politicians pass laws real quickly, limiting their liability instead of paying the victims what they deserve for their losses. They get to give the victims stock options of their worthless company. Great. So the outgoing governor, right before Newsom, he signed legislation along with all these other corrupt California politicians to limit PG&E's liability to prop them up and keep them afloat. And that's why you have so many people homeless from Paradise who still are homeless. since November of 2018. And that's why you have all these loss of structures and stuff. People didn't get the money back to rebuild. So you have a housing crisis. Things aren't being rebuilt, or people have to sell out cheap and leave the state because they can't afford it. This is all single 24-hour period for the most part. The Tubbs, 5,643 structures destroyed, 317 damaged, 1 person injured, and 22 people died. The Nuns Fire, Napa's, Sonoma, 56,500 acres. We're still on October 8th here, 2017 here. 3 deaths merged with the Norbaum, Adobe, Patrick, Presley, and Oakmont fires. 1,355 structures destroyed on that one and 3 people dead. So we have multiple mergers of power lines down fires. The Redwood Valley Fire, Mendocino, still, 1 day later, October 9th. Still 24-hour period, 36,523 acres, 9 people dead, 545 structures destroyed, 43 injured. LaPorte and Butte Fire, 6,000 acres plus. That one didn't have people killed, but right next to it was the Cascade. That's where one of my friends was one of the 4 people killed. 10,000 acres, 143 residential, 123 outbuildings destroyed. That's pretty much the entirety of Bangor and Loma Rica, 2 small towns, overshadowed by Santa Rosa burning down, but yes, it was happening at the same time. Sulphur in Lake County, 2,000 plus acres, 150 structures destroyed. Also, same October 9th period, 37 fire in Sonoma, 1,660 acres. Same 24-hour period, guys. Let's see here, 25 structures destroyed, 55 damaged. Pocket fire, Sonoma County, almost 18,000 acres. On October 9th, no other statistics. The Lobo in Nevada County, 821 acres, at least 30 structures destroyed. And the Bear Fire in Santa Cruz, 391 acres, 4 structures destroyed, 7 injuries, all in the same pretty much 24-hour period. Pretty much every single one proven to be a power company, as they let their rickety lines be energized was absolutely inappropriate with hurricane force winds, which is what Santa Ana's and Diablo winds are. They are seasonal. They happen every freaking year. It's not global warming. It's not climate change related. They are seasonal. They are going on since the Ice Age. They will continue to happen 10,000 years in the future, too. That's just 24 hours of what power companies can do. Just I don't even know where to begin to make a database and get you true statistics on how many people they kill. I lost track. I've lost count. I don't even have enough time in between fire seasons to get real statistics for you. Oftentimes I can't say, hey, it's a power company, because they do take 2.5 years to freaking get to that conclusion. Everybody who will tell you involved in all these, some had to sell out and leave because they're waiting for the investigation to conclude. They will drag their feet, whatever they need to do to help out these power companies, leave people in the dark. They won't tell you nothing. Nothing about suspecting power company. Myself and others at the time this all happened, we were convinced it was a bunch of arsonists, but then it became clear that no, it's power lines down. Because they couldn't be all there, all over the Bay Area and the foothills all over at the same time. There's no motivation for anybody to do that either. But there is a motivation and a conspiracy hiding in plain sight to keep the power lines on when it's dangerous. They've already been caught. You just read Butte County District Attorney's report about Camp Fire. Just go read it. This is my source of information too. PG&E internal memos. It's cheaper to let the lines fail, replace them when they fall down, than to do maintenance as the law requires. So you are not safe. It's not just California. We found out Hawaii does it too. They just don't give a damn. And Oregon wasn't safe either. 2020 came around and I went viral covering that stuff too. And I had to evacuate my own mom in front of the Beachy Creek fire, which was pretty much spread by Pacific Core and Pacific Power. They were convicted of that. That erased like 16 towns, or half the lines had fire with it, which it merged with. It's absolutely crazy what they get away with, and that's because you know what the people just don't know. They just don't know. because the media will just say it's global warming. Because that's all they say. They don't investigate anything. Oftentimes the power companies are buying commercials with the news stations, and so they don't want to lose that revenue. You ever seen a power company commercial and wondered what the hell? Why is something playing on the news? It's just a regular power company. Commercials are for getting people, influencing them to buy what they don't need. What they don't need and haven't heard of. If everybody needs power and is already a customer, you don't need commercials. It's part of making themselves so important to the media companies with their ads that the media companies don't dare piss them off. It's really sad. The same thing with the politicians. They're going to cover their ass because a lot of the politicians take their money. So yeah, it's global warming, it's CO2, it's whatever, it's wind. No, those are not ignition sources. Those are complicating factors, but not ignition sources. So even if global warming wasn't happening, this all would still happen because the Santa Ana's Diablo winds have nothing to do with it. They blow October, they're January. They always have since the Ice Age, and they always will. It's the foreseeable future. So whenever you hear stuff like that, you're just not getting the full picture, but you can go verify it all. Like here, if you want to just go read this, you'll be absolutely shocked how many people the power companies are able to get away with. And they would stop if they had a incentive to stop. Right now, you can't. Corporate personhood is a terrible law, and that needs to be struck down by the Supreme Court, but it doesn't look like they'll do that anytime soon. Right now, CEO could kill people. You and I would go to prison with a decision that we made that got a lot of people killed. Like let lines fail. Okay? And they even mentioned wildfires. They said, oh, some will cause fires, but some won't because they'll fall down during wet storms. That's how they were talking about people's lives. They said, it's okay. Some wildfires will start. That's okay. Still overall cheaper to let lines fail and maintain them. Just don't give a damn about you or me, or if we die or not, or if our communities stay around. This keeps going. California will absolutely be a desert wasteland and bankrupt because this is crazy. If you look at just the fire history with red and orange being just most recent fires of like 5 years ago, how much of California has burned up versus how much is freaking left. Few places that are intact at this point. The Dixie was the biggest one ever, and that was once again PG&E. 5 different counties, 52% of the Plymouth National Forest, which had just regrown into old growth, gone, obliterated, absolutely obliterated. So until we actually take action, hold the power companies accountable, they will stop lighting fires in a second. 2 things happen. 1, CEOs can get everything they own confiscated from them to pay for the fire damage and pay back the victims. So right now, though, corporate personhood means that the corporation is a felon and the corporation goes to jail. Yeah, the corporation is a felon. Corporation is on probation. The CEOs who made the decision, they still have their yachts, their mansions, their huge amount of wealth. Nothing. They don't go to prison. They can't do it. Corporation protects them. Corporate personhood. The corporation did it, not the CEOs, man. That's got to end like right now, because if they could actually go to prison, they would, not commit crimes. But they can't. They can't go to prison. So if that needs to change, they'll stop. Also, if California just liquidated the company and seized its assets for being this irresponsible, there should be a law that they have one goal. It has to be above profit. Deliver power safely to the public. That's it. That has to be above profit. You violate that, or you fail to deliver power safely. Next, assets seized. Next, new people in charge. Bye. But it's backwards right now. Right now, it's totally backwards. Right now, the power company just doesn't have a reason to change because the feds will pay for everything. the power company, when they start a fire, their own insurance should be paying the victims, not the victim's insurance company, because they did nothing wrong. They're not the ones who did anything. This wasn't an accident. It was power companies. Power companies are supposed to have insurance. It's like if you drive around and somebody hits your car, your own insurance doesn't pay. It's the dude who hit you. Right now, it's backwards. Power company's insurance doesn't seem to be paying much of anything. The insurance companies that people have individually are supposed to pay to replace people's homes. That's a bunch of crap. When the Paradise Fire broke out, it was obviously the power company. It was just a smoking gun. The fire crews watched it start that way. They knew. However, the little tiny Paradise insurance company that was local went belly up, of course, because they couldn't pay out the claims. Well, they shouldn't have had to. What does the state of California do? Liquidated the company and seized its assets. So you could see how that freaked out Allstate and everybody else, State Farm and the big guys. Nobody wants to operate in California if the power companies are going to start fires, but they're going to have to pay for it. They're pulling out of California. Don't blame them. So you would think, oh, well, that would force California to crack down on the power companies, wouldn't it? Because if nobody has fire insurance, then the economy can't be rebuilt after a fire. You just end up with a wasteland and a ghost town. So no, the politicians are still protecting the power companies by not giving a damn if insurance companies leave. They're like, oh, well, the state will have its own fire insurance. This is backwards, this is wrong, and this is absolutely a bunch of crap. They'll just bankrupt the state. And the power companies still don't have to pay, so they have no incentive to stop. And they do not lose a wink of sleep over stuff like people burning to death en masse. They just don't care. The people at the top, psychopaths, narcissists, and others who cannot feel empathy for other human beings, who just don't care if they live or die about anybody in the world, they tend to rise to the top in corporate environments and become the decision makers. Well, the poor people who work for them have some of the most nerve-wracking ethical dilemmas of their lives and live in fear of getting fired. If they shut off the power because a fire might be happening, these companies are still allowed to say, you'll get fired. So when the Dixie broke out and a PG&E employee thought, hey, that's probably because a fire starting, he had a decision. He could hit the safety, the shut-off button. But PG&E, even after destroying so many lives in Paradise and killing my friend and everything about the North Bay fires, which is pretty much all their fault, killing so many people in the North Bay and destroying so many towns by then, they still didn't care. They just still did it again. They still had a policy of an employee must visually make sure a fire is happening, confirm it before hitting the power shutoff, or they're going to be fired. So that guy had to drive 30 minutes up a winding road to the Feather River Canyon to verify, yeah, there's a tree being electrocuted and its sap is boiling off due to the extreme heat of power lines on a tree. And it was dripping into dry grass. So he tried to fight the fire underneath the grass, couldn't. He had no cell phone reception, so he had to drive 30 minutes back down the canyon. He hit the shutoff button at that point, but it was too late. Meanwhile, this entire thing is the Dixie. The entire thing here, this whole red thing, all of that is the Dixie. It spans 5 counties. It is just short of 1 million acres. It was not possible to stop it. And just when they were about to, when it approached Canyon Dam over here, went past, it approached Canyon Dam, the PG&E started another fire with their power lines called the Fly Fire, and that one, they had to drop everything to fighting the Dixie to fight the Fly Fire, which made the Dixie go out of control just when they were about to button it up. And so it just spread and spread and spread until the wet season and snow happened. It was not humanly possible to put it out. And that's more than 50 miles as the crow flies. It's one of the largest ever. It's California's largest fire ever. Somebody else might say, hey, no, there was a mess over here that was California's largest fire ever. No, there was a whole bunch of lightning that happened. And it was all allowed to grow together into one big fire because everybody was fighting PG&E power line fires. So over here, we've had wildfires the past few years with 0 staff on them, just allowed to go and burn where they want because there's just not enough people to go around. 35% of the entire nation's firefighters were on the Dixie, plus drafted National Guard people who were given a shovel and said, hey, help. I mean, there's absolute desperation there. There are more than like 25 nations helping us too. So this can't go on, but it will continue. It will continue. But the question is, are we going to take action as people? Wake up and just do not elect anybody who takes money from power companies. You can find out, there's lists about whether or not they do. Do not vote for them anymore. Don't vote for anybody who does because they're protecting them. And every town hall meeting you go to, what is your plan for dealing with fire? If they're like, huh? Oh, it's global warming. We're going to tax some cow farts. Next, oh, fires won't be this bad in the future. It's somebody else's idea. Next, just somebody who actually has a plan to help harden your community. What we can do for ourselves to help ourselves is we can at least do until you get new leadership. There's a reason other states aren't having stuff quite this bad. Other states are not quite this corrupt, but we get a taste of it. Maui was. Public utility commissions and power companies just being in bed with each other. But they get the calls. They can see the lines arcing and sparking. They can see surging happening. They can see that in their control panels. They even get calls, 911. Hey, your power lines are down and sparking. And they just still don't shut it off. With the Eaton Fire, we heard an alarming thing the other day. And that was over the radio where they said, oh my God, the lines are energized. Look out, look out. And it was, they thought, why are they live? SoCal Edison had turned it all off. It almost electrocuted a bunch of firefighters. It did start some small fires they had to take care of. So they said, what's going on? And they said, it's got to be people with generators maybe. Maybe are backfeeding into the lines. So it took more than an hour, but it came down on the radio. No, it is SoCal Edison. There people are line testing in the area. They almost killed a bunch of firefighters. So they desperately were saying, turn it back off. We're putting out multiple little fires that they're being started now. What the hell are you doing? So there's just some stupidity here. It's absolutely mind-blowing how bad it is. But I don't know how many towns and how many people have to die. There's still 24 missing people, mostly at the Eaton. Before people wake up about this stuff. But that's why I'm mad, and many other people are mad. Those of us educated and just do this year after year after year. Is it a town erasing fire? Did it happen in very high winds when most people are very cautious? Was it at a hillside that experiences higher wind gusts than the rest of the place? Underneath power lines, bing, 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 bing. It's probably the power company. Do we know what started the Franklin? Maybe we'll find out in 2.5 years when they get around to telling us. Okay, so the radio is back on. Look back at our refresh here. It's 10 o'clock. Let's see if the winds are getting worse as expected. Sorry, let me go back to the chat. I also missed a lot of chat. So this is sort of good if this is to be believed.
Traffic helicopter TV4, TV5, San Fernando Reservoir, westbound 2.3 for the Newhall Pass.
Yeah.
Copter 609 on area ground.
Okay, so we do have red.
You can release our move up if we have one. Helicopters.
Okay, let's see. That's
somebody on your pad. Are they going to lift fairly soon?
It's from minutes.
Yeah, 613 is on the pad right now.
Minutes ago. Okay.
We're next in as soon as they left. We're just to the south. Copy that. I'm out of fuel, so I'm headed back to Prado right now.
Alright, sorry, let me look back at chat real quick. Happy Dogs is Kathy. You say what we have been saying for years. People like you need to run for governor. oh man, I'd be assassinated in like 5 minutes. I'd be like being sworn in, boom. If the people demand it, though, I'll accept the reins of power. But if what would be best is somebody who knows how to navigate. Somebody who knows how to navigate.
Your tender's Avidolce Airport. One of their officers relayed that there's no fuel at Uncle Jose.
Hang on. Listen to helicopters.
Are available back in district. You can release engine 5163 for move up.
There are people pure of heart, crusaders, like I am, that can't be corrupted. And that's one factor of an effective politician. The second,
613 on air tactics.
The second one is how to navigate the political red tape system and morass of conflicting goals of different agencies and special interest groups. And
831 X-ray Sam's responding code 3 to Malibu Red, the Palisades Fire, 831 X-ray Sam.
Somebody who already knows
We're
how.
ready to lift, but be advised we have maybe only 10 minutes on station before we'd have to return to Prado due to the pilot timing out.
Okay, I'm going to mute that just a second, finish my sentence. You need somebody who knows the politics and the political world inside out to be effective. I'd be better as somebody's really good dang advisor or a fire czar or something for the nation to make sweeping change according to my playbook. In order to the manifesto, the 35 reasons for fires. If climate change is one of the worst factors, well, we could change the other 34. And then have dramatic improvement. This all does need to change because this is unsustainable money pit stuff here. You just can't lose California's natural resources and landscape and turn it to a desert because California is the biggest money maker for the nation. At this point now, it's more of a money drain for the nation. So you can't, it's no good.
And then the TFR?
Okay, sorry, that's just the pilots chatting about entering and exiting the region. So I'm very flattered by your trust in me. If people wanted me to, sure, I'd accept. But it's better to find somebody who knows how to be effective. I'm sure there are people going into politics who work every day and work with people, reach across the aisle, blah blah blah, and they need to be supported. So you can find out who they are, and I'll see if their fire ideas are good, and I'll promote those who have good ideas for local or state or whatever. Right now, all I can tell you is just don't vote for anybody who takes money from the power companies, and vote them out if you know about them. I got excited about the Newsom recall. Every single county that had bad fires voted to recall him. However, the guy who was up against him to replace him took money from PG&E too, so I just I didn't support him. You can't just replace somebody to have. Hang on.
By the 5 freeway that they're just letting burn. Copy. All right. Yeah, I might just work around the west side of the TFR and see if we can see that fire line. That's probably all they need.
Okay, so
yeah, you'll be able to, but while remaining outside of it, because we got a clear view of it, and we're nowhere near the TFR. Okay, copy. How high are you? I mean, we're up here. We're up at 8.5, but got it.
Okay. All right.
111, go.
So sorry, I was just going to say that the. What was I just saying? God. Still listening to the radio. I've just muted it for you guys for a second. Yeah, I'm so frustrated. I'd like to design communication systems so that the basic problems of radios not failing and fire crews not knowing where each other's are at, and the delays and things about the pilots not knowing where the drones are and all that stuff. I have an idea for an app that would solve a lot of those problems. And for use by first responders, I'm better as an advisor and designer of plans that work. I know what the problems are that the first responders had. I know how to solve them with technology. That's what my best use is being more of an eagle. There's different leadership types. The beavers who roll up their sleeves and get stuff done and pound every day, and they hit the pavement and they get support and they rally, and I'm not that person. I'm the person who gives you the plan. Others implement it. Design this app. Redesign the radio systems. Let's redesign the water systems for many of these communities. Let's make some basic rules. There's no more development anywhere of death trap neighborhoods. Otherwise, you don't get any money to rebuild. That's why something like LA City Council and stuff would absolutely hate me, because they just want to rebuild and don't care if there's death trap neighborhoods. They just want their taxpayers back. They just want to rebuild real quick. Same thing as after the 1906 earthquake and San Francisco burning down. They just wanted to rebuild real quick. They're losing money every day. The economy's suffering every day until people are back. And then as the rebuilding starts, oh boy, is there economic stimulus of all this flurry of activity. So they don't want to do what common sense is, such as don't allow homes to be rebuilt right next to each other. Because that would they would have to confiscate or eminent domain or reimburse people to not rebuild in those locations and convince them to rebuild elsewhere. Or they'd have to widen their streets. They'd have to redo the water mains. They'd have to bury the lines and make it safe to be in an area before re-inhabiting it. And they have a blank slate right now. A place like Pacific Palisades, perfect. Go ahead and redo the water main. Put some parks in there with some really big swimming pools, so they're recreation during the summer, and it's until fire breaks out. Then it's a bunch of water to dip out of, and even have a last resort shelter in place area. But these are very, very pushback on these ideas. It was so bad because of the greedy money types. They don't care if people are at risk, not because they're evil. There's something called detrimental optimism. Oh, how often does something like this happen? Oh, not since 1961's Bel Air. Did we have entire neighborhoods like here erased? But in reality, Malibu area has had a major fire every single decade since the 20s. They just don't want to hear that. Just because we got lucky and fire crews were able to suppress mass death events to keep them from getting big in the past doesn't mean designing death trap neighborhoods is good. Hang on a second.
Inquiring as to where you guys are working, priorities that you see right now, and any needs.
Yeah, what are the priorities?
Okay, right now we've got a few helicopters timing out on a duty day. We're going to reconcile here shortly. We're going to order up 531 to replace behind them. As far as priorities go, we're still working down in Charlie, supporting Alpha as they need it, and over in Juliet. There's a lot of heat along the line, but from our vantage point, nothing's moving around at this time.
Yay!
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to figure out where everything lays out here. If you need something, give me a holler.
Okay, we'll remain up for a bit, and if anything changes, we'll let you know.
How many ships do you have up right now?
LA 65.
65, go ahead.
LA 65 is 149 is back in district. We're going to head back to 65.
Yeah, we don't have to do things like that, MC, price control and capping insurance stuff. We don't need to do that.
Here, Tech, go ahead.
If competition's restored.
Reconcile, I was on the other channel with 613 and 609. Are they duty day done?
So go back up to the top.
Duty days up there, going back to get fuel and doing personnel swaps.
Yeah, the Pacific Oscillation Cycle. You're totally right.
Hey, firm. for a heads up, I got 6-1 Van Nuys for fuel, 4-7 Fox for fuel, and 8 Papa Juliet going back to Santa Monica for fuel.
Okay, and are you good if I order 531 out now?
Affirm. And did you catch that it was spot 149 Alpha was the 6th site next to the lagoon?
Yep, I got that with the updated lat and long, and that's what they'll be using.
Last thing, are you talking to 5TV?
Oh, that's affirmative. TV4, TV5, kept them above the TFR.
Okay, yeah, I thought they were above the TFR. We had them working about 1,000 AGL out here to the west over the 5, outside of the TFR.
Yeah, it looks like they moved out to the south.
Yeah, I know Shinani. Oh shoot, I forgot to check my email. Shinani, I still want to talk to you.
We got a report from a sheriff's deputy at the Will Rogers command post that on patrol they saw smoke showing at 616 Fernwood Drive. 616 Fernwood Drive in Division Victor. No other information.
Whoa.
Union copy, 616 Fernwood Drive, possible smoke showing. We'll check it out.
Yeah, the helicopters will go check it out. And maybe ground crews. Okay, so that was Palisades fire crew said 616. So it was they have a command post still at the burned out husk of the Will Rogers.
114, can we get another
Store.
ETA on AMR when able?
Incident command post. Okay, somebody I think tried to send me some pictures and I forgot to check the email. Sorry.
Heavy, set down for fuel.
Yeah, the fire's still visible in Winnaker Ridge. It just didn't zoom out as much. So this is it here, Al.
Understood. And see your fuel point.
Yeah, it's just the camera's not zoomed out enough anymore.
Time for 609.
There's Winnaker Ridge 1, 2. Okay.
609, tell me where you're fueling.
Oh, Greg, thank you for your kind $8 Venmo. Gosh, that was 5:56 p.m. donation. Oopsie. I don't see any pictures. Somebody send me pictures. I don't see any. How about
114 copies.
spam folder? I have so much spam. I'm so overwhelmed with emails. I'm terribly sorry. It takes so long for me to reply, but having my email visible for the world to see, it's getting harder to tell which emails are actually real people.
Got TB5 air attack on the 12292.
Right now, even the spam folder is overwhelming. Here. Oh, I have been chosen by God to receive a grant of $1.2 million. Kindly reply. Kind regards, Ms. Lisa Robinson. I'm sure that's legit. Yep, sure that's legit. So, I don't think spam folder is in there either. So whoever was going to send me some pictures of today's fire, I do not see them. Click on the social versus promotions. It's mostly everyday creators like me. We get spammed with, "Hi, I've watched your channel for a long time. I want to partner with you. I represent X, Y, or Z company," or blah, blah, blah. Most of those are absolutely fake. So no, I don't have any pictures, but if you do have pictures, my email is always in the description of my video. I can type it out if you need. Hey David, welcome. Welcome. So much for getting a couple of days off, right? I know. Yeah. 1.5 to 2 acre fire, Big Al says. Eaton Fire. West of Arcturus Avenue, Oxnard, Ventura County. No structures threatened. Great. Okay. Let's see here. Lady Deidre says, not denying what you're saying, Catherine, love your work, however, it's my belief there's much more involved with these conflagrations. Well, we do know that arsonists do come out of the woodwork. So, they do capitalize on situations. Okay, yeah, what I was trying to say earlier is Santa Ana specifically, Diablo Winds specifically, there are...
Alright, 605, I understand you're going in for a crew swap. About how long before you come back out?
There are very few ways to get a fire started, so it narrows it down a lot. It's either arson with form of a blowtorch, because that creates a constant flame. Somebody could toss a blowtorch, like a acetylene torch, Coleman stove thing, in bushes or something. Because the flame is constantly going, it can start a fire during the high winds. High winds usually blow out flames, blow out open flame. So something with a constant, So like the guy at the Kenneth Fire arrested for running around with a little acetylene torch and map fuel. Oh, that's hella suspicious. Very good citizen's arrest there. Kenneth Sunset really may have been arson, taking advantage of Palisades and the Eaton area, making most police busy, right? Arsonists get excited with Santa Ana's, of course. So the thing about it, though, is the power lines. Power lines touching each other, making molten metal dripping down into vegetation, that definitely will do it. Or even a living tree will burn like it's dead once it leans over on lines in your neighborhood or anything. And the extreme heat of the power lines will boil the sap out, which is the moisture in a tree, dry it up like it's super dry, and after an hour or two, maybe less, boom, the tree ignites as if it's like a dead tree. So we've seen some of that during the Palisades in Eaton, the trees on fire leaning on power lines. So some of the smaller, some of the spread of the Palisades into Eaton, regardless of the initial way it started, you'll find out later. Just because you don't have to be a psychic. This happens.
Took a flight around your division and seeing a lot of heat along the perimeter, but nothing that's standing up or moving. Do you have any aircraft needs?
Good. That's good news. Hang on, I'll start that sentence again in a minute.
Eastbound, west of town, 7 Victor, Charles Mary, 197.
We're going to find out, so I heard plenty of it on the radio.
Beyond air tactics.
With power lines down in neighborhoods, spread the fires faster. The Eaton and the Palisades, because they did refuse.
K1, that 28 has returned clear to a 2016 Nissan out of Rialto. We'll send it over to MTC.
We not only heard it live, where fire crews couldn't.
Stop at Indian Hill.
So far, we'll try to make a stop at Indian Hill.
Where fire crews were going into the neighborhoods, that power lines were going down and starting new little individual ones in the Palisades and Eaton areas. We know that for a fact. So later when they get around to making a report, then they'll explain that. That's why so many are suing SoCal Edison already, because they still inappropriately had power on for a very long time in the Eaton and the Palisades. We frustratingly listened live to power lines down on Pacific Coast Highway totally blocking it. Therefore, fire crews can't get to Topanga Canyon.
Elko AirTech copied all, and I'll find out if there's a sign tomorrow.
Period. And that went on for 4.5 hours before SoCal and some guys turned off the power.
No, you are not. Oh, yeah.
Okay. That was random.
Figure out what happened.
Okay. Alright, let's look back up at the... Oh, alright, so what I was saying...
Can you 10-9, you came in 10-1 low volume.
They got tired of getting community noted on Twitter. Yeah.
Release from the Woodward incident returning to quarters.
Okay, can I talk now? I hope so. Alright, so what can get a fire started during Santa Ana's? Or Diablo winds? Something with a constant flame.
Helicopter 4 Alpha Sierra on Forest Net.
Alright, like a
Alpha Sierra.
road flare.
4 Alpha Sierra is off Santa Monica en route to Hughes incident for Helco relief. 2 on board, 3 hours of gas with an ETA of 1050.
Alright.
78, you can release and move up from Fire Station 78.
Thanks, Big Al. Look at it just for a sec. Yeah, the Ventura County one over here. This is of least concern. Big Al says just a little strip of vegetation before the ocean. So, user submitted photo from 10:07. It's now 10:30.
King 4, code 4.
I encourage you guys to take pictures of fires that you see with the Watch Duty app, and then it goes on Watch Duty. You can be credited or anonymous, but it helps so many fire crews and others see from your perspective what fire's doing.
Reading 134.
Where it's going. So it's no structures threatened, 2 acres and 5. Nowhere to go. Least concerned. Because fire is struggling to go against the wind at this point.
Night Ops. Day Ops on command.
We'd have to go against the wind to hit buildings. So the strange thing about strong Santa Ana's is everywhere that is north of where a fire is, or northeast, it can chill out and be a little, rest a little easy.
A lat long for you from the intel ship above that's showing a heat signature outside the line on Division Alpha. Let me know when you're ready to copy the lat long.
Yeah, I'm going down 5 right now. Give me about 2 minutes. I'll get off and grab it from you real quick.
Hey, you know what I'll do? I'll work with other day ops there and grab your cell and I'll text it to you.
Hey.
I copy that, or if you guys just want to go direct to Air Attack and let him know about it.
Yeah. Let us know about it.
Okay, we'll do both because it may be a ground resource thing, but I'll get Air Attack on air ground.
I appreciate it, thanks.
Remember to like and subscribe before bed, or you'll never find us.
Air ground.
Yes, sir. Ready for the lat long?
Yeah, Lady Deirdre, we're about to look. We don't know exact point of origin, but Big Al was looking at it earlier. They're, as far as the Palisades, Eaton, the other one, that was, what was this one? The Hurst. They are my...
For Frank 2440470.
Oh, was
so
that
for
it?
Frank 2440470.
I want our Latin long. So in Division A, Alpha, is a spot beyond the lines. They were about to say the longitude and latitude.
Anita, first Christopher out of Rialto on a Class C non-commercial. Status is valid. I'll send it over to your MDC and to King 170C as well.
Okay. Alpha is up here, northeast section. Northeast section of the lake.
You ready for a lat long to go check out in Alpha?
Yes, we are.
We'll go take a look.
Let's go.
Thanks, sir.
Hit me. Alright, where's it letting long? Let's go. Let's go.
18.
Wrath, you're a joker. Oh, you mean likes? Yeah, cool. Thank you, friends. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Otherwise, you just won't find us again. Fire's like a three-legged stool: heat, oxygen, and fuel. Come on, give us that long. Yeah, come on. You know what? All I have to do is start making a point again. They'll interrupt me. Let's do it. All right. So, like I'm trying to say, there are a few things that can get a fire going in strong winds like Santa Ana. You need a constant, you either need a big spill of an accelerant like car accident plus diesel spill or something. You need an accelerant like a, you know, lightning striking a propane tank or something weird like that, or, you know, but a constant flame to hit something else to get it going. As far as arson is concerned, it's even more difficult for an arsonist to get a fire going in Santa Ana conditions. They need a constant flame source. Generally, it's like I said, open flame can be blown out. Like even if they took a cigarette lighter, tried to ignite grass, it might just be blown out. So that's why the guy bicycling around the Kenneth Fire neighborhood was just tackled by locals. That's extremely chilling that he had one of those MAPS torches. Just bicycling around, you know, Santa Ana's with the Palisades burning nearby. And I don't know if he truly was lighting fires or not, but what else do you do with a MAPS torch, okay? MAFF.
Southern King 4, your party is going to be cleared through MCSC and JDIC.
Hey, 400 likes plus. Keep it going, guys. Thank you. We got 7,000 views. 237 viewers. And we have made $15.
9 operations, branch 3.
Yeah. But if...
Go ahead.
Yeah, we did have lunches dropped off at draw point 2 earlier at the animal shelter. I'm in need of an additional 200 lunches for dropped off at it's going to be Copper Hill Structure Defense Group front parking lot of Wayside if we can make that happen.
Yeah, let me figure out who to call. I'll get it for you guys. So 200 to Copper Hill, correct?
Yeah, from Copper Hill Structure Defense Group, they can meet them on Region 5, Tax 6, and drop them off there at the front of the Wayside parking lot there.
Oh.
Okay.
We do have a video of the Quick Reaction Force. Sweet. If you guys didn't know, there is a YouTube channel for Watch Duty. So I shall share it right now. We do finally... I looked at the Twitter, but here it is.
Foxtrot, branch 3 on your TAC, D10.
And subscribe to the ring bell, so it has no audio. So this is 10:02 p.m. Not too long ago. It's 10:36. Let's play this. Very tiny maximum quality. 480p.
Division Foxtrot, branch 3, command.
480p. We're partying like it's 1999, literally. 480p. Wow, that's a cool water drop of black cold water. Over everything.
The location of the call on 42s.
Everything light.
Drive across the North Road, please.
Light is hot. Dark is cold.
LA Quint 4, we're at Mission and Rosemead. We'll take it. Give it to us, please.
So watch this.
Copy. Sheriff is on scene. Brake engine 42, cancel.
Black Chinook water drop right there.
Just want to close the loop. Were you able to get lunches?
I didn't see any diminishing of the light here. I think it went behind.
And I copy, we're Foxtrot.
I think it went behind.
Yeah, firm. And when you picked them up, was there any excess left over?
Yeah, hey, Ferb, there is a bunch. I got there fairly early.
Oh.
Yeah, copy. Thanks.
Matthew, thank you so much for your kind $20 donation. We want to stay ad-free. So, unfortunately, we have to ask for donations. Thank you, and you get your heart, too. Hey, Tracy, how are you doing? This may be an all-nighter for us because of the winds staying pretty bad until morning. And or maybe worsening. So...
Air attack day operations, turn around.
Cuneiform information security. What? Okay, that's a good video.
Hey, let me know when you're ready to copy another lat long for a spot outside the line in Division Charlie.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
34, 28, decimal 888 by 11835, decimal 553. And this looks like it's up Tapia Canyon on that slop over piece there. Getting some heat signatures outside the line.
Okay, I copy. I'll take a look at the Division Alpha piece we took a look at, and there were some vehicles in the area. Weren't seeing anything across the road. We'll check out Charlie.
Copy.
Okay, so we can put in our lat longitude into our CalTopo. Okay, so we got a 28 at 88 by 118, 35.5. How do we do that long? Oh, it's right, comma negative. Is that how you do it? Comma negative. So how do you type it in so that CalTopo understands?
7 miles to the east at 3,000.
28. 28? Does that make any sense at all? Oh, 34. Darn, 28. Missed half it. Helps when I am able to read my own handwriting.
602 on air taxi.
Okay. I don't even know where 28 latitude is.
For manbound back to the fire off of Agua.
Confirmed fire off of Agua.
Temperature 3027, cleared in 3000. Helco's 3500, air attack is 6000, hazards or power lines.
3027, 3000, hazards or power lines.
Okay, bitch.
And you come in I-5 route, pick up Helco on the Rotovik.
02 copy.
And air attack, copy, you cleared in 602, give us some from on air tactics. Additionally, the lat long, second lat long providers was stepped on if you want to repeat that.
This isn't Alpha though.
342888 118-35-553.
That's not Alpha though, it's Charlie. Okay, let's sing up the heat detection. And Victor, hey, if you're a forester, man, please share your wisdom. Please, please. I want to learn from the best. As I said, confirmed fire off
Air
of...
attack, helicopter 4 Alpha Sierra, bound for Helco relief, 7 miles from the south.
This is whole Logan's Run, North Hog Farm Road. Slopped over right here.
3027, cleared in 4000. Helco 3500, helicopters 3000, air attack 6000, hazards power lines.
027, cleared in 4000, Helco's 3500, you're at 6, and copy the wires.
And you're good coming in the I-5 route. You can pick up Helco and you get some brief.
The I-5 route and pick up Helco.
Okay, those are those high tension power lines we're talking about. Okay, so do we have perimeter yet on CalTopo? Yeah, we do.
Eaton,
10-4.
Assuming this may be point of origin over here. Big Al was saying he was looking and seeing. I said, do you know if there's power lines over there? He thought so. This would be. I'm trying to figure out where we can perhaps use the little street view on Google Maps.
On air to ground.
Look.
Yeah, Calco, air tactics.
Yeah, go ahead.
First spot he gave us is right adjacent to the road. A lot of vehicles driving up and down the road. There's heat in there, but it's not active flame. Not quite sure what he was looking for.
Okay, yeah, it might have been a misinterpretation. They were looking for a spot outside the line. And Division Charlie, be right back with you.
Okay.
Charlie, copies.
So vehicles produce heat. So somebody seeing heat on infrared outside the line. It's a good report that it's not really fire. Maybe just somebody starting up an engine. Okay, so in these regions, I don't know which bend it is, here or there. Take a look, CalTopo. This is Google Maps. Okay, so it's where the road crosses the Elizabeth Lake Canyon stream river.
Back with you, air to ground.
Whatever that is.
Go for Charlie. The intel ship turned in a Latin long for a possible spot across your line. Get ready to copy.
Yeah, firm, send it.
3428.888.11835.553.
So far.
28.888.118.35, and can you repeat the last?
553.
In my mind, there's a tree that could fall on the lines. 1, 2, 3, multiple trees.
We had no go to take a look. Didn't see anything, but if you guys see ground truth it.
Yeah.
Okay, good copy. Thank you.
You're right, Big Al. What do all these have in common? Pretty much power lines at the area of ignition. So, not only the Palisades, the Eaton, the Hurst, the Hughes, Franklin too. So, you could pick. You know, it could be the dragging chain thing. It's a boat towing, you know, sort of thing. But is it a coincidence that it's the highest winds where they have high winds coming right through here through this opening?
602 out of the drop, out of the dip.
On the windiest days, where there are trees that are leaning variously, or at least growing right next to power lines.
Thanks for Sheriff and Ralph.
Should that be allowed? It's not allowed in states like Oregon. Except in places they don't enforce. Why they don't bury the lines in the most windy, crazy wind places in the United States, I don't know. We just seem like common sense. You don't need to bury them everywhere.
Division Victor, this is going to be smoke scare only, smoke from a fireplace.
Smoke scare? Smoke from a fireplace? I like that new slang term.
Palisades communication copies, smoke in the fireplace only.
Yeah, okay. So, somewhere right around here is point of origin. Let's see. Now we're looking north here, so the winds came out of the southeast. So they would come right through this. It's like a wind tunnel opening. Sorry, they came out of the northeast. There's a gap, which makes this like a wind tunnel But also power lines at the top of the ridges are ultra vulnerable too. But this just shouldn't be allowed.
On air to ground.
How far does that tree have to lean at all to actually?
For you, the hot spot possibly outside your line when you're ready to copy.
Hell, it's almost touching, right here.
3430.058 11836.812.
Somebody already investigated that, so they're still talking about it for some reason on the radio.
Scratch that. That was the wrong one. Let me stand by for the new one.
Right, yeah, new one. Wait, another one? Okay, wait.
2991 118 32661.
What? Isn't complete.
If you guys could ground truth, thank you.
Yeah, this is.
Climbing. Any other media ship out here?
Yeah, you got 5 over here, but we're down at 3200 on the south side of this thing.
Meaning south of the TFR?
Yeah, there's nothing on fire anymore.
Roger.
It's so funny. Roger. Roger.
What's there? Fire. Oh, good. Yeah, the riverbed again? Sure. We said riverbed, I think there was one about 4 hours ago, there was a little water dumping.
Obviously, she didn't care. Sorry, what are you saying, lady?
027 cleared in 3000. Current Helco's 3500. Release Helco 4000. Air attack 6000. Hazards power lines.
We'll come on the freeway 5 route and we'll contact Helco. Hazard.
Freeway 5 route, contact Helco on rotor bay.
Who's she? Oh, the bat story. That's horrible, Victor. Yeah, bats. Yeah, they carry rabies pretty bad. I mean, not officially carry, but all intents and purposes of the word. Yeah, that's crazy. A guy in my crew, working Caves National Monument, there was a 330-acre fire, got bit by a bat, afraid it had rabies. He was like, don't worry about it. My job was to get the job done and take care of people. Yeah, you should worry about it. Holy crap. Because bats don't like to bite people. If they do, that's probably because they have rabies. I mean, they could if they feel scared or something, but... Wow. Divided for life. Have I seen PG... Okay, do you mean PGE or PG&E? Because PGE is Portland General Electric. So that would be my neck of the woods, Portland. But we do know that PG&E lies a whole lot, so do the politicians about their fire reduction stuff. They even admitted raising rates last fire season, summer. They admitted raising rates.
Air Tech, go ahead on tactics.
And cutting.
531 just checked in, coming into I-5.
Cutting.
He's going to 149 Alpha, and we'll put him to work. And does he have a ground contact or a ground crew there?
Crew should be on board, and then they'll offload and then ground fill from there.
I don't watch TV in California. I don't have a TV in Oregon, so not one that I use as a TV. Haven't had cable or anything like that for years, so I don't see TV ads unless, I think I try to make the TV work a couple of times a year to watch horse racing, Triple Crown races, and try to tune in NBC. But it's bad reception unless I put a roof-mounted antenna. Yeah, so I don't bother. I don't have enough time to watch TV either. The cameras are looking away from our freaking fires, pretty much. And they're zoomed in the wrong places. They're still there, like Big Al here and here, but they're not zoomed in the right amount. So it doesn't mean things are looking great.
Contact with AirTrack. Would like to discontinue my following review.
At least on this angle, but better. Things are looking better. Ah, this is so nuts. So let's see. Going back to.
Zip on the bus.
I've not seen the ads. Those would infuriate me, by the way. Yeah, PG&E got caught and even admitted that they raised rates by 13%, or had 13% more profit, and they had achieved it by cutting wildfire mitigation from their own budget by 19%. It was just a blatant FU to everybody. Rubbed it in our faces. They're still allowed to raise rates on victims and allowed to.
602, I got nothing down here right now. We'll wait for word from Elko.
Allowed to cut fire safety. Slashes fire safety. Let's see, it was
22. Looks like the orange was requesting an airship, but now is advising consent 22. Copy that,
They said it would be used to pay for safety work along electric lines, and they had to admit that they were not doing it.
W24 is stage for sheriff en route.
Here. It's what they say it's for. Now, PGE, Portland.
Westbound 210, west of Lone Hill, running about location, especially over their location, or call back.
Let's see, it's not the.
Hughes incident suing Hughes Helco.
Copy, 86 available.
Copy.
Where's that article? God, I saved it somewhere. It's from last year. Pretty early on in summertime, if I remember.
What?
It was pretty bad.
Sorry, take it 187, squad 118.
Repeat.
Let's see. It was not their plans, revealing plans is what they did. It was they said one thing and did the opposite.
118.
Oh, it's just a repeat of their own crap.
Yes, to the squad.
That's affirmed. Please add squad 118.
Copy.
It's just their own reports, which are regurgitated by other.
Okay, go with the info. Please reattach us to that call.
You can cancel. Squad 107 is now available.
104, copy. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I saved the article somewhere.
LA Engine 5, this incident has been concluded. All units available. Can release my move up if we have one.
Now, this was one of the things, this is 2023, that was angering a lot of people. PG need to trim fewer trees, even though they killed people
Engine
at the Zara.
587, can you respond in the ambulance, please?
How they get away with this, I don't know. But they let power lines grow in between tree branches. And they're like, we won't do that. We'll just focus on cutting the power instead. Once the trees lean on the lines. Backwards. Wrong. What the hell? What do you think trees do in a windstorm? They snap and break. This is also stupid from a capitalism point of view. Cutting the power. No. You want to trim trees so they don't damage your lines, and then you don't pay for repair. They're dumb as a post.
Engine 5 Valley copies your traffic.
If you wonder why they have to charge so much, they're dumb as opposed. They're not interested in preventing the fires in any way. It's just like, we'll just keep it for getting bad. Resign. Get out.
About 37, did you copy?
When evil is also stupid, we're in trouble.
Zulu, Helco on air to ground.
Okay.
Ambulance, Hughes AirTech is back with you. Continue with your information on the new start.
Okay. Hey, Brian. Okay.
Engine 587, LA copied your traffic. An ambulance has been added.
What about the furious stage of rabies? As far as the bat thing goes. Less than 1% of bats have rabies. Well, okay, that's a fake statistic right there, in a way. I'll just explain that.
Just confirming the Latin long is 3427 118 2860.
What Latin long? Somebody repeat it, please. Rabies is an infectious disease, so either colonies have it running through their colony or they don't. So if you say overall all bats, okay, yeah, most colonies are not affected by rabies until one of them gets it, and it'll run through that colony. So if one rabid bat starts spreading it to the others, then it may be that there's a high percentage of that colony has rabies, but not any others in the region. So if you take a general region or broad species level statistics, it'll be completely misleading, and it'll be irrelevant to whether or not you're going to get bitten by a rabid bat. Are you bitten in an area where rabies is active or not? Because there could be thousands of the bats with rabies. And yeah, there's a furious stage of rabies. There's a docility stage where animals act more docile than normal, and raccoons walk up to children in parks and sit in their laps and want to be petted. That's the docility phase of rabies. Later, it'll transform into furious rabies or extreme aggression as they become more insane from not being able to drink and whatnot. But rabies promotes biting because it's spread via saliva, so it tries to make
Division Juliet, Helco on air to ground.
the animal bite others. Now, bats will figure out that there's something wrong with the sick, kick them out of the colony. And so then the ones who are kicked out will try to find shelter, oftentimes in homes, barns, whatever. Underneath the window shutters. That's where we'd find them at our cabin. They would be in a snow shutter for the windows of our cabin by Lake Almanor.
6 AirTech.
And so my parents always warned us, because we learned from the park rangers, those are the sick ones ejected from the colony. They're more likely to be ill. So
Go ahead for AirTech on air tactics.
Air attack. Copter 76 on air tactics.
Copter 76, go ahead for AirTech.
All right, that second Latin long is in Charlie, and got a lot of little hot spots in there, but there's also a lot of vehicles working that area. Not quite sure how operations came up with these coordinates.
They got a text message from the intel ship, so it might be a misinterpretation or just something that was close they wanted checked.
Okay, yeah, there's a handful of spots that are in that general area, but there's also a lot of crews working. Doesn't appear to be a threat.
Good.
Okay, I appreciate you checking. Let me know when you're outbound. I've relayed the info to Alpha to ground truth.
All right, we are south of the TFR and outbound.
How long ago did you and I figure out that Charlie was where that coordinate was? And that it was no factor, and then they didn't talk to each other on the radio, so they just now figured it out? Let me look back at my little notes here. Are bats much more likely than other creatures to have rabies? Absolutely. I can tell you a lot about rabies. I wanted to be an infectious disease doctor back in the day after I saw that movie Outbreak as a kid. So I started learning all I freaking could about it. Okay, so how long ago was it that we knew from listening to the radio that the latitude and longitude was not a factor, was not a spot fire? How long ago did we write down the coordinates and stuff? Page 3.
Airtrack, go for air, Helco.
Page 3.
We're going to step just outside the TFR, look at a lat long for 2 reported for a new start. Be right back with you.
A new start. No new fires. No new fires. Okay. So it was 10:31. It was more than 30 minutes ago that we already knew that wasn't an issue, but they still kept telling the crews and wasting the time of other pilots to go look at it. There's a left hand just doesn't talk to the right oftentimes. This is a good reason why my app needs to be, my app idea needs to be implemented. That would have never happened. The first people to figure it out would put that on the map. It's done, deal, it's nothing. And the others would see that, and nobody has to even say that. So an app like I am designing would fix it. Okay. Click that for future reference. There's a possible new start right now. I'm waiting for that Latin longitude, the possible new fire guide. So I'm not arguing the general statistics. I'm arguing general statistics like bats and how many might have rabies are totally irrelevant. They have to be relevant to what is the problem. So if most bat colonies don't have a rabies outbreak in place, then all of them are rabies free. So what does this matter to somebody bitten by a bat? If you say, oh, well, fewer than 1% of bats have rabies, that is not accurate to that person who just got bit. It's not relevant. What is relevant is there the bats in the area, is there a rabies outbreak? Because the percentage during an outbreak is going to be a hell of a lot higher than 1%. So that doesn't matter. If the bats in the rest of the world are rabies free, who gives a damn if you just got bitten by it? But giving blanket advice like that or reassurance could lead to somebody not seeking medical treatment. And it may be.
Angel 146, for your text, no fire aid needed, you can cancel the ambulance.
Copy.
That patient who contracts rabies is the way that biologists find out that rabies is running through the area. Now, rabies is a pretty hardcore disease that kills very quickly. Most mammals, and it's a mammals only thing, so most mammals succumb so quickly they can't really spread it. So like rodents, they dead as a doornail, they can't really spread it. So there are some mammals that have very, very robust immune systems. The canines, the whole canine family, which is foxes, dogs, wolves, the canines, jackals, they have a very robust immune system. The mustelids do, which is the weasel family. Everything from skunks to badgers to wolverines, fisher, marten, mink, weasel, vermin, weasel family. So they have very robust immune systems.
Who's their attack on that?
Bats do. And there's another one I'm blanking on right now. So the theory is that when any disease wants to be effective against its target, wants to be successful. If it's trying to affect mustelids, canine, bat, it has to go like crazy on its firepower. It has to be pretty intense and serious. So it's absolutely overboard because those species have such strong, robust immune systems.
Who's their attack on national?
So it is theorized that the deadliest of diseases that are zoonotic.
Okay, we're overhead. Coordinates given. Nothing visible. We'll be back returning to the Hughes TFR.
So it's theorized that, like, say, COVID and others that might have originated in something like that, when they make the transfer to humans, like Ebola and stuff, they totally decimate us. Just because the...
Angeles, how do you copy? Hughes AirTech National.
Our immune systems are nowhere near as robust as a mustelid or a dog's.
Coordinates given for the possible new start. Nothing found. Returning to the Hughes incident.
Yay! Nothing found as a possible new start. Yay! Returning to Hughes. So it's theorized that when new diseases burst on the scene and to start taking down humans by the millions, that it's really the original target was a species, a mammal species, usually, that has a very strong immune system. So rabies itself could have originated in either bats, weasels, and that's why it's so hardcore and deadly. And the disease itself doesn't require the host to live. That's why it has such a high fatality rate. It just, it's one of those insidious, crazy, creepy things where it's like the parasites that infect the brain of insects and stuff and makes them go get eaten by birds. Just weird. It makes them... It controls the insect's mind, so it goes and sits in plain view of birds. Some parasites even make a weird pulsing red light on an insect. It's kind of like a red light. It's like a red color. So that the bird sees it.
Helco AirTech on tactics. We're back in the TFR.
Helco copies on tactics.
Just so nuts. Most animals won't eat this
AirTech, Helco, just some mission planning. What do you got left for time? And then got my relief coming out about 12:30, and then looking for the 76 to come back out about 01:32 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have that much work by 1:32 o'clock. We can be out. We have to be wheels on the ground at 2 a.m.
Okay, copy. I'll make it your call, and the two night Helcos for the state. They'll be. We have to be on the ground at 02:30, Santa Monica.
I copy. And then we've got LA County 18, 15, and 22 that are available if we need anything after that on order.
Copy. You going to stay up for now, or are you going to go sit down?
Are you gonna? We're gonna have 1 November Charlie come up after you.
That's affirmative.
Okay, if we do that, we can go sit down and then come back up and finish it off.
Okay, copy. You want to plan on that? You want to plan on 01:30 for you to come back?
Yeah, then we can close it out and tidy it up if need be.
Okay, sounds good. I got the airspace.
All right, we'll be outbound.
Okay, we have a reduction in evacuation zones for parts of this Hughes. Nice, pleasant surprise. So, where they have been reduced are at the CAS Golden State, Ramiro, Sloan, Greenhill, Hazley, Cambridge, Hillcrest, all those CAS evacuation zones. Orders that were west of I-5 are now warnings. So, you do return, be ready still to go at a moment's notice. And prepare yourself psychologically to be perhaps being told to leave again. So this will keep you from being on the up and down roller coaster thing. Don't really unpack. Keep everything still ready to go in the car. Pack, any heirlooms or things you may have forgotten before, and be ready to go at a moment's notice. That's like sleep in your clothing if you're real close to things. Some ways. Have it all laid out, just ready to get up and go.
Tech Air so copy that. If there's any additional information you want to pass on to us before you take off?
Now, some of this in Ventura County?
76, Ellis County Air to Ground.
So strange that they said they wouldn't.
Elko on air to ground.
Would not change anything, but they did. Okay. Weird. I hope it's a good sign. Hope it's a good sign. Yeah, VNC is Ventura County. So they went back on what they said, and some of them have been reduced to active warnings. I think, unless they were always.
Identifier for Helco, go ahead.
Were these always in just warning? Why is this one randomly by itself? Oh, Ventura County's using a different map, isn't it?
19 made contact with the family. No fire department needed. Please cancel ambulance and squads canceled on scene.
Copy.
Oh my God, that's right. Ventura County uses a different system, don't they? Yes, they do. ArcGIS. Of course they do. Of course they do. Because it would just be too much for our county officials to get next door to the next county and say, let's use the same evacuation map. Of course they won't. That's why we have to do what we do. We have to be the one-stop shopping for the fire info, because
Operations from Branch 3 on command.
everybody else is lost. There's a million web pages to view all the info, and a million social media pages.
LA copies all. Ambulance company has been canceled.
God.
Thank you.
Yeah. Another fire.
I think we'll just miss each other. Okay, I think I got you up there. I'll go more to the west.
Night operations, Branch 3, command.
Go ahead, Paul.
What?
Yeah, we got some coordinates from air attack with some heat. Division Alpha, ground transit, UTL. Just want to let you know.
Oh, hell.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Stop the presses. Okay, it's time to turn V1 back on. We're going to go listen to the Palisades. Again. Deja vu. Okay, so V1 goes on. I have it right here. Boom. It's on. They got to be chattering about this. I don't see it. But oh, holy hell, stop the presses. It's on 405, east of the Palisades, in the wind tunnel called the 405.
Thanks, sir. We're coming up over your flare-up. What are your wishes?
New fire. 405, west of Bel Air, east of the Palisades. Look the hell out. Great. Alright, my suspicions are highly...
Everything out my left door, correct?
My spidey senses are tingling. Are yours about suspicious nature? Could be just a simple, car accident, overheated, whatever. But after we saw clear evidence of arson for people going down freeways, oftentimes arsonists like to use freeways and quick highways as a path of escape. And we have seen live on the channel before on other occasions, cars pull over the side of the road, fire happens, and then the car moves on. So, like other criminals, it's a hallmark. So it's hard to see, hard to tell what the hell's going on. V1 is silent.
Pretty big, though. We could see it all the way from Cascade.
Great.
Elko copies on air tactics. See you back here in a little while.
Okay, so Hughesfire is now having its resources pulled away, and Sepulveda is here. Now, do we know of any better attack than V1? Is there a different one? Yep. Victor says, Catherine, your maps look great. I was self-taught ESRI and GIS. I would love to know more from you. You could teach me anything. I was barred from these classes I signed up for because I wanted to create map apps as a living.
The line's clear, 531.
And they said I didn't. Goddamn, it's Mountain Gate. Okay, breaking news, new fire, guys. By the way. I was barred from any ArcGIS because of math prerequisites.
Niggers.
Okay. That's V1. I apologize for racial slurs of the
609, go ahead on air tactics.
Vandal. Where's Melton Gate?
Niggers.
People like that. That's like a 200. It's about a $200,000 fine.
Copy.
For somebody violating that, just interrupting firefighter radio.
09 is relief. Correction is timed out for the night with a 2345 ETA to Prado. Can you confirm if they're committed for tomorrow?
Don't lock him up. That would cost the taxpayer money. Why not
Sorry,
just
confirm unit 101.
remove his tongue? Why not King Solomon justice? You know why there's no graffiti in the Middle East? And defacement in general? Because they'll cut your hands off. That's
Fire,
your...
0800 or... Yeah, let's make some phone calls in the morning. I believe the helibase is going to be the Agua Dulce, where the other two Hawks are, and we'll make some phone calls in the morning and find that out.
I'll be Agua Dulce helibase for 609 tomorrow morning.
You can contact the Angelas when you guys land. They're expanded there and get that information.
Angelas expanded, thank you.
Okay, breaking news. Sepulveda Fire, it's on 405, just east of the Palisades, just west of Bel Air. The Wilshire camera is active again. That's different.
51 Charlie, Division Alpha, command.
Yeah, okay, it is. Wilshire.
Copy.
Looking at it too. Deja vu. Okay, Wilshire 1 is looking at it. Holy crap. Yeah, they said they could see it from Castaic. Okay, new fire. The Sepulveda. It looks like this will go places. Whether or not it's arson or an accident. Who knows?
I've got you lunches for your crew at Dry Gulch intersection.
Alright, copy that, thank you.
Stop the presses. New fire. West of Bel Air, east of Palisades. Right off the 405. See if we got a heat detection yet. Oh, I got it. Okay, all set.
LA County, LA City Metro, V-Fire 21.
Yes, we do. Did you see it for a second? There it is. Gotta refresh CalTopo. Come on, baby. The math prerequisite thing was a cash grab. What they at that college, they prevented me from using a calculator during the math test. And is it a structured fire right on the 405? I don't know. You'd be more likely to be a vehicle fire or arson, but I don't know.
Fast for 4,500 over the fire.
I hope they describe it. One of these pilots is going over to it. Oh, there's a bunch now.
City Fire, V-Fire 21.
Okay. They're on V-Fire 21, which we don't have access to, I don't believe. Castrify doesn't do it.
Yeah, LA County from LA City.
I understand you guys gave us a comp plan on the fire we're working in the on this folded up pass. I believe you gave us LA County V5, is that correct?
That's affirmative. Full comp plan will be LA County V5, V-Fire 25, V-Fire 26, LA City air to ground, our crew net, and with a Victor of 119.975.
All right, let me read that back to you. It's LA County V5, V-Fires 25, 26, LFD air to ground, and Victor of 119.975. Is that correct?
Correct on all counts, and your complement will be Copter 22, Cruise 9-2, 12-2, 12-3, and 12-4 with Battalion 1 as an agency rep.
21, Cruise 9-2, 12-2, 12-3, 12-4 on Battalion 1 as a rep.
We do have V5.
The only correction is Copter 22.
Copter 22, roger.
You can turn on V5. Okay. Let's see if I can add a feed. Maximum amount of feeds for LA County.
4,000.
Yeah. Will we get rid of V3? Alright, let me do that. That's Eaton now. Okay, hang on. I have to edit the dashboard. It's going to mute all of them for just a second. I'm out of it on my out of room. We have like breaking news. The Mountain Gate and others is showing this Sepulveda Canyon fire. If you have multiple views, just east of Palisades, just west of Bel Air. So that's taking some resources away from the Hughes. That's just what we don't want. So that'll be a couple of live views. I don't believe we have any of the HP Ren looking at it, which would be great in color. If you have a different view, oh yeah, do we have any traffic cams? Alert West here. Not quite close enough. Green Peak. Available. Oh yeah, holy crap, it's in the traffic cams. I wonder if they're going to shut down the 405. Oh, look at that horrible image right there. Can we time lapse 5 minutes? 15? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. It's now 11:25, friend. Alright, I have to get rid of E3. Let's see, actions. Edit the dashboard. Now, edit. Come on now. Get rid of E3. That button doesn't work. Edit feeds then. We'll dump E3 because the Eaton is pretty much a done deal. How do I get rid of it? Delete a feed. Okay, there we go. Delete V3. Got it. Deleted. I'm going to add V5 right now. And we'll start listening to V5 as well as V1, which was Palisades. So, okay. United States. LA County. California. LA. V5. I don't believe we have V25, which is how we missed a whole lot of the Palisades. Let's see, V5. Command. So that. V5. Okay, add to dashboard. Turn on. Okay, V1 and V5 is playing, as well as LA County Sheriff Fire and Aircraft. Okay, V5 will be in the right channel. If it's super loud when it starts, I'm sorry. But we're playing V1, V5, and what we've been listening to.
Operation.
We may have lost this cam. 3-hour time lapse. Whoa, yeah. Just raced right up the hill. Bam. Okay, let's look at the others. They're doing great. This is just great.
Could you guys take a look at the weather, see if they're predicting any wind to surface through the night and into the early morning hours? I don't need a full spot or anything like that, just if there's any winds anticipated to hit the area tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you for your kind support. We want to stay ad-free.
47, we're out.
Copy.
You get hearts. Thank you, friend. We are ad-free or donation-based, one or the other. So I hate to beg for money, but I don't want to put ads on nothing. I would have no control when they play. Thanks to YouTube, and they would interrupt emergency stuff, you know, but you are wonderful. You're a rock star. Yeah, let's see what the wind direction is. The pilots are now concerned. They're trying to figure out, too, what Sepulveda might just do.
I see Battalion 10 on V5.
Okay, that's V5. That's Sepulveda.
Yep. I heard it was ours.
Okay, I'm going to put aircraft left channel V5, right channel.
Cancel squad and ambulance station.
Okay.
Copy, squad 84 cancel, squad 84 cancel.
Hey, Robert, actually, the obvious arson stream that I had to do
I see Battalion 10 on V5.
was right on a camera. Whoever the arsonist was driving down Highway 15 from Riverside County into San Diego, lit fires all driving down the freeway southbound at the base of hills, where homes were at the top and beyond the hills, so they knew the area, and we're trying to take out homes. Lit at the base of the hill for the Wildfire, and it ran up over it, and then stopped at the next big hill.
Hughes air tag. Have a tanker 8 Papa Juliet 12 from the south, 2,200.
At the Lilac Road fire.
Hey, Papa Juliet, this is Helco. You up on air tactics?
A camera.
Hey, Papa Juliet, up on air tactics?
A camera was at the top of the hill on a building, and so instantly we saw a house burn down or a building.
We'll be working in Division 2.
The camera just burned over instantly. So they're not using watch duty to figure out where they are or to avoid them. They were just doing crimes of opportunity.
3,000, Highway 5, main dip site, and be looking for the traffic. And I got your altitude, 8 Papa Juliet.
Yeah, additional traffic. I do have one Type 2, helicopter 531, working in the Division Juliet there, basically out of that lagoon dip.
Hey, Papa Juliet.
Okay, so air attack for the most part is still describing the Hughes, but we're hearing a little bit of the redirects. Things in the right channel are V5 and Sepulveda, but so far there's not much chatter.
Keep reading, 33.
Yeah, now you were trying to figure that out. I just tuned in V5, but V25 is probably where they're doing most of their chatter. We don't have
3,800.
V25 available in broadcast 5.
Engine 80, cancel squad.
Yeah.
Squad 131 cancel.
I wasn't going to go to bed, but my nap went a little too long today. But just when I want to take a break or something, yeah, stuff like this happened. It was yesterday around 12:30. I did 18, not yesterday, day before yesterday. I did an 18-hour shift. I was hoping we were going to have an uneventful night, but to me it was pretty obvious that it's very possible that somewhere between 8 and 10 fires were very likely arson.
Yeah, 110229 on Peak 6. Yeah, this thing is you put us on and haul it out.
Copy. Is it, were you able to knock it down? Okay, I copy. Thanks.
Deja vu. I'm sure evacuations.
Monica, there was a pretty good fire there right in that pass. Just for your SA when you head back in.
Okay, the main pass we've been going through there was a little fire there.
Yeah, it's getting pretty big.
Not little.
Okay, copy.
Getting pretty big.
About halfway up from where you originally were.
Okay, guys, just start.
Yeah, I copy that.
on V5.
Guys, start warning people that live in Crestwood Hills Park.
Yeah,
Go call them.
10, go for Structure Defense Group 1. Go for IC.
All right, evacuations are probably about to begin.
Yeah, I see Battalion 10 Structure Defense 1. I have Truck 88 on Moraga. We have no sign of the fire yet. I'm going to go up there and try to get one ridge above.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go back
On V5.
to our map. Let's see where the fire's going. Who's vulnerable? Start waking people up, calling people you know.
1. Go for IC.
Yeah, I see Battalion 10 Structure Defense 1. I have Truck 88 on Moraga. We have no sign of the fire yet. I'm going to go up there and try to get one ridge above.
I don't know where Moraga or whatever is, but let's see. Crestwood Hills, if you know anybody there. Anybody near the Getty, of course. Bel Air 2, wake up. I don't know if it's on each side of the 405 or just one yet. But they should be aware. They need to be aware. So anybody in the Crestwood Hills, also twitching Mandeville Canyon guys, they got to be woken up and aware right now. I imagine we're about to see a whole bunch of these neighborhoods light up with mandatory emergency evacuations. This is spreading fast. It's getting big fast. Santa Anas are here. And here we are. So, yeah. Hey, Cal, thank you. Let's tune in.
Angela, let's go ahead.
Weather conditions that might, fuel another fire should it happen to break out, and here we are again.
We're looking at northeast gusts of 35 to 50 miles per hour through Thursday.
Yep. 35 to 55 miles per hour.
Copy, thank you.
Through Thursday, we could go back to our comprehensive notes.
Steep terrain in this area and, moderate brush. Now we want to send our viewers over to KCAL to continue this coverage of this breaking news, this fire burning near the 405. People that want to watch Stephen Colbert, he starts right now.
What?
Structure Defense Group 1.
And we want to welcome you to this special
on command.
A new brush fire that just sparked up just after the
Structure Defense 1. 10 copy. Protection branch 20.
Okay. Yeah, this is right now. This is live. If I was a time traveler and recorded this at a different time, I would have stopped the fire.
Give me an update.
But yeah, I know you're talking about the newscaster, yeah.
I see Structure Defense 1 on V5.
So it's climbing up towards East Sepulveda Fire Road.
Battalion 10 on command.
It's the east side of 405, isn't it?
Go for Structure Defense 1.
Yeah, Battalion 10, Structure Defense Group 1. Are you copying my transmission on command V5?
It could still spot over to the west.
I see Structure to 1. I can copy on V5.
Yeah, Battalion 10, can you give me an update?
Yeah, this is in between Palisades and Bel Air, so start the calls, guys. Get people...
Structure Defense 1 on V5. I see some Structure Defense on V5.
Yeah, everywhere from like Crestwood Hills to Bel Air. You guys got to be aware. Call anybody you know. They need to understand this is happening. I think.
10, Structure Defense Group 1. Are you copying my transmission on command V5?
It's climbing up the east side, Bel Air. It might be.
Structure to 1. I can copy on V5.
Actually, it mostly in the sights, Bel Air. But if it's up at height, that ridge, no problem for the embers to be blown downwind across 405. So everybody at Crestwood, too, needs to wake up and understand that they're in critical danger as well. So they're already starting structured defense groups. Craziness here. Okay, I have to start the ticker. I have to... Type it up. Okay, new fire. New fire. Sepulveda. How do you spell that? S-P-U-L-V-E-D. Sepulveda Pass. 405. Okay, Bel Air, look out. Prepare to evac. Spelvita Pass.
I see heavy equipment 1 on command.
11:30 p.m. Bel Air and was it Crestwood? Neighborhoods at risk.
Traffic collision, pedestrian involved, 167, speedy en route.
Neighborhoods does not have 3 O's. Okay. Bel Air, prepare to evacuate. Sepulveda Pass, 405.
Heavy equipment 1 on command. I see heavy equipment 1 on command.
Okay, got it.
Branch 20, branch 3 on command.
There we go. All right.
IC 1004 Alpha on command. Hey, just got informed we have an ALS squad. It's LA County Squad 7. They're at a station 149 at Lake Hughes in the Ridge Route. And there's IC 1004 Alpha command for the rest of the shift.
Okay,
Oh.
copy that. And repeat where it's staged at or location.
Talking about the higher
LA
wind
County
gusts.
IC 1005 Alpha, 1004 Alpha on command. Ridge Route in Lake Hughes, and they are monitoring the command channel.
Here.
Copy, thanks.
Ops from branch 3, you caught my last with branch 20.
Affirmative, thank you.
A little turnout where somebody could pull over on 405. Huh.
IC 1004 Alpha on command. 1005 Alpha, 1004 Alpha on command.
Is this suspicious as beep? Do you guys do? Then again, there's little power lines down there.
1004 Alpha, hold at Moraga there. Correction, it's Spolvita.
If they could stop it up at that road, it's the best thing, but...
1004 Alpha from Battalion 12, I copy you loud and clear on the radio on command.
IC 1004 Alpha on command.
Look at our wind. Wind's blowing straight southwest. Due southwest. Once it reaches the top, the embers can blow over to the west. And not just Bel Air area is at risk. Okay, let's look at the...
Moraga there. Correction, it's Spolvita.
Evacuation warning has been requested for Moringa and Lower Castellano per radio traffic.
AMR unit number 215. IC 1004 Alpha on command. Squad 7 also.
Okay, that's like far west Bel Air.
Yeah, Squad 149 from Branch 3 ops copies and Branch 20 copies. We got Squad 70 out of, Squad 7 at a fire station 149, and I was told they're going to be monitoring A&F command.
Nope, power lines are not everywhere. There's plenty of neighborhoods where they're buried.
That is correct. They are monitoring that command.
And plenty of passes where they're buried. Is that... They most likely fail during Santa Ana's, so it just makes it very difficult to tell the difference between arson and power company fires, because these are 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They're occurring sometimes. So trees can just touch them and spark up and start on fire. The whole power line doesn't have to go down. They could just touch. And we've seen plenty of trees where the power line goes through the freaking limbs. Just in our street views. They really neglect their maintenance. It's just absolutely disgusting. But the thing about power lines is they usually lead to neighborhoods and go around right next to them.
IC from Alpha on P5.
So when a fire rushes straight to a neighborhood, it could be straight up arson, or it could just be the power lines. It's hard to know if it's evil directly or evil indirectly. Yeah.
IC from Alpha on P5. 174 Golf, Helco on air to ground.
Exactly, Barry. Could be a vehicle fire, but we missed the beginning of the radio chatter. I don't know. I was hoping maybe press would say.
Spread quicker in this kind of topography, in these kinds of conditions. But still, you know, right now, 5 to 10.
Right channel is V5. Sepulveda.
Get to tomorrow morning. I mean,
Division Charlie here, looking for some work. You guys need drops out in front of the crew.
Firefighters being able to do what they can without dealing with the incredibly gusty winds, which is a whole nother layer in all of this. So right now, a little bit calmer compared to what we were seeing earlier in the day. So this is a little bit of good news in this.
The rain that come right now.
Yes, exactly. And that it's on the way. And thankfully, I mean, over the last 2 weeks, as we've been talking about, you know, all of these fires, we haven't had the opportunity to talk about rain, and I've so badly want.
As I see on command.
It's already spotted a little bit over there.
Go ahead. Are you available for a phone call? Got a question about lunches that need to be delivered. Yeah, it looks like I got cell coverage, Oscar. Go for it.
Yep, could be.
Having a $20 million aircraft, you can't snorkel with it.
You can't snorkel with it? I'm sure he's actually talking about
Let me get pulled over and I'll give you a caller.
an actual firefighter helicopter snorkel.
For mudslides and debris flow in those recent burn areas.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, we're 3,500 above.
I'm watching the smoke drift. This is more of a sheltered canyon
from Alpha on V5, calm check.
at the moment because the wind's out of the northeast and it's more of a north-south canyon. But God help us if this was like a northeast canyon. So it'll totally be different when the fire reaches up above the ridges. It'll be explosive. It'll hit the wind at that point. It's sort of strangely sheltered, just the way it is. They need it to stop at that fire road. They really do. Helicopters need to put any spot fires out that get past it. Okay.
I see structure defense 1 on V5.
We don't talk about dues here. Nothing. You can't talk about what you can't prove. Because we're the facts-only resource on the fires. So the thing is about Santa Ana wind conditions.
Any companies not in Alpha, here Alpha.
You don't need a direct energy anything to get this done. The government or any government or anybody wouldn't use $1 trillion
I hear you.
technology and develop it and develop that when a $5 road flare would have the same effect.
Daddy bitch.
531, engine 4190.
So you might need a direct energy weapon.
From Alpha, V5.
To light Anchorage, Alaska on fire in the middle of a blizzard, but not during Santa Ana's. You just need a $5 road flare.
They're at Tapia and Charlie Canyon. Can you rendezvous with them and then lead them into where they need to go? Vision, Charlie. Hey, firm.
So yeah.
You got task force 1016.
So where you were dropping with 4170, just on the other side, we got a little bit of heat coming in. If you wouldn't mind dropping on that. Yeah, you bet. You'll give me a show me when we get over top. We're happy to help.
It's not to squelch free speech or something. It is that actual fire victims do not want to hear about them being targeted or anything because it gives them more stress. So they asked me to not discuss those things or allow it in chat, so I obliged them. They will tune out and stop listening to this information that they need. This is their sanctuary. I do what I do for them. People evacuated, people affected by fires. There are so many other channels we can discuss that all night and day, and they're over that way. But I'm not going to stress out the fire victims because when people start doing that, discussing, oh yeah, casually, you're totally being targeted by lasers and burned out for your land. They don't need to hear that BS because you can't prove it, by the way. So why worry them with stuff that you have to have sympathy for the victims. we can share, what we can prove.
Fire 24.
And kind of try to stick
3,700. We'll be climbing up into the Bravo, 5,500.
to what is likely.
You are 9 o'clock to us.
I see from LA City Heavy Equipment 1 on VTAC 5.
Everybody always says, hey, it's dudes and space lasers and whatever. Then you're not going to look for the real arsonist or real culprits, are you? Kind of benefits them.
Hey, Farm, I believe so, but I need a strobe from you if you don't mind for a show me.
I see from Alpha on V5.
10 acres in 10 minutes is normal. Rate of spread up of a dry hillside in Santa Ana.
You were at 4,000.
That's nothing.
Copy for 531.
The fire can move at the speed of wind.
From Alpha on V5.
If you have 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, it can go.
So, we're going to hang out to the east a little bit longer until we get above everybody. We're climbing through 4,200 now.
Yeah, I'm going to do a dry run. I want to make sure I'm on the right line.
Copy. What I see on V5, got Task Force 1016 in staging.
4-7 has you, or 7-4 has you, left.
All right, let's see if they finally have evacuation info.
I see from Alpha on V5.
Finally on the map. Have to refresh.
Maybe someone can get the IC to come up on the air.
They still don't. Some of the West Bel Air neighborhoods and 2 roads they're trying to evacuate right now. So far, it's on the east side of the 405, but that could change the moment it really reaches the top. That's why we really want to see it
Just drive by Dry Gulch.
not reach the top.
Yeah, probably, and my map's not that great a detail, but yeah, it's probably me. You're with the AEU engines?
Hey, Firm, if you want to face-to-face, that's where I'm at.
Alert
Swing around.
Yeah, thanks, Junani. Yeah. And tell you which ones you want to see the most.
Yeah, company is trying to get in touch with IC on V5 command. Go with your message.
We just don't want it to pass that fire road.
You got Task Force 1016 in staging.
I do not know how they'll stop it, though, going south in the canyon. Because it's nighttime. Because you can't drop planes with retardant. It's also a canyon that would be extremely difficult to do in. So I don't know how they'll stop it from just spreading south on the east side.
Touch with IC on V5 command. Go with your message.
So if I had to guess where the fire would just keep going next is just down the canyon, down the 405.
On V5.
Bel Air Congregate Living.
All companies on the Sepulveda incident. V5 is not working for command. We're going to go to LA City Command 10.
LA City Command 10 instead of V5. Okay. LA City Command 10.
Helicopter 22, you can show us on scene of the LA City incident.
It's not working. If I ever see anything all weird, like fire behavior can't do that, I'll be the first to let you know. But road players can do this.
Sepulveda incident. V5 is not working for command. We're going to go to LA City Command 10.
Okay, LA City Command 10. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night.
Helicopter 22, you can show us on scene of the LA City incident.
If you have a dash cam, if you drove through here on the 405, bring it to authorities. You may have caught something somehow. And license plates of people going by. It'll be very important for them to check it. So, like I said, even if they stop it from going over the top, which I don't know if they will, everything south of 405 on the east side is at great risk, like the Leo Bayak Temple, whatever that is, and some of these habitations. Acanto Place, Belterrace, I think these are already under evacuations. They said it was Casiara Road in Morgana Drive. Yeah, this is all probably under evacuations. Leave if you are there. And get ready to leave. Knock on the doors of your neighbors. Make sure they're awake. Call people you know. Because that's coming your way. And I just don't see a way for them to stop it at the moment. So, that's chaos. Go back to our news. Okay. Okay. Let's look back here. I know, Ruthie B. What? Why? Just why? I know our military has dues, but why would our military blow up the young country that funds it? All militaries run on money. So you run out of money, you can't wage war. I know, Elisa, these are heart-wrenching. Why? Why? But I've seen the videos. People have asked me to watch the videos. And the laser weapons are not particularly impressive. They mostly demonstrate them against stationary targets. Mostly what lasers are for is defense, not offense. That's their great use. So what they should do is blow up incoming missiles faster than the traditional way, for like, say, ballistic missiles and others coming in. The traditional way is fire your own missiles to go try to catch up and chase those missiles and blow them up. It's way more efficient to hit them with something the speed of light, like a laser, to heat them up real quick so that they blow up themselves. There's a use for zapping drones out of the sky because that would heat them up and fry their electronics real quick. That's defense. So ships need to have those. More and more our troops need to have them in urban warfare for drone type things. But they've really been trying it out. And the nature of lasers is the optics and all the lenses are so fragile, and it takes so long to create them. They break down constantly in the field, and so they haven't been widely adopted, except on things like ships, and which really are super vulnerable. Some aircraft have it as defense from missiles and lock-on, dogfight warfare. But as far as let's use them to light fire, well, why wouldn't you do that the traditional way? That's a million times cheaper. And why would the military target our own country? Like, that doesn't make sense. Let's bankrupt our own country so that we don't get funding anymore. That doesn't make any sense. Militaries run on a budget.
Division Foxtrot, Branch 3, your attack, V10.
Also, what is this? What the military does? It goes after strategic targets, not.
Yeah, I'm making my way north on Ridge Route towards Templin. You want to meet up?
Hey, firm, I may be behind you. I just got to station 149.
Not touristy towns.
Stay there, and I'll come to you.
Not retirement communities like Paradise. Militaries have to make sense. They're selective with what they target and do. Good old-fashioned saboteurs with a road flare is a much cheaper option. But you would see strategic targets targeted. So if I ever see something strategic, I will start thinking along that it could be a foreign government military operation. So far, I haven't seen anything of the sort. Yeah. I see here, ABD says, sent you an email. Oh, you did. A PDF map for the Hughes for tomorrow and Thursday. Oh, thanks, ABD. I'll check it out in a sec. Yeah. Jason Nuss says, I was watching when they saved at RV Park earlier in the Hughes. Is that what that was? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Barry makes a good point. Once you use a top secret weapon, you risk the adversary detecting it and developing counter weapons or copying your weapon. So the uses of such a thing, of high technology, would be sparing. It was approved, like high tech was, to go take out Osama bin Laden, and then that little helicopter crash meant that Of all places, Pakistan got our stealth helicopter tech. Right. Great. That's wonderful. I'm sure they didn't hand it on over to Russia and North Korea, the highest bidder. Probably not. They're our friends, right? Totally. Totally. Wait a sec. Copters? Why are you suspecting copters? Lasers use crystals and not lenses? You know what you just said? Crystal lenses are... Yeah. Lenses are crystal lattices, anyway.
560
LA. Back up there. Who is suspicious of helicopters? Why?
560, that's affirmed. Informant stating that our location is Durfee, across of Santa Anita Avenue.
Yeah, very sparklers. Yeah.
Santa Anita.
American Patriot is not a lack of water problem. It's not the dam breaching. They drained dry a bunch of reservoirs for ridiculously stupid reasons. And it wasn't about fish. The one reservoir over by Palisades had a tear in its cover. It was a big water tank reservoir. So the county's so stupid. They drained it last March before fire season. It's been dry ever since because they're waiting on bids to go fix it. Well, you don't need to drain water when the cover is torn. Just make sure people don't drink it. But that's just ridiculous. Go put a temporary tarp on it and just call it good.
500 over the fire, we're clearing out to the east.
The dam breaches are far north of the state, in the Klamath River, for example. Klamath tried 500, 600 miles away. That have nothing to do with anything down here. So there's plenty of wet water in the canal system of the Northern California part of the state, where all of our water gets sent down to the southern, is the big complaint. And those canals are not dry or anything. They lost water pressure because it requires you to have a lot of water in tanks up on the hills, and they are so stupid they drained two of them near Palisades. Either 100% bone dry or almost nothing. Knowing full well they'd lose water pressure.
Tanker 55 is fueling Van Nuys. If they need it for the new start in LA, they can take 55.
So, his criticism is very fair, where water pressure never have run out. It's not for a lack of water. It's pure 100% stupidity. It's worse. The dams were falling apart, by the way. They're extremely old. It was to the point where you had to build a new one or breach it anyway before they breached themselves. We're talking very far North California. And mostly an Indian reservation land. It's mostly uninhabited.
Check with them. I thought they were available for initial attack.
So that is actually more of an argument for summertime fire season stuff. So when the government officials just got up and patted themselves on the back while the Palisades was raging, saying, "We're so prepared," horse crap, you lying bunch of people. I'm restraining myself. People.
Operations, Helco, Command, B5.
Let's see here. Yeah, that's true. American Patriot, totally true. $17 million defunding of LAFD. Absolutely. Absolute stupidity. And to do that
186, you can cancel per PD on 3.
when the summer fire season was so bad.
Operations, Helco, B5.
Exactly. Trash people. Get them out. Put them out.
Down for a load of water.
Leadership.
Copy that. Thank you.
Deficit.
ALS 130s with engine 134, squad 134.
Wow, it's infuriating. Let's get bids so the tear in a reservoir cover gets repaired. Meanwhile, we'll drain it so that sediment doesn't get in there like dust. Oh my God! Why don't you have a replacement cover? Put that back on, and then get some bids for 18 months later to repair the one that's damaged. Like they didn't have a spare. What in the name of God? They've known about this, what exactly would happen since the 1961 Bel Air fire, which appears to be repeating. The Palisades is almost a repeat of it. The LA had decades to implement what LAFD said needed to happen to prevent another Bel Air fire. One of which, more and bigger reservoirs that stay full. Nothing like that's been implemented. Nothing. The county has a lot of blood on its hands. No, Newsom's not worried about DEI. He just takes money from power company. He doesn't give a damn about people's living or dying. Like screwing power company victims, like Paradise. Just doesn't care.
30 was at 2038 West Avenue I.
That's what fire victims don't like him for, is he protects PG&E and the power companies. He also just vetoed.
The new call is 2103.
Just a veto of the firefighting bill. Here's his on Twitter. He vetoed a firefighting bill that CAL FIRE wanted this September, when LA County still had raging wildfires, and Orange County did too with the airport fire.
LA, squad 130. This is going to be the same patient. He's confused about the location. It's going to be the Wyndham Gardens, the new hotel.
In fact, I didn't mean to copy her. Newsom had this on his own page, but it's the same thing. To the members of California State Assembly, we hired 2,000 new year-round firefighters. So I'm going to veto this one. We don't need this bill that would allow firefighters to contract for more than 9 months in a consecutive 12-month period in case of emergency. We don't need that because we hired 2,000 new firefighters.
LA Quint 29, send a squad and ambulance to this location, upgrade the ALS.
So when California brings in fire crews to help, they turn into pumpkins at midnight and have to go home at the 9-month period, no matter what's happening. And that was a huge problem during the line fire last year. So this bill went forward, and he just vetoed it. So that left LA County just kind of, not the line, the bridge, totally screwed. The bridge fire. Where they
134, that's the firm you can cancel.
They released a huge amount of firefighters, and then the winds picked up and it got huge again. Then they had to hire new ones back. That's the stupidity factor going on here. I don't get into other politics, just how they relate to leadership fighting fires. And you need new leadership, I'm sorry, this is them as opposed. Just psychopathic leadership. I liked what I heard from some people at the Pasadena Town Council meeting. They had some good ideas.
LA Battalion 22.
And so some local people are gems. Some. Let me see here.
Start a TC trap for northbound 14, north of Palisades.
Yeah.
Trying to bunch of Jose on that ridge. Alright, good copy. We'll be right back.
Well, you can have incompetence be as bad as evil.
We've got one vehicle launched off of the freeway. I'm also going to need a CHP for traffic control, minimum of number 3, number 4 lane.
Okay, they want cops for traffic control.
CHP for number 3 and 4 lane.
That's a firm, and you could show Battalion 22 on it.
the first time I knew that Mayor Bass existed was when the freeway melted, and they had to cry for help from the feds. And Newsom stood right next to her and said, "You're doing a heck of a job," basically supported her stupidity.
LA on dispatch 3.
They're like patting themselves on the back. It's totally good, totally fine. Totally fine to rent out the underpasses and turn them into junkyards, just make that money. Who cares if there's fire risk? I mean, why change that policy to something that would protect people when the feds are just going to pay for everything? Yeah. That's when I knew, okay, LA, you're in trouble, man. You're in trouble.
187 cancel.
Holy crap. Rewind, look like something from the air. There's a million helicopters trying to put this out right now.
Hello, Tanker 55,
Of course.
LA County, on feature.
We've seen the helicopters trying to put it out here on the live coverage from KCAL as well. Here's KCAL.
55, you're going to get rerouted to a new start at northbound 405 at Sepulveda Boulevard, Raleigh City.
No, it's not a new start. It's
we copy that. We're returning that way right now.
30 minutes ago. That gave me a heart attack. So we will see.
This fire is going to be V5. Victor
Oh, that's right.
119.9750. And Air Tacticals LAFD.
Sorry, let's see if we can tune into Command 10. Let's see. I don't know if
in there to put the base of that pole out.
that's...
Air to air, and what was the last frequency?
The air to ground, LFD air to ground.
LA County Fire Command 10. Let's see.
Right now we're making a 180, we're headed that way.
Okay, it's on. I don't know if it'll be loud. We're also now listening to LA County Fire Command 10 because V5 is failing them.
Yeah, you're going to handle.
I don't see fire trucks. See, there's one of the water drops right now.
Okay, most everything's working in Division Juliet, and I got currently working at a 149 Alpha. It's the ground fill site at the Lagoon Dip. Is 531, and he's working in Division Charlie with 4170 and 4190.
Helicopter 22, we're assigned to the LA City Sepulveda incident.
Helicopter 22, copy. What is your timer?
Helitanker 61, Papa Juliet,
timer.
and 602.
Copy.
605, Bingo Fuel, 0030, and they're good till 0300, so they can fuel and return for you. Copter 602, be a Bingo Fuel and timeout for the night at 0020. Helitanker 55 was on a fuel and return, but they're currently potentially being reassigned to that new fire.
What person of interest, Amy?
About an hour. 8 Papa Juliet's been on scene for about an hour, and they each should have about an hour left for you.
I copy, and I think I stepped on you. 605, what was their bingo?
605, Bingo Fuel 0030, and they're good for you tonight till 0300. And then just copy 602. They're out of here in about 10 minutes, and they'll be timed out.
Oh, hey, Paul. I didn't see you. Sorry.
Okay, that's all I pretty much have for you. I haven't given Ops an update yet. AirTac went and sat down. He's planning on coming back about 0130. Same with the 76 coming back around that time also.
Okay, I copy. And then, 609, those guys were heading out. They were done.
609 is timed out.
I copy. And then you just had the 4 working Juliet.
Affirmative. They're just working up in Juliet, cooling a flank there. They knocked all the flames down. We're just trying to hold it right there.
Okay, so some of the
Extricate the solo patient out of the vehicle so you can cancel the quint. However, keep engine, squad, ambulance, and CHP coming, please.
Copy. Solo patient extricated. Quint 104 cancel. Quint 104 cancel.
they just have warnings. It's just warnings. Okay. So what do they think they're going to do to stop it as it approaches those neighborhoods? There's no real way to cross the tape. Why is there not a whole fleet of fire trucks at the top of the fire road right now? I know they're doing drops, but they're so lucky that that canyon
22,
is...
we're receiving additional info. Additional patient, half a mile north in a silver Toyota Camry under Golden Valley sign.
Airplane back on evolution.
Okay, I must say something about the radio.
We'll pick him up. Looks like Charlie kind of cooled off a little bit. Charlie's doing real good. The Type 2's working real good with the crews, the engines. The Gulf Strike teams from earlier needed no other drops than Charlie. And then the power pole issue and Division Alpha 6-1's going to try to work a engine into that to put the base out so it doesn't fall across the road.
Copy. I heard, some of that coming in. Right on. All right, I think that's all I got. And then copy the air attack coming on around 1:30.
I can affirm. When I clear with the Angelas, I'll confirm that to make sure the air attack's coming back out at 0130.
Okay, I had UC San Diego video.
Here on the north side of Juliet, you'll see what they're working. They knocked all the flare up down. They're just trying to hold that line. There's a dozer line that's all nice, cold, and black. The fire's up to, just picking up that edge and taking it out towards Zulu at the right shoulder.
He's talking about Hughes in the left channel.
Copy, they're calling Zulu down there at Elderberry, kind of by the water. My apology. Juliet, right shoulder, Zulu, back at the heel.
560.
Allied Engine 560, can you have the RP stay in the area so we can locate? We were unable to locate earlier.
Break baton 22 for the second incident. We have engine 73 with squad 107 responding.
LA, battalion 22 copies, thanks.
150, did you copy?
Oh, Alicia.
150 copies.
So mad right now.
Might not be sending resources out. Big fire. I'll go to Angeles and I'll maintain 3,500 till we exit the GFR.
We've heard some pilots have timed out because of the Hughes fire, so they can't be called upon to fight this one. Timing out means that pilots, the FAA requires pilots
Copy, squad 29 cancel.
to rest in between flights. Like a full,
6-1 on 55.
they need their full 8 hours of sleep, otherwise they become extremely dangerous drive-drunk pilots because flying tired is flying drunk, just like driving tired is driving drunk. The loss of coordination and just can't have. So pilots have to, when they're timed out, they have to land. It's controversial. FAA is supposed to be hearing some arguments about keeping them like a give or take half an hour, 45 minutes type of thing.
Angeles, Hughes Helco is off the fire. Helicopter 1, November Charlie is assumed Hughes
Go to
Helco.
cover this fire along the
For Alpha Sierra returning Santa Monica,
what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, we see a lot of engines, a lot more coming, and you can definitely see behind me that you do have pockets of that fire line that is very clear there. Another thing that I want to let you guys know is that as we were driving down, obviously roads are closed and there are officers turning people away saying, hey, this area is not safe. So as of now, they're kind of monitoring things. We understand that it's burned at least 10 acres, 0% containment. And so far, the fire officials that we've seen seem rather calm. It seems like they're staged and ready to tackle anything that comes their way. As of now, we don't see the fire moving down the valley closer to the 405 freeway, but again, that could change. In terms of wind, everything seems rather calm right now. Where we were in Castaic, in fact, that wind was picking up. It was evident, we could feel it. It was cooler. Here, not so much. So we actually don't feel much wind at all, and I think that is going to help with firefighting efforts. Pretty soon we understand that maybe fire officials will be able to talk to us and give us a little more information, but as of now, just like you saw there, it seems like the fire is isolated in that area, and they are trying their best to assess the best strategy to tackle this, and more engines are continuing to come in. So we will toss things back to you and try to get more information. Yeah. But again, this Wildfire fire breaking out clearly less than an hour ago, 10 acres burned, 0% containment, and firefighters are now battling yet another fire here in Southern California, Los Angeles County.
Luz Delia, you rushed over there from the other fire that's burning in Castaic. Tell us about your drive there along the 405 freeway. Was it really bad?
Honestly, no, it wasn't. We couldn't see much smoke. I mean, I'm not wearing my mask. I was wearing my mask all day. I was wearing my goggles and for most of the day in Castaic because of the ash that was falling down, the thick smoke. Here, we can't even smell the smoke. We really can only see the smoke coming from that fire line on that ridge right there. But driving over, we really couldn't see any smoke at all until we crossed this hillside very close to the 405 South underpass. That's when we really started to see some of the hot spots. We definitely saw the fire line, but we don't see anything like we saw in Castaic. So in Castaic, we saw hillsides burning, and one hot spot, because of the wind, would really travel one direction and quickly.
Operations Helco
then we
V5.
noticed that the hillside would char, embers would fly, and then other hotspot would start. Here, it doesn't seem to be spreading
to Command 10, I believe.
Quickly.
Okay, I'll just insert common sense here because at the moment a little bit seems to be lacking. Bless her little heart. It's this canyon is sheltered by the wind right now. Sheltered from it, excuse me. It's coming out of the northeast. So if the fire reaches the ridge top, if it gets up past that fire road, the full force of the wind will hit it. Then you'll see totally different behavior. That's why it's so critical right now to stop it at the fire road and not let it get really up over the ridge and at the top. Definitely embers could just jump right over the 405 over and threaten Crestwood. Absolutely. That's why we're really hoping that the helicopters, which are doing a bunch of water drops and stuff up at the top, will be effective and buying time for the crews to man the city wall, you know. I don't care. They seem to be prepared for anything. Okay, at the bottom of the canyon, they're prepared for holding their beeps, you know, while they watch a fire way above them. Sorry. I don't understand why there's so many fire crews at the bottom of the canyon. Get them to the top or where they're needed, because fire likes to climb. Why don't we see a huge array of fire trucks at the top of the fire road right now? I don't know. But they're not in a good position right now. Whether or not, I don't know. And so looking at the chat, and there's a question, this other camera, the one with the UC Davis cams, the alert wildfire cams, yes, they did show a lot of helicopters going past it because they are actively working and dumping water on the fire. Oh, there's a good shot of ember cap. You can see them floating around. one thing about helicopters too is they got to be really freaking careful about not introducing wind, because that's what rotor blades do. So it may be at some point that they just get better if they let the helicopters back up, just pull them out for a bit. They are probably the only thing that can reach something on the hillsides, but as far as the top, it's better to just have units there. It's such a steep canyon that unless they have rock climbing equipment and stuff, I don't know that they could pull hose from the bottom to the top, or the feasibility of that in time before the fire even got there. So it's a deceptively, low-key fire right now because there's no direct wind alignment with the canyon, and the little canyon's a little bit sheltered. But that will all change once the fire gets to the top and the much higher wind speeds are up there. So that's why I have in my ticker that these two various neighborhoods need to be. Woo, look at that. There's a good drop. You see how the embers still were flying, picked up by the rotor wash. So we'll see. Right now they are doing some good, effective work, but man. All right, let's listen.
Tanker 5-5, LA on V5.
What? Oops. I hit pause instead of play.
Tanker 5-5, go ahead.
Why is it going insane?
Tanker 5-5, timer check.
There you go.
Yeah, we're on scene, Sepulveda incident.
Once the fire gets back where it's being holed. This is right here, that fire road that we were talking about where they've got some of those other crews. So I just wanted to kind of illustrate that about how it's getting to that ridgeline and kind of stopping. And on the left side of the screen, those are still those live pictures of the water dropping helicopters and more live pictures on the right-hand side of your screen as well, where from the ground there, from one of our crews where this fire is still burning, Suze, not a lot of active flame left.
Yeah, that's certainly good news, and certainly good news that the evacuation warnings tonight
is en route.
Believe that they will be turning into mandatory evacuation orders. So that certainly tells us what we're dealing with here too as well. Just as, certainly we're keeping our, our walls up, of course, not letting our guards down, but certainly, I mean, some good news tonight. It's so nice to report some good news in all of this, Mike, just because it has been so bad last couple of weeks. But really tonight, firefighters really getting that opportunity to attack this. And Mike, I mean, just the fact that they're bringing in more resources at this hour really tells you that they want to put this out before those morning hours because they know it's coming. Yeah, look, I mean, we always talk about this, but the priority for fire crews is life safety first, make sure everyone is safe and okay, structure defense second. So, and Des talked about this too, being able to pull resources from the Hughes fire. You would argue right now that this fire poses more of a structure threat than the Hughes fire does. So that's why they were able to pull that resource from the Hughes fire and get it down here. And I mean, look, on the left side of your screen, that's the chopper. There is not a lot of fire left on this, which is the best news that we could have hoped for. The other good news is one of my colleagues, Caden, just spoke with CHP. At this point, they don't have any plans to shut down the 405. So Getty is closed, the off-ramp. Sepulveda is also closed, and that is mainly because you see in Dez's shot right there on Sepulveda, that's where they're kind of using the staging area. So all those fire engines are now on both sides of the 405 freeway, staging there just off of the 405 so that they can get in there and fight this fire. You've also got some in the neighborhood where they were doing those evacuation warnings. And again, the good news is it doesn't sound like they're going to upgrade those to mandatory evacuations at this point, and it also doesn't sound like they're going to close the 405 freeway. For where this has been, this could have gone a lot worse, and thankfully we had the fire crews and the resources on the ground and in the air to get this under control. Yeah, and thank goodness the other fire in Castaic, I mean, that was, in mop-up stages as well. I mean, thank goodness for that because of the fact that had that been, been blowing up still, we might not be able to, devote those resources to this fire. And again, fire crews, and Sheriff Luna said this earlier today too, they're always thinking what's around the corner. They're always thinking one step ahead. And yeah, they wanted to get the fire up at Castaic out, but they also wanted to make sure that the quicker they can do that, the sooner that they'll have resources available for the next thing that happens. And that's exactly what they did. They did so much good work all day long with those retardant drops to really build that line in Castaic. And then they were able to, lend a helicopter to come do this one now. So they're really thinking ahead now. Okay, that's just kind of babble to fill the space that, the news media has to do every so often. As I was trying to type in the chat, if this is the particular view we were talking about, this one is Mountain Gate 1.
They had a fuel problem at the Castaic Lake Hughes fire where the nearest airports didn't have enough fuel for the firefighting, which is why we were a bit critical of the whole. We were so prepared. 5 o'clock, kind of, regular BS press conference. I mean, sure, sort of. But saying that you're more prepared than the Palisades is like saying, now that I'm wearing this bikini thong, I'm much more clothed than being naked. It's not much. So the mountain passes are where helicopters sometimes like to follow. They oftentimes navigate at night by just following major roads like freeways. So we were seeing on Flight Radar 24 that they were going past the 405 because they were picking up at the other airports that had enough fuel and would have things like retardant. That's usually where these pilots hang out, everywhere from Hemet to other places. And the helicopter pilots were kind of navigating by the 405 and just following it up, and then following 5 over to get to Castaic. I just saw a little bit of that. So there was one that was pretty close already that just turned and went to it directly when it first broke out. So what I wanted to point out is that this camera, I believe, I don't know if it was looking this direction. Yeah, it pivoted to face the fire. No, wait. No, it was facing that direction. Okay. All right. Never mind. That other view was. So it was here. Let's look at the timestamps. 2248, 2249, 2250, 2251, 2253, 2255. Boom. We got light in the canyon. So fires start out pretty small, so it's probably started already at the point we're here, 2258. Okay, my ticker is in the way, so I gotta, there we go. I know it's very fine print, but I'm reading it for you down here. Down here. So if I don't see any drones in the sky before that point, so it actually still was looking. Now you see higher up in the sky the twinkling, and these things over here. These are mostly the helicopters going by. When we go and we see the first light in the canyon, it has to be sizable to light it up like that with that much light. So before 2259, 1159, this was going, but how long was it going before then? Unknown. At least a couple of minutes. But racing up, I hope you guys can see that this is a steep canyon, and with extremely dry vegetation, and Santa Ana's are extremely hot, dry desert winds. It is not surprising at all. It's totally normal for a fire to just race to the top like that. It could do that even without Santa Ana's, just because fire loves to climb. The steeper the terrain, the faster it can climb. With this extreme dryness and the very, very thick brush, and the nature of the kind of brush, the super oily bushes and the invasives, they go up like barrels of gasoline. The chaparral and some of these bushes store oil within themselves, and it's a way to, well, promote fire so that the competition is burned out. Also, it's a way to resist drought and for the bush to stay alive a little bit longer. So you got lots of oily bushes at play here. So you get to back down here, and it's a helicopter, and the helicopter's a searchlight. Helicopters use a searchlight and a series of lasers to try to pinpoint where they can do their drops. And so in the ground, they don't want to drop on a ground crew. The ground crew is not going to get wet. They will have their necks broken. They'll have their back broken. Imagine somebody dumping a swimming pool's weight of water directly on your head. It would collapse the roof of fire vehicles. It would collapse the windshield. It would crush it. Absolutely. Like, that's a lot of water to dump on somebody's head. So they coordinate with each other, and I was hoping we could hear them, but V5 is broken. They're supposed to be on Command 10. That's silent. We're listening to it, but it's silent. What they do is ground crews will signal with them with lasers and spotlights, and as they talk to each other, and they'll say, hey, we're over here. And the pilot will have a spotlight and say, is it okay where I drop here? and you might point a green laser, which is like a laser pointer. It's not hot, you know. Just like you can put a laser pointer in your hand, it doesn't do anything. And the ground crews will be like, yes, or no, 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 put it over there. So they do signaling to each other, and this can look really weird and suspicious to like the average person who may be there and like, what the hell is that? These cameras also get blurry, zoomed in from far away, and so fast-moving helicopters tend to streak and look weird and whatnot. But these are really big lights. These are their big helicopter lights, and drone lights are absolutely not of that caliber at all. So I just wanted to say I don't believe a drone started this because it climbed from the bottom to the top of the canyon. Started at ground level. So some a-hole arsonist with a road flare could do it. Somebody pulling over to dry grass in their muffler, you know, could do it, whatever. But this looked like a turnout based on what we saw the last broadcast, where somebody was going up and down a freeway lighting fires as obvious arson. That's what I worry about right now. Somebody driving the freeways doing it. So and there's a water drop there. That's water drop, I believe. 1 minute time lapse. Yeah, there's a helicopter up there. Oops. Is camera struggling? Go ahead. Yep. So there's the water drop. What? Changes frames when I zoom. Come here. There. See? It changed it. I'm trying to show you the helicopter in the next frame right up here. That's a helicopter. Real clear. There's about 6 or something in the air right now. So you have everything from Fire 3, LA Fire Department. What else we got? LA County. One of the Colsons, Chinooks, did a drop live on KTLA. Yeah, there's another one of the Colsons. So the bad news about this, when these unnecessary fires begin, takes away the resources from the others. They wanted more pilots here, but they had few that timed out, meaning the FAA requires them to get good sleep in between flights. So we've always had a shortage of pilots. We've always had a shortage of nighttime helicopters. California pats itself on the back for having like a total of 9 available or something. Yeah, we needed that in 2017. In fact, you have 9 right now. What a pathetic turnaround time. You know, 9? Okay, we need 90. California's the size of Italy. There's usually multiple large fires breaking out at once, and you have 9 and you're going to brag about that? Sure. Go ahead. We're not stupid. It's just ridiculous. So, like the media was saying, and I've been trying to say, if you are in an evacuation warning zone, you should be prepared to leave with always imagine you're about to be going to mandatory. That's the way it usually goes. So,
Brush Patrol 28 on scene and staging at Spelman and Moraga.
Well, there is a command 10 here on Broadcastify. It's just totally silent. That's why there's only 17 listeners. So it just may be that the Broadcastify channel is down and dead. I'm just going to hit the report a problem button. And why did it go over there? I'm just going to hit report a problem and try to do so. See here. So let's look at our last frame, 10-minute time lapse. Okay, see some more water drops, and now it's zoomed in, and it doesn't make sense. Okay. At lens flare. Okay, let's see. I think we lost the traffic cam. Did we? Oh. Doesn't look like we see the flames anymore on the traffic cam. Did like a 1 hour time lapse? Let us. Okay. So from time to time, the flames peek over on that particular traffic cam. Okay. So, but I always am looking out for anything weird and suspicious. The drones could be used to light fires, although that's typically something that the actual fire crews use in wildland fires to do backfires to try to stop fire spread. It's conceivable that somebody would use a drone to commit arson, but also that's high risk for getting caught. Drone operation requires radio signals, and radio signals can be intercepted and picked up and detected. So you're much more likely to be caught lighting a fire with a drone. It's also, that's a somewhat small world of drone flying, where those that would carry a payload, you would have a paper trail of buying the parts for it. So not so with the something like puncturing a hairspray can, lighting it on fire, and tossing it to the bushes where it could have been purchased anyway, right? So hairspray cans can become little blow torches. Not that I want to give arsonists any ideas, but low tech is the hardest to trace. High tech is the easiest. Right. Let's turn on the news media. We have multiple things still playing. They're just...
Squad 183, person sleeping only.
Copy, engine 183, did you copy?
Okay, they got some ground crew. Zoom
183,
here.
copy. Ambulance cancel on scene.
Copy.
Impactful, exactly. Forget it. They didn't even need the ground crew there, but they were right there. Johnny on the spot.
It's really
for tourists. We know that there are winds, but firefighters also watch these forecasts, and they know what the wind is going to do. But look at that. Look how
gone now.
Impactful, exactly. Forget it. They didn't even need the ground crew there, but they were right there. Johnny on the spot.
It's really incredible. All of our firefighters do such incredible work, but these wildland firefighters are just, on another level. They have to carry so much heavy hose, so much gear, and they are, anybody that knows the hillside of the 405, you know how steep it is.
Yes, it's true. All right, I want to go to Lori Perez there, who's on the ground. I believe she's off Moraga Drive there, one of the areas.
Oh, I was watching that. I don't think that was a drop that's too close to the ground crews. I think they just hit the hose and it slammed that bush. So it looks like they are hiking up and pulling hose. That's all you can do to keep it from going south. Phew. It does look like it's improving greatly.
There was a lot of ash, a lot of flame. The wind where we are at the moment is very light, but I can tell you, while it's good to hear Desmond describing the great work that those firefighters are doing to get a handle on this, it is no less terrifying for people here in these neighborhoods who are getting those evacuation warning notices. We're here on the corner of Moraga Drive, as you said, and Bellagio, also Sepulveda for people who know it. This is the entryway into Bel Air, and you're going to see behind us a steady stream of cars that are leaving Moraga Drive, that are getting out of here. In fact, we went up Moraga Drive and people were flagging us down, asking if they should leave. I was showing them that video that I had taken on the car, but you can see how many fire engines are stationed around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 just within my...
I'm sorry, strobing light warning. I should have said so. Seizure risk.
8 within my view, a ton of sheriff's deputies, LAPD. There is such a massive response here right now, which I think is adding to the anxiety. People are down here. They're gathering on the corners, coming out of the neighborhood, gathering on the corners, gathering at the gas station across the street, trying to really figure out how serious of a situation this is. Certainly they have left their homes, but should they leave permanently for the evening, or are they going to be allowed to get back in? But a lot of anxiety. We stopped to talk to some people who were in their driveways, kind of trunks open, putting stuff in the cars, and everyone.
Okay, those are just fragments of radio transmissions.
How close the fire was, and what she thought I should do, what I thought she should do. So anxious. We did get on camera with one gentleman who is preparing to evacuate. Just how concerned are you at this point?
Well, I'm a little concerned when it's over there by the Getty Center, and they told us that it's getting ready to evacuate.
And did you already have your stuff packed, ready to go?
Most of it. I have a lab, and most of our artwork has already been stored over there a week and a half ago when it first started.
Did you have any idea that this might happen tonight?
No.
How are you feeling?
A little anxious.
I bet, man.
Yeah, that's an understatement. You know, a lot of people, again, we stopped to try and talk to different people to see how they were feeling, and everyone, as you can imagine, is on edge, never thinking.
I have a one-story bungalow, a row of one-story bungalows with nothing showing. It's an A2 of any investigative mode.
I hate to make that louder. Nothing showing, something bungalow, something road.
Sedano Avenue, 82 on City reports of one-story row bungalows. Nothing showing invest mode.
Okay, that's just somewhere in LA County. It's unrelated, I think.
LU on R5 Cat 4.
Pictures, and that seems like this may have been what happened here. There was a two-car crash on the northbound side of the 405. CHP does incredible work clearing crashes. We just watched them, and I think we've got some video that we can show you of it happening. Right now, you see all of the cars on the side of the road. This was a two-car crash on the 405 freeway that they spun out. There was some pretty decent damage to it. They shut down both sides of the 405. We've got that video now that we can show you as we look at the northbound side of the 405 begin to reopen. And look at this. CHP moments ago just shoving the car right off the side of the freeway. The CHP is uninterested. I told you they had no plans to close the 405. They're not even going to let a crash get in the way. And it's something, you know, Des has reported on traffic for years and years and years, and something he has seen before, and certainly so have I. But it's just kind of remarkable. The crash wasn't even 10 minutes old before they had those cruisers push it open. And look, right, Des, all lanes of the 405 back open.
Yeah, all lanes open here. Still quite a bit of right shoulder activity, but yeah, just when things are going so swimmingly, trying to get the fire completely snuffed out. I mean, I have to wonder if it was, you know, people slowing down to take a look at this, or you know, whipping out their cell phone. Or I also wonder if it's something with this weird phenomenon with these flashing lights. My pilot Chris was actually thinking, you know, this could end up causing a crash because it's just a very weird thing, and this just began. It wasn't like this when we got on the scene. I'm not sure that I've seen these lights do this before. Of course, we've been talking about, we've had all kinds of issues with the lights on the freeways and the copper theft and the lights going out and other lights turning weird colors. And now we've got flashing lights on the 405. And, you know, if it wasn't that, it was probably someone slowing down to take a look at the hillside on fire that caused them to get in that crash. And we've all gotten stuck behind people that slow down way too much to take a look at a crash on the other side of the freeway, as we see
good progress on
great
the
water drop there. So fortunately at this rate, there's not going to get and certainly not enough to cause any kind of crash, but whatever was going on with those freeway lights where
those are starting to work down any of these ridges, or is it still pretty open?
Quick work of that crash, and a little pocket of traffic here for the northbound 405.
You got a copy of us on air tactics.
I'm juggling audio feed.
Flames anymore. I mean, that was certainly a, you know, a different picture at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, or close to the top of the 11 o'clock hour. When we first started covering it, we were thinking, oh boy, another fire, and along the Sepulveda Pass, and we know how much vegetation is along that 405 freeway. And
because LA County didn't do anything about it.
People just looking up at the hillsides there. Looks like along the freeway, standing there, and on the left side of the screen, you're seeing Desmond shot, and yeah, really different picture. You know, as we were talking about all these water dropping.
Wow, this is a remarkable job to quickly button that up, man. Being sheltered from the worst of the Santa Ana winds, you're so lucky, or that would have changed. They're talking about a car crash, but it was like 10 minutes ago, whereas the fire was started longer than that. What the hell happened?
Right, that is, if the most light from the hillside is coming from a fire engine, that is certainly...
Yeah, that's just a fire engine, not fire. But the mind wonders, what the hell happened?
Before 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. rather, and here we are approaching the 1 o'clock hour. I mean, again, 2 hours to not have any visible flame is incredible.
It is really incredible. You really have to give it to the LA Fire Department tonight for starting these aerial operations overhead and then requesting more units to come in.
See how crazy bright these spotlights with the helicopters are? Remember, all of our cameras take an image probably once every. Oh, this is a great shot too of the laser on the bottom. They take an image like every one frame every minute. So these giant spotlights being blurred can make them look really weird on the cams. That was perfect. I love that shot right there. You see the helicopter come up over the hill.
Ventura cloud report.
Massive beam of light from their searchlight. Now they have a green laser system on the belly of the helicopter. So you can see it right there, the green thing. So here is a bit of a drop. And they also have, actually it's the landing light, or the left and the right light. Whoops, sorry, those are tail rotor lights. So green will be on the right side and red on the left. But in a different shot then, we could sometimes see the green laser. Like I said, it's like a laser pointer. So sometimes people in a fire zone look up, see a helicopter with an obvious laser, and go, oh my God, it's starting fires or making it worse. I swear to God, I saw a laser. That's actually to map where the ground is so the pilot doesn't wreck. LiDAR can help them map out the ground in real time, but it can also help them to not run into the ground. It bounces off the ground, and then the pilot can help know how high or not they are. It depends on what.
Metro from truck 15 on scene, 1818 south of Arapahoe. I got one-story bungalow type of structure. We got nothing showing in investigation mode.
Sorry, there's random other fire things going on. So they're harmless. So they communicate with ground crews that way. They sometimes put their spotlight on the ground and ask, do you want it here?
South of Arapahoe, truck 15 on scene reports a one-story bungalow, nothing showing, invest mode.
Especially LiDAR mapping with lasers will be much more evident on the little planes that fly over.
Timer, truck 35, knowledge.
Over fires. They're doing real-time 3D mapping. So when they do that, that's invaluable because when they go to the old topo maps, it shows all kinds of roads that actually don't exist. So if fire crews think that there's a well-maintained road off into the middle of the forest or something, well, they can get the shock of their life when it's been washed out for 20 years. Or maybe last spring.
10 minutes on you into the timer.
And then they can get stuck. So there's many things that LiDAR can do. It also sees through the smoke straight to the ground, so the pilots can, that's how the 3D mapping works. But it helps them to not, crash.
Right now, Lori?
That's right. I'm just meeting this woman here, and just your name?
Alice.
Alice, and tell me, so you evacuated from your house up this way?
Casiano.
And tell me how you're feeling tonight.
Just really, I don't know, just very scared. I just moved here a few months ago. I built my house, and now I have to evacuate, so not happy.
Yeah. Were you up at the time, or what happened? How did you get the...
Well, we were getting ready to go to bed, and then my daughter saw on the Citizen app, she said she thought she saw somebody, started a fire. And so I said, okay, let me get up. So I got up and went to the backyard, and I could see already like the red flames on the other side of the hill. So it was very scary. I woke up everybody, and we just started gathering stuff.
Metro from truck 15,
I don't understand what's happening. We can't get a break.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a difficult...
14 back, all of your assignments.
It really has, just very stressful.
You're living on edge, basically.
Exactly. I don't know. Yeah.
And you evacuated with a family, a big family? Or?
I have two daughters. Her fiance came by, and then we had my niece staying over. So
it's true. It's not out. Just because flames aren't visible doesn't mean everybody's safe. So they still may call mandatory evacuations because the winds can change and just blow it up. But that's a remarkable amount of progress in this time.
I kind of had a memory of what I wanted to take, so.
Right. Well, good. We're glad you're safe, and we do understand that they're getting kind of a handle on it, so perhaps you might be able to go back.
I'm hoping, yeah.
Thanks so much. Stay safe. So that's just an example, but we have been certainly seeing a line of cars coming.
that feed's getting harsh to the ears. So that is a broadcast of somebody transmitting. It's just too far away. It's just too staticky for the ham radio operator with broadcast fight.
The next street is Sepulveda, kind of the entrance to Bel Air on this side.
Okay, yada, yada, yada. That's a pretty remarkable job for striking it, though, and hitting it. Okay. Let's look at our other cams. We'll try to look back at chat. Let's see here. Hi, Nick. How you doing? Yeah, dehydrated say water to stay safe is how many homes have burned. No. Let's see here. Here, not much snow this year. It was 99 inches wild weather 3 years ago. Where's here? Joe's Lawn and Snow. Let me go back. Were you talking about Ruthie? Hey, SV Kathy, yes, there was a new one in 405 Pass and just about trying to eat Bel Air. Ow! Oh, Brian Lath, firefighters start fires all the time because arsonists are attracted to that job. So unfortunately, sometimes they find out that it's one of their own. Arsonists want to be around fire a lot. So they are really terrifying. In fact, the alleged arsonist that started the Thompson fire at Oroville, it just about burned down Oroville, and just about burned down my uncle's house. People had reported and took pictures of a suspicious vehicle. Thank God they did, because later fire broke out, so they handed it over to law enforcement, and they figured who did it. It did surveillance, and it was a wannabe firefighter who had just passed all the courses and wanted a job fighting fire. But he didn't want to go to the far northwest of California or the far south of the state. He wanted a fire real close to home. He lived near Oroville, so he lit a fire. Allegedly. To the west of Oroville when the red flag wind was blowing to the east, straight towards the town. Well, straight towards the dam, but that also would include the town. So he launched fireworks out the window. That he got right before the county banned the fireworks, I believe. So ironic. I was already saying, guys, please don't sell fireworks this year. It's so dry in July. And these counties started putting fireworks sales bans after they had already sold many thousands of them. It's just so freaking ridiculous. So it was one of those zingers, you know, the ones that spin around like a ball. He lit them, was tossing them out the window, and my information comes to the district attorney's office of Butte County. They made a video about it. It's still on YouTube. So the alleged arsonist was wanting to be a firefighter. Yeah. So let's see here. Let's go back up to
Hughes Elko, Branch 3. You got traffic?
Back up. No, nobody's out of the...
Elko, just looking for operations. Just let them know that 6-1 might be getting pulled away for a new start in Ventura.
Oh, don't say that. The what? The new start in Ventura County?
One of the QRF helitanker 6-1, but he's going to get back to me if he's not needed.
Oh.
Okay, I copy that. I'll relay that to Ops, and you can go direct with Branch 3 for an update.
Man, possible new start, Ventura County.
Charlie, everything we had earlier was starting to flare up. That's looking good. Copters hit that pretty hard down in that wash toward the detention center. Now working up towards Alpha. Everything on the road, Lake Hughes Road, is holding. Crews are starting to get engaged on the edges of the road there, and then up in Alpha, still working copters up on that piece up on top of the hill, just kind of keeping that pin down.
Great. Possible new start. Great.
It's holding. It's just south of the truck, the necktie trail. Just kind of flopped over, but it's holding at bay with the copters. They're just kind of keeping it in check right now until they get some Limas inserted there.
Okay, yeah, I copied that with Juliet, and I just took a drive up top of Lake Hughes all the way down, so I got good eyes on it. Thank you.
Copy.
Okay, so usually when a new fire breaks out, they move the cameras to look at it. So on Alert West, the beams colors show last time the camera moved, but none of them are really fixating on one particular point except perhaps as now peak 1 or 2, but it's just moving around, so I don't know where there might be a new start in Ventura County. I'm sure Watch Duty will tell us real quick. Oh God, I'm sick of this already. I'm
20 minutes on incident time, rest 20 minutes.
so angry. I don't know about you guys.
Metro from 705, Roger, 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, Barry. It's great. It's great. LiDAR doesn't use green wavelengths. What does it use, Polly? I was told it was green. Let's see there. Detroit Lakes, Big Al, Oregon. The scariest thing about a firefighter being an arsonist is they know exactly what to do, exactly how a fire will behave, and they can get a result that they want, whatever their twisted mind wants. Oftentimes, the motivation for a firefighter arsonist is to be hailed as a hero. They'll oftentimes start a fire and know where it is, of course. And then
Team 1102, why don't you guys stage down here, but reverse your engine facing up.
Oftentimes they bask in the glory of being the first to respond and save the day. You know, they're glory hounds. They want to be credited for being this hero all the time. They love that praise and whatever, and they're actually evil. Just totally narcissistic, but that's what that word is. Narcissists do not care about the other people, but they absolutely crave and demand appreciation and praise. So if there's a lull in things, they'll go cause excitement. So
LA Helitanker 55 on V5.
Helitanker 55, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been released from the Sepulveda incident. We're back en route to Van Nuys. We're going to check in with the Hughesfire, see if they still want us. We don't have much time left.
okay, where's the new one? Come on, somebody tell us.
Copy. Do you have a timer?
You know what?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
I can find out.
Copy. 1515.
I forgot. Ventura County participates in Pulse Point. Yeah, Ventura County Dispatch, okay. Medical emergency, 12:56 a.m.
We're route to Van Nuys. We're going to check in with the Hughesfire, see if they still want us. We don't have much time left.
So far, there's a traffic collision from 12:46 a.m. Ventura County, Opal Way. There's no dispatch. This was all the 911 calls and things, Pulse Point. Vehicle fire. It just changed.
Time is 101:01.
Vehicle fire East Hugh Namuna, whatever the heck that is.
73.
just like this one was called Humini or Humini. I don't know. How the hell do you say that? Huene. Unimi. So we have a vehicle fire. Let's see where it is. East Humanini Road and South Rice Avenue, Oxnard Plains, California. So we could listen to Ventura County Regional Dispatch. En route right now to it is engine 162. Supposedly, a helicopter might go over there.
Metro from RI 200.
But I don't see one headed over there. So I don't know if that's what people are talking about, what's going on. We can hope. It's nothing. Let's see where this is on the map. How the hell do you say this stupid word? East UV Road and South Rice Avenue. There, in the middle of the farms.
RI 200.
As well as vehicle fire. Currently is a presumed car accident. So that's pretty damn far away. I do not believe that a narcissist could drive that quickly all the way past Thousand Oaks over to Oxnard. I just wouldn't assume so. To this point, in any way. But then again, Ventura County's line is... Ventura County's big. May not be what they're talking about. Let's see here. Cars don't randomly combust. A lot of times they do, because... Have you ever heard of the Kia Hyundai scandal? Yeah. So I had this neighbor who showed me all the recall notices and stuff. So Kia and Hyundai are now basically the same company. Use a lot of the same parts, very similar vehicles these days. So there's a huge scandal where the first recall for the Kia is a huge amount of them. We're talking like a 8-year to 12-year span of defect here. The first recall was for
LA 9338 Golf.
The
County V5.
Faulty fuel injector situation. So the people who got the recall done, and ironically this was a fire recall, the fuel injectors could cause an engine fire. So the people who got it done had a botched repair that loosened somehow something to do with the fuel injectors and made it weaker than ever. So usually while at high RPMs, which is freeway speed,
9338 Golf. LA County V5.
These fuel injectors would detach and spray fuel all over the engine, and the people would be at freeway speed. So there's all these YouTube videos of people noticing a car's undercarriage totally on fire and flaming out behind the car, and the driver just totally unaware. So people screaming, "Pull over, your car is on fire." So this happened to enough vehicles for Kia Hyundai to do incredibly massive recalls. And then guess what?
We did get picked up by the Hughesfire, so we're headed out that way. We're already in contact with AirTac, so we'll fight follow them.
It doesn't end there.
Copy that.
Second recall, massive round of recalls for the fuel injector fix for the fix. And then, when everybody thought it was okay, there's this big class action. Kia owes you a new car if yours combusted, and they owe you a new house, blah, 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 if it happened by your house. So, then, my neighbor shows me her next piece of paper pretty recently, within last year, last summer. A new recall for the same set of Hyundai and Kia cars. More than a decade of making models from the 2020s, 2010 to something else. Something like 2012, 2010 to 2023. It's pretty huge. I think some may go back all the way to 2008. That massive recall was because, the Kias were still spontaneously combusting while being driven and also while being turned off. And they were burning down people's homes in the garage. So she gets this letter that's from Kia that says, please do not park your vehicle next to other vehicles, next to anything combustible, or inside a garage because they could spontaneously combust, this time due to a faulty circuit board with a faulty fuse. So it was related to some of the lights of the dash and stuff. So if you had two different lights of your dash come on, you're supposed to immediately stop the car, pull over, and call the fire department. And there was something like tire pressure and something like a check engine, something really just normal like that. So it was an indication of the circuit board going nuts. So, yeah, there's faulty wiring is a main cause of spontaneous combustion. It's fault caused combustion. That sort of thing brings down aircraft too. And it can also be from your individual mechanic doing something wrong, or just an individual defect in the manufacturing of your car. It happens a lot more than you would realize. A lot more. And this same vehicle, this same car, that person I know, also had to have his faulty accelerator replaced when it was new, because it started to drive itself. She'd be sitting at stoplights and stuff, and all of a sudden the RPMs would start revving. Like, what the heck? And if her foot was loosely on the brake, sometimes the car just started to lurch forward. Right when she was about to hit the gas, but before hitting the gas, it would lurch forward into intersections prematurely, just as lights change. So one day it just got so bad that the RPMs started to go out of control as she had the brake on, and she let go of the brake, and this car just surged forward, started driving about 35 miles an hour. She couldn't stop it. Yeah. And it was driving itself. Toyotas are famous for that, and they blame the floor mats. That is absolute
LA 9338 Golf on V5.
BS. Because I drove it one day and I verified that this happened. It's like, what the hell's wrong with my car? I went, oh, something terrible. So it was a faulty accelerator. They're digital these days. So just hitting the brake was just burning the brakes off. The car still
let's head up.
Forcing itself to go forward. And it refused to go into neutral during the whole affair. So there's no way to stop it. It's just lucky it was only 35 miles an hour. Yeah, the original self-driving cars, Toyotas and Kias and whatever. It may be a lot like the Takata airbag scandal, where Takata made airbags for so many different makes and models of vehicles. So millions of cars had to be recalled because they were all faulty and fake. They had the explosion part that still worked with the airbags, but they had metal fragments in the airbags that would shred people's faces in car accidents and rip their eyeballs out, sometimes go all the way through their skulls. So that was the first round of recalls, was fake. They put new fake airbags into vehicles, and only after those cars got into 2 car accidents, oops, did Takata get caught.
Go ahead for LA.
Still doing the same thing, putting fake airbags in vehicles that didn't protect you, that were just going to explode and harm you. So some of these things are so widespread, it's absolutely just crazy. And you wonder how many people, the coroner thought the car accident killed the person. It was the damn airbags before this hit the news. You look all this stuff up, it's horrible. Whatever happened to the firefighter tanks? That's an intriguing idea. Didn't Germany invent a lot of those? Sounds awesome. To me, I'm wondering too, why are we lagging behind in technology of fireproof vehicles? Why are fire engines and fire crews running away from fire? Shouldn't they have a fireproof vehicle? Come on now. I'm sure the military has stuff like that, at least for evacuating people.
Branch 3 command.
It's what the hell? Takata is an Asian company. Takata airbag scandal.
Over Charlie.
this side on tap yet, just getting an update from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up by the RC plane site. You want me to come down and face with you?
No, you're good. Just, I was out of the area. I went to the top of Lake Hughes.
Operation 1004 out.
Yep, we're doing good. All of our resources are still engaged, and we're still putting in some hose line, and I've been scouting around. Everything's looking really good. Everything's moderated quite a bit.
Oh God, sailing, that's horrifying. Now left channel, they're talking about Hughes.
I think night air attack is going to come back with the fire here in a little bit, so if you need any info or anything, once it gets up, go direct.
Okay, good copy. You said night air attack.
Operation 1004.
At about 1:30, return to the fire, then we still have night alpha.
Forward progress stopped on these Sepulveda. Good, but just remember, not out, so you're not safe. They don't have containment. It's just not moving anywhere at the moment. So this will give you a little bit, but it was tens of millions of vehicles with that had the Takata airbags. So at first they gave them the benefit of the doubt and thought it was exposure to high heat and humidity caused the airbags to explode when deployed. And actually they found out they were just full of metal and stuff that shouldn't be there, and just throwing metal fragments into people's faces and shredding them.
LA, strike team 9413 Golf on B5.
God.
Go ahead for LA.
Strike team 9413 Golf responding to your incident on 405 in Sepulveda.
It's another good question. Jason Lusk says, the military could put out burning oil wells. Why not make something to help with these fires? Well, you know how they put out an oil well fire is with explosives. You have a single spot.
LA, strike team 9338 Golf.
LA, strike team 9413 Golf on B5.
9338 Golf, go.
Also en route to the incident on Sepulveda, confirming access will be 405
Golf
at Getty
responding
Center.
to your incident on 405 in Sepulveda.
Yeah.
That's affirmative.
Yep. Shrapnel bombs. Like I said, psychopaths rise to the top. They have a tendency to, according to studies, not just my random,
LA 36 Golf.
Psychopaths. If they could manufacture fake airbags and not give a damn.
You're not with traffic for LA, go ahead.
LA 96 Golf, en route to your incident. Can you Golf Center cross for access?
Units are overstepping. Access 405 in the Getty Center.
Okay, I'm going to turn off B5. It's stepping on the traffic for the Hughes, because the Hughes is still of greater concern. Hughes is left channel. You're right, Sadie B. It's like manufacturing shrapnel bombs instead of safety equipment.
LA, go ahead.
LA 96 Golf, en route to your incident. Can you Golf Center cross for access?
Okay, that glitch is not me, it's Broadcastify. Let's see here. So the way you put out an oil well fire is pretty dang easy. It's because the fire doesn't move.
Go ahead with your traffic.
So you,
LA from Sepulveda, I see. We're canceling all incoming companies.
Okay, canceling all incoming companies.
That's nice.
Did you copy that?
Goes currently 3,500.
It doesn't take.
9413 Golf, do you copy as well?
It doesn't take the military.
9413 Golf copies cancel.
It doesn't take the military to put on oil well fire. Pretty much anybody can.
Helco operate 4,000. Copters are working at 3,500 on Juliet.
Okay, the live broadcast is over by KCAL.
Copter 76, Elko, tactics.
Please go and hit the like button to support their journalism.
76 Elko, got you loud clear. We're just off Van Nuys, about 13 miles southwest.
3027, you're cleared in 4,500, Elko's 4,000. The copter's working 3,500.
I don't know.
4,500, 3027, and you're at 4, with copters working in 3.
That's one way to do it. Put a cap on it. The fun way is with explosives. So we get old enough footage, perhaps it won't be. Whoa. Copyrighted. See. Volunteers extinguish an oil well fire. Cap escaping gas. Okay, let's see here. It's same here. Oil well. Not a blowout. Whoa, how to safely put out a kitchen fire. Inside edition, okay. Kind of randomly. Hey, there's Fox 11 covering that.
Okay.
These guys set it on fire. Now, why in the world would they do that? In Iraq, they set their own oil wells on fire to...
Helicopter 8, Papa Juliet's off the fire, returning to Santa Monica, ETA 0135, and they'll be timed out for the night.
To create a smoke screen, so our invasion would be slowed down, supposedly. I don't know about a copyright free. Let me see.
En route, I'm in contact with them. Thanks, Coco.
He looks old enough. Let's see if this is a winner.
We're facing down a monster of a gas well fire in Algeria called the Devil's Cigarette Lighter.
No, it's not copyright free. It's a History Channel. But maybe I could turn off the audio and just this portion has hopefully stock footage that I can't get copyright hit for. Now, the reason it's so easy is fire needs one thing, it's oxygen. So you can either put a big bell on it with a crane and just deprive it of oxygen, set the bell down, or you can do it the fun way with explosives. Because when dynamite detonates, it uses up all the oxygen. So boom, instantly puts out a fire.
7-6, Elko on our tactics.
Go for 7-6.
So far...
Okay, we're just going to loiter here by Division Charlie until you come up, and then we'll kind of take you around the fire and let me know when you're ready.
That's just an explosion.
We'll call.
I don't see that there is copyright-free footage of that. So, just trust me, that's the way it's done. So, that's how the troopers did too. They just would put some explosives and detonate. You know, you put it over by the area and just take, feed the little, the T-handle, dynamite, boom. Oil well fire of Texas. Yeah, you don't use water, you use explosions. Man. There's an old British newsreel about it. How are they going to do it? Are they trying to dump dirt on it? Okay. It's one way to not have it not work. Sorry, I can't really find any non-copyrighted footage of it. What happens when I don't edit it out of my videos is sometimes even months down the line I get this thing up on YouTube and it says your video cannot, contains copyrighted material, so it'll now have advertisements on it, and all the ad revenue goes to whoever the hell copyrighted video is. Even if it's for 6 seconds in my video, they can put ads on the entire 12 hours.
Elko's got eyes on you. Just coming in.
And take all this money.
Yeah, I got you as well over the 5.
Yeah. Let me see here. Red Adair is who I want to look for.
If you're ready to copy, we'll take you quick around the fire. Not a whole lot as far as copters right now. You clear to
you've used explosions, Raph, for mining? Yeah.
Everything's kind of quieted down from the last round we were out here. 531 was going direct, working with the crews. They are starting to engage and put crews in there, so they backed off on the copter work. So we bumped them over to Division Juliet. Break.
Copy.
4-7 and 5-5 working up on top of Division Alpha. They're just pulling out of Castaic. The 5-5 is good till about 0130. They're going to probably have to cut out of here. The 4-7 is good till about 0150, 0150.
5-5 to 130 and 4-7 is 0150.
Hey, Verm. They did have a power pole issue. 2754 was mitigating that. 6-1 was guiding them in. There's a hazard they're worried about falling over the road up on the Lake Hughes Road, but that has been dealt with. As you saw, is on the outbound. Right now we just have 605 and they're good till 0300. And they're fresh on station along with 531, and they're both working in Juliet.
05's good till 0300. Working Juliet with 531.
Firm. And 531's got all their gear, their buggies, everything's over here at Castaic, so they're good. And they've got about, I think they're good till about 300. They've got 3 hours left on station as well.
I'm trying to figure out how long we can keep the helicopters in
Do we have
Hughes.
anything else coming back in tonight?
I had 6-1, but they got pulled away for something in Ventura, so I'm hoping to get them back. I didn't know what they had as far as new incidents.
I don't see them at Ventura, though. I don't know that Ventura had an
The rest
incident.
of them will be timed out for the evening, and 605 will be the last one standing as far as that group.
What are they talking about in Ventura?
So outside of Juliet, what would the priorities be?
Still the priorities are just the perimeter control, the Division Alpha, just kind of keeping the hot spots up on top where the 47s are working. And then all that underslung, everything in Juliet, trying to keep that at bay before the winds start picking up and giving the Limas a little bit of time to start building that line that's out to the northwest.
Did you have good eyes on the dozers making progress?
Affirmative, and if you look out, we're just kind of heading around up Charlie to Alpha right now. You can see about 6 sets of lights. All the Limas are coming down that ridge, that next predominant ridge to the northwest.
Copy.
Contact with Division Juliet. They were just out on a point, kind of keeping eyes on the rest of the fire in that necktie truck trail.
Oh. Oh, you mean Steve Lookner, like Agenda Free TV? He's all right.
The good contacts that we've been having for Division Charlie is just the engine 4170, engine 4190, and they didn't need any additional helicopter work, so we pulled them away.
Don't call me a reporter.
47, I'm sorry, 4170 and 4190, that was Charlie.
Them's fighting words.
Those are the contacts we were utilizing in Division Charlie when I got here. And right now they don't need any helicopter work. They're starting to put in some hose lays and go direct.
Yeah, let's go direct. All right.
And as far as work on Juliet, is it winding down, or are they going to have work through 300?
Hey.
I'd like to at least keep some one copter working out here for some flare-ups. They've had a few here and there. There's still a little bit of work to do on Juliet. There's no resources over there.
All right, copy that. If you don't have anything else, we'll go ahead and take it, and I'll get with Air Attack.
Yeah, I'll get with the Angelist, and you got that. I'll make the call.
Affirm 76 has Helco.
On November Charlie, we'll skirt out Juliet on tie 5 and we'll be on the way.
Take care. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Travis, thanks.
All right, so we just heard a bunch of talk about how many pilots.
On air tactics.
Oh, for God's sake.
Helco, air attack on tactics.
Sure, you're able to pick up on the brief. Anything you want to add to it? Needs, concerns?
Nothing to add. Just support the plan of stomping down Juliet and helping out Alpha.
Purposes, we're good to 0300, and then we'll time out and return Fullerton. Doesn't sound like there's going to be a need for relief, Elko. Would you concur?
I concur. Looking at probably closing it down. We have to be back. We're bingo duty day by 03.
We'll plan for that.
Okay, so back to the. Okay, what's his name again? I already forgot. Bring Smokey the Bear back, please.
Operations. Use air attack on air to ground.
That'll be $5. There you go.
Use air attack. Air to ground.
Okay, if I can get a word in now, they kind of just did a huge briefing thing. So, do I not deliver? Do I not deliver? Okay. So, yeah, Steve, I consider him totally beautiful. You know why? Beauty has nothing to do with a person's looks. My beauty.
Transition with incoming Elko, Copter 76 will assume Hughes Elko. 1 November Charlie's outbound for Santa Monica, ETA 0145.
Has nothing to do with my looks.
Yeah, Hughes air attack, go for branch 3.
Hey, just letting you know, air attack is back on station, probably till about 03 a.m. And we're going to time out for the duty day. We also still have Helco up with 4 helicopters.
Okay, yeah, I copy that. If you could, just when you do your recon there, just go and find division up there at Lake Hughes at Division Charlie there, where the priority was. Appreciate that.
Yep, Charlie had no need. They were going direct with the crews, and we've got 2 working up with Alpha.
Alright, maybe I can get a word in. At this point, I don't care anymore. I'm starting to get very tired. There's something very exhausting after moments of crisis. When there's a little bit of breathing room, we realize that I'm tired. I haven't been able to watch him much, agenda-free TV, but because it's highly recommended. Many of my mods do. Because usually when he's live, I am too. Some crisis going on. Somebody suggested that we take turns so the public is still informed by, real people instead of just the media. But every time I've gone into his thing and said hi, he goes, once he said, hi. That's it. So, I mean, he was running a show in the middle of it, so he may not really be aware of me at all. But yeah, for what little I saw of him, it looks like he's got a good show. Let's see here. Jason Lusk says I have a shiny bald head. There you go. You're a light in the darkness by yourself then, aren't you? Yeah, Amy D says, correction, Juliet was the western side. I can answer that. Earlier today. Thanks, Amy D, for the help, by the way. And thanks everybody for the help. Remember, before you go to bed, the like button and subscribe. You'll never find us again. You can do super chat to keep us ad-free and on the air.
Tanker 55 on B2, go ahead.
Even better.
Tanker 55 is off the Hughes Fire. We're headed back to Van Nuys for the evening. 15 minutes around.
Some of these pilots need a brand new radio. That screams in my ear.
55 LA copies your 15-minute timer and route to Van Nuys. Off the Hughesfire.
Ouch.
Good copy, thank you.
I hate to be a beggar of money, but either we go advertisement based. Shut up. Okay. It's okay when something's on the radio. I'm going to take a brief break from that. I start to get really angry when they just repeat same thing, repeat same thing, repeat same thing. And I think I can talk, and they go, I copy. Then I just want to blow my lid. Like, shut up. Okay. So, the three main portions of the fire, the three biggest concerns, was Charlie, which is down there by the prison. They call it the detention center. Political correctness. Number 2 priority was Alpha, which the 61 helitanker was working before we lost it to the Sepulveda. So that was the big Chinook from Colson Aviation. It was in the northeast section of the, right here around Hughes Road, Lake Station Recreation Area, over towards Raven's Roost Rock. So that was Alpha. The second priority, 3, was Juliet, which was the most active spot.
5 for the new haul pass. If you need to overtake us, just let us know, but it looks like we're about a mile or so ahead of you.
Did you realize you spammed Husky? Good night, dear. And thank you for being here. Brian, my minister is slapping. You may need to do your duty.
Roger. I'll take it 55. 76 Charlie Golf. I thought you were looking for me. Sure.
Copy, thanks.
Yeah, you can spam it. It's against the rules, dude. Yeah, that's it. Mod powers revoked. You suck. I don't want to talk to you again. Get out of here. No, thanks, Husky. Thanks for being here. I'm sure now that you're going to go to bed, something major will break out, like you missed the Lilac arson spree of last broadcast. It's almost like you go to bed or I do, and that means, bam, something will break out. Won't we say that? Sadie B says Steve isn't consistent with his fire coverage as you are. I really wish he was, so I could retire. I would just be like, thank you. Steve's got you covered now. You know, Vocalerio does fire coverage too. It's so very similar to what I use, Count Topo, Flight Radar, that I thought he watched my channel and learned it from me. You know, I was kind of went viral in 2020. So I really respect Blanco Valerio. He's a true pilot that's up in Nevada County. I'm pretty familiar with Nevada County. Used to live somewhat nearby. Had relatives that live there by Grass Valley. And so one day he's doing fire coverage very competently for, you know, being a lay person. A couple of times I go, oh dear. But he was doing it so well, I even typed in his chat, I'll hand over that to you. Please take over. Bye. Because I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at all. I do it because the system is so broken and I've already lost a friend to wildfire. 2 of my brothers almost died in wildfires. One of my brothers lived in Paradise. So we're the hero helpers. We save lives. We need to go live in a crisis. So I quit my day job to do this. That's why, you know, I need your help to do this. I'm not going to go advertisement based. I will just quit if I don't have enough. If chat people and viewers can't support me enough, then I will just have to quit for economic reasons. But there's a reason nobody does this. It doesn't pay. Fires are local, small audience.
Can you 4170 Helpo air to ground?
That's why the media doesn't do it either. A small amount of ad revenue, unless it's a, you know, major national fire, and even then, a lot of people don't really want to know about it. Just want to know about the progress. The 5-minute blurb. Yeah, somebody in New Hampshire.
4170, a barely readable. Try that again.
Probably tunes in for 10 minutes a day, you know, to find out what fires are doing. So,
Don't advise AMR clear to enter.
Yeah, Husky privileges are revoked. Husky, your badge and your gun on my desk.
2 left on station, 3 left on station. What are you looking for?
What are you looking for? So the free way to help the stream is hit the like button. That's the most important way. If we grow bigger, we can survive. When we had 29,000 people in the chat, when we were doing what we could for the South Lake Tahoe area, then there were people donating $1, $2, $1, $2, $5, $100 just every couple of seconds. But you need a bigger audience for that to happen. So if we get more subscribers and we just have a bigger audience pool, the percentage that does donation will just increase, and then I'll be able to sustain this. There's some years I haven't even broken even, just lost money doing this, and I lose a lot of my time. So if you think about the opportunity cost.
170 Health Code, Copter 531's getting some water, and he'll be with you about 5.
That can't be. That can't really be estimated. So, I've had stuff like, say, on Craigslist or eBay or something, and somebody texts me and says, I want to come pick up your thing. It's, a $500 piece of computer equipment or something. I have to say, nope, I'm busy. I'm busy. That just happens. So, it's not something I'm complaining about. It's just a reality. I wish I was a millionaire and just could do everything for free and just have the ability to just buy all the equipment. But every single moment that goes by, I'm recording at 1080p. So I've already purchased like a couple grand in hard drives just to keep my own archives going. So the crazy monthly cost, and to pay for Flight Radar 24, pay for Broadcast 5, pay for high-speed internet, and 5G uncapped, no throttling cell phone service, so I can live broadcast from the cell phone or feed it to my laptop, on the road. That's $125 a month. It's just, there's a lot of monthly expenses that sometimes I stream for 17 hours and there's 0 donations. So that's unsustainable. It's just kind of really demoralizing. But then some days go by, we get a couple hundred in donations. So it's just really depends. I'd rather just get by on the really small ones and rest assured that the majority of donation money goes to fire victims. There's something wrong with my PayPal link? There is? Uh-oh. Rodri eBay says, first time here, thanks for the coverage. You're very welcome. Please tell your friends. And tell me how you found us, because I'm not sure how people do sometimes. Today, we had 9,641 views, but only 474 likes, but that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. People hitting the like button, and usually the more views, the more likes, then we go higher and higher in the search results for people trying to find fire info. But every 12 hours, we have to restart the stream. We go back to the bottom. And have to start all over. So, yeah. YouTube stacks everything against us. YouTube doesn't... YouTube does not promote... I'm going to get stepped on. YouTube doesn't promote videos without ads on it. I mean, they make money off of ads, mostly. And so, right now, they ask us creators, do you want to go to the top of search results? Pay us, and we'll put you at the top. Oh, God. No, we don't have the budget for that. Don't feel guilty at all if you can't support, because the like button is the free way. Don't. Yeah. Yeah, Antonio, I would like to. I'm thinking about it. Radio. Okay, I'm taking a break from that. It's just a bunch of weird staticky stuff for now. Watch duty people are always looking at the radio, listening. So usually if there's something important, they'll update us here. So yeah, I gotta take a break from that. So the thing about Twitch and other platforms is how would we moderate something as zany and crazy as Twitch, by the way, for chat to be active there. Twitch is easier for people to find us because you're either online or you're not in Twitch. With YouTube, it sucks so bad. We have to restart the stream every 12 hours. I can't tell you how many you're trying to donate via PayPal, right? What does it do when you follow the PayPal link? Or is it in the description of the video or is it in the chat message? Let me try them both. Sorry, we were not able to request you. Please try again later. Yeah, well, it is wrong with my PayPal link. Why is it dead? I got a PayPal earlier. Okay. Thank you for alerting me to something wrong. Now, if I correct it, this is working. Here, try this in the chat. All of you guys, click on it, please, if you would. Just, do you see a page? That's weird. It's the same one I copy and paste every single day. https://paypal.com/paypalme/Catherine's. That's it. Okay. So why do we have this link failure? Oh. Because I have it in two spots. Okay, does the other link work? Okay, let's test it out. Aha, I think I got it. I think I figured out the issue. Okay, I'm going to change the pinned chat message. Hopefully this will have it fixed. Okay, remove the pinned chat message. Redo it. Redo it. Thank you. Boom. Okay, pinning it again. Now it's test. Thanks for letting me know. Macro. Okay. We can't find this profile again. Make sure the link's right. Profile has not been turned off. Yeah, I definitely did not turn it off. Okay. So paypal.com/paypal. Fix it again. Why does it work independently, but not when I put it in a sentence? Okay, that does. Okay. All right, we'll try it again. Place pin chat message again. Oh, tedious. Great, deleted it. Redoing it. Retesting it. Okay, that one works. Okay, that little thing, let's see if I got it. Yay! We got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $5. So appreciative. I'm really hoping that just if 20% of viewers donate just like $5 or $10, even $1, then we'll do okay. It's just really difficult when you replace pin chat message. Do all those links work, friends? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, it was a lack of spacing, apparently. It's worked every single day, the exact same copy and paste until today, so just don't ask me why. Butterfly says I don't need her attention, if I see a new fire. Hey, I try to give you as much attention as I can, friends. I don't ignore chat, if at all possible. Okay. If you don't have Cash App or Venmo, thank you. Thank you, dear. So much obliged. Now, memberships are different, so in the description of my video, if you're on an iPhone, you can't even see the join button to become a member, and that's why I'm so bitter about that. But in, let's see, my regular page, I'll show it to you. It's so weird to see myself. If you click on the, oh, wow. Wow. There you go. Hey, the Lookout's here. Cool. I would totally watch that. You know, Zeke is aware that I exist, and he has a great show about how fire spreads. He has fancy maps. I definitely would watch Zeke there. If you go with the K logo to the channel, up here where it used to say About Me, it's changed now. Up here underneath the title, it'll say in 3 more links, here's exactly what we do here. And so you got your PayPal, the Twitter, the Cash App, the Venmo. If there's something else that you guys want for payment stuff, then I'll definitely try to add it too. But the membership tab right here. This is what memberships look to people. The membership tab, you can become a member, and I have the link in my video, and so you'll see members first stuff. Nothing life and death will ever be limited to members. Nothing I do will ever be behind a paywall. But there is a thing where if it's really not life and death stuff, that members can see stuff first, and maybe cutesy videos like make turkey, cream cheese, and cranberry sandwich. Because we didn't have fires going on Thanksgiving, so what YouTube wants me to do is make videos every damn week, otherwise it demotes me. So I'm trying to, even if there's nothing to do. Oh, thank you for becoming an eggling. And so that's a set it and forget it kind of donation when you do membership. So the lowest tier of membership is $2 a month, and the highest one is I think 100 that I put. So there are different tiers of perks. So at the highest ones, Phoenix level, I can do individual private streams for you to teach you how to track wildfires, use the software, whatever you want to ask about fires in general. You know, Newport Marina, I'm in Oregon. Hey, around Newport. I love the Sea Hag. That's a sweet restaurant, man. I too escaped the 2020 Labor Day fires, lost everything. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was trying to cover that live best I could until I had to evacuate my own mother. I hope you're able to continue the coverage. Your heart's in the right place, of course. Which fire were you affected by? Was it Echo Complex? That one was kind of forgotten. But that was the only one I was aware of at the beach. I don't know if you lived at the beach. So the thing about iPhones is, and iPads is, confirm this. You won't have a membership join button. You have to go with the special link, which is in the video description of most of my videos. So weird. See my own live. Just click on it real quick. I hate seeing myself. I'll never get used to that. Okay, so if you look in the description of video, see the Hughesfire info here. Donate to victims of the LA fires via AirBNB. Eaton Fire survivor stuff. All these links, evacuation maps, sign up for LA County alerts, blah, 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 blah. And then Oregon has a spot here for Oregon fires. And then share the channel page. We mostly spread by word of mouth. That's the link right there. And so, if you want to become a member, let's see, where's that link? Button. Use this link to join the channel for member access to perks. So you click on it, it takes you right back here to the membership, and that's what you'll see. So that's what that link is about. So you not only do you get cool feathers by your name, but access to the cool custom bird emoji, such as the pat on the head, the heart, the cool sunglasses, and the hive. Phoenix is $99 a month. Flyer is $25 a month. Fledgling is $10. Chick is $5, and Eggling is $2 a month. But as you keep your membership going, you get the feathers by your name, signify your long-term support and commitment. So I tried to make it as cheap as possible. $1 was not an option, so it had to be $2. Now, YouTube does still take like 30% of that, but oh well. If that's most convenient for you and you want to show off your badge, absolutely cool with me. So these are signified time. Oh, Larry Green, thank you so much for your kind and continued support. Are you a member yet, Larry? I hope so. So all the different feathers are for different time links that they determine. I can't see where it is right now. You think I'd be able to set it up. So if you click on what different benefits, YouTube made me do this. So you go higher up in tier, you get different levels of benefits. So, for example, members only live streams is what a Phoenix gets access to. So, like I said, those will be non-life and death situations. So I've already done that for a couple of Phoenixes. I explained how to track fires and answer questions. So, you know, that's the Phoenix level. You can also gift memberships to others. So if you have $100, you don't have to be a Phoenix. You could gift memberships to others. And then the others might keep them or not, but it'll be a cool treat for them. So I encourage a lot of people to be egglings or chicks and then to periodically gift memberships to people in the chat. So that's pretty cool. Newport Marina, thank you for being the latest member. How are you doing, Larry, by the way? Let's see here. CDB says sometimes the membership join button shows up on iPhone, sometimes not. That's so weird. Yeah. So so sorry, Newport Media. If there's a way that we could support you, just let us know. Hey, Sister G, how you doing, Sister Golden Hair? Doing the Night Owls, good morning. Hey, good morning. We've had quite a night. Have you seen what's occurred? The freak out fire in, just east of Palisades by Bel Air in the canyon where the possible arson or whatever fire raced up the canyon. Tried to eat Bel Air. It's been a night. Brian Manson says the answer to why we spray water on oranges during a freeze in Florida is latent heat of fusion. Oh, yeah, if I get bored and want to Google it, sure. Yeah. Latent heat of fusion. Smarter than the average bear, as I am, I was just completely blocked from pretty much all science classes and any computer classes at all. I'm completely self-taught. I can deconstruct a computer, put it back together, upgrade it, salvage it, whatever you want. I can custom build a machine for you. I can set up everything from, do a 6-way SLI for your Bitcoin mining rig. I could set up any sort of gaming rig. I could put hard drives in RAID array for you. I can water cool with the best of them. Never done a custom loop before, but hey, doesn't seem like rocket science. I've done closed loop. My computer itself is water cooled. It has a radiator. I put it together myself. I custom build machines for others. I give computer, advice. I'm completely self-taught and taught by others. They took me under their wing. I don't know how to program, so don't ask me to do that. Most of the computer system building is about using a screwdriver. If you're smart enough to use a screwdriver, if you can read and write and spread peanut butter, then you could be a computer tech too. But that's the kind of thing I gave up for doing this fire tracking thing full time. So that's usually what I would be doing. And this time of year, I can't afford to not be selling a whole bunch of stuff on Craigslist and eBay. I've had a couple of kind members donate computer parts, and I've got to sell them before they completely lose value. I've got a 3090 to sell, thanks to the total generosity of Grumpy Gamer Guy. Hey, Josh, thanks for becoming an egg. How are you, Batman? Excuse me, Joseph Harper. He's got the nickname Batman. Hey, Tira in 1987 says, hey, hope you're still eating and sleeping enough. Sort of. Sort of. And what's frustrating about the Cascade Lake Hughesfire is the cameras are just kind of not looking at it. Listening to the radio, we're taking a break from that. It's just much static that was queuing up. If I can barely tolerate it, I'm sure you guys can barely tolerate it too. So the frustrating thing about Whitaker Ridge 1 and 2 is the main seats of the fire, the southwest corner northeast, were both in view until they changed zoom level, and now none of them are so great. So we'll turn back on radio in a minute. Yeah. Sadie B says, I'm not good at tech stuff, but I taught myself how to do my hair, nails, eyelashes, and tanning for myself at home. Saves me hundreds. Right? I'm serious. Thanks, sister. Thank you for your kind donation. Yeah. How are you, by the way? I tried desperately to find you when I was in California last, but just crazy stuff happened with family. So I only spent a week and booked it right back to Oregon, but I couldn't find your phone number, man. It's really not rocket science. It's just intimidating, but my friends encouraged me to, do my own computer work, or I'd never be able to afford it. Most computer problems are from buying computers that are already made by, something like Dell or HP, and they just use the crappiest piece of junk, motherboards. Well, your computer is your motherboard. Everything your computer can do depends on what is your motherboard. Everything else slots into it. So you don't cheap out on the motherboard, but that's what HP and others do. They really have crappy versions of that limit the functionality to the point where you really can't upgrade much. You got to buy a whole new computer. But they're, like I said, really cheap. So they do stuff like overheat and can't, ouch, headphones squeezing my head. Not only have a limited upgrade potential, but things go physically wrong with them. So once you learn a little bit about hardware, I swear to God, mostly you need to know how to use a screwdriver. Most things are swapped out of your computer with a screwdriver. You don't even need a screwdriver, though, for RAM. You can just press down on two levers. The RAM pops out. Take your new RAM. You put it in with your fingers. And boom. You just upgraded your RAM. But usually computer techs charge $75 to do that. I think it's kind of just evil. Oh, thanks again for the $3. Larry, you're awesome. It's here in 1987 says, sort of enough. Take care of yourself so you can take care of the rest of the people. Thanks to all that help the channel. Appreciate it. Thank the mods, guys. They're volunteering their time. Please don't forget to thank the mods. People like Big Al and Sister Jeeves once a month are so helpful. People like Husky. Please let them know you appreciate them. I'm totally dependent on the mods. So I have thought about branching out, yes. I mean, as the original conversation went, how do we moderate broadcasting to multiple platforms? My computer definitely can handle it. It definitely can. What was the good catch? Okay. See? Yeah, now it's a party. Yeah. Hype train. Choo choo. There you guys are. Oh, Joe's I'm so sorry your back hurt. A lot of people go to sleep to my soothing voice once I kind of turn the radio off. Occasionally I'll read people a bedtime story if they want. And Roger says a little small donation to Cash App. Thank you. You're so appreciated. PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo does not take the 30% like YouTube does, but I don't mind anyway that anybody wants to donate. The thing about getting notified about those donations is I have to unlock the phone with a fingerprint because once I do, I'll get spammed, but I won't get notified live because also most of the phone's functions are muted, so that doesn't bleed into the live broadcast. There's supposed to be a way I can set up something called a mini feed that explains not only who is just subscribed, but who donated through various means. I had it working at some point, but in order to have mini feed, and you have to pay $16 a month for Streamlabs. So Streamlabs is the platform I'm using to stream. It's the software, Streamlabs. So I have to give uncomfortable permissions to Streamlabs. And this is generally what kind of a streamer's, my off-screen thing looks like. Let's see about this picture. I don't care about that. I want to show you the picture. Image search. I don't want to go to GitHub. Oh. So the mini feed is this thing. Just show me the picture. Yeah, so you can kind of arrange your windows. So let's see if I can. Really? The buttons get big, but not the picture? Thanks, Edge Browser. Thanks a lot, Edge. That's great. I don't want to go to GitHub. Wow. Anyway, you can't read the words. I'm going to save it to desktop. So stupid. Then I'll just open it and zoom as much as I want. So let's name it mini demo PNG. Let's open it in a file. It really doesn't want to open. There we go. So most streaming is games and stuff. So almost every single overlay that I try to get that would look professional, they're almost all gamers. Crap, and it looked like crap. So this is the mini feed on the right, where you could see your own chat, and then it would say stuff like, so-and-so has just subscribed, so-and-so has just donated through this, that, or that. So I think the uncomfortable permissions I have to give this app are access to PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo, I think, in order for it to display that. So I'm not sure how safe that is. It already has uncomfortable permissions. I have to give it for YouTube. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you hear all that chiming? Hey, there, finally let me know that it went through. Thank you. Cash App thing. So the last time I had mini feed, Trick Pony Fan 28 and Miriam Cajun, Joshua West and Nadia Wogan, Grumpy Gamer Guy, they did super chats and Larry Green did, and it showed me all that stuff. in Flavors Forest. So that would have been last August. It's the last time that it was functional. And what is D-Live? Yeah. Are you going to bed, Joseph? Harper? Batman? Or is Big Al? 5 a.m. there. I know you're an East Coaster. Thank you so much for being here. You're a rock star, Big Al. Guys, yachts clap for Big Al, man. You've been a rock star. So did a lot of the other mods too. So Batman. Hi. So Vive says that's what is Hugh guy. Why did he start the fire? So this is where the bouncing bars of audio are that I'm constantly trying to figure out. So I look over and see it, and it'll bounce my own microphone. Desktop audio is for everything playing on desktop. So every computer noise my computer makes, sometimes just random Windows sounds, is there, including the Broadcastify stuff. So I'm constantly trying to juggle these bars to make all the audio and volume work. This area is where you have the sources for what you see. So there's your webcam thing. In this case, it's looking like face cam. Then you have, I have everything from PDF Reader, which has the battle maps for the fires. I have PDF Reader, the webcam, to browser, to filming my entire monitor. Filming the entire monitor is easier than juggling the sizes of screens and stuff. So once the whole desk situation is resolved, I was about to do it. Tear apart my living room and build new desks because the one that shattered is still messed up. Let's go. We don't have a visual on any of these fires right now. You can still see the helicopters working sound. That's why I'm showing you other stuff. So you can set it up so the mini feed's on the left or the right, whatever. But one of my monitors has to be this. So I have to have a video card that's good enough to put out at least 1080p resolution for 3 monitors simultaneously. So that's why I need expensive computer equipment. And even a laptop must be able to do this, because I cannot stream from one screen. I will lose track. If I lose the ability to see this, I could be totally muted or volume too low from them or me, and I would have no idea. And I wouldn't be able to see chat. Chat's usually the second monitor, and what I'm filming is in the third. So right now, I'm using a 43-inch TV with chat over here on the left side of it, and when I'm recording over here on the right, like these things over here on the right. So I have to flip back. Sometimes I miss a lot of chat because it's behind one window or the other. But which platforms are good these days? There's a lot trying to replace YouTube. If I upgrade the video card again, then yeah, I believe we'd have enough firepower in the computer to stream to about anything at the same time. Because what you can do, because down here is the go live button. He's streaming, so end stream is the button. I have that button right now here too, is record. I am recording for 9 hours and 32 minutes. So what was I just saying about that? Yeah, I have to have at least 3 monitors. So this is already, it takes a lot of power of the video card. In fact, the resolution of my main TV that is a monitor is 4K. So we could definitely stream in 4K right now. I've got it at 1080 because recording 4K will fill up all my hard drives so fast. I don't have the means to record my own content. So I have no idea who Susie Roger is or what you're saying about her from time to time. Let's see here. Fires are named after the roads, that the nearest road that they start on. So there's a big Hughes road thing somewhere, I believe. That's why you get really stupid names like the Campfire for the Paradise Fire. It was on Camp Road. That was convenient for fire crews because they start naturally heading towards the name of the fire's road. So they're heading the correct direction usually. But it's also stupid. They need to stop naming fires after roads because fires in the same region have the same name year after year. Also, the Californians have it of naming roads after cities. Sacramento Fire could be in LA. But you know how confusing that is to people in Sacramento? What's worse is when they recycle fire names. And so if you have a major fire like the campfire of, that burned down Paradise, the way that people are screwed trying to find out information about their new campfire. You Google campfire, it's going to be all about Paradise 2018. Why? Because Google doesn't connect you with what you want to know. It just promotes what's already popular. It's a brain dead company. That's all my support as far as I think, because they don't even do well anymore what they're supposed to do well, which is search results. If they don't connect people with information they're looking for, then you're not going to survive. It's just kind of stupid to say, let's put at the top of the search results what people pay us to, and what already has a bunch of clicks. It's so frustrating and just stupid. But fire crews just need to stop doing it. Just stop naming fires after roads. Because the Riverside Fire 2020 in Oregon was over by Estacada, and devastating Oregon. It was huge. It was erasing towns, and people were evacuating in a panic. So what did Google do? Because it was a name, YouTube decided to put Riverside Fire info in 2020 and alert everybody in Riverside County, California, 1,000 miles away. So I had people come in my channel saying, this isn't Rivers. There's no wildfire in Riverside. You're a clickbait scam artist. I hate you and I'm blocking you. I said, I don't get to name the fires. It's Riverside Road near Malala. YouTube did it to you. Go whine to them, please. But I had hundreds of people say that I should be banned and blocked because I was clickbaiting people about Riverside County. No, I never said it was Riverside County. But some fires need to be, their name needs to be retired, like the football jersey of a fallen hero or something. Just because it's disrespectful. There should never be another campfire in any state of the union. There should never be another, another Palisades. Sorry. Anywhere. There's also people got pissed off, angry, during the 2020 glass fire because Palisades, California is over there by the Bay Area. And there's also a Palisades ski resort or something by Tahoe or somewhere. So people from the Palisades near Beverly Hills came into my channel again and said, there's no fire at Palisades. I know. It's terribly ironic. They're just, but they do. They keep, like the Bear Fire, they need to not rename anything because the Bear Fire erased brush in Berry Creek. It was called the Bear. Later they renamed it the Claremont Complex. But every time I see Bear Fire, it gives a little PTSD tingling. Because 2 communities got erased and almost a dozen people killed in Butte County, kind of near where the Paradise Fire was 2 years before. Yeah. I'm at 9 hours. Thanks for calling out. We're at 9 hours and 37 minutes, actually. So, yeah. CDB says I just opened my BC Wildfire app expecting to see absolutely nothing. Got an update about our aid to California. But to my surprise, there's not one, not two, but 26 active fires in the northeast of the province. All under control, but wasn't expecting that. Are you sure that are they controlled burns? Because now's the perfect time to do it. Prescribed fire? A lot of the cameras were showing fires in Northern California throughout all of this, throughout all of what's going on with the Palisades. It's monitoring their prescribed burns. I wish the cameras would say that. Because I get a lot of panicky people saying, there's a fire up north, and mostly that's prescribed. Trying to burn the brush out. Finally. That needed to happen here, but Southern California did jack all for it, and now we're paying. Yeah, Belinda 007 is interesting. Glad to find you. Glad you did find us. How did you find us? I need a lot of chocolate right now. I've got to have blood sugar. I'm also developing a bit of a headache looking at screens. Let's see. What do we do here? They're all coming up as wildfires in the app, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's prescribed birth. That's what's so bad, is the public is really left in the dark about this stuff. But yes, any questions? Most people don't look at the About page. Why is this blank? Oh, there we go. Got some crazy time lapses from earlier today. This Hughes just blew up. I-5 in the background. Yep. Okay, what is your Wildfire app, by the way, in BC? Not that impressive. Which ones? West Ridge, maybe. The Whitaker Ridge was 1 or 2, though. I think it was number 2. I just want nothing to sleep. Nothing but to sleep. I didn't think I'd be this tired this soon. I'm still not fully recovered from just back-to-back. Since the 7th. A couple of days off, but not really off. I mean, I just sit here and monitor fires too, and the days off. Sometimes I monitor them all day, ready to hit the go live button if necessary, but I have to save my voice on some days. Okay, sorry, forgot strobing light warning for when it goes to nighttime. And so in the foreground, see the fire had passed over this. You can still see a lot of little ashy heat spots here. And the nature of the fuels involved in big bushes just means that it burns up all its fuel like real fast. So these are very difficult to it's a race against time to get in front of it to stop it. Because they move so fast. But if you can get in front of it, stop it, they burn up their own fuel really fast. But once again, it's possible power lines down or power lines starting it, because we did use the low gold man and street view. Hey, wouldn't you know it? There's power lines near the source of its origin. On a very, very high wind day. Just like on the 7th. This is your point of origin. And wouldn't you know it? There's a big old tree just. Power lines practically run through its branches. What do you think happened to that tree today, or any others next to these lines? You think the wind kind of ripped roaring right through that path? Could it push the limbs on the power line? Could it have ignited the tree? Or push the lines down? Golly gee, I wonder. Could have been arson though. But as Husky and others like to say, power companies are the biggest committers of reckless arson when it comes to power, town or racing fires. I like a nice tree as well as anybody. That's why I don't want them to be cut down. I want the power lines to be buried. You don't have to do it everywhere. Just where there's the highest winds and the biggest fire risk. In the areas where they're fire prone, it's very difficult to put them out. That's the only place you really have to bury the lines immediately, where you have very few options to build fire access roads where it's too steep. That's where you got to do it first. Really not rocket science. It'll probably take 2.5 years to getting around to telling us that SoCal Edison probably started these fires, like they did the Bobcat. Yeah. The line at the top isn't a power pole, though. The top. You mean where the insulators are? That would be power, because there's insulators. This tree can lean over straight onto where these insulators are and make contact with them, and it can contact one little area here and another at the same time, especially if it bends over and breaks. Is that mistletoe? Kind of like a weed. Mistletoe can break off on fire and just float off and away in the wind, too. I think that's mistletoe. It was all very romantic, you know, kiss under the mistletoe. But I found out that it's a parasite on trees and tries to kill them. Oh. Okay. But, I mean, people have a point. Some lines are cable TV or telephone, but telephone doesn't require the insulator. So that's power. Still, we built these in 1899. We're still building them, so we still have fires like it's 1899. Just for God's sake. So we can't rule out the power companies, but flip a coin. 50-50 arson or power companies. If an arsonist just wanted to create a big fire, you could do it in the middle of nowhere there. But if an arson wanted to take out homes and stuff, I would think that the arsonist would just set it near homes. Very faint possibility is a dragging chain or something from a boat towing, but it usually starts a series of fires down the same road. And people usually aren't that averse to reporting them. Going back into the audio, the mainstream media already said that there was no clue. There's just smoke reported in the area. Not, oh, there's a car accident or whatever. I would like to know what the heck caused what just happened in the 405 area with Sepulveda Canyon. Doesn't appear to be a car accident. I would think that that one's much more likely to be arson. I would think this Hughes is probably power lines. But what happened in the 405 right there, racing up, you know, that what we saw with the obvious arson a couple nights ago that went from Riverside County down to San Diego, what we've seen before on the channel in places like Northern California and Oregon, is arsonists that are thinking ahead and trying to plan their destruction. They're also like the smarter variety of criminals. They have a quick way out. A quick avenue of escape. Freeways are great for that. So, ADB says, I did some more digging through my app, found stats about the causes of fires, and that's British Columbia. Out of the 26 active fires, 25 were caused by lightning, 1 human cause. So at this point, I'm pretty sure it's more than just prescribed birds. Wow. Let's see about the heat detections in Canada then. I think most of the satellites go up there. BC, right? BC, not Alberta. There's been quite a lot of wind storms and mostly wet. So the storms that ripped through partly hit Oregon and we got a taster of it, but Vancouver Island and Seattle area, and up there got mostly slammed. They shouldn't amount to much this time of year. Cold weather itself makes fire struggle. Okay. So here's our look at our winds. The key is the reddish stuff is 40-ish, gets purpley 50-ish, and blue around 60. They seem to have moderated a little bit right now. Let's look at our Castaic Lake forecast. High wind warning in effect January 23rd at 2 p.m. Okay. All right. Northeast winds 35 to 50 miles an hour, gusts up to 65. Expected. Isolated gusts of 80 miles an hour, 80, are possible at favored mountain locations. In the eastern San Gabriel's, Interstate 5 corridor, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana's, southern Ventura County mountains, western San Gabriel, Highway 14 corridor, western Santa Monica, mountain recreational area. This wind warning is in effect until 2 p.m. Thursday. Impacts, damaging winds could blow down trees and power lines. Widespread power outages are possible. Travel will be difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. So, yeah. We were seeing 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the Hughes earlier. Red flag warning. Similar things. Dangerous fire weather conditions will persist through Friday as fuels remain extremely dry and ready to burn, with Thursday the period of greatest concern. Damn it. I've got the dilemma. Should I sleep or not? Northeast winds will strengthen and expand either tonight or Thursday morning, with winds peaking on Thursday. What time? Peak wind gusts of 30 to 50 miles an hour will be common over much of LA and Ventura County, with local gusts of 50 to 65 miles an hour in the favored mountains. Meanwhile, extremely low humidity will persist under 10% over much of the area. Poor overnight recoveries. Meanwhile, the winds will gradually weaken and shrink coverage Thursday night through Friday morning, with pockets of gusty winds and widespread extremely dry conditions that will maintain red flag warning conditions through Friday morning. Okay. So I have the eternal dilemma. Do I force myself to sleep right now? Stay awake right now since we're still in high wind danger? The media can handle things when there's big events, such as what's going on with LA. Currently, the media does a pretty good job keeping people informed. So that's the daytime. Nighttime is when they don't generally do a good job. They did tonight, though, with what happened in the canyon. Sleep is amazing for being productive and it'll keep focus high. I know, but if I go to sleep, how am I supposed to know if a new crisis breaks out? I've gone to sleep before and woken up and entire towns are gone. I woke up a bit late for what was happening to Palisades. Started my stream about 3.5 hours after it began. So I stayed up all night with the high wind warnings, but still had to sleep with the airport fire. And I wake up and it reached the lines in the night, and I went to sleep and took out overheads. I was asleep. So I don't know if I should stay awake or go to sleep. Being this exhausted and sick, I tend to sleep for more than 10 hours because I'm getting poor quality. So if I went to sleep And I can't just wind down, guys. It'll take me like 2 hours to wind down. The adrenaline rush of doing stream and stuff, there's other things to do after the stream ends that I have to attend to make sure the upload thing is okay, correct anything wrong in the description and whatnot. Check the emails sometimes, see if there's something crazy I missed. I still listen a little bit, see if I need to go live again. Then I try to do something for an hour that's not fires, because I was told to do that for my mental sanity. SoCal Edison Amy D says they still have power on near the Hughes fire. Really? Those bastards. Okay. Oh, I thought that was a donation. That wasn't. Oh. Oh, but there's a $1 donation from Michael. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Check outage status. Amy, you don't happen to know, or anybody else, the media mentioned today that they already checked some list, I guess it was Public Utility Commission. I know that in state law, our company has a deadline to report whether or not they think their lines were involved in any way when a fire breaks out. I thought the deadline was 2 weeks, which, how long ago did the Palisades break out? 2 weeks was 2 days ago. So I don't know how to check that. Is there a way to check that? Brian Madsen says, sleep's non-productive, it's all hype. The trend will die out. And you'll be able to say, I was an insomniac before it was cool. Or before it was popular. Yep. It's more of an anxiety thing. The media is incompetent in general, but man, they do a great job in other ways. Like the amazing aerial footage. I'm pretty pleased with what we saw with the weather forecast from KCAL. KCAL's been awesome. I mean, they're good at saying such and such places are going to evacuate. But what we do is we tell people to evacuate before officials get around to it. They do it after the officials say so. The sleep, Sadie B says, no, sleep is fun until everything starts to look like you're on a low dose of acid. Alex S says, how's the fire now? If you're talking about the Hughes, it's on a lull, but not out, of course. We still have heat detections, still helicopters working around. Let's see how many. We lost most of them, though. I took a break from the radio. I'm looking at it. It's got a little bar. And if I had my third monitor set up, I'd be able to see it constantly. I have to swap radio with chat as it is right now. People are like, why is your sound quality still low? I thought you bought a microphone. I thought you said you would get a third monitor. I thought you said you would get a new desk after the glass one shattered. Yeah, I had surgery that took way longer to heal from than I thought. Plus 2 emergency trips to see very ill family members in California while I was recovering from surgery, and it really sucked. One of them. I really was too ill to travel, and that really sucked. It's painful. The surgery itself was just, I can't tell you how bad and painful it was. I'm glad that it happened. But if I knew how bad it would be, I would have chickened out. So, hey. See, that's just,
531 lift, I'll go ahead and update Angela to 531 of myself status. Anything else to me?
I am just going to keep that muted because we can't really hear anything they're saying anymore.
Likewise, we'll see you on the next one.
It's mumbling with loud humming and clicking sounds and static. That Mabel doing okay. She's getting better. Yeah, I could tell you more about her situation, but that wasn't why I went to California. She was just nice and hosted me. There's a mini family reunion that's hosted every December too, so I was able to make it, but it was horrible. I went to my dad's house. We miscommunicated, and I should have been there earlier. I was waiting for him to tell me when to show up, and he was waiting for me to actually show up. So he thought that I would go help him in the garage, because I say, Dad, man, you're in your 80s, you're almost 90. Let me get on ladders for you. He wanted to get rid of the bad Christmas lights, because he can't get on ladders anymore, can't do them. So I wanted some of the Christmas lights, for one thing, and I didn't want him on a ladder in the attic, like I said, or lifting anything. So I was waiting to go to his place, and when I was recovering from surgery, I could still help. What I couldn't do is lean forward because it would put pressure on my face, but I could squat and lift lighter packages, right? So I show up at the front door eventually because I just couldn't reach him. Couldn't reach anybody at the house, cell phone, nothing. So I eventually just wandered over there, and I ring the doorbell. There's no answer, but the dogs are going crazy. I just get this feeling there's something wrong. It takes him a bit to get up off the couch and wander, over to the front door and with a cane and all that. But I kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and the dogs are just barking like they always do. They go crazy. They think the doorbell is a nuclear attack, They think it's an amphibious assault on the house, They're super upset when the doorbell rings. So then I went over back to the garage, and that's when I thought I saw my father dead. I had a freaking heart attack. He was leaned forward. He had fallen, and he had face planted onto a tub, a plastic bin. He looked like he was dead. His arm was twisted up in like wrong angles, and he was out cold. So a neighbor had just arrived, and my stepmom was fretting, losing her mind, because she didn't know that had happened. I don't know how long ago that had happened. He has seizures sometimes, falls related, so he'll just pass out on his feet, especially if he's exerting himself too much or in heat. So he had tried to lift and carry that thing that I should have done it for him. And something about lifting up changed blood pressure or something, and he passed out on his feet. He would have cracked his head open. He would have face planted on the garage if that thing didn't cushion his fall. He fell onto it. Instead of spending time with my dad, I was like, oh my God, maybe we gotta go to the hospital. And I just felt so guilty. He really screwed up his shoulder. We got the ice on it. The friend helped us lift him, and the neighbor got him on the couch. And then I said, please, let's go to urgent care. And let me see, Amy D. Their own news releases. No, there's a thing. I don't believe it's on their own website. I wouldn't know. There's a law in California that a power company must report to the government if they think their power lines may have been involved in any fire. Period. I don't think that just applies to wildfire, but maybe. So on the news, KCAL said that they had just looked it up. I'm like, where did they look that up? I've tried to find that out before. Like, where does the public find it out? Thanks for checking for me. It may be the Public Utility Commission, some government site. Yeah. Yeah, Sadie, an amphibious assault on the house. Yeah, it's D-Day when the doorbell rings, man. So, Dad had these bloodshot eyes and stuff from. I tried to see if he had a concussion. He refused to go to the emergency room or the ER or the looks like the helicopters and stuff are going away. Let's turn on the radio for a second in case they're talking about it. No. Their attack seems to be going home. Yeah. There were some evacuations lifted. Mandatory turned to level 2 in Ventura County too, and some portions southwest of I-5. But the danger isn't over, and there's more high winds today. I'm debating to go to sleep right now or not. Oh yeah, sister, I was a freaking wreck. So I said, look, I'm here to take you if you need to. I can drive. I can do anything. We got ice on the shoulder. Don't know if there's been permanent damage to it, but from what I could tell, he did not have a concussion. So he immediately wanted to sleep though, and people with concussions do. So I was a bit alarmed. But a nurse did check him out. Different neighbor is a nurse, and there was one awful trip to California, man. When I first walked in, he just looked dead. Like, dead. And I dropped when I was holding and broke it. You know, I had brought over fun Christmas decorations and a couple presents. I was holding a shopping bag. I thought we were going to just chill out and open up the chocolate-covered cherries and open the presents. I dropped the shopping bags. I heard them shatter at the moment. I didn't care at the moment, you know. I don't know. I don't know if it's right to take somebody to urgent care or ER who's nearly 90 years old. The worst thing that can happen is get exposed to COVID or the flu or something. That's the number one killer of the elderly is still the flu. So unless somebody is truly injured, you really don't want to take them. So we had a little mini debate about that. So the idea was, if his pain worsened, if one of his eyes dilated more than the other, any problems with blurry vision or any further problem whatsoever, that we'd take it. So I said, hey, just give me a call. So I still don't know his full recovery status or not, because since January 7th I haven't spoken to my dad. I've been just monitoring fires pretty much all waking hours. I'm pretty exhausted, and yeah. Amy D says, SoCal has filed 2 electric safety incident reports related to current wildfires, one for the Eaton and the other for the Hurst. ESIRs are filed with the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC, for incidents that meet certain criteria, such as significant media attention or government investigation. These brief reports contain preliminary info as well. They are provided within 2 to 4 hours after a triggering event. To comply with the requirements, these reports are often submitted, or SoCal Edison can determine whether or not its electric facilities are associated with ignition. Wow. So they did not do one for the Palisades, but they did one for the Eaton and the Hurst. Let's see if they do one for this one, this Hughes. I still think the Palisades may have been the power line. But who knows? Thank you, sister, for praying for Dad. I'm getting a bit nervous. He's one of those, he doesn't want me to worry, so he doesn't tell me when he has a health problem until he has to. And so when I suddenly stopped hearing from him, I reached out a few times with text. It could be that he's trying to hide bad news from me, which all that does is make me worry more. But we're still waiting to hear whether or not he really has bad cancer or not. So I've been a bit of an emotional wreck. I should have just been spending much of my time much of the summer and autumn and winter with my family down there. I've got some very gravely ill relatives and some distant relatives and family friends with dementia, and I'm not there to spend time with them. I'm here doing Fire Street. That's why I really don't take crap from hecklers and dumbasses. They're like, you're not doing no sacrifice, you're sitting in your living room. Screw you. I never got to interview my uncle who knew the family history, who came to California with Grandma during the Grapes of Wrath migration from Oklahoma during the Dust Bowl. He invited me to his place, and what was I doing? I was covering the freaking Dixie Fire. And then the Caldor, and then everything else in 2021. So I got up all my gear to interview him on my pro video gear that your kind donations has helped me purchase. And I went to our family reunion that happens in December. And I showed up with all that. Said, okay, sorry I couldn't do it in spring. And visit you like I wanted. How you doing, Uncle? And he goes, I'm just fine. That's fine. So I said, it's okay, I interview you soon, next couple of days. He goes, yeah, of course. I said, about the family history, coming to California with Grandma, right? And he goes, of course. And I said, let's take a selfie. Can we do that? And he goes, of course. So we took that selfie, and he grinned. And then I said, did this one turn out good? I know, I showed him the picture. And he goes, he points at it, at himself, and he says, who is that?
LA General 124 Region Service.
Do you know where you identify?
Sometimes with dementia, they go downhill very fast. He was sharp as a tack in spring of 2021 and completely didn't recognize himself in the mirror by December. So, and when was this, Em? Thank you so much for finding this out, Amy D. Is there a link, though, Amy, like to the Public Utility Commission, where we can find all the ESIR? Like, is it a Public Utility Commission? I'm wanting to know where I can find the information for myself. Yeah, early specialization and interventional radiology is not the ESIR that I wanted. No, it's not ESRI. Google ESIR. See how difficult it is to find something like this. So, I am making a hell of a lot of sacrifice. Anybody? That's partly why I hate doing it. I'd rather be doing it though, because we know that we're saving lives this way. We know we did that during the Dixie and the Caldor. We know. We've got the feedback. We had people come in and say, thank you for telling us to go away from the fire, not towards it, like the reverse 911 call said. It was botched info. It said, go drive straight into the flames. But somebody watching us said, hey, this is what we were being told. And I said, hell no, you don't go that way. You go east to Susanville within 10 minutes, or you shelter in place by the lake. And so we prevented an entire town from driving towards the fire when fire crews were literally racing away from it, running for their lives, saying that on the radio. They were using both lanes of traffic. That would have been a head-on collision of the century that our channel was able to prevent. Yeah. Did I say video card, and which one do I need? Oh, earlier. Thank you so much, Amy. So awesome. We really appreciate you. There we go. Incident investigations for electric facilities. Is this like a comprehensive listing? Wow. Wow. And that annoying hum is the radio it's on for the Hughes fire. I have a feeling we just won't get a lot out of the radio for a bit. Wow, total number of reported incidents, historical incidents. This data was collected from our database through December 2023. Total for Pacific Gas and Electric was 1,241. So in 2007, they had 83 of these incidents where their lines may have caused a wildfire. Isn't it? Is this listed where they did, or report? Total number of reported incidents, total number of utility incidents by call. Wow. Hardware failure, poles and towers, transformer failures, tree trimming, accidents, cable failures, vehicles. Wow, this is great thing. So, this is an archive thing for 2023. So, Pacific Gas and Electric, going back to 2007, had 1,241. But that's not true, because LA Times and other articles have explained that PG&E actually started many thousands of fires. So, it was just going back, those articles were like in 2018. That was just going back a couple of years. So, this isn't real. Total number of fatalities and injuries per utility, 280 for Pacific Gas and Electric. It resulted from reported incidents. So, wow. SoCal Edison had 363 total fatalities. According to this list, going back to 2007. Liberty had 0, but it also had 0 for everything. It must be a telephone company or something. Bear Valley Electric. Not a whole lot of players in the game for the state. If you want details of incidents, you have to request them manually. They are not available online. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the new one. Yeah, 2024. Okay. Look at that. Oh. Resolution to modify and replace electric incident reporting requirements. Yeah. This would modify the incident reporting requirements for investor-owned electric companies. Should not even be a thing. Right? Is this a bill right now? Oh yeah, December 20th. Okay. Safety Enforcement Division. Okay. Okay. Approved 2008, modified. General orders and blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Property damage threshold. Other reporting requirements. Okay. So many flew under the radar if they didn't meet the thresholds of like being deadly, having enough property damage and money. So $50,000 in property damage threshold. So if the power company destroys a house, a trailer worth $49,000, then it won't be reported at all. Okay. Let's see. Whoever says hugs for all the struggles you just told us about. Thank you, Dave. Yeah. The way I look at it is that you can't always be there for everyone, which is why I think we should help people in need when we happen to be there. It's true. It's true. Smells like a lawsuit, CDV. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So even if the Palisades was not started by SoCal Edison, which it really could have been, we know that it got worse because of them inappropriately keeping the power on. And power poles were going down all over the place. due to the fire and also just due to the freaking wind. And power lines blocked Pacific Coast Highway for the better part of 4.5 hours. It took them that long to cut the power off there so that fire crews could finally move towards Topanga Canyon. This is why we lost entire neighborhoods of Malibu. That one by the coast that seemed like it had good freeway access really quick. No way should that have been lost. That's because none of the fire crews could get to Malibu because of SoCal Edison's freaking line. It's just so frustrating to hear. So, the place that really should have survived, what was it called? B something? B something? Neighborhood? Just kind of obliterated. I would sue the living crap out of that. SoCal Edison just have a freaking brain as well as a heart. You don't keep power lines energized in a fire zone. You just don't. Especially not when you know that the fire's climbing up your poles and insulation's burning off the lines. I mean, one misspray with the water and the firefighters are electrocuted. So they cannot put water near power lines. Big Rock. This was obliterated mostly because this Tunis Beach area. Because Pacific Coast Highway was shut down. None of the fire crews could go down to get to Big Rock. That was what was one of the crazier victims of the fire. I wonder if power lines down actually caused Big Rock to be on fire because it was so far removed from where the Palisades fire was actually headed. It's so strange. That would be extremely long-range spotting. It may turn out to be that Big Rock was burned down independently of the Palisades. Because that was so weird that so far west was being affected long before even Topanga Beach was. And that's, I believe, where somebody died. So that's what happened with Beachy Creek. Power lines went down one by one, and the only escape route out to the west. And the power lines are going down in front of the fire crews running for their lives to the west. So it kept spreading the Beachy Creek fire way faster to the west than the main fire. The main fire was, I'll show you. Go to Detroit Lake, Oregon. Detroit gone, Niagara, Mill City, Elkhorn, other things on the map, Mahama, Jovelin Flats, a couple other smaller places, Elkhorn Woods, and everything in between, all got obliterated. So did Brighton Bush, Eaton, Marion Fork. I don't know if Marion Fork's got it, but Brighton Bush, this whole thing was on fire. So at Gates, this is the firefighting headquarters of the entire Cascade Mountain Range, right there. They lost their own firehouse because power lines are going down everywhere in Gates. People ran to the firehouse and said, alright, I'm just going to turn off that horrible humming sound. As said, my house is on fire, or the yard is, because the power lines are down. And they went, huh? They had this epic, this must be the rebuilt one now. No, this is July 13th. Yeah, so this, I believe it burned down. They had this epic four fire truck garage. The little fire hydrant in the yard. Nice. Mostly defensible space, sort of. The hell are you doing? Planting trees right next to the fire station. Okay, but for the most part, good defensible space. They had a chain link fence in this little road that goes back and around behind. And there's vegetation growing in that chain link fence. So that plays into what happens. So Gates is not a big town. Really is not a big town. And the Beachy Creek fire was one canyon over to the north. It was a huge mountain range type thing. It had actually started up there. All of a sudden, the winds pick up of 2020, and there's fire at Detroit Lake, fire at Gates, down here in Niagara, and there's fire reports coming in. All these, one by one, all of these towns are on fire, and the canyon's on fire down here. But Beachy Creek literally was started by lightning way up there. It should have roared down that canyon and threatened Elkhorn and Elkhorn Woods eventually. But what the hell? So they were trying to coordinate things as best they could here at Gates. That is the headquarters of all of the Cascade Mountains firefighting right there. And people ran up from this neighborhood saying, even the city hall's on fire. They're like, I'm sorry, what? Why is Gates on fire? Power lines are down. So they called the power company, and it was Pacific Corps. And they said, what the hell are you doing? De-energize your lines. We're having 125 mile an hour wind gusts at some of the highest peaks, and 70 mile an hour wind gusts in this canyon. What the hell are you doing? They didn't do it. So a tree goes down. This is what the fire chief said, not me. And we were listening live to it at the time, 2020. A power line at that moment that they're trying to figure out how to protect their own town, went down on the back chain link fence. It electrified the chain link fence, and they had a 360-degree ring of fire, light the vegetation on fire. So they couldn't defend their own firehouse and had to abandon it, and it, I believe, burned down. And they didn't have time to clean out their locker. They left their own purses and clothing. They just grabbed literally the paperwork off their desks they were trying to monitor the fires, got in fire trucks and began to flee west along with everybody else. So why? What was happening as they began to flee west on 22? Fire was in front of them. Power lines were going down. Boom, 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 all the way to the west. So Fox Valley, Lyons, and Mahama was on fire by the time the Gates units fled to the west. They wanted to stop at Mill City and save Mill City, and they couldn't. They had to abandon Mill City. So that's a pretty sizable town. Was. And I got erased too. Then they wanted to stop by Lyons, and they couldn't because the power lines were going down too. They couldn't. So they went all the way to Santiam. Staten and Sublimity, like the same town. And they had fire that was coming right towards Staten. They had to defend Staten. They almost abandoned it. The fire almost hit Salem and almost took out Salem. He got super close to Scotts Mills and Silverton, and this is the fire I had to evacuate my mom from because she's over there in Salem. So I put down my headset and said, I'm sorry, I'm seeing all the heat detections going here. I just heard what the fire crews were saying. I have to evacuate my mom. She sent me a picture that afternoon. And I said, Mom, why are you sending me a picture of your neighborhood at night? She goes, no, it's right now. I said, it's right now? She goes, yeah. That's how thick the smoke was drifting over. It was nighttime at 4 in the afternoon with a red sky. So as I drove south, I recorded it. Every single one of the 2020 fires was going on in the Cascades. As I drove south on I-5, the colors of the sky just kept changing. And you see these black lines, these black streaks from the cities burning down, the towns burning down. The darker black smoke was the towns, those structures. And it was going all the way out to sea. And traditionally soggy and wet places like Lincoln City, they had the Echo Complex fire just go through. Power lines are down too. So this is what really could be happening with Palisades, is the same thing as Palisades and Eaton. Regardless of whatever the ignition source was, it spread faster and got, not just because of embers, it spread way faster because power lines going down, and probably started their own little new ones before merging with the main one. I do believe that's, I suspect that's what happened with a Big Rock here, the Big Rock neighborhood of Eastern Malibu, because it was on fire a long time before the main Palisades was coming. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Maria, for your $5 donation via PayPal. Much obliged. Yeah. I don't think we have any updates. Last update on the Hughes was an hour ago. Supposedly no more water drops needed on the Hughes. They wanted more on the radio, so I guess they changed their mind. Yeah, thanks, ABD, for the... Yeah, whoever says if there's any incident that'll lead to loads of lawsuits, it's that one. Those rich people in there. Thank God. Thank God they have the money to prosecute, because the poor people like in Bangor and Loma Rica just couldn't do it for PG&E. My friend who died in the fire was an attorney. Man, PG&E is so lucky they killed the attorney of the town. I'm sure he'd be right with me, helping out. Spreading the word about what happens. So, thanks for the pat on the head and the hugs and the support, friend. ABD says, whoever, if you can relight a candle by touching flame to the smoke. Hey, yeah, smoke can conduct line. Sorry, did you have a question? Whoever says, my captain back in the day, are you a firefighter? Whoever said, if you're... Okay, I was able to mute that before sneeze. Okay, my captain said, back in the day, he said that thick enough smoke can electrocute you if you're under energized lines. Smoke. Crazy. Can smoke conduct? Well, I wonder. That was when you were younger in Riverside County. Thank you so much for your service, dear. I do. And do give me advice. And I'm ever saying something that doesn't seem right, please. I ask, real first responders to help me perfect my knowledge here. It's people taking me under their wings. I learned. I bet that would apply in a couple situations, such as in a structure like within a shed, say at a what are those little things called? See, I'm getting too tired to do this. Distracting amount of pain for the headset too, squeezing my head. Zoom tight. Well, thank you. There really are no cameras that show anything, otherwise I'd be doing so. They're just not looking at the fire anymore. That's what frustrates me. I know fire cameras going to search for new ones, but at least some of them should show the old fire. Because you know what that would do? Put down the rumors of people thinking if there's no fire in the camera, then everything's fine again. There's a crazy amount of people that think, well, the fires are out because I can't see them on cameras. They're zoomed the wrong direction or something. Okay. What are those little power substations? So the metal sheds and the power substations, that thick black smoke, that craziness. I bet that's thick enough to conduct. And if that one of those power substation sheds, I mean they're metal anyway, but pretend they weren't. I wonder if that could be true. Yeah, the transformer fluid type fires in the substations. Whatever is on fire there. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
You know, God help us, but this evacuation area could grow.
LA Wildfire 5 Live. It whole update this. BBC News. Fact 156. 1 day ago update. Okay. Just the real BBC. All right, let me watch this off screen for a second, see what. Vista Street in Virginia Canyon. Oh, that News 18 thing. Aha. Okay, yes, this is a good example of the clickbait BS that I was so angry at. There's this fake CNN channel. So, yeah, this is a clip of the fake thing. Okay. Let me turn on.
Area could grow and could grow in short order, like within the hour. So let's keep a close eye on this and see how they do protecting these homes right here. But once these embers start flying into that neighborhood right there between Sierra Bonita Avenue, Hillside Avenue, and Vista Street along Franklin Avenue, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, then we have real problems. We'll see.
Okay, so there's this fake CNN channel called CNN 18, and it's run by somebody in India. It's got 9 million subscribers, and so this is what I was talking about in my community post. I really hate this kind of clickbait BS, horse crap, yellow journalism, fake, fraudulent, fear-mongering horse crap, but they get all the views, we don't. I came into that chat because I believed it. It was the same day. It was the 7th. I think it was when the Sunset Fire broke out, right? It was 3 days after the Palisades. So I had wrapped up my stream. I was just about to go to sleep. And I got shocked awake because I looked at YouTube, and YouTube had live copter video. It said it was live and said it was the same desperate, this could impact the Vista Street. And it said new fire in the Hollywood Hills. So I prepped my stream to go live again. I went, oh, holy crap. I go in, there's chats flying by a million miles an hour because they had 700,000 people in their chat. Well, they had 9 million subscribers, so I guess you can get that. And then I saw a bunch of people in the chat trying to warn others, saying fake, 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 fake. And something bothered me about it because it showed a Chinook helicopter dropping. It seemed legit, like a real pilot's voice. And it obviously was aerial footage, right? But I was like, wait a second. The Chinooks are grounded today. And there's no heat detection in the Hollywood Hills. I was still listening to the V1 of the Palisades, V3 of the Eaton. I was still listening to LA County proper, all the three at the same time. And I knew for damn sure that there were no Chinook helicopters up. So I thought, wait a second, did they just scramble one? What about this? There was no heat detection in the Hollywood Hills. Watch Duty had nothing for the Hollywood Hills. Radio was saying nothing about the Hollywood Hills. It was a sleepy night compared to the chaos of the 7th. So I then realized that, yeah, there's a lot wrong with this. It was absolutely fake. So what they did is they had kept a live stream going from when they first started it. So when you have a live stream going for days, it goes to the top of search results because more people have viewed it. They kept it going from the start of the Palisades. They still had their headline, brand new fire in Hollywood Hills. They didn't name it. And what the evil thing they did was a loop. They carefully cut it, made a loop. So it looked like it was constantly happening, and it was right now. But I had been up all night covering the fires. I knew one was not happening. And as dawn broke, it was still dark in their coverage. And I started saying in the chat, fake, fake, fake. And what it was real footage from 3 days prior, and it was the Sunset Fire. They carefully cut it, carefully edited it, and looped like a 15-minute section. So that looked like it was live. It was panicking the fuck out of people. Excuse my language. It was 3 in the morning. Evil pieces of crap. So this person, whoever did this TikTok, 22nd yesterday, that this is what's really going on. All you clickbait mother effing a-holes. And that's all I gotta say. But this is what gets all the clicks and the likes and the whatever, not us. Tell the truth. Yeah, I checked flight radar immediately. There was no helicopters there. So this is an example of clickbait horse crap that just upset so many people. So this was that fake CNN 18, whatever. You see 18 as a big clue that it's one of the fake channels. They seem legit, but they're not. They buy footage or steal it from real legit news sources, and then they loop it in creative ways like that. And that's how they can get 700,000 people around the world to freak out, think the Hollywood Hills are on fire, when that was 3 days prior. So I did a community post explaining that that's a big-ass hoax, and I was just pissed off as many people, but chat was flying by so fast that us trying to say it's fake, never really got through to anybody.
We'll see, it's getting closer by the minute.
It's getting closer by the minute. Look out.
Look at that new fire, a new spot fire right there in the middle of your screen, a new spot fire getting closer to Runyon Canyon, where fire crews are now manning Runyon Canyon Road. There's a...
Nope, it wasn't happening except the day that broke out, the 7th. Yeah. Justy Doe 89 says they're still doing the same thing right now. Oh boy, with the CNN 18 channel, the fake one. Is that still going? Is that really still going? Oh my god. Yeah, it's from India. Are they still doing this freaking trick? CNN-News 18? Seriously. Let's look real quick. Oh hey, they moved on to actually more recent fires. But they're still pieces of crap in my book. 9.06 million subscribers. 501 watching now. Yep, this is the intensity of the fire from a long time ago. Way earlier. Yeah, they are still doing it. They're looping old fire footage as if it's current. Crap. Wow. All you can do is report. You know, but YouTube won't do anything. I've reported animal cruelty channels that are designed to sexually gratify people that like watching animals die. There's entire channels dedicated to that. And YouTube still won't take them down. The narrator goes, look at that animal suffering and dying. And the narrator is just like getting gratified himself watching the animals suffer. And it takes, they even do fake narration. They take animals where they didn't die, actually, they got rescued, and say that they did. In this weird, like, oh, look at it, not being able to breathe. So if YouTube won't even take down sexual fetish to animal torture video channels, good luck on us trying to report fake news sites too. They really pissed me off. Ooh, don't even get me started on Sniper Wolf and her stalking of somebody and showing where he lived live on stream. Him getting death threats. Don't even get me started on that. That's illegal. You can't go to somebody's house and say, hey, a guy critical of me lives here. Here's his house where his family lives. My millions of viewers, some of which are crazy and probably will go harm his family to please me, because I'm a big, boob job chick with diamonds in my grill. And, I totally like, stream and, my boob showing. Don't get me started on that. she got a slap on the wrist finally from YouTube, but didn't get banned. Yeah. Who does that? And here they'll block you for chatting too much. What do you mean here? Ari Clark says, oh, that lot, they do that with every current topic. Yeah. I didn't notice the loop. It was very clever. It was 15 minutes long. So the I couldn't figure out when exactly the loop began because the nighttime helicopter stuff didn't always show these flames. So the narration stopped for minutes on end, then began again. So they pieced together different helicopter views. And so there'd be long periods of silence, and then he would excitedly talk about, oh, this neighborhood too. Oh. It was successful because it was long. Not only when people mostly started getting an idea who lived on the West Coast, of course, because the sun rose. It was still nighttime in their video. There's a YouTube policy, apparently. No? There's no YouTube policy for chatting too much. Yeah, all you guys can do is go report any channel that you think is just doing the fake news stuff. I also want to know something uncomfortable. I better rip off that Band-Aid. Did Jesse on Fire make an apology to the kids he scapegoated with his fake video? It's still up. Is he still being haughty about it? Where's that video? Man. Palisades arson was caught. Oh, I don't even know him at all. I don't want to start a YouTube war. Generally going and interacting with other YouTube channels and being critical of them is not something I want to do. I don't want them to do it to me. Don't want to do it to them. But when he's scapegoating people and clickbaiting those 67,000 views, no, that doesn't say that. Palisades Fire was arson. We know who did it. Probably there's a different one with a different headline than that. And he says he's combating misinformation. Oh my God, is this the one? Yeah, where he says, "Did these guys start it?" Oh my God. The original title had 8 exclamation marks in it. Now he leaves, so this one is also fake. He says here, unless I'm wrong, this all happened on the 9th, and this is the 9th, and it shows a guy dressed like those kids in the video, walking up here and starting the Palisades. So others have pointed out that's a hoax, dude. He took 2 hoaxes from Twitter and just to believe them. So others have pointed out, dude, that's the Eaton Fire. And that's the 9th. And he goes, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 9th is when it all started. So a guy who's dressed up like these kids, like, see that dark shirt? Well, here's a picture, here's a video of them starting the Palisades. Now he goes and leaves, and then there's smoke. Yes, you are mistaken. The Palisades in the Eaton started on the 7th. This is 2 days later on the 9th. That's a firefighter that most people will think. This camera is really far away from the Palisades. It's over by the Eaton Fire in Pasadena. No camera caught the start of the Palisades. So what the hell are you thinking, dude? Smoking some crack? A little bit of crack with the coffee? What I don't mind is him being wrong. I mind him saying he knew who the hell did it, putting a clickbait title of 8 exclamation marks. May have been totally changed. I took some screenshots of it before. So in comments, people said, dude, you're wrong about your days. And he goes, well, I didn't say they did it. Yeah, your title said. So he still has this video up, man. A lot of people in the comments were like, man, that's terrorism, man. The fact they didn't call 911 is all you need to know. People lost everything, even their lives. People are just believing his crap. They're just believing his crap. And just comments are deleted to point out, dude, you got your days wrong, and your fires wrong, and your camera wrong, and all of your info wrong, dude. So he replied a couple of times to that and said, well, I never said they did it, really. Yeah, you did. All the little disclaimers and stuff are not going to matter when he gets his acid off. So I would hate to have to make a video reaction to that, but I just might, because I'm really upset that he owes him a full apology. They've gotten a lot of death threats. They've had to cancel their own social media, mostly from rumors and people like him. They ran away and warned people not to take the trail. They did everything that innocent people do. So there's just so much. But that got 67,000 views. It had 11,000 in just 4 hours. Mostly full of rage and people wanting to kill who he said did it. So I can't do that. I can't deal with that. Yeah. Whoever says, oh, it was for typing too fast. Oh, no, there's a slow chat mode that will restrict you from typing too much. I turn that on when we have 30,000 people in the chat. So that's because it goes by so fast I can't read it. So timestamp again what we were talking about. But thank you, Mark, for showing me that other clickbait video. It looks like TikTokers are still perpetuating a hoax that CNN 18 started. And it's just a good example of, man, I think TikTok should be banned, for God's sake. It's just spyware on American people anyway.
New fire right there. That's
just clips of CNN 18. So if you look at their comments, it'll probably be a whole lot more commenting to boost the algorithm 19 hours ago so people can see these fires are still going on. Commenting here, because I had to go out of my way to find updates. This is all fake, guys. Searching for these updates and praying. It's so frustrating. Commenting to see the updates. What is it? Like, follow to see the updates? This is fake BBC. BBC News Fact of 156. I don't know why the BBC allows this horse crap. Fake channel. The TikTok is a cesspool of idiocy, so I don't know. Vertical video usually is. How do you report it? Full screen, yeah, report video. Okay, report. Please choose. Hate, harassment, violence, nudity, misinformation, deceptive behavior, and spam. God, it's so hard to choose. Is it misinformation or is it deceptive behavior and spam? Or is it fraud and a scam? All of the above? Is it all of the above? Selection misinfo, harmful misinfo, deep fakes, synthetic media, or manipulated media. That one. Let's see. Synthetic media, material been edited anyway. Nah. That doesn't quite do it. It's not election. Harmful. Risk to public safety and might cause a panic, such as using old footage of past events and falsely reporting it as current. Yes. Okay, so how do I describe what it is? Whatever. Sorry, something went wrong, can't report it, network error. TikTok, you cesspool pieces of crap, man. Try this again. Report. Misinformation. Harmful. Network error. Well, that's great, TikTok. Right. Refresh. The video's still up, so it's not like they took it down. Port. Misinformation. Harmful misinformation. Network error. Sorry, something went wrong with the server. Please try again. I give up. But thanks for letting me know about this one too, Mark. It's God, social media is a cesspool. That's why I'm so pissed off at the officials. They just make social media accounts saying, "Oh, follow us on X or whatever, the sheriff's department or whatever." Don't. Get the hell off social media, because you know what social media does? It suggests similar content, which is all the fake stuff. They should say, don't get your fire information off social media. Period. It's a cesspool of crap. Go to our official sources, and they should have a website and a government app, and they should do their stuff there. I don't know why this isn't, it's not rocket science. Don't drive people towards where they hear the bullshit. Excuse me, but after midnight. Yeah. I'm just so, yeah, it is manipulated information, true, but the way he defined it, it didn't fit ABB. So whoever says it wasn't here and in the chat wasn't on slow mode, to get a warning for slow mode. That one just silently blocked my messages from actually showing up. I thought friends were ignoring me, so I reloaded. Oh, what do you mean on my channel? I have a bunch of, what every streamer does if they're big, if they get big enough to have a chat problem. Oh, we do things like we have a list of keywords to block. So your message will not be visible unless one of the moderators allows it to be visible, and it's based on keywords. So first ones I had to do was cam girls, because pornographic camera, live camera girls was spamming, bot spam. So I had to put on the ban list. It does, it holds all messages. We click a button to show or not, right? So cam girls was the first one. Then I added, for good measure, all of the racial slurs I could think of, because I didn't want to have to just have people see them and then ban them. It's better that the public just never sees that, you know, because children are here. So, and then I added a bunch of new ones, like, I could do, I need to redo it. I guess it's sensitive. So if you try to say something about the morning dew or mountain dew, it's going to be hell. But I've already done it for the direct energy weapons and all the way you could talk about that. Because I'm just tired of the people who run in screaming saying, "You're part of the psyops. You're a lizard person. You're part of the CIA. You're protecting. You're hiding the truth about the direct energy weapons and burn down paradise and stuff." Yeah, okay. Guess what? If I thought a direct energy weapon threatened my own brother's life, I would have effing told the world, okay? I thought for a second I would be leading commando, an underground commando unit of elite ex-SWAT, ex-militaries. I would form my own renegade army, and I'd take over. Okay? If I thought for 1 second there was some sort of a shadow government we had to go fight. But there isn't one. It's fake. It's a bunch of fake. And, hey, why don't they consider power lines such things then? Yeah. It's tough to be a woman on the internet. Yeah, I'm used to it, though. Somebody calls me the B word again, I'll just say, "You bet. I will urinate on top of your fire hydrant and claim top dog status. So you back off, man. Don't just call me the B word. I'm the top B word." You gotta embrace it like Sarah Palin did. She called herself a bulldog with lipstick or something. Dude. Well, she was mad as a hatter, but she was endearing in some ways. Okay. Let's look back. On the Bob Ross weekend, I've gone there too and gotten nearly banned just from weird stuff they have on their filter. Is it Twitch though? But they have a Bob Ross weekend on YouTube. That's usually on Twitch. Twitch is totally different than YouTube. I had to add it as time went on because words, creative uses of spellings of bad words. People came in, and every once in a while, you never see them really anymore, but there's people just every bad word they could possibly use to try to shock people. And people gloating, you know, I had to ban the word Allah because it's Allah's judgment. I had to ban the word, the compound word, God's wrath. Oh God, it's God's wrath upon you, seek Jesus. I hate those people. So I banned all those. Then there were the people trying to upset the Muslims when Muslims really helped out the Paradise victims. They were fundraising around the world. So I just don't want anybody to be uncomfortable for any reason. So there was this guy who, after I banned words like Muhammad, because all of them were inflammatory statements about Prophet Muhammad, this troll went out of his way to make his own channel name Muhammad Prophet does X, Y, and Z to little boys. And he came in the channel, so I had to ban his actual, then he made another account, and he was back later with Muhammad the Prophet does X to little girls, and so I had to add more and more and more of these freaking words to the ban list. It's really the sickos have been hard to deal with, but it's mostly become calm and peaceful since I elaborated the ban word list. Yeah. So, but boy, before we knew about all those tricks, before YouTube gave us some more powers, it was difficult to police. Well, the psychological profile of such people is not a desire for attention, but a need, positive or negative. Their psychological profile is they feel like they're so powerless and isolated that they can't affect the world around them or their own situation. So they want to find out that they can affect other people. They don't care if it's the negative way. So the more people react to them, the more they get gratified and feel powerful. So that is it's a type of malignant narcissism. I mean, all narcissism is. So they're probably in the cluster B personality disorder group. You know, they're probably psychopaths, they're probably sociopaths, they're probably narcissists. But the histrionics are the hidden subgroup of that. People with histrionic disorders, some of them have really done damage to the channel and split my people against each other and me versus them. Histrionics are artful, pathological liars. They are a lot like a psychopath, but they don't have an impulse to kill. They're a lot like a narcissist because they're self-centered and don't give a damn about whether or not other people exist. A narcissist is what's called a Karen, by the way. Sorry, all Karens. Society is mean. So they're entitled to everything and care nothing for anybody else. So they lie without conscience too. And but a histrionic has a psychological need for pity all the time. They have to be at the center of attention and they have to be pitied. They must have sympathy all the time, every day, all the. So the thing that they do is they get to be expert manipulators. And just much like a narcissist and their flying group of monkeys, they tell a tale so horrible, sob stories so bad, they immediately have a group of supporters. Because not only did something terrible happen to them, but people were so mean to them too. And they just don't know how they could go on. You know, fakers. But they're very good at, crying on cue and whatever. I've actually encountered a few in my life, and they're terrifying. You just can't see them coming. They just look like normal, everyday people who may have been in a bad situation, like, husband beats them or whatever. But, so they'll have that kind of sympathy. That's one of the main stories they tell. But we've had fake fire victims come in here and build a cute little group of 25 friends or something in my own chat. And I didn't, yeah, Amy D, thanks for being here and have a good night. They'll show up in my chat. We're on 11 hours of streaming, man. And, still it's, I'm going to use the bathroom and tell you about her, actually. I'll be right back. I just realized, man, I gotta go. Right back. Oh, okay, I'm refreshed. Gotta get something to eat and drink. God, I gotta wind down. Oh. Yes, I have Hershey Kisses. Sorry, in the other room. Sometimes I lose signal with the headset. I found Hershey Kisses, but both of my packages of double stuffed Oreos are just the tops. They're just the black parts. I take my double stuff and I twist them apart and I create quadruple stuffs. So, oh wow. Thank you, Michael. I will check that out. I just got that on my wrist here. Yeah, if you can email me, that too would be great. I want to follow up on so many things that people tell me about. Let's see. Water. I'm out of milk. Got chocolate and no milk. Got cereal and no milk. I have a bunch of the caps of double stuffs and no creamy centers. Woe is me. Woe is me. Fake tears, of course. I'm happy to just have some first world problems right now. Knock on wood. Hope Faith didn't hear that. Yeah, we'll get a grocery delivery going soon. All right, so water and chocolate. Oh, I have a weird, strange beverage I get to try on camera. Let's get a straw. No, I already have a straw. Let's just rinse out the old straw. This thing might go. So, in the interest of trying to heal my stomach, but, you know, this is not good for the ulcers, the whole fire monitoring stress thing. I've got all kinds of health beverages I'm trying to try out. So, this one is by Ollie Pop, which is a cream soda flavored probiotic. We'll get to see if it tastes good. But let me go rinse out the straw. Yeah, the histrionic chick you probably want to know about here too. And oh, are you still there, Sister G, Sister Golden Hair? Why are you Sister G instead of Golden Hair? Because Golden Hair is awesome. I mean, they're both cool, but we're going to talk video cards, which is something I like to talk about. We need a 5080 video card. A 5090 would be so good, but we don't have $2.5 grand for that, so that'll have to remain lottery winnings wish list. Okay. Although the stream would be awesome if I had a 5090, guys. Just saying. I could have 6 monitors. I could have 6 monitors going. I could stream to every platform simultaneously. It'd be like Batman and his series of monitors. The Batcave. You shorten your name due to typing up. Probiotic soda. Yes, the other one was pretty good. It was a great flavor. All right, cream soda, probiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers. Drum roll. It's good. Yeah, it's delightfully good. Supports digestive health. Maybe. It's also non-GMO. I got it at Whole Foods. Quantum stuffed Oreos. Yeah. I know. In fact, I had milk delivered. It was a big gallon of it, and it was pretty close to its due date. There's a problem with that. You know, Alpenrose delivers, though, to Portland. I want to get it, but I want A2 milk. Alpenrose does home milk and now grocery delivery. It's a local dairy since 1891. So you get this box. It's like a metal box. Keeps your milk kind of cool. And then you have groceries delivered along with the milk. Yeah, so I think I'm thinking of doing that. However, I looked at their milk varieties, and I don't think they have A2 milk. You guys don't know what A2 milk is. A lot of people who think that they are lactose intolerant, they really are not. They are intolerant to the A1 casein milk protein. Cows are either A1 producers or A2. There's different milk types. So the high quality milk has generally been A2. Those are the Guernsey and the Jersey cows, the golden cow. Yeah. It's for the high quality cheese making. It has better nutritious content, blah, blah. But mostly it's been identified that the A1 version, which is all watery crap anyway, the black and white cows, for the most part, they create A1. So that's dominated milk production because they produce the most milk, more than the Jersey and Guernseys that do A2. There's other varieties, but, So before these caseins were discovered, unfortunately, the vast majority of cattle breeding for quantity has resulted into an explosion over time and getting worse of just A1 milk producers. It'll vary from cow to cow, but variety to variety, like, for the most part, the black and whites do A1s. So it turns out that A2 is a hell of a lot easier to digest, a hell of a lot more nutritious too. So try just straight up A2 milk for a while to see if you have true lactose intolerance, or if it's just you find A1 difficult. So much of my life, I've had a weird roll the dice thing, having milk. Sometimes I'd have cereal and it'd be nice tasting and I'd have no reaction. I'd have weirder tasting milk and all of a sudden it's like somebody gut punched me. Like actual bam, cramping. And yeah, it does, if you react to it, it does produce gas and stuff. So I may sign up for that, but they don't have A2 milk. More and more dairies are starting to adopt it, I mean. And Whole Foods has a decent selection. Walmart even has it. So I'm disappointed that I can't get it from Alpenrose. This stuff is the bomb. The Alexander Farm stuff, decent, really, decently priced. Really nice stuff. That's at Whole Foods. I should order this stuff. You can look it up, the differences, because I'm not here to talk milk. I'm here to talk shop, man. The differences in cows. And some other nations, they have almost all A2 milk. But there's plenty of Western cattle that do A2. My God, the hoof trimming job on that is so terrible. This is one of the worst diagrams I've ever seen. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, it may be true that some Indian cows do A2. This is kind of stupid. There's a debate right now, and it's very important to Hindus especially. What? Phone, are you going crazy with my notifications? Okay. Let's get rid of a couple tabs here. So I'll tell you about the lady who's a histrionic in a second, I swear. This is good. So it's got high carbonation, kind of like a flavored water. It also has a little bit of creaminess of a cream soda, but it's more like a soda pop. He says it's also the same in Europe and the UK, A1 and A2. Yes, absolutely. So an A2 producing cow, A2 producing cattle breeds. Absolutely. And I think the movement started in Europe to the awareness thing. I'm not quite sure. So here's West Central Research and Outreach Center. A2 milk only contains the A2 variant of the beta casein protein instead of the A1. Cows with the A2 gene only produce A2 milk. So Jersey, Guernsey, Normandy, and Brown Swiss have a high percentage of A2 genes compared to the Holstein, which is the black and white cow. So there's a scramble right now to keep it that way and to make herds only have A2 producers. Some farmers have transitioned to being an A2 herd, but it could take many generations depending on the status of the herd, and you have to have a genetic test for the cattle. So if you are already genomic testing your cattle, A2 status can be determined for an extra $5 per animal. But an A2 animal bred to another A2 animal will always have an A2 offspring, cows that are A1, A2, or A1, A1 do not produce A2 milk. So some have both sets of genes, I guess. So that's why from batch to batch, it'd be the same, dairy gold milk was my favorite. You can have radically different tasting, like some is just, oh, that's quality. And some is like, oh, that's watery and tastes weird. Oh, and my stomach hurts. Because the same herd, there could be A2 producers, A1s, and the milk gets mixed and pasteurized together. So it can depend on what mix you get. So there's the University of Minnesota's research dairy herd in Morris uses Holstein, Jersey, Blair Day, whatever that is, Normandy, and Viking Reds in their breeding programs. So for the Normandy breed, only 6 bulls have daughters, but the other 14 bulls are genomic only bulls. It comes as no surprise that the Holstein breed has the lowest percentage of A2 bulls in the top 25. However, the Jersey and Normandy breeds have the highest percentage of A2s. Blah, blah, blah. This 2019 research. Why should you care about it, though? Well, if farmers are being paid a premium for producing A2 milk, then you might consider selecting a herd for A2 animals and even start using A2 bulls. However, remember that selecting from the top net merit bulls is essential to maximizing farm profitability, so be sure to check out that list. Blah, blah, blah. Center surely will provide that. So, what is a Normandy cow and what does it look like? Cattle. Oh yeah, I've seen these. They're speckled. They're speckled. Brian says, no way. W-H-E-Y. I see what you did there. These are quite handsome. Okay, so if you ever see a Jersey bull, okay, they're the golden kind of, wow, that one's fantastic. These are Jersey cows. I see them at the fair. I really can't tell the difference between Jerseys and Guernseys yet. I haven't been around them that much, but you know your cattle if you could tell the difference. So these are Jerseys. Sometimes they're just totally golden. And let's see, Guernsey bull look like kind of similar. Like I just wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Give me side by side. I'll get better at it. Whoa, he's definitely a male. Okay. Wow. I'm blushing. Okay. Aha, there's a better example. So, if you see a milk carton that has them proudly on the front, then it's because they're using the high quality. They produce high quality but lesser amounts of milk. So you're more likely to be having E2, but it's not a 100% guarantee. And it really has to say pure A2 on the milk carton to do the experiment. It's just you're much more likely to get A2 if it's Jersey or Guernsey milk and says so. And these are about the 2 top quality cattle breeds of America. I don't know that we even have many Normandy cattle in the USA. How many? You don't see a lot of them. How curious. Only 4,000. Wow. With their growing popularity, they're hardy, versatile, and can adapt to a wide variety of climates. Normandy cattle have been exported to many countries around the world, including South America, Central Europe, Western Europe, Canada. Where do they come from? Are they Homegrown. NormandyAssociation.com. Has its beginnings in Normandy, France. Okay. Sometime in the 18th century, farmers there began to crossbreed them with other things I can't pronounce. I will just make a fool of myself trying that. Agaron is my best shot at that one in the middle. The result was one homogeneous breed called the Normandy. Also different, three of them. So 1700s or so. The cotton time, which is red brindled hair coat, was described as a tall cow, heavier than normal, and above all an excellent milker. The Agaron, mottled white hair coat, was moderate size, known for its quality as a beef cow. A smaller frame and easier to fatten than the cotton time. Third breed, the that word had a red pied coat with a dash of Flemish blood. So pied is like partly white, partly black, or in this case, partly red. The distinguishing feature was its white, or almost entirely white head. 1836, about 40 years after that, some Normandy breeders sparingly introduced shorthorn blood to the breed, with the goal of producing animals developed earlier, were less coarse, fattened more readily. However, it appears the Coctin time breed was the major contributor to the development. Madison, his semen was imported from France. Just in case the words are too small for you to read. 1883, the breeders of these unique cattle established a pedigree book, created the Normandy herd book, blah, blah, blah. So, if the founders made genetic selections based on milk production and meat. So, 125 years of genetic selection for milk production, blah, 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 blah. Here's a result. They introduced the United States when cattle and semen were imported in 1974 and 1975. A total of 23 Normandy heifers, 6 bulls, and semen from 9 other bulls were imported to the United States and Canada in the 70s, shortly after the intro of Normandies to the United States. Came along the Breed Association, very redundant writing style. So they then began to record pedigrees that eventually became what we're reading here. God, this keeps going. Yeah, we're not reading all this. We should have just seized them as a prize of war after World War II, man. I mean, we did a whole lot for France. They should have just given us some of their special cows. Come on, France. Be a bro. We helped you out there a little bit. You could at least give us some semen, you know? Come on. For free. You're our allies, right? Right? Come on, be a bro. Give us the goods. You know. Oh, it actually does talk about Normandy. Glad they survived the war. So the Normandy breed was developed on the pastures in northwestern France, in the province of Normandy. Remember the Normandy beaches of World War II and D-Day? Yes, having been raised on rough forage, the Normandy has become well known for profitable dairy and beef production. They have preserved the hardiness, fertility, the calving, the sound feet and leg conformation, the efficient feed conversion, and the genetic diversity within the breed. The consequence has been a breed that is adaptable to a wide variety of climates. The presence of Normandies in the high plateaus of the Andes, in the tropics, in Brazil, in Europe, the Far East, Africa, North America, that has all verified and proven the Normandies' adaptability. Oh, God, I got a lot of fun with it. They can produce 22,000 to 30,000 pounds of milk with similar protein and fat content. Take that, heifers. Your whole sting can't hold a candle to our Normandies. Do you have 4.4% protein and butter fat? We don't think so. Let's see here. And Normandy cows are associated with the production of famous French specialty cheeses. You could absolutely roleplay a snob with a small herd of such things. Buy one today. More than 90% of Normandies carry the B kappa casein gene. The levels of casein, beta, and kappa in the milk are known to improve the curdling quality, especially for that of making cheese. I really hope that cow is alive, but it kind of looks like taxidermy, doesn't it? I hope it's alive for that picture. You can't make that. They needed a copy editor. For beef producers, the Normandies have become known for their high-quality carcasses and tasty meat. Who wrote this? Do your cows have a high-quality carcass? What? They're known for their high-quality carcass. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is our wind down period. If we can't find out about fires, we wind down before sleep. And I didn't say that. The devil might hear us. If watch duty goes off, my watch will go off and we'll look at it. Chat, please. I beg you. You can't say something funny when I just put something in my mouth. I'm going to choke to death. Stop being funny, guys. Sailing El Azul. She knows a lot about a lot of things. Oh, yes, I do. We now know all about semen importation. Not that I wanted to know about that. Whoever this. How does a cow light the fart? What are you guys talking about? Let me scroll up. Isn't Kay a horse person? I think I saw some mods in her channel list. Yeah, I love horses. I've never owned one because Dad was promising it all the time but didn't do it. Yeah. Oh, Gene F. Sorry, you have to get my attention with the @Catherine. So I know people are asking me fire questions. The Hughesfire evacuations have been reduced a little bit. Of course, we stopped the fun to go back to fires when everybody. It's open question and answer time, and sort of relaxing time. Every minute that goes by without a new fire to start is a precious moment now. So we've had some reductions. But guess what? Ventura County has its own evacuation map. So they said status wouldn't change overnight for Ventura County, but mostly it completely reopened. I closed down the Ventura County evacuation map, but we can check it out first. But yeah, they lied in a good way. They said they wouldn't reduce evacuation things, but they did, because it proved better than they thought. Yay. So it's a warning. They only have orders still. It's this anomaly right here. This is still evacuation order. Don't ask me why. By this little, what is that body of water? Is that Lake Piru? The Piru fire was here. I don't know my geography for the region, sorry. It's unfortunate if I know your region too well. That means I found out about it because it was on fire so frequently. Let's go back to the cattle. I hope this satisfies an answer. You guys were talking about cattle producing flammable farts, right? Sister G says that cow looks like it was in a mud fight. Oh, the methane thing, yes. Happy Quail says, I remember when Safeway was found to be watering down their milk years ago. They were? Lucerne? No way. I noticed this deep quality decline in Lucerne milk. Was it because of that? Wow. Oh, God, I love cream soda. I endorse this. Olipop. Now, it doesn't have the true thickness of a true cream soda, but has a nice flavor. And it's got enough creaminess to be just satisfying, but it's more like a highly carbonated beverage. In fact, I want to burp a lot. So, some human beings can produce methane. If you have special, you can join the Order of the Blue Flame. But please don't try what you're thinking about. There's one way to find out if you're a producer, because methane is a odorless and colorless gas. So I am not going there. Yeah, it's called Olipop. They should pay me. Olipop. Yeah. Olipop. Thing is new. I got it at the Whole Foods. And actually at the Walmart, too. I think Walmart carries it. Not my favorite place to shop, but hey. So they have a classical root beer. The grape was good. I'm allergic to strawberries, so I won't be trying that one. And this one is cream soda. I wonder if you get it at Costco. It would be good to buy Costco levels of stuff. Yeah, this is a good one. Ingredients. Oh yeah, it took me to Walmart. Okay. 12 packs. Ingredients, the wrong thing. What is ingredients? New kind of soda. Contains less than 1% juice. What? From the cream soda tree? Juice of what? Okay. Okay. Carbonated water. Ollie Smart blend, which is cassava root fiber, chicory root inulin, Jerusalem artichoke inulin, nopal cactus, marshmallow root. Oh, that's great for the stomach. Asterisks though. Calendula flower, kudzu. I just drank kudzu. Oh, well, that's one way to get rid of it in the South. Cassava root syrup, allulose syrup, lemon juice, natural dark vanilla flavor. What is a dark vanilla? Stevia, Himalayan pink salt, and natural vanilla flavor. And the asterisks say extract. Ew. Extract of kudzu root. Yummy. But that's what the prebiotic stuff is, the fiber. It doesn't taste like it's got no fiber, so don't worry, it's not like there's pulp in it or anything. I like it. Okay, oh yeah, it's super carbonated. Whoa. I can just burp all day here. What's the alcohol content? It's like 98%, man. I'm hammered. Yeah, my cream soda, man. I'm hammered. Yay. 14% containment. I'm wondering, though, if that's the lake. If the lake itself is a containment. I warned people about the Palisades. Don't be upset when the first containment percentage is just the Pacific Ocean. That's one of those uncrossable barriers. But hey, I am happy if there is any. T says, this sounds nice. Calendula are nice flowers to eat. Really? What are they? I don't know nothing about the plants. You see, my original YouTube idea was going to be called Catherine the Curious. Alexa, turn on my heater. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry if your heaters just came on. In chilly here. Wow, how freaking cold is it? The weather thing. Alexa, show the current weather. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that again. Okay, it's 26 freaking degrees. Yikes. Now, mostly the computer has acted as a heater most of the night. I really tax it. This thing, I put my hand over the top and it produces some serious heat. Kudzu has an edible tuber. They eat it in Asia. Yeah, okay. I am a teetotaler. I hate alcohol, so jokes about me getting hammered are extra funny. Oh, somebody asked if the fire reached the city. Which one? Which fire? Hey, what? Long time no see. Wait, which fire? The one in the 405 or the... Are they weeds? Calendula? They seem to pop up in the yard from time to time. There are 15 to 20 species. Neat. For healing. I'm into the herbs. Can you drink calendula tea? It's pretty mild but slightly bitter. Brewed in under 20 minutes. Enjoy. As a drink or steeped overnight for stronger concoction that can be applied medicinally to the skin. Cool. Anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial. I'm drinking more then. Okay. Oh, it's a marigold. Long used for its skin health benefits, such as helping to treat skin conditions like eczema, wounds, and even counter vaginal yeast infections. Okay, I don't want to eat anymore. Never mind. We'll stop looking. Never mind that one. Let's go back to the cattle and their semen. Okay. Weed is just a plant in the wrong place. Well, it's also its behavior. Is it cruel and aggressive? Or does it try to kill other plants in order to grow and thrive? Does it try to take over by being a bully to other species? If so, it's a weed. The question is, what are you smoking? I just did like 8 to 10 8 balls of crack. Should I not have? Sailing ill as well says, yeah, they did that with the Palisades as well. Yeah. Brian Madsen says, Calendula, wasn't that a movie about a Roman emperor and a bunch of naked people? That would be Caligula, which is the Latin word for their little dress sandals or marching boots for Roman soldiers. So Caligula, the mad Roman emperor, was called Little Boots because he wore them around with a soldier costume when he was a kid. He was a mascot for some legion somewhere. Man, we were having fun with this Normandy thing, this cattle article. This is just, what the hell? Yeah, I need some chocolate. Actually, it's been a night. First she gets this. Yeah, Caligula the movie, well. Wow. Just saying, wow. Don't be upset. They revised or changed the whole 14% containment. Like I say, never get your hopes up too much about containment, and never get too depressed because of acreage. Honestly, as long as structure is not lost, this is one of the best things that could happen. As long as there is a competent response. These damn bushes and weeds burning off right now really had to happen one way or the other. It would have been nice to do controlled prescribed fire during a less windy season of the year, like spring. But if they were able to save all the structures and minimize damage, this is going to be a giant protective barrier for your community. Because the huge buildup of bushes, especially what grew since last year's epically wet winter season, they gotta go sometime. The faster they go, the sooner you are protected. The Franklin fire, like I said to people in Malibu, it's ultimately going to be very protective if another fire breaks out next door. I didn't want to be right, but it was true. The Palisades kind of screeched to a halt when it met the burn scar of the Franklin. So that did protect most of Malibu. Yeah, you're very well read, Brian. Brian Madsen says, my phone just said, I think you are getting me confused with someone else, and cleared her throat. I'm sorry that I said her, you know. We are almost at 12 hours in the stream, so we have 15 minutes of fun left. And then I'm going to bed. The news media can take over if there's anything that breaks out. I can't just speak for 12 hours and not rest my voice. I know today's going to be a terribly windy day, but news media has mostly got you covered. I will do nobody any good by just destroying my health by staying awake right now when I'm sick. I am sick, by the way. I don't think I have a fever, but quite possibly. My nose running thing is beyond allergies. Okay. Gonna buy some steaks today. Are they gonna be Normandy? Because now, friends, we not only have to make sure our milk is A2, we have to make sure our carcasses are high quality. And we can accept no substitution. For beef producers, Normandys have become known for their high quality carcasses and their tasty meat. Oh my God. Is the world of cattle raising just like that, where that's a selling point? Are they that deep into the culture that they don't know how that looks as a sentence to everybody else? I mean, what's a low quality carcass? What does that mean? I mean, when it's hanging up, what does that mean? The average 1,250-pound Normandy steer has a quality rate of 90% and low choice or higher. 765-pound hot carcass weight. What's a hot carcass? I think 13.5-inch ribeye area, 0.25-inch back fat, 2% kph fat, and a 2.2 yield grade score. Oh, yeah. Whatever that means. Trade talk, yeah. Hey, on a fixed income, how many active fires are in Southern California now? But, let's see. Remember, this is last call for questions. We're 10 minutes and we have to shut down, Mark. This is what Catherine's role was going to be like. We were just mostly going to have fun investigating stuff. It'd be Catherine the Curious mode, where I'm playful and explore stuff I like and interview people and follow them around their jobs. And I was setting up a networking. I met people and said, hey, can I film you doing your job? I got frightened to death when I had to take a friend during a holiday to an emergency to have eye surgery at the Casey Eye Institute in Portland. So it's up on Hospital Hill, high altitude. And I was at while he was in emergency surgery, the hospital was deserted. It was, a holiday. So I wandered into a waiting room area that had no lights or anything. And I walked over to the window and I could see the OHSU tram, the one I wrote on for my earliest video of this channel. And so I leaned up next against the video, and all of a sudden a black man's ass shows up hanging down from a stool right in front of me, and I screamed, and then he screamed, and I thought, oh God. He was a window washer. He wasn't expecting anybody on the other side of the window. I sure as hell wasn't expecting a guy to drop down at fast speed on a little flimsy wooden swing chair. Thank God he was strapped in, or I could have caused him to fall to his death. I mean, we're like on an 8th or 9th floor or something. So I went up to the roof in a balcony area. I said, doesn't this freak you out? And he's like, nah, I ain't afraid of heights, no. So I said, can I film you doing your job one day? He's like, yeah, sure. So I was networking stuff like that, but then fire stuff got in the way. Since you're hammered on cream soda, could you do your sprinkler impression? If you pay me to. David Otna says it's not a hot mess. I know. What is a hot carcass? I need to know now. All right, I'm going to finish reading this. I just have to. These average carcass trait values have been well documented by results from the Great Western Beef Expo steer test in Colorado, the World Beef Expo, Fed Steer Futurity in Wisconsin. That's a mouthful. The Montana Steer of Merit program in Montana. And other carcass contests. So what? What? I didn't read ahead. A carcass contest. We're learning so much today. Currently, a Wisconsin breeder is gathering carcass data on each individual animal from their herd that is slaughtered as a fat animal, and the resulting carcass data is confirming the above-mentioned averages. Where's the beef? Right there. Well known for its low back fat and its good marbling ability, the Normandy's meat sells at premium in French supermarkets under the label Normandy beef, and in blind palatability tests in France, Normandy beef has placed first for taste and tenderness over the other breeds of cattle. That is such a redundant statement. You just put a period right here. If something placed first in a contest, of course there were other breeds of cattle involved, so you don't have to say that. I mean, what else were they being compared to? Ducks? Oh, they needed an editor. It's hilarious, though, the way it is. With the documented ability to produce profitable volumes of high-component milk, ideal for the making of cheeses, with documented high-quality carcass traits. The Normandy is truly an all-purpose breed for both the dairy producer and the beef producer. Which is also redundant. It's dairy and beef producer, but okay. Daringly bad. And this cow's name is New Hope Suzette. I bet her genes live on because she's such a nice quality show animal there. All right, guys, let's do this. We are going to import some semen. We're going to start our own Normandy collective farm. We're going to group. We are going to, like Medicine, his semen imported from France. Why can't we do that too? We're going to start our own herd. We're going to use our own genetics. We're going to blend them. We're going to make Franken cattle. We'll blend them with the best that America has to offer. Like Texas Longhorn, man, the only thing they lack is like some big old horn. We're going to cross them with Texas Longhorn. And we're going to get